Synopsis: 3 months after her wedding, Ruan Guan finds herself inexplicably surrounded by numerous suitors. Wealthy young elites confess their love to her, a green tea younger brother plays the role of a love rival, and a top film emperor publicly declares his affections. Yet, when she eventually decides to divorce, these men mysteriously vanish from her life. At her ex-husband's wedding, Ruan Guan encounters those same pursuers. Ruan Guan? Just playing with her. If it weren't for helping Zhi Zhi, I wouldn't even want to look at her. Unbeknownst to her, Ruan Guan plays the role of a supporting character in a novel titled For Love's Sake, where she is the contracted wife of the male lead. The male characters, in order to facilitate the female lead Shen Zhi Zhi's love story, seduce Ruan Guan, coaxing her towards divorce. Fortunately, Ruan Guan awakens to the truth ahead of time. This time, she initiates the divorce on her own, determined not to attract any troublesome relationships. However, her ex-husband and the male characters come to regret their actions. In the midst of a torrential downpour, they kneel beneath Ruan Guan's window, pleading for her forgiveness. When the window opens, the man who appears is none other than the most powerful figure in the capital's elite society. Chapter 1: The supporting character awakens. Please, my husband has just fallen asleep. In the Shanlan villa, Ruan Guan bit her lip tightly, nervously glancing at her slumbering husband as she rejected the man before her. Jiang Song's lips curved into a smirk, his dark eyebrows brimming with an intense allure in the night. Ruan Guan, stop pretending. I know what you desire, don't I? The moonlight painted Ruan Guan in soft shades, illuminating her porcelain-like face, while her glistening eyes flickered with a moment of conflict, before she nodded. All right, but only this once. The last time. Jiang Song's eyes narrowed slightly. Fine, let's step outside. The Shanlan villa sat atop the highest elevation in Jiangqing, offering a panoramic view of the city's twinkling lights and lush, thick woods, ensuring a unique sense of seclusion. An hour later, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, Jiang Song carelessly pulled out a tissue, wiping his fingers clean. Hey, Ruan Guan, how about you just divorce him and come be with me? Ruan Guan ignored his teasing remarks, her focus unwavering. Under the chilly moonlight, even the most indifferent emotions seemed captivating. Jiang Song swallowed, an inexplicable itch developing in his throat. He produced a lighter and lit the cigarette. Ruan Guan halted him. Don't smoke. Jiang Song leaned in, smirking. Mrs. Li, I'm not your husband, you're being a tad too controlling. Without raising her gaze, she kept her eyes on the motorcycle in front of her. Ever since their marriage, she hadn't encountered such a fine motorbike for ages. She meticulously organized the toolbox, removed her protective gloves, and replied earnestly, engine oil can ignite and explode if it meets an open flame. Damn. Jiang Song tossed aside the lighter. A gentle breeze wafted past, as Jiang Song studied the seemingly entwined shadows on the ground, a playful glint in his eye. Ruan Guan, do we look like we're having an affair? Ruan Guan remained focused. Not at all. If we were in a romantic relationship, I'd be modifying your race car for free, which doesn't seem appropriate. Also, this is the last time I'll help you fix your bike. What? Afraid Li Minglan will find out you're hanging out with me, a good buddy of his? Not at all. Even if he finds out, he wouldn't care. I know. Ruan Guan had always known her husband had his first love. But as long as I can see him every day, I'll be content. As she spoke, her eyes softened, a gentle smile occupying her lips, her unadorned beauty captivating. It seemed she adored her husband deeply. Jiang Song's smile faltered a little, the cigarette in his mouth slipping to the muddy grass, the bite marks on the butt end revealing his frustration. After a moment, he exhaled, Ruan Guan, you're something. Ruan Guan remained calm, closing the toolbox as she stood. This motorcycle is a small issue combined with the last one, it totals 500,000. Please ensure to note motorcycle maintenance fee when transferring. In silence, he made the transfer. At that moment, the church down the hill chimed midnight. The sound echoed in the night, interrupting Ruan Guan as she began to leave. Meanwhile, Jiang Song grinned and tossed a light blue box into her arms. Happy birthday, Ruan Guan. The next second, fireworks burst forth, grand and festive. The vibrant display of fireworks illuminated Jiang Song, accentuating his breathtaking features, deep and bright, more dazzling than the pyrotechnics. Ruan Guan was momentarily stunned. Her birthday was easily remembered July 7, but few truly remembered it. If Jiangsong weren't attempting to seduce her for Shen Zhi Zhi, perhaps this moment could be considered romantic. Open it and take a look. His deep voice resonated above her. Ruan Guan opened the gift to find a resplendent sapphire necklace. The entire city knew that the young master of the Jiang family had recently purchased an antique sapphire necklace at a Paris auction for a staggering sum. Instantly, Jiangsong's expression soured. Don't like it? Just toss it away. Jiangsong smiled again. Good night. The young man lazily leaned against the motorcycle, hands tucked in his pockets, exuding a rebellious charm as he watched Ruan Guan's retreating figure, a smile of conquest playing at his lips. But in the next instant, his smile froze in place. For he witnessed Ruan Guan throw the necklace away. As fireworks illuminated the night, the words on the trash bin were clearly visible: wet garbage. Jiangsong. That was a set of fake jewelry, worthless. The genuine antique necklace would appear at the wedding in the novel's conclusion, placed around the neck of the female protagonist, Shen Zhi Zhi, by Jiangsong himself, congratulating Shen Zhi Zhi and Li Minglan on their nuptials. Li Minglan, Ruan Guan's husband, was also the male lead of the story. A week prior, Ruan Guan had awakened to the reality of her situation. She was the expendable ex-wife of the male lead, and for love's sake. The novel portrays the story of a poor little flower who mistakenly enters an elite academy and, due to her uniqueness, deeply attracts the affections of young heirs. The female protagonist, Shen Zhi Zhi, does not crave wealth and privilege. She opts for studying abroad. Everyone adores Shen Zhi Zhi, and her one true love is the male lead, Li Minglan. Yet, after her sudden disappearance, Li Minglan, in a fit of anger, marries a woman he does not love, Ruan Guan. In the story, during Ruan Guan's third month of marriage, an inexplicable surge of admirers appears, with wealthy heirs confessing their love, a green tea younger brother playing the love rival, and a top film emperor making public declarations of affection. Yet, when she finally decides to divorce, those men vanish from her life. Later, when she encounters those pursuers again, they tear off their masks of affection and mock her, saying, Ruan Guan, you didn't really think we liked you, did you? Unless it was to support Zhi Zhi, I wouldn't even look at you. We were just playing with you. You don't even compare to Zhi Zhi. When Ruan Guan awakened, the plot was already halfway through. Ruan Guan accepted it all without hesitation. There was no other reason. She needed money, a lot of money. However, she would never accept expensive gifts. Instead, she established legitimate labor.
Chapter 2. Borrowing a husband to bear a child. Fool number 2. He is the young master of the Su family, Su Tong'an, and also one of Shen Zhi Zhi's admirers. Su Tong'an is currently a sophomore. Possessing an excessively beautiful doll-like face, he is quite adept at being coy, with a voice that is both delicate and pitiful, reminiscent of a sick Samoyed, making one unable to resist the urge to pet him. Unfortunately, his flirtatious glances are thrown at the blind. Ruan Guan's persona is that of a dull and straightforward woman. I'm sorry, my husband is inebriated, and I must take care of him. If your stomach is upset, you may go to the hospital. Would you like me to call an ambulance for you? The chat box above indicates that the other party is typing. Sister, I truly feel awful. I long to eat the meals you prepare. I can pay you double. No, 10 times the FEAS he spoke. He swiftly transferred a sum of money, 10,000. To be precise, the action was remarkably quick. She poured the hangover soup she had prepared for her husband, Li Minglan, into an insulated container, adding herbs like huanglian, longdankeo, and kushi, the bitter aroma becoming increasingly pronounced with the steam. With a smile, she exited the kitchen. So late. Where are you going? A deep, cold voice resonated. In the dimly lit living room of the villa stood a tall figure, the yellow light illuminating his sharp features. It was her husband, Li Minglan, his eyes fixated on the insulated lunchbox in Ruan Guan's hands, his brows furrowed. Ruan Guan replied honestly, I am going to see a younger brother. He is unwell and wishes for me to check on him. Would you like to accompany me? Li Minglan let out a mocking chuckle. Younger brother? Fine. Bring him to meet me someday. I shall scrutinize him for you. Observing his attitude, Ruan Guan understood that he did not believe her. The atmosphere turned somewhat silent. Li Minglan pinched his aching brow, his voice hoarse from intoxication. A week from now is the old man's 70th birthday. I will cooperate with you to play the role of a loving couple, but do not truly believe I will develop any fondness for you. Ruan Guan assured him, rest assured, I do not harbor any feelings for you. Li Minglan snorted coldly, remaining silent. Do not like him. Then who was it that drugged him back then? He could not be bothered to expose Ruan Guan's ruse. Instead, he let his gaze wander over her flat abdomen. Teasingly inquiring, it has been 3 months. Why is there no sign of pregnancy? The old man is eagerly waiting for a grandchild. You know that if he discovers he has been deceived, he is capable of anything. Ruan Guan's fingers faltered, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. How could she have forgotten this detail? 3 months ago, her father had schemed against Li Minglan, drugging his drink and fabricating a fake pregnancy ultrasound to coerce the Li family into marriage. The old man was pleased, hastily arranging the marriage, proclaiming that the child in Ruan Guan's womb was the future heir of the Li family. But Li Minglan was not foolish. He was well aware of whether he had ever touched Ruan Guan. The reason he had not exposed her was due to his ulterior motives. Firstly, he required a woman to marry, to provoke his white moonlight, Shen Zhi Zhi, who had gone abroad. Secondly, to take revenge on Ruan Guan. Li Minglan was one to bear grudges, feeling disgusted by Ruan Guan's machinations. The old man, a formidable figure who wielded power in both legal and illegal realms, commanded respect even from the mayor of Jiacheng. Being a person whose stomp could shake the city, if such a person were to discover he had been deceived, Ruan Guan's standing in Jiangcheng would be obliterated. Taking a deep breath, Ruan Guan realized that regarding the matter of pregnancy, Li Minglan would not cooperate with her, nor would he vouch for her. He would rather see her deception laid bare. The evening breeze swept into the living room, and Ruan Guan wrapped her arms around herself. Feeling a chill, there was no one behind her. She could only rely on herself. After a moment of contemplation, Ruan Guan recalled there was another person in the Li family, the late eldest son of the Li family, Li Yuan, who had died prematurely in the book. The notion of borrowing a husband to bear a child was audacious, especially if the target were Li Yuan, backed by the capital of her maternal grandfather's circle in Beijing. He was a coveted prince of the capital, a figure the old man of the Li family also feared. Had he not died early, the heir of the Li family would not have fallen to Li Minglan. Theoretically, he was a reliable ally. Ruan Guan decided to give it a try. After all, he was the only one in the book who did not harbor feelings for the female lead, Shen Zhi Zhi. She placed the insulated lunchbox down and contacted a courier service to deliver the herbal hangover soup to Su Tong'an, while she planned to spend the night researching Li Yuan's preferences. Today was July 17th, her birthday, and Li Yuan had died in the early hours of today due to a collapse on the Jingjiang Expressway. She glanced at the time displayed on her phone screen. It was 4:40 a.m. Yet, Li Yuan's time of death was recorded as July 17th, 4:44 a.m. A chill ran through Ruan Guan's body, her blood seemingly congealing, as a sense of helplessness surged within her, akin to being trapped in a vast cavern. On the verge of discovering an exit, only to witness it being blocked, she dashed upstairs, seeking Li Minglan's contact information for Li Yuan, but Li Minglan had taken a sleeping pill and could not be awakened. She attempted numerous password combinations, even trying Shen Zhi Zhi's birthday, yet she still could not unlock it. Time ticked away. Amidst the chaos, she was unsure of what numbers she had inputted. Coincidentally, the screen lock disengaged. The time was already 4:44 a.m. After calling the number labeled elder brother, she had no time for pleasantries, quickly stating, Li Yuan, stop the car. Chapter 3, The Ex-Husband's Brother, on the other end of the line. The sound of sudden braking echoed. Bang! A tremendous noise followed. As if the heavens had collapsed, the shockwave coursed through the electrical current, jolting Ruan Guan as if she had suffered a violent impact. Her mind ceasing to function, plunging into disarray and panicked. Li Yuan, don't die-ed, in the enveloping darkness, silence reigned, yet Ruan Guan could distinctly feel the frantic beating of her heart, until she glimpsed the news. Unexpectedly, her own phone rang. A deep voice emerged from the receiver. It's me, Li Yuan. Just like him, his tone was as cold as the biting winter wind in Mo, each breath carrying a sharpness that could pierce flesh. Ruan Guan snapped to attention. Did she truly want to make such a request of this person? In her contemplation, she obediently addressed him, "Elder brother." Li Yuan did not inquire how Ruan Guan had foreseen the situation. He simply stated, "You saved me. State your wish, and it shall be granted." "Anything?" "Yes." Li Yuan's voice came again, devoid of warmth. Ruan Guan paused slightly, her gaze sweeping over her slumbering husband before she gripped her phone tightly, her pale fingers turning a vivid crimson from the exertion. "I desire a child. Will you grant it, elder brother?" The following day, upon awakening, Ruan Guan reached out to silence the alarm and habitually glanced at her phone. Among the 10 or so messages, aside from a birthday greeting from China Mobile, all were from Su Tongan. He inquired where she was, why she had not arrived, and why the soup had been delivered by a courier. "Ruan Guan, my husband drank too much yesterday. I simply could not leave. Are you feeling better?" The message sent seemed to vanish into the abyss. It should have been a polite refusal. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Ruan Guan did not harbor any expectations for Li Yuan to acquiesce. She merely intended to present an outrageous request first, anticipating Li Yuan's rejection, after which she would propose another, namely, for Li Yuan to step forward and reveal the truth to the old man regarding her non-pregnancy. In psychology, this is known as the concession effect. Ruan Guan knew that Li Yuan would not refuse her second request, and a weight lifted from her heart. After hastily freshening up, she proceeded to her workplace. At 9:30 a.m., Ruan Guan clocked in punctually. She worked at a fashion magazine company situated in a prime red brick building in Jiangqing. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Lin Weiing approaching with a cup of coffee. Her face beaming, "Sister Wan, the editor-in-chief is calling a meeting. Everyone is here, just waiting for you." Gao Yu chimed in, "Indeed. Ruan Guan, no offense. But do you really need to sulk just because you know you have no chance at the deputy editor position? Is it necessary to be so late?" Ruan Guan glanced at her wristwatch, chuckling softly. "Late? Surely not. The time is precisely 9:30 a.m., the designated start time. I forgot. Team leader Gao is on Tokyo time." Instantly, Gao Yu's eyes widened in outrage. Last month, Gao Yu had been embroiled in controversy due to a blunder in her submission that mistakenly used Japanese terms instead of Chinese, which had sparked considerable backlash online, culminating in a public apology and her being stripped of her bonus for half a year. Now, Ruan Guan's words were like a dagger to Gao Yu's pride. Nearby, several interns were quietly giving her thumbs up, whispering, as expected of team leader Wan, "She really knows how to hit where it hurts. I love it." Gao Yu, fuming with humiliation, retorted, "Ruan Guan, don't get too arrogant. Just so you know, the theme for the next issue is motorcycles. Weiing is preparing to invite Jiang Song. You know Jiang Song, right? The young master of the Jiang family. How fortuitous." Ruan Guan smiled, her dimples appearing. "I intend to invite Jiang Song as well." Lin Weiing stood stunned, while Gao Yu burst into exaggerated laughter. "Ruan Guan, there's a limit to boasting. Weiing is the eldest daughter of the Ruan family and has connections with the Jiang family, allowing her to invite Jiang Song, who rarely makes public appearances. What gives you the right?" Ruan Guan smiled. "Eldest daughter of the Ruan family. Then why is she surnamed Lin?" Gao Yu mocked. "You don't even know this. The Ruan family is Weiing's mother's business. She took her father's surname. The current chairman of Ruan Corporation, Lin Tangsheng, is indeed surnamed Lin." Ruan Guan chuckled. Had it not been for her true identity as the Ruan family's heiress, she might have believed it. 10 years ago, a woman came to their home seeking employment as a nanny, accompanied by a little girl of similar age to Ruan Guan, Lin Weiing. Her mother, feeling sympathy for the two lonely souls, employed them. Ruan Guan's father had always taught her, "Ruan Guan, Weiing has no father. She is quite pitiful. You should be more accommodating to her." Later, when her grandfather gifted her a new dress, she was encouraged to give it to Weiing. "Let the chauffeur take Weiing first. Ruan Guan has gained a bit of weight lately and should exercise more." As a result, during school, classmates regarded Weiing as the Ruan family's daughter and perceived Ruan Guan as the daughter of the nanny. Ruan Guan felt aggrieved, wishing to clarify. Yet, the father stepped forward once again. Lin Weiing, fragile and pitiable, with a sensitive heart, would be unable to bear the revelation that she was merely the daughter of a maid. "Guan Guan, "You're your father's daughter. How can you be so petty?" It was only after Ruan Guan's awakening that she learned that Wang Sa, the family's maid, was her father's first loved, in the end. Ruan Guan's mother, who was recuperating abroad, succumbed to her illness, while her father, Lin Tangxing, drained the Ruan family and established the Lin Group, rekindling his romance with his first love. Ruan Guan's biological elder brother also took Lin Wang as his wife. This is quite an obscure narrative. In short, viewed from the perspective of the mother, it is a melodramatic tale of a wealthy young lady being devoured by a rising man, while her biological son grandly marries the daughter of the mistress. It is rather vicious. Ruan Guan lifted her gaze towards the silent Lin Wang, the Ruan family's young lady. Yet, how could she recall that you were the daughter of our family's maid? The words daughter of the maid remained unspoken. Lin Wang's eyes darted away as she grasped Gao Yu's arm, hastily exclaiming, "Yu, don't say that. We are all colleagues, and regardless of our backgrounds, we rely on our own capabilities." Gao Yu sighed, weighing, "You are simply too kind." Always wanting to spare some face for those impoverished souls, Ruan Guan, with her status, could easily invite the young master of Jiang. It's utterly laughable. She may be pretty, but the young master of Jiang is not lacking in beauty around him. Even if she stood before him unclothed, he would merely find it an affront to his eyes. The editor-in-chief has stated that whoever secures the cover will be promoted to deputy editor. Certain individuals should brace themselves for defeat. Gao Yu delivered her harsh words and took Lin Wang to the conference room. Others may not have noticed, but Ruan Guan did not miss the fleeting confidence in Lin Wang's expression. She took out her phone and contacted Jiang Song, extending an invitation for a shoot and interview. Jiang Song, "Sure, Jiang Song, but how will you repay me? With your body." Chapter 4. Encountering the mistress, Jiang Song was once again flirting with her. "Jiang Song, no rush. We have plenty of time. I and the art of flirtation." Jiang Song was a genius. A mere phrase could evoke endless imagination and ambiguity. Unfortunately, Ruan Guan was not swayed by such tactics. She focused intently on her computer, drafting the interview outline. She was exceedingly familiar with motorcycles. During those years when her father arranged for her to study art in Milan, she had been in Germany. Studying mechanical engineering, she participated in nearly 100 racing competitions, setting records for the fastest repairs of wrecked vehicles, and was hailed by her mentors as a gifted mechanical girl. Many racers she collaborated with expressed regret over her departure. As the sun dipped below the horizon, marking the end of a day's work, Ruan Guan sent the document to Jiang Song and powered down her computer. Ruan Guan smiled radiantly. Naturally beautiful, the setting sun's rays streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a mesmerizing glow upon her face. Gao Yu choked. Wait, am I going crazy? By the time she realized she had been played, Ruan Guan's figure had already vanished from the office. Hearing colleagues snicker again, Gao Yu felt a loss of face and irritably kicked the table. With that kick, a cup of water toppled onto the power strip, causing a short circuit, and her screen went black in an instant. Gao Yu's face paled. "Oh no, my document wasn't saved." Jiang Song received the outline Ruan Guan sent later that night. In a nightclub, he sat in the center of a private room, biting on a cigarette. His slightly longer hair was swept back, with a few strands falling forward, casting a reddish-brown shadow over his brows and eyes, obscuring his expression. The room was lively, filled with both men and women. The club prioritized customer privacy, forbidding phones and other electronic devices with cameras. Jiang Song was an exception. Holding his cold-colored phone, he sat alone, feeling out of place amid the humid atmosphere of liquor and revelry. New faces eager to mingle were promptly halted. Song Ge doesn't like having people around. Don't provoke him. A small celebrity, undeterred by warnings and relying on her beauty, called out sweetly, "Song Ge," and attempted to sit in Jiang Song's lap. Jiang Song's gaze lifted slightly, his brows furrowed in irritation as he ruthlessly grasped her wrist. In the next moment, a bone snapped, and a scream pierced the air. The other guests, both male and female, turned pale and quickly abandoned their intentions. With newfound peace, Jiang Song resumed fiddling with his phone. The cold light illuminated his face, and after perusing the interview outline sent by Ruan Guan, his brows raised slightly. Clearly impressed by her knowledge of the subject, a curious chubby fellow leaned in. "Song Ge, what's going on? You look so pleased." "Am I?" Yes, your smile is practically reaching your ears. I thought you were going to transform. Get lost, as another vibration from his phone interrupted him. Jiang Song's fingers stilled. This time, it was a message from Shen Zhi Zhi. Shen Zhi Zhi, Ah Song, I have a junior who is an editor at KVI Fashion, and she wants to invite you for an interview and cover shoot. We are all brothers, so just consider it a favor for me. Soon, someone named Lin Weiying added him and sent an interview outline. Compared to Ruan Guan's, it was not merely different, it was a stark contrast. The night deepened, and the city sparkled with lights. On the third floor of Wanxiang City, Ruan Guan was selecting a gift for Jiang Song. She chose a steel pen, priced at 8,000. While the sales assistant engraved Jiang Song's name on the pen, Ruan Guan received a message from Lin Weiying. Lin Weiying, Guan Guan, I sincerely apologize. Jiang Song accepted my interview invitation. I merely asked casually, not expecting him to agree. Attached was a screenshot of their conversation. Ruan Guan. The next moment, she held the receipt and addressed the sales assistant. Hello, could you please help me return this? The assistant replied, I'm sorry, miss, but the engraving of the character Jiang has already been completed, and we cannot process a return. Would you like to change it to something else? That is possible, Ruan Guan pondered, recalling the names of her close friends and colleagues. Unfortunately, none bore the character Shui. Until a message from an unfamiliar number arrived, wishing her a happy birthday, sent at 7:07 p.m. Ruan Guan's brows furrowed. It was Li Yuan's number. She looked up at the assistant and said, Hello, please help me change the engraving to 2 characters. Certainly, what should it be changed to? Li Yuan. 20 minutes later. Ruan Guan arrived at the underground parking lot and spotted a familiar face from afar. There stood Li Minglan in a sharp suit, with an orange classic Kelly bag slung over his shoulder. Beside a graceful girl, Shen Zhi Zhi, the two appeared to be in high spirits, and whatever joke Li Minglan told made Shen Zhi Zhi laugh to the point of tears, nearly twisting her ankle as she failed to watch her step. Fortunately, a slender hand caught her. Li Minglan looked up, about to thank the passerby, only to meet Ruan Guan's calm gaze. His expression darkened. Ruan Guan? Why are you here? Are you following me? Ruan Guan shook her head. No, I'm here to buy something. As she spoke, she turned her head to scrutinize Shen Zhi Zhi. I've seen you on Minglan's phone. And the next moment, Li Minglan grasped Ruan Guan's arm and pulled her into a corner. His voice was icy. What do you want? The surveillance cameras were positioned directly above them, the red light flashing. Li Minglan was oblivious, but Ruan Guan noticed, her voice tinged with disappointment. Minglan, do you know what day it is today? Li Minglan frowned. Don't change the subject. Ruan Guan forced a smile, her gaze lingering on Shen Zhi Zhi. She is the one you like, isn't she? You got drunk yesterday because of her, didn't you? This remark seemed to ignite something within him. He gritted his teeth and warned, Let me tell you, Gigi is a researcher, completely dedicated to her work. She has no interest in competing with you, unlike you, an ostentatious and superficial woman. If you follow us again, I'll immediately tell Grandpa about your fake pregnancy. No, Minglan, you've misunderstood, Ruan Guan hurriedly explained. I truly have not been following you. I came here to buy something. As she spoke, she raised the bag in her hand. The logo of the pen brand embossed on the craft paper. Li Minglan's brows furrowed. He recognized that this brand of pen was typically given as a gift. What do you need a pen for? To give as a gift, Ruan Guan replied earnestly. Li Minglan temporarily let Ruan Guan off, warning her not to speak freely in front of Grandpa before leading Shen Zhi Zhi to a trendy restaurant on the top floor. Along the way, he excused himself to the restroom and made his way to the pen shop on the 3rd floor. Hello, my wife came by earlier to purchase something, and it seems she may have left her wedding ring here. Could you help me look for it? The pretense of searching for the ring was merely a guise. He genuinely wanted to know what Ruan Guan had bought, and for whom. The sales assistant recalled the encounter. That lady was stunning, almost like a celebrity. It's hard not to remember. Li, as in the strict Li. Upon hearing this, the assistant lightly slapped her forehead. Oh, I remember now. Your wife engraved your name on the pen. Your name is... Chapter 5. Protecting her, the assistant paused, the second word that had almost escaped her lips suddenly eluding her. What was it again? I clearly remembered just a moment ago. The assistant. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, continued, "Your name contains the water radical. Your wife engraved your name on the pen. Li Minglan's eyes flickered. The gift was intended for him. A strange emotion began to spread within him as he gazed at the date on the cash register, July 7th, suddenly recalling something. Today was Ruan Guan's birthday. He lowered his gaze, lost in thought. When the assistant suggested checking the surveillance footage, he shook his head. "No need. I remember where the ring is." Continuing, he pointed to a steel pen at the center of the display case and said, "Please wrap this pen for me." Under the lights, the pen, intricately carved in rose gold, shimmered with a captivating brilliance. It was exquisitely beautiful, perfectly befitting Ruan Guan. The store attendant paused momentarily and said, "Sir, this is a limited edition pen from the Masterpiece Collection. Inspired by the renowned Austrian painter Klimt the Kiss. There are only 160 pieces in the world, priced at 200,000. Are you certain you wish to purchase this one?" With a swipe of the card and a signature. The transaction was completed. However, upon witnessing the man's signature, the attendant's movements momentarily froze. This could spell trouble. "Sir, would you like your wife's name engraved on this pen? Its exterior is already magnificent, and engraving on the barrel might detract from its aesthetic appeal. We could inscribe the name on the inside of the cap, discreet yet elegant. However, the cap is relatively delicate, and the engraving process is quite intricate, which may extend the waiting time. How about leaving your contact information? And we can deliver it to your home tomorrow." Li Minglan responded, "All right." After the wealthy gentleman departed, the attendant sighed with relief. Thankfully, the gentleman did not review the surveillance footage. Otherwise, he would discover that the name his wife initially intended to engrave was Jiang Song. But the name changed to Li Yuan. In any case, it had nothing to do with him. Li Minglan. The following morning, Yuing exclaimed, "You are incredible. You actually invited Jiang Song. He is my idol." "What? He is coming to shoot soon?" Kai, can I borrow your cushion to touch up my makeup?" As Ruan Guan approached, the lively atmosphere abruptly fell silent. Gao Yu, with her chest puffed out, arrogantly declared, "Yu Ying is a daughter of the Ruan family. Inviting young Master Jiang is a matter of minutes. Some may be beautiful, but in the fashion world, connections speak volumes." The expressions of those present shifted slightly. Meanwhile, Ruan Guan maintained her composure as she reached her workstation. Murmuring, "The Ruan family is on the verge of bankruptcy. What qualifies them as a wealthy family?" The atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Yuing, who appeared on the brink of tears. "Ruan Guan, how could you say that?" Ruan Guan, always sincere, replied, "I merely stated a fact. The Ruan family is being drained by Lin Tangsheng. Aren't they facing bankruptcy?" She found it amusing, knowing Lin Yuing was a talented actress, but never expected her to be this good. Tears flowed effortlessly, and it would be a pity if she didn't pursue acting. After a moment of reflection, she resumed her work as if nothing had happened. A stack of documents was slammed heavily in front of her, the sharp edges nearly grazing her face. "Ruan Guan, on what grounds do you claim the Ruan family is going bankrupt? You are simply envious of her being a daughter of a wealthy family and inviting Jiang Song for an interview. You should apologize to Yuing." Ruan Guan lifted her gaze towards Gao Yu, surprised. "Why are you still here? Shouldn't you be comforting Yuing? A dog should accompany its owner when they are feeling down." Gao Yu glared in fury. "What do you mean by that?" Ruan Guan replied earnestly, "I meant to say you are a good friend to humanity." Gao Yu was left speechless. The tension in the air was palpable. As colleagues exchanged excited glances, Ruan Guan chose to ignore Gao Yu and headed to the tea room. Later that day, she had an external interview to attend, having applied light makeup. She wore a light orange blouse paired with a flowing beige skirt and elegant cream-colored high heels, exuding both fashion and professionalism. Observing her delicate silhouette, Gao Yu seethed with jealousy. And the next moment, she raised her steaming coffee and hurled it towards Ruan Guan. "Team leader Ruan, watch out." Amidst the startled cries of her colleagues, a figure stepped in front of Ruan Guan. The scalding espresso splashed onto the man's back, soaking his black shirt and even steaming slightly. Gao Yu sneered, as expected of team leader Ruan, even as a married woman. There are still those eager to play the hero and rescue the damsel. Let's see which in turn is clinging to the wrong leg and has no hope of being promoted. The man turned. Revealing his striking features, he cast a cold, menacing gaze towards Ruan Guan. Gao Yu's voice faltered, as if her throat had been constricted, and she barely managed to utter, Jiang Shao, Chapter 6, here for her Jiang Song. She had just splashed hot coffee on the heir of the Jiang family. Gao Yu's face turned pale as she hurried to fetch a first aid kit, repeatedly apologizing, Jiang Shao, I am truly sorry. I didn't realize it was you. She pretended to assist in removing Jiang Song's shirt. Jiang Song frowned and brushed her hand away, fixing his serious gaze on Ruan Guan. You come here, Ruan Guan replied. Oh, she peeled back the fabric. A collective gasp filled the room. Not due to severe burns. On the contrary, Jiang Song was wearing an undershirt and was completely unharmed. Ruan Guan applied ointment to the area that had been scalded. Jiang Song lowered his gaze, a pleasant fragrance wafting to his nose as he looked down at the girl with red-rimmed eyes before him, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he asked in a tone only they could hear. Worried about me? Ruan Guan shook her head. Then why are your eyes red? Ruan Guan replied. Is it possible that my eye makeup today is in shades of peach and orange? Nevertheless, a misunderstanding is just a misunderstanding. It does not cost her anything. Seeing that Jiang Song did not appear angry or resentful, she felt a sense of relief and squeezed past Ruan Guan to smile apologetically at Jiang Song. Jiang Shao, please change into this shirt. I have already taken your shirt for dry cleaning. Jiang Song remained silent, his gaze fixed on the now-moved Ruan Guan, his expression slightly darkening. Gao Yu, oblivious, said, You are here to see Yuing. Right, I'll go get her. She had been waiting for you all along. But, Gao Yu paused, glancing disdainfully at Ruan Guan. One of our colleagues boasted that she could invite you to shoot the magazine cover. She really should know her place. After all, she just made a fool of herself. Earlier, she even made Yuing cry. I lost my temper and splashed that cup of coffee, not expecting it to end up on you. Jiang Song narrowed his eyes. The daughter of the Ruan family, who, Gao Yu, puzzled, replied, You don't know, Yuing is the daughter of the Ruan family. Jiang Song chuckled, glancing at Ruan Guan. She said nothing, her head slightly bowed. The sun casting a warm glow on her unadorned face, the long lashes creating a shadow of orange hue. Instead of being angry, Jiang Song smiled, his lips curled as his intense gaze remained fixed on Ruan Guan. Indeed, I agreed to the interview with the daughter of the Ruan family. Where is she? Gao Yu smiled. In the conference room. I will take you there. All right. After Jiang Song left, the office fell silent. Li Jing leaned over and whispered. Ruan Guan, are you all right? Ruan Guan replied, I'm doing quite well. Li Jing sighed. Gao Yu has been riding on the coattails of her power for quite some time. Everyone knows it. Don't take it to heart. Lin Yuing is a wealthy heiress. It's no surprise she could invite Jiang Song. There's a saying, after all, we have only 10 years of hard work. How can we compete with their 3 generations of effort? This statement was undeniably harsh. Even when spoken in a self-deprecating tone, it carried a sense of bitterness. Rest assured, Ruan Guan, although Lin Yuing has secured the cover interview and been promoted to deputy editor, she is merely an heiress playing at work. When she leaves, that position will still be yours. Ruan Guan smiled gently. That won't happen. I will secure this issue's cover. Li Jing, intrigued, leaned in to ask quietly. Are you planning to steal Jiang Song away? Ruan Guan chuckled softly. What does Jiang Song have to do with it? I have another candidate in mind. Li Jing's eyes lit up. I want 3, no, 5. Once the others had walked away, Li Jing smacked her forehead. Oh no, I forgot to ask her who she plans to interview. An hour later, Jiang Song concluded the interview. It had not been a pleasant experience. Lin Yuing was on the verge of tears. He was too harsh, really too harsh, especially when he frowned and remarked, What rubbish questions are these? He offered no leniency to Lin Yuing. Fortunately, it had only been the two of them during the interview. Exiting the interview room, Lin Yuing forced a smile, pretending to be at ease. Gao Yu approached with coffee. Jiang Shao. The interview ended so quickly. This is a new trendy safe nearby. I queued specifically to buy this for you. Jiang Song, annoyed, waved her off and pointed to Ruan Guan's vacant workstation. Where is she? Gao Yu was taken aback. Then said, Indeed, where did Ruan Guan go? She caused you to spill coffee all over yourself but never even apologized. How rude. Li Jing could no longer contain herself, muttering, Clearly, it was you who splashed the coffee. Why are you blaming Ruan Guan? Gao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. All right, we are all colleagues. Let's keep the peace. Lin Yuing stepped forward, her smile bright as she asked, Jiang Xiao, I've reserved a private room at the restaurant. We can discuss the subsequent shooting and interview in detail. No need. Jiang Song replied irritably, Lin's professionalism is questionable. If KVI Fashion operates at this level, then there is no need for this interview. Lin Yuing froze, and the others gasped in shock. To openly declare Lin Yuing unprofessional was an outright humiliation. Jiang Song had no intention of sparing her feelings. Jiang Song turned to leave. As he passed Ruan Guan's workstation, he slowed his pace. He noticed a capybara keychain quietly resting on the desk, looking both silly and endearing. The office was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After Jiang Song departed, a cacophony of sharp whispers erupted. Chapter 7. Are you a saint? Listening to the tone, Jiang Song and team leader Wan are acquainted. Not just acquainted, they must be quite familiar. So, Jiang Song was indeed invited by Ruan Guan. I have a bold idea. Could team leader Ruan's husband be Jiang Xiao? Do not speak. You truly must not speak. Ruan Guan's husband has never shown his face. Is there really such a possibility? I told you. The world is like a colossal tomato novel. What nonsense are you all spouting? A sharp voice, out of place, interrupted the gossiping crowd. It was Gao Yu. She glared fiercely at Ruan Guan's workstation and gritted her teeth, saying, What status does Ruan Guan have to associate with young Master Jiang? Young Master Jiang is clearly invited by Yuing. Yuing, tell me, isn't that so? Yuing, are you well? Gao Yu was suddenly shoved, causing her to lose face. Yet, as a professional sycophant, her exceptional work ethic prevented her from becoming angry. Instead, she redirected her ire toward Ruan Guan. How could Ruan Guan's husband possibly be young Master Jiang? It must be that Ruan Guan, with her pretty face, flirted while applying medicine to seduce young Master Jiang into speaking on her behalf. Even married, she still has no shame. Truly despicable. An absurd thought suddenly arose in Gao Yu's mind. Could Jiang Song truly be? She immediately called a relative who managed marriage registration records, requesting them to investigate Ruan Guan's husband's information. As a result, Ruan Guan's name was absent from the marriage registry. In that moment, Gao Yu felt like a detective in a mystery novel, countless images flashing before her. Why does Ruan Guan's husband never show his face? Why does Ruan Guan seldom mention her husband? Because she is a mistress living in the shadows. Gao Yu trembled with excitement. She swiftly contacted a detective agency, demanding they follow Ruan Guan and obtain evidence of her being a mistress. Professional Detective Team, 300, 000. Gao Yu. How much? Professional Detective Team. We are professionals. Within 3 days, we will have the information. Gao Yu gritted her teeth and transferred the funds. If she could help Lin Yuing resolve her hidden troubles, the benefits that could emerge from the upper-class circles would far exceed 300, 000. Moreover, she wanted everyone to see how the esteemed Wan team leader secretly courted men. The bright and succinct lobby was bustling with people, many casting curious glances her way, mistaking her for a celebrity here to promote something. Meanwhile, Ruan Guan's phone vibrated incessantly, displaying messages from Jiang Song. Jiang Song, are you angry? Jiang Song, you only take out your temper on me. That Lin girl is the daughter of your maid, right? She parades around in your identity, scamming people, and you can tolerate that. Indeed, Jiang Song was a clever man, adept at manipulating her emotions. His demeanor fluctuated between warmth and coldness, distance and intimacy, like a cloud that drifts unpredictably. One could never tell when it would rain or when it would clear up, keeping her constantly preoccupied with thoughts of him. If this were a strategy game, he would undoubtedly be the ultimate strategist. Ruan Guan, however, remained undeterred, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Thank you. I shall return tomorrow. It was Thursday again. She narrowed her eyes, thanking the young lady at the front desk. You are truly kind. The receptionist blushed. Anyone would feel elated being praised by such a stunning beauty. The girl eagerly suggested, you can add me on WeChat when our boss comes to the company. I can contact you, so you won't have to make a wasted trip. Unexpectedly, she gained a valuable contact. Ruan Guan added the receptionist's WeChat and waved goodbye. Ming Kong's primary business was drones, seemingly unrelated to motorcycles. However, they would soon release a helmet that could control drones via body movement, initially embraced by motorcycle enthusiasts and later requisitioned by the state, AS for the interviewees. She reached out to motorcycle aficionados she had met while studying abroad. They were all willing to help, including several internationally renowned racing tycoons. Ruan Guan glanced at her watch. It was already noon. Nearby was a private noodle shop known for its delicious handmade noodles. Situated in the bustling CBD of Jiang City, white-collar workers, tired of cafeteria meals, often came here for a change of flavor. The place was packed, and sharing tables was common. Ruan Guan ordered a bowl of signature tomato beef noodles. The broth rich and the smooth, chewy noodles coated in flavorful soup. Just as she began to eat, two girls sat down beside her. The girl with bangs sighed, "Sister, I really can't handle it anymore. Do you know, today I helped our president receive a delivery. It was a pen. What about the pen? It's worth over 200,000 du shao." The two girls' conversation flooded into Ruan Guan's ears, and her thoughts shifted as she glanced at the name tag hanging around the girl with Bang's neck. It bore the logo of the Li Corporation. Clearly, the president she referred to as Li Minglan. AS for that pen worth over 200,000. If she guessed correctly, it was the one she had seen in the store yesterday. Entirely rose gold and exquisitely engraved. While it was indeed beautiful, it was far too expensive for APE and AT that moment. She thought, who would buy such an expensive pen? Now she understood who would buy such an extravagant pen. The girl, in a hurry, holding a beautifully packaged bag, said apologetically, "Miss, I have an urgent matter. My boss asked me to deliver something. Could you please let me have your seat? I beg you." Ruan Guan nodded. "All right." The girl's eyes lit up as she clasped her hands in gratitude. "You are so beautiful and kind. I wish you great fortune." Then she hurriedly jumped into the car, her voice bright. "Driver, please go to the Research Institute." The Research Institute, Shen Zhi Zhi's workplace. Thus, that pen was a gift from Li Minglan to Shen Zhi Zhi. Not surprising at all. The afternoon sun shone brightly, casting a vibrant green hue on the phoenix trees. After a while, a flamboyant orange Cullinan pulled up in front of her. The passenger window slowly rolled down, revealing Jiang Song's face. He glanced at Ruan Guan's high heels and teased, "You hailed a cab, but let it go to someone else. Are you a saint?" Chapter 8. Provocation. Jiang Song could not comprehend why Ruan Guan was so easy to bully, neglected by her husband, tormented by the maid's daughter. Even when hailing a cab, she could be intercepted by passers-by. The more he learned about her, the more he felt she was easy prey. She resembled a cat he had adopted, previously bullied by the neighborhood children when it was astray. Yet it never clawed or bared its teeth. It would simply retreat to a corner, licking its wounds. Whenever guests arrived, the little creature, frightened, would bury its head in his arms, its white fur standing on end. Trembling, Ruan Guan was just like that cat. "You only take your anger out on me." Jiang Song smiled, stepping out of the car to take the items from Ruan Guan's hands, casually leaning against the passenger door as he got in. Ruan Guan pressed her lips together, ignoring Jiang Song's attentiveness, and opened the rear door to sit inside. Jiang Song's hand froze on the car door, and instead of getting angry, he chuckled. "Did you really think of me as your driver?" Ruan Guan said nothing, simply sitting by the window. The collar of her light orange shirt was fastened tightly, revealing only a slender, porcelain-white neck, delicate as jade. Jiang Song's throat felt a bit scratchy. Perhaps it was the craving for a smoke. The car roared to life, the street scenes outside whizzing by, occasionally catching the gaze of pedestrians. The bright orange Cullinan was conspicuous, even in the bustling CBD. What Jiang Song did not know was that long before Ruan Guan hailed a taxi, she had already spotted his ostentatious car, making it hard not to notice. Amidst the roar of engines, at the entrance of the Li Corporation, he furrowed his brow. Why had Jiang Song left? The assistant displayed a professional smile. "Reassuring, rest assured. Presidently, I personally dispatched Xiaoqi to deliver it. There will be no mistakes. Stop at this intersection." The car drove to the magazine office, where Ruan Guan had asked Jiang Song to stop at the intersection. Jiang Song lifted his gaze, meeting Ruan Guan's eyes in the central rearview mirror, amusement glinting in his eyes. "What, do you not want to be seen? After all, you are a married woman. Appearing together with me would invite gossip." Ruan Guan ignored him, pressing the car door to exit. but it wouldn't budge. Frustrated, she opened the door. Meanwhile, the man turned around, casually resting his left arm on the steering wheel, exuding a lazy demeanor. Miss Ruan, using something and discarding it is not a good habit. Don't you plan to thank me? Unsure of what to thank him for, Ruan Guan replied, thank you. Just saying thank you is not enough. Jiang Song adjusted his seat, leaning back as he clenched his long fingers into a fist, presenting it to Ruan Guan. Ruan Guan tilted her head, puzzled. She noticed a large silver ring on his ring finger. In the next moment, he opened his palm, revealing a familiar capybara keychain. Why is my key with you? Ruan Guan reached out to take it, but Jiang Song quickly closed his palm again, grinning. Dongyu Mansion. 7 o'clock tonight. I await Miss Ruan to treat me to dinner. If I say no, will you return my key? I won't. Ruan Guan, helpless, nodded. Jiang Song's eyes sparkled with mirth as he tossed the keychain back to her. Wait a moment. Ruan Guan frowned, staring at the capybara. Why does it look different? That's my handiwork. Jiang Song grinned, proudly taking credit. As he spoke, he produced his own keychain, which also bore a felt capybara. Its asymmetrical red cheeks, unmistakably familiar. This is yours. He waved it teasingly in front of Ruan Guan, raising his arm just as she reached out. What are you doing? Ruan Guan felt a bit irritated. Jiang Song smiled, relishing Ruan Guan's annoyed expression, and leisurely said, I'm going to meet Li Minglan later. You think he would recognize something you made if he saw it with me? You're crazy, Ruan Guan replied. You could always ask him. With that, Ruan Guan, clutching her osmanthus cake, swiftly exited the car. The sweet, glutinous fragrance still lingered within the car. As Jiang Song gazed at the slender silhouette fading into the distance before the windshield. His hand gently caressed the steering wheel. He picked up a cigarette and lit it. In his memories, she seldom donned such vivid colors. The soft, pale orange suited her beautifully, accentuated by the lush green phoenix trees flanking her. A scene brimming with vitality. The flickering glow of the flame danced within the white mist as Jiang Song met the adorable, naive gaze of a capybara plushie. He recalled that the owner of this silly little creature disliked the scent of smoke. And thus he extinguished the crimson ember, only to maliciously exhale a puff of smoke onto the toy. Upon entering Li Minglan's office, he settled into the leather sofa, his long legs intertwined, seemingly casual as he tossed his keys onto the glass coffee table. The clatter of metal against glass produced a sound that was less than melodious. Jiang Song, you are late, Li Minglan remarked, revealing half of his face from behind the computer screen. His expression tinged with annoyance as he directed his gaze towards the source of the noise. Yet, his attention was soon captivated by a plush keychain resting on the table, a familiar sight. In a fleeting moment, he recalled it. Yesterday, in the underground parking lot of Wanxiang City, Ruan Guan had assured him that she was not following him, but rather shopping for a gift. Her delicate pinky had playfully swung the keyring, causing the attached toy to sway gently. The two asymmetrically red cheeks left a lasting impression. Where did this come from? Li Minglan inquired. You mean this little thing? Jiang Song teased, lifting the plush toy by its neck. A little girl gave it to me. What? Are you interested? Li? Following this exchange, the office fell into a brief silence. Li Minglan scrutinized Jiang Song once more. Girlfriend, back in school, Jiang Song was notorious as a playboy, having once cycled through 8 girlfriends in a single week. It wasn't until Shen Zhi Zhi appeared, only to leave for abroad, that no other girls were seen in his company. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the dust particles in the air, and the atmosphere paused momentarily. Jiang Song broke the silence with a smile. I suppose you could say that. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Which wealthy family does she hail from? You know her, Jiang Song replied, his surprise deepening. Who is she? When did you two get together? I haven't seen you bring her around. Jiang Song cryptically replied, she's timid, like a cat, shy around strangers. Without my protection, she wouldn't even know to fight back if bullied. This description sounded less like one of a girlfriend and more akin to a pet. Li Minglan pressed, are you serious, or just playing around? Jiang Song casually tossed the plushie aside. Speak. What do you need me for? I've got a date tonight. Yes. I know. Li Minglan produced a stack of documents. Domestic research institutes. It's all about seniority. Zhi is young, and I don't want her to be overshadowed. I wish to create a lab specifically for her, allowing her to focus on her research and realize her dreams. So what's the issue? My father has never been fond of Shen Zhi Zhi, and investing in a lab is no small expenditure. I haven't officially taken over the Li family yet and lack sufficient cash flow. So I'd like to ask for your assistance. How much more do you need? 50 million. Just a small target. Not too much, but gathering it quickly is no easy feat, Jiang Song replied earnestly. I'll find a way. Team leader Juan, is Jiang the young master really someone you invited? By the way, he took your keychain and said to tell you to find him. Gao Yu approached disdainfully, implying, Ruan Guan, sooner or later, I'll make Jiang the young master see your true colors. Ruan Guan, nibbling on osmanthus cake, replied without looking up, yes, my true colors are that I'm his father, Gao Yu. With a chuckle, Li Jing couldn't help but laugh. Others joined in, the laughter echoing, leaving Gao Yu feeling humiliated and seething, vowing to make Ruan Guan pay. Before storming out, once off work, Ruan Guan stood by the roadside, contemplating whether to take a taxi or the subway. In her moment of hesitation, a clear youthful voice called out, "Sister, over here." Turning towards the sound, she saw the rear window of a black sedan slide down, revealing a boy with light golden hair waving at her. He wore white headphones around his neck and a loose gray-pink sweatshirt, the sunset casting a warm glow upon his features, with his brown eyes reflecting golden light, striking and radiant. Su Tong'an, what brings you here? The boy blinked with doe-like eyes, resembling a puppy that had misbehaved, leaning against the window with a pitiful expression. Sister, today's driving restrictions apply to your license plate. So I came to take you out to eat. A month prior, Ruan Guan had accidentally hit a pedestrian, none other than Su Tong'an. He had fainted on the spot, and since obtaining her driver's license at 18, she had never been in an accident. She immediately called an ambulance to take him to the hospital. After a thorough examination, it turned out he had no serious injuries, just minor scrapes. His fainting episode was attributed to an irregular diet that had caused stomach issues. Ruan Guan, the hospital was unable to contact the boy's family, and feeling guilty, Ruan Guan brought nourishing soup to aid his recovery. Since then, young Master Su had become quite attached to her. You hit me. You must take responsibility. At the very least, you need to keep an eye on me for a month to see if any after effects develop. But don't worry, I'll pay you for your time. My family is busy and doesn't have time for me, so just consider it keeping me company. All right? The boy resembled a proud, beautiful cat, slowly revealing his soft belly, evoking sympathy. If Ruan Guan hadn't realized the plot, knowing that Su Tong'an had orchestrated the accident to get close to her for Shen Zhi Zhi's sake, she might have fallen for his innocent appearance. At that moment, Ruan Guan declined Su Tong'an's offer of a ride. Shaoan, the month is up, and you haven't shown any after effects, which puts me at ease. I have a date today, so I can't accompany you. Upon hearing this, Su Tong'an's lovely face fell. But today is my birthday. Sister, you haven't forgotten my birthday, have you? How could I? Ruan Guan said gently, producing the capybara plushie that Jiang Song had made by hand. Happy birthday, Shaoan. Su Tong'an was taken aback. This felt very ugly, and it's hard to tell what animal it is, with its crooked mouth and slanted eyes. His eyes lit up. Did you make this yourself? Not quite, Ruan Guan replied sincerely. But Su Tong'an interpreted it as Ruan Guan deeming the plush too hideous and deliberately distancing herself from it. He smiled, snatching the gift. This little mouse is adorable. I'll carry it with me always. Ruan Guan corrected him. First of all, this is a capybara, Su Tong'an. He cleverly shifted the topic. I remember you also have a capybara keychain. Is this one a couple's version? Indeed, it is a couple-s version, but it's the one between you and Jiang Song. She thought silently. Her silence was construed as agreement, and Su Tong'an's mood brightened as he produced a gift of his own. I have something for you as well. He opened a box to reveal a white scarf resting inside. I couldn't celebrate your birthday last time, and I didn't get to give you a gift. This scarf is hand-knitted by me. Do you like it? The stitches of the scarf were loose and uneven, with several mistakes. Ruan Guan pretended to be surprised. Thank you, I love it. In truth, she had recently gifted a similar scarf to Li Minglan, claiming it was hand-knit as well. A quick search online for hand-knit scarf for girlfriend beginners would yield similar results for just $39.9, shipping included. In the blink of an eye, the black sedan arrived at Dongyu Mansion. This century-old establishment had been favored by the elite since the Republic era, with every brick and tile exuding vintage elegance. The stained glass shimmered under the sunset, as if one were transported to medieval Europe. Su Tong'an had informed the manager in advance, allowing Ruan Guan to smoothly enter the kitchen. Along the way, she visited Jiang Song's private room. Upon their meeting, Ruan Guan presented him with the mismatched, loosely knit white scarf. Jiang Song raised an eyebrow. "What is this?" Ruan Guan replied earnestly. "A token of gratitude for the ride this afternoon." Chapter 10. Collision for the next hour. The private detective masquerading as a waiter was left utterly dumbfounded. This was no mistress. She was clearly a spy. Moreover, based on his professional observation, Ruan Guan had evidently taken gifts from two men, wrapped them as her own handmade gifts, and then passed them on to the respective gentlemen. If discovered, it would be the epitome of a love triangle. Even spies wouldn't dare engage in such risky antics. It was akin to a tightrope act performed by a street performer. As the meal concluded, Ruan Guan excused herself to the restroom. Outside Dongyu Mansion, Jiang Song leaned against a pillar weathered by time, lazily holding a cigarette between his fingers. "Who is it? Smoking in public? What a lack of decency." Su Tong'an's voice drifted over in complaint, but the young master was in good spirits tonight. His lips curled in a smile as he admired the capybara in his hands. "It's me." A voice sounded nearby, startling Su Tong'an, who blinked wide-eyed at the sight of Jiang Song. He quickly suppressed his spoiled demeanor, stashing the toy into his pocket and nodding in acknowledgement. "Brother Song, I am the dim evening light." With the radiant lobby of the mansion behind Su Tong'an, Jiang Song's eyes ached from the brightness, failing to catch the fleeting glint of something in the boy's palm. However, Su Tong'an noticed the white scarf around Jiang Song's neck, which seemed out of place for summer. Jiang Song's lips, still holding the cigarette, curled into a slight smile. "A gift from my girlfriend." Girlfriend? Su Tong'an's interest was piqued. He had heard that Jiang Song was a notorious playboy, flitting from flower to flower without ever settling down. Even when gathering with friends, he never brought a female companion, earning him a reputation as the second Li Yuan in their circle. He probed, uncertain of which celestial being could captivate Brother Song. Jiang Song chose not to engage, instead asking, "What about you? Waiting for someone?" This time, Jiang Song took the opportunity to tease. The two stood at the entrance, awaiting their respective companions. The heat was unbearable. Jiang Song removed his heavy scarf, letting it drape over his arm, catching Su Tong'an's eye several times. Oddly, it resembled the one he had gifted to Ruan Guan. Soon, a ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Could this scarf have been purchased online as well? Not far away, the detective had changed out of his server's attire, donning a vibrant green jacket, concealed within the bushes as he observed. He held a camera, feeling a pang of anxiety for Ruan Guan. Exciting. The battlefield was about to commence. A clear female voice rang out above him. "Is that so? Would you like to see something even more thrilling?" Without hesitation, the man replied, "Of course," but he suddenly paused, realizing something was amiss. He stiffly raised his head to find a familiar yet strange woman smiling down at him. Ruan Guan. "Sure." Ruan Guan's delicate finger rested against her lips in a gesture for silence. "I am not here to apprehend you. I wish to discuss a collaboration. Are you interested in a conversation, detective?" A few meters away, Jiang Song received a message from Ruan Guan. "Ruan Guan, I'm leaving now. Please don't contact me again." The cold text illuminated Jiang Song's eyes in the darkness, the vivid red light from his fingertips extinguishing in an instant. Su Tong'an, puzzled, inquired, "Brother Song, what's wrong?" Jiang Song lazily raised his hand, brushing off the remnants of smoke in the air. "It's nothing. I'm leaving. Are you not waiting for your wife?" She's throwing a fit again. "I'll introduce you next time." Jiang Song's tall figure vanished into the night, while Su Tong'an concealed his innocent expression, shrugging nonchalantly. The warm light filtered through the vintage-stained glass, casting a mottled glow upon his porcelain-like face. Too beautiful, until he, too, received a message. "Ruan Guan, since you are fine, there's no need to contact me again. Happy birthday." The evening breeze swept by, the shadows of the trees dancing, Su Tong'an's smile slowly faded, and his beautiful eyes grew increasingly somber. He could not comprehend how the person who had just cooked longevity noodles for him and handcrafted a felt doll to wish him a happy birthday could turn so cold and distant. It felt as if a warm dream had abruptly ended, leaving him in an empty void. He tightened his grip on his phone and happened to catch sight of Ruan Guan hailing a taxi by the roadside. The soft orange hue under the streetlight was particularly eye-catching. He hurried over, forgetting his facade, his voice sharp. "You hit me. Are you now unwilling to take responsibility?" The night thickened, a dense fog rising. Ruan Guan turned her head, her usual warmth replaced with an icy demeanor. "Su Tong'an, do you find it amusing to toy with me? You deliberately crashed into my car. Did you think I was unaware?" Su Tong'an's pupils constricted. How did she know? His belongings were left in the private room. Eye in the dim light, Su Tong'an stood by the roadside, grasping a woman's arm, a familiar shade of soft orange entering his vision, only to be obscured entirely by Su Tong'an's broad shoulders. The distance of 10 meters felt neither close nor far. Yet, perhaps it was the stillness of the night, the evening breeze carrying Su Tong'an's tender confession. "Sister, I'm sorry. It was my fault. The moment I laid eyes on you, I liked you, so I intentionally crashed into your car, hoping to keep you by my side." Jiang Song's steps faltered, a playful glint emerging in his eyes. If he lingered a moment longer, he would witness the woman pushing Su Tong'an away, revealing a pair of gentle brows and eyes. "Sincerely," she said, "I love my husband dearly, even if he does not love me." At the mention of her husband, Ruan Guan's gaze softened, more tender than the evening breeze, rendering the grand, antique architecture behind her pale in comparison. Su Tong'an's fingers clenched tightly, his heart heavy. He seized Ruan Guan's wrist. "Sister, I was just drunk and rambling earlier. I'm still unwell. My parents are preoccupied with their business and hardly care for me. I can pay you. No, I'll give you 10 times the original amount. Please continue to care for me, all right?" Ruan Guan lowered her gaze. The cool moonlight caressed the strands of hair on her forehead, casting a blue shadow that obscured her expression. The air hung heavy with silence, and Su Tong'an felt as though he could hear the rapid beat of his heart. It was curious. He had never felt so anxious before. "How much will you pay?" in the evening breeze. Ruan Guan's voice was soft, akin to the fragrance of blooming gardenias, penetrating Su Tong'an's ears. He had gambled right. Ruan Guan indeed needed money, and he had an abundance of it. The young man's eyes sparkled. "1 dish, 100,000. Is that acceptable?" Ruan Guan pursed her lips. After a moment, she replied with an affirming "all right." "Not far away." Damn it, he can't be the only one left feeling jealous and sleepless. Chapter 11. Unmasking the detective's hopes were dashed once more. It was not until the next morning that Gao Yu saw the message. She had received an unexpected business trip assignment and, after boarding the high-speed train, finally noticed the 2 gigabytes video sent by the other party. She was frantic. Yet, the buffering speed taught her patience. She could hardly wait to see how Ruan Guan had humbled herself to please an older man. However, the footage revealed an ostentatious orange Cullinan. The camera zoomed in closely enough to clearly capture Jiang Song stepping out of the car, moving to take the bag from Ruan Guan's hands, and smiling as he opened the car door for her. Gao Yu felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. This time it was not the ostentatious Cullinan, but a sleek black Mercedes. The rear window rolled down to reveal an excessively handsome young face come to pick Ruan Guan up from work. Gao Yu took a deep breath, paused the video, and inquired about the identity of the young detective. "Professional detective team. He is the young master of the Su family, Su Tong'an." The Su family. While there are many notable families in Jiang City, only the 4 families of Li, Jiang, Pei, and Su are considered top-tier luxury clans. How could Ruan Guan possibly be involved with the Su family? Upon realizing that Ruan Guan was simultaneously dating both Jiang Song and the young master of the Su family at the same time and place, she was taken aback. Not only was Ruan Guan straddling 2 boats, but she was also a master of time management. The shock in her eyes quickly morphed into calculation, without a moment's hesitation. She contacted Jiang Song. "Young Master Jiang, this is Gao Yu from KVI Fashion. I have something regarding Ruan Guan that I'm uncertain if I should disclose." At the other end of the line, in a bar, The soothing folk music played as Jiang Song hung up. Pei Baichen chuckled. A nuisance call? More or less. Jiang Song didn't elaborate, but raised his glass. Congratulations on your nomination for Best Actor. Paying D. The future is bright for you. Enough with the flattery. Pei Baichen waved his hand, his demeanor warm and gentle in the dim light, a stark contrast to Jiang Song. What brings you here? Jiang Song smiled. Shen Zhi Zhi has returned to the country. Li Minglan wants to invest in a laboratory, but there's a shortfall of 50 million. I can arrange 30 million in cash, however, as you know. The subsequent expenses for the laboratory are the real burden. It requires at least a few billion to sustain. Pei Baichen replied, I can find a way. No. Jiang Song shook his head, chuckling lightly. You still don't understand Shen Zhi Zhi, do you? She's always been ambitious and looked down upon us second-generation heirs during school, especially our money. ITS said that the entertainment industry is lucrative. I plan to invest this sum into a variety show to help Shen Zhi Zhi rise to fame, allowing her to earn her research funding. Pei Baichen pondered. The entertainment industry is too glamorous. The temptation is immense. Are you certain this is beneficial for her? I know your concerns. She is Shen Zhi Zhi. Once she chooses the path of research, she won't be swayed by the allure of the entertainment industry. Jiang Song spoke with conviction. That moment, his phone lit up again, the same number calling back. Jiang Song intended to hang up when a hand suddenly clasped his shoulder. Brother Song, Brother Chin, what a coincidence. Turning around, it was Su Tong'an. The boy bore an innocuous expression, casually sitting beside Jiang Song, his gaze darting to the empty seat next to him. Brother Song, isn't your wife here? Before Jiang Song could respond, Pei Baichen chuckled. Your brother Song is quite virtuous. Where would he find a wife? But Littlein, it's been years since we last met. You've grown quite tall, no longer the little child I remember. Ah, Littlein is no longer a child. Jiang Song recalled the scene from last night and teased. Seems you're quite the player, preferring married women. Young Master Jiang, is young Master Su by your side? A female voice chimed in. Jiang Song glanced down, catching sight of the call interface displaying 0058. He had accidentally pressed the answer button. Furrowing his brows, he was about to hang up when Gao Yu exclaimed, Wait, young Master Jiang, both you and young Master Su have been played by Ruan Guan. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, enough for Su Tong'an and Pei Baichen to hear clearly. Jiang Song's fingers faltered. On the other end, Gao Yu rushed. There's a video. My friend happened to be dining at Dongyu Mansion yesterday and caught Ruan Guan dating both of you at the same time. She even passed on the scarf young Master Su gifted her to you. I just feared that you might be deceived by someone with ulterior motives. Jiang Song cut off the call. Ignoring her further comments, in the dim light, the white scarf he had brought with him appeared glaringly conspicuous. Beside him, Su Tong'an's expression was one of shock. He recalled the scarf he had seen yesterday. Recognition dawning upon him, wasn't he that the very scarf he had given Ruan Guan? She had turned around and given it to another man. The atmosphere grew tense. The married woman you confessed to last night was Ruan Guan. Chapter 12. Betting to pursue her at that moment, on stage, the resident singer concluded a song. As the lights dimmed and applause resonated, the commotion on this side was momentarily obscured. Jiang Song, known for his irascible temperament, found no fear in Su Tong'an's demeanor. A simmering anger brewed within him. The thought that Ruan Guan, who had celebrated his birthday at the restaurant last night, had stepped out 2 or 3 times to accompany Jiang Song for dinner, twisted his face into a mask of fury. Furthermore, how could Ruan Guan gift the scarf he had given her to another, with the audacity of a young bull unafraid of tigers? The more Su Tong'an pondered, the angrier he became, culminating in a punch landing squarely on Jiang Song's face. Jiang Song, however, deftly tilted his head to evade the blow, unwilling to show weakness as he grasped an empty wine bottle from the table. His eyes burned red, his mind replaying the scene from last night when he had overheard Su Tong'an confessing his feelings to Ruan Guan. Did she accept? Damn it, he should have stayed to hear their entire conversation. As he locked eyes with Su Tong'an, he beheld a face that could evoke sympathy from women. Was this the visage he used to ensnare Ruan Guan? Jiang Song's expression darkened as he twisted his neck, then raised his hand, shattering the glass bottle against the table's edge, its shards sharp as a blade, just as he was about to swing it towards Su Tong'an's face. A hand clasped his wrist. Ah Song, calm down. You wouldn't truly be falling for Ruan Guan, would you? It was Pei Baichen's voice. He was in the know, aware of Jiang Song's schemes to seduce Ruan Guan. Jiang Song's movements faltered, as if awakened from a dream, and he released the bottle. The bar's red and blue lights danced across his face, lending him a roguish air. Regaining his composure, he retorted, "Do you genuinely believe I would be interested in a dull and uninteresting married woman? I simply did not anticipate being outmaneuvered by Ruan Guan. She clandestinely met with someone else." Pei Baichen understood, then turned his gaze to Su Tong'an. "And you, aren't you fond of Shen Zhi Zhi? How did you end up entangled with Ruan Guan?" Under Pei Baichen's penetrating hazel gaze, Su Tong'an deflated like a punctured ball, confessing the entire affair. "I knew it would unfold this way." Pei Baichen chuckled incredulously. "You and Jiang Song conspired together, aiming to entice Ruan Guan and facilitate Shen Zhi Zhi." To Su Tong'an's astonishment, Pei Baichen produced a set of car keys. "As Shen Zhi Zhi's former classmate. I can't just stand by. Here, this is my newly acquired Panamera. Consider it a reward. Whoever manages to get Ruan Guan to divorce Li Minglan first will claim this car. The sole assistance I can provide Shen Zhi Zhi, if one were to inquire whether Jiang Song or Su Tong'an genuinely cared for a sports car, the answer would be negative." Yet, as Pei Baichen's words settled, an inexplicable competitive spirit surged between the two, swelling. This wager offered them a legitimate reason to engage. They were merely participating in a contest to see who could win Ruan Guan's affections first. "All right then, it's just a game." Jiang Song flicked his lighter, igniting a cigarette with an air of indifference. Su Tong'an shed his innocent facade, his lips curling into a provocative smile. "Thank you, Brother Chen. Coincidentally, my garage is in need of a new sports car." "So confident?" Pei Baichen smirked. "Haven't you heard? No matter how old a woman is, she still fancies a man of 18. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Pei Baichen shook his head and laughed, draining the last of his whiskey. "All right, I must take my leave. I have filming tomorrow." "I will too." Su Tong'an rose, casting a challenging smile at Jiang Song, his youthful spirit unmistakable. Jiang Song waved languidly, though he was far from as relaxed as he appeared. At 9 in the evening, in a SAF, Ruan Guan received a video from the detective featuring Jiang Song, Su Tong'an, and Pei Baichen together in the bar. Even without sound, she could surmise the situation. They were aware of each other's presence. A smile graced her lips as she transferred a sum of money to the detective. "Victoria, you seem quite pleased. Any good news?" A blonde, blue-eyed woman on the laptop screen inquired curiously. If a racing enthusiast were to pass by, they would instantly recognize her as Imani, the runner-up in last year's Formula One World Championship. "Yes, let us aim for the championship." Upon returning to the Shanlan villa, the lights were aglow on the spiral staircase. Li Minglan descended, clad in silk pajamas that accentuated his pale skin and sharp features. For a fleeting moment, Ruan Guan was reminded of Li Yuan. The two cousins bore a striking resemblance, though Li Yuan's hair was shorter and his gaze more piercing, instilling a sense of trepidation. "I encountered some issues at work and stayed late." Li Minglan glanced at his watch. "It's nearly 10. It's hardly just a little overtime. You might as well resign. I can afford to support you." The words hung in the air, catching both off guard. Clearing his throat, he added, "What I mean is, you're pregnant now and need to take care of your health. The old man is shrewd. If he senses something amiss, I won't be able to assist you. Understood?" By the way, Li Minglan scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. "Did you receive the birthday gift I sent?" Ruan Guan looked puzzled. She smiled softly. "Yes, I received it. And I really liked it as long as you like it. But don't think that just because I sent you a birthday gift, it means I like you. It was merely to appease grandfather." "Don't read too much into it." "Understood, Ruan Guan. If I weren't certain that I hadn't lost my memory, I might think he truly gifted me something extravagant." "Yes, I understand," she responded dismissively, feeling a wave of fatigue. "Do you have other matters to attend to?" The aloofness in her tone irked Li Minglan, making him even colder than usual. Ruan Guan's weariness began to dissipate. Her fingers hesitated, an air of discomfort enveloping her, which even Li Minglan noticed. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." She regained her composure and inquired, "Why did you want me to accompany you?" Chapter 13. "You're the other woman." Ruan Guan blinked in confusion. After a moment, she recalled something and rummaged through her bag. Li Minglan feigned ignorance regarding Ruan Guan's intent to present him with a pen. Clearing his throat, he spoke impatiently. Have you found it? I'm tired. I'm heading upstairs to sleep. I already told you. Don't think that I will like you just because you sent me. Wait, the bills? Yes. Ruan Guan handed him a stack of bills. These are the receipts for electricity, water, gas, property fees, and so forth. All the expenses I've covered since our marriage 3 months ago. However, since we are married, I think we should split the costs from now on. Li Minglan gritted his teeth. Is that all? Ruan Guan pondered for a moment. There's also Zhao Sa's salary, but since I hired her and you don't often stay here, you don't need to split that. Li Minglan. He took a deep breath, feeling a weight in his chest as he opened his banking app to transfer money to Ruan Guan. I won't force you to split these trivial expenses. Is 1 million enough? Ruan Guan nodded. That should suffice. Just remember to note it as a voluntary gift. Li Minglan. After completing the transfer, he felt a cloud of frustration settle over him, while Ruan Guan appeared utterly unfazed. Upon receiving the money, she felt elated, the warm glow of the lights illuminating her face, highlighting her exquisite features and delicate dimples, with Li Yuan's intervention to reveal the truth of the fabricated pregnancy and marriage to the old man. Even if he were to be angry, he would refrain from directing his ire towards her due to Li Yuan's presence. As night deepened, she lay on her pillow, relishing a rare night of restful sleep. Thursday, weather forecast. Clear. The sun shone brightly, with not a cloud in sight. It had been quite some time since Jiang City had experienced such splendid weather. In the morning, Ruan Guan descended the stairs to find Li Minglan enjoying breakfast. He leisurely sipped his black coffee. You won't need to drive today. I'll have the driver take you since it's on my way. After you finish work, we'll head to the airport together. As you say, Ruan Guan smiled, her usual good-natured demeanor intact. Li Minglan scrutinized her for a moment, noticing her consistently gentle smile, as if the previous day's oddities were merely a figment of his imagination. Sitting at the dining table, Ruan Guan picked up a slice of buttered toast. In truth, she was not particularly fond of Western breakfasts. Usually, Zhao Sa would whip up various noodles, wontons, buns, and the like, paired with a bowl of sweet porridge. Enveloping her in warmth, however, since Li Minglan disapproved, whenever he stayed over, she would ask Zhao Sa to prepare a different breakfast. After consuming half a slice of toast, Ruan Guan lost her appetite. Across the table, Li Minglan cast a languid glance at her, eating like a bird. You don't need to eat less just because I'm here. Unlike Shen Zhi Zhi, she wouldn't. He suddenly halted, realizing he had mentioned a name he should not have. Ruan Guan felt exasperated by Li Minglan's confidence, but played along, adopting the response of a wife hearing her husband compare her to another woman, her dark brows knitted slightly. Shen Zhi Zhi, the girl from the underground parking lot of Wanxiang City? None of your business. Li Minglan abruptly stood, his expression turning chilly. When they shared a car, he remained silent, and as they neared the magazine office, he instructed Ruan Guan to get out a kilometer away. This location, near the bridge, was inconvenient for hailing a cab, with no buses or subways in sight. Ruan Guan refrained from arguing and exited the vehicle. She understood Li Minglan, immature, impulsive, and exceedingly self-centered. She was too weary to engage in futile dialogue and planned to walk to her workplace. Fortunately, just as she stepped out, she encountered Li Jing, Li Jing, with her hazard lights flashing, stopped by the roadside. Ruan Guan, it's really you. How did you end up here? Did your ride just ditch you? Ruan Guan shook her head. It's not a ride. It's my husband. Li Jing was taken aback but refrained from pressing further, warmly inviting Ruan Guan into her car and handing her a bag of buns. What a coincidence. Today, my mother made dumplings filled with red braised pork and kidney beans, specifically asking me to bring you a portion. To my surprise, I ran into you on the way, and we enjoyed them while they were still hot. Absolutely delightful. I love you, and please extend my gratitude to your mother. Ruan Guan took a small bite, the soft, steaming dough soaked in the translucent broth. She exclaimed, "Isn't it fragrant?" Li Jing smiled and asked. Ruan Guan leaned back in her chair, happily narrowing her eyes. Indeed, it is. Ruan Guan held the dumpling, savoring it all the way to the office, only to collide with Gao Yu. Gao Yu's eyes were bloodshot. Yet they sparkled with a strange excitement upon seeing Ruan Guan. Li Jing was startled, whispering, "Is that a zombie? There's a zombie in the office." The other colleagues, hearing this, rushed out to see what was happening. Gao Yu remarked, "Indeed, neither human nor ghost." Ruan Guan replied, "I'm afraid you're concerned." Gao Yu retorted with a laugh, and the colleagues couldn't help but chuckle. Gao Yu's cheeks flushed with anger as she said, "Ruan Guan, I saw your so-called husband abandon you halfway on your way here. Is it that your husband is unpresentable, or is it you who is unpresentable?" The implications were clear, almost accusing Ruan Guan of being a mistress. And the tension thickened. At that moment, Lin Weiying approached, gently advising, "Xiao Yu, if Guan Guan doesn't want us to meet her husband, she must have her reasons." This sounded like a mediator's words, but felt more like adding fuel to the fire. Suddenly, Ruan Guan's phone vibrated, interrupting the escalating situation. The screen displayed the word, "husband." Everyone instinctively fell silent. Ruan Guan intended to step aside to take the call, but Gao Yu grasped her wrist. Team leader Ruan. "Is there something we can't hear? Is it possibly someone else's husband?" In the ensuing tug-of-war, Gao Yu provocatively pressed the answer button, activating the speakerphone. The office fell eerily quiet, as soon as the call connected. A deep, melodious male voice, tinged with urgency, emerged. Li Minglan. After a brief pause, he continued, "What time do you finish work tonight? I'll come to pick you up." Chapter 14. The ex-husband picks her up. The words echoed through the speaker, dispelling any notions of Ruan Guan being a mistress hidden in shame. It appeared that her husband had merely been temporarily preoccupied, having left Ruan Guan on the roadside for a valid reason. The voice hinted at a handsome man, naturally, as Ruan Guan was undeniably beautiful, and her husband would surely match her allure. The colleagues whispered amongst themselves, their curiosity piqued. Gao Yu, feeling exasperated, remarked, "Who knows if this is just a staged act?" Ruan Guan replied, "Perhaps your imagination would be better suited for writing short dramas. You would surely have a bright future. However, I would advise caution in terms of production values, lest you inadvertently stir up a scandal." Gao Yu clenched her teeth in frustration. "Fine, since your husband is picking you up after work today, why not introduce him to us? Let us see what kind of talented young man has captured the heart of our team leader Ruan." Though the colleagues were not fond of Gao Yu, her words struck a chord with everyone. After all, gossip was the lifeblood of their existence. They had long been curious about the kind of man who could marry Ruan Guan, especially since the magazine often invited male celebrities and models for cover shoots, which inevitably included some revealing photographs. Yet, Ruan Guan remained unflustered, resembling a serene nun. Thus, the question of what kind of man could win Ruan Guan's heart remained an unsolved mystery in the magazine's realm. Noticing the eager gazes of her colleagues, Ruan Guan nodded in agreement. "All right." Gao Yu smirked. "Well then, I eagerly await the revelation." The commotion gradually subsided, but Lin Weiying remained preoccupied. The thought of Li Minglan personally coming to pick up Ruan Guan after work. His face frequently graced major financial news, and many had undoubtedly heard of him, even if the public remained unaware of the engagement between the Li and Ruan families as a fashion magazine. They had their ways of understanding the affairs of affluent families. If they recognized Li Minglan and discovered Ruan Guan's identity, wouldn't her carefully maintained facade as the daughter of the Ruan family be at risk of exposure? A suffocating sensation enveloped Lin Weiying. She immediately grabbed her phone and opened WeChat to message Shen Zhi Zhi. "Lin Weiying, today. President Li is coming to pick up Miss Ruan after work. It seems their marital relationship has improved significantly. I am genuinely happy for them." Time trickled by. Lin Weiying, "Apologies, Senior Shen. I sent that by mistake. It was meant for my mother, of course." That was a deliberate message intended for Shen Zhi Zhi to see. As Shen Zhi Zhi's high school junior, Lin Weiying knew well that Shen Zhi Zhi was Li Minglan's first love. Ruan Guan's day passed quietly. Neither clients nor Jiang Song or Su Tong'an sought her out. Based on her understanding of them, their approach was likely one of strategic distance. Thunder rumbled suddenly, and raindrops began to fall violently, battering the windows. Li Jing hurriedly got up to close the ventilation window. Muttering, "How strange, the weather forecast said there would be no rain. I didn't even bring an umbrella." The magazine office was a quaint little villa, established during the Republic of China era as a newspaper office. The old structure posed challenges for renovation, lacking an underground parking lot. Colleagues who drove often opted to park in a lot a 5 or 6-minute walk away. Should I have someone send an umbrella? Li Jing suggested, but the rain was so heavy that even with an umbrella, one would still get drenched. Taking a taxi. It's difficult to get a taxi during peak hours. The colleagues engaged in lively discussion, with Li Jing expressing her disdain for rainy weather, slumping back in her chair. But 1T this delay you. It 1T. Great, thank you. Ruan Guan. Across the room, Gao Yu shot a cold glance at the two. Muttering, seeking fame and fortune, winning hearts, she then turned to Lin Yueying, asking sweetly, Yueying, did you bring an umbrella? I have an extra one. You can take it. Lin Yueying smiled. No, thank you. My family S driver is coming to pick me up. My family S driver. IT sounded rather upscale. All right, Lin Yueying smiled. Too bad Li Minglan 1T be coming. Lin Yueying's gaze shifted to her phone screen, where a recent post from Shen Zhi Zhi appeared. Shen Zhi Zhi had fallen from a ladder while moving experimental materials, injuring her calf and bleeding profusely. In the blink of an eye, it was time to leave work. As anticipated, the rain intensified, drenching the city in a downpour. The colleagues gathered under the eaves of the villa, waiting for the rain to subside and hoping to catch a glimpse of Ruan Guan's husband. Seconds ticked by, yet Ruan Guan did not spot the familiar Rolls-Royce. Perhaps he's stuck in traffic, Li Jing suggested. The next moment, a Rolls-Royce slowly approached through the curtain of rain and stopped at the company entrance, just as everyone thought it was Ruan Guan's husband's car. A middle-aged man stepped forward to Lin Yueying. Miss, please get in the car. Lin Yueying smiled. Deshu, please wait. I have a few things to attend to. The driver nodded. He seemed to notice Ruan Guan and hesitated, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Gao Yu's sycophantic tendencies resurfaced. Ruan Guan, how much longer do we have to wait? Yueying isn't feeling well. What if she catches a cold? Li Jing, overhearing, was perplexed. Who asked you to wait, if you're cold? Just leave. Ruan Guan shook her head. This sudden downpour likely indicated that the male and female leads had encountered some entanglement, serving to advance or embellish the plot. Li Minglan would not be coming. Ruan Guan felt no disappointment. On the contrary, this presented a splendid opportunity to prove that the fault in their marriage lay with Li Minglan, not with her. In a public display, she dialed Li Minglan's number, inadvertently putting it on speaker. Hello, Minglan, have you arrived? On the other end, Li Minglan remained silent for a moment before responding. I have an urgent matter to attend to. You should take a taxi to the airport. But the rain is too heavy. It's hard to get a taxi. Before Ruan Guan could finish her sentence, a woman's voice interjected from the receiver. Alan, I'm fine. You go ahead and handle your business. At that moment, the colleagues, all adults, instantly envisioned a narrative of husband cheating, mistress, and wife drenched in the rain. Everyone pretended not to hear, yet within their hearts, they sympathized with Ruan Guan, denouncing the scoundrel and his mistress. Even Gao Yu was momentarily taken aback. How was this so different from her expectations? Ruan Guan was supposed to be the clandestine mistress, yet here she was, embodying the wronged wife's narrative. Was there a possibility that the woman on the other end was the actual wife? Gao Yu, caught in her fixed mindset, pretended to defend Ruan Guan, but actually sought to test the waters by loudly addressing the phone. Hello, are you Ruan Guan's husband? In such heavy rain, you neglect your wife to accompany another woman. Are you out of your mind? And that woman, how shameless to entangle herself with another's husband. Chapter 15, a slap in the face, how shameless. Are you out of your mind? Ruan Guan bit her lip, suppressing a laugh. It was the first time Gao Yu had spoken to her heart. On the other end of the line, Li Minglan was incensed. Realizing that Ruan Guan was not alone, he wanted to explode in anger, but restrained himself, ultimately hanging up in frustration. Just the thought of Li Minglan's unusually furious expression made Ruan Guan want to laugh, though she could not let it show. Instead, she bit her lip, her shoulders gently shaking. A few raindrops drifted in, landing on her face, glistening like pearls. Those around her mistook her for crying and hurriedly said, Ruan Guan, don't cry. There might be a misunderstanding. Only Gao Yu felt satisfaction in her heart, though it was not as she had anticipated. As long as Ruan Guan was distressed, she found joy. She cleared her throat and spoke. asserting that, in comparison to appearance and ability, one's family background holds greater significance. Like Yuang, a young lady of a wealthy family, always chauffeured whenever she steps out. Meanwhile, some must rely on men like parasitic vines, and when abandoned in the future, they will have nowhere to weep. As Gao Yu spoke, a tall figure emerged through the curtain of rain, and her eyes brightened with a hint of shyness. It was her boyfriend come to fetch her, because I worry about you, my dear. You certainly have a way with words, Gao Yu replied, her cheeks flushing as she linked arms with him, introducing him to the others. This is my boyfriend, Sun Wei, who works at Li's group. The young man, handsome and tall, drew compliments from those around. Yeah, your boyfriend is quite dashing. Working at Li's group, he must have a prestigious education, as it's not easy to get in. Gao Yu graciously accepted the praise, reveling in the attention as a true PND personality, thriving on being the center of focus. During their conversation, a sleek black Hongqi national gift car pulled up in front of the magazine office. Its Beijing A license plate glaringly conspicuous, the imposing front end exuding a formidable presence. The crowd's attention swiftly shifted from Gao Yu's boyfriend to the car. Wow, I've never seen a Hongqi national gift. Especially with a Beijing A plate. It expensive, not too bad, only 7 million. But the key point is that not everyone can simply buy this car. Only 7 million. That could buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This sparked curiosity about the identity of the car's owner. Through the misty rain, the car door opened, and a black automatic umbrella unfurled. He resembled a top male model. Raindrops splattered against the black canopy. And as he drew closer, the aura of pressure surrounding him intensified. Upon seeing the man, Ruan Guan's pupils dilated. Compared to 8 years ago, he had shed his youthful slenderness, now radiating the tension and allure of a mature man. She instinctively took a half step forward. Gao Yu noticed and teased. What's the matter, team leader Wan? Seeing someone wealthy, do you wish to make an acquaintance? Just as her last word fell, the man halted right in front of Ruan Guan. Gasps filled the air. The umbrella lifted, revealing his striking and chiseled features, eclipsing the nearby advertisements of popular male stars. A familiar coldness enveloped the humid air as Ruan Guan clutched the hem of her clothing. It was Li Yuan. Ruan Guan lowered her lashes, subconsciously avoiding his gaze. As the city lights flickered to life and the bustling traffic blended with the red flashes of lights, it felt like a hasty breath passing through the rain, leaving a blush on her cheeks. The atmosphere was heavy with silence, save for the sound of the rain. Lin Weiing, nearly 300 degrees myopic and without her glasses, could only vaguely discern that the figure before her bore some resemblance to Li Minglan through the hazy rain. She graduated from an international high school, a prestigious academy in Jiangcheng. Li Minglan and Shen Zhi Zhi were the school's prominent figures, and though Lin Weiing was 2 years their junior, she had some social interaction with them through a shared club. However, since graduating high school, she had not seen Li Minglan again. Even with the marriage between the Ruan and Li families, she had only encountered him a few times from a distance. Thus, seeing someone before her who bore 5 or 6 similarities to her senior, she mistakenly assumed it was Li Minglan, her heart racing in surprise. Has Li Minglan really come to pick up Ruan Guan? How could this be? Lin Weiying's expression shifted. Someone broke the silence. Team leader Ruan. Is this your husband? The question ignited a buzz among the onlookers. Just as Ruan Guan was about to deny it, Li Yuan shot a glance at Gao Yu, then coldly surveyed Sun Wei beside her. Your boyfriend? Gao Yu's face flushed. Was this man here to flirt with her? Ironically, everyone assumed he was Ruan Guan's husband. Like a victorious rooster, she lifted her chin and declared, yes. In that instant, the atmosphere froze, and a rushing wind seemed to howl in her ears. By the time everyone processed what had happened, Li Yuan had swiftly seized Sun Wei by the shoulder and tossed him to the ground. The puddle splashed up, and no one witnessed how he had acted. Away! Gao Yu exclaimed, rushing forward. She interposed herself before Li Yuan. Hey, you can't strike my boyfriend just because you're pursuing me. I could just as well be your girlfriend. Li Yuan's expression remained impassive. His tousled black hair fell over his forehead, contrasting sharply with his pale skin and thin lips, creating a striking visual impact. His eyes were sharp yet indifferent, emanating an untamed and rebellious aura. Yet he possessed an exquisite appearance that was extraordinarily contradictory. Your boyfriend is suspected of economic crimes and is a fugitive wanted by the police. His tone was cold and calm. Gao Yu was stunned. Turning to look at her boyfriend, Sun Wei trembled, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, and attempted to flee, but it was too late. The quiet street suddenly erupted with the wailing of police sirens, and red and blue lights pierced through the rain as a blue and white police car sped towards them. The detectives quickly subdued Sun Wei. 5 minutes ago, we received a tip-off that a major economic fraud suspect was spotted near Jingbei Road. It appears the power of the people is strong. They managed to apprehend the criminal before us. Meanwhile, Gao Yu collapsed onto the ground, unable to fathom that her boyfriend was, in fact, an economic fraudster. A jolt of realization struck her as she recalled having lent him 500,000 not long ago. Gao Yu sprang up, frantically grabbing Sun Wei. Money. Give me back my money. Gao Yu was utterly stunned. The police captain, leading the team, was about to thank the concerned citizen when he met Li Yuan's gaze and paused. Captain Li, long time no see. Zhang Qi was particularly excited. That call to report was made by you. Right, I knew it. This kid has undergone such a transformation that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Untrained citizens find it difficult to match his appearance with the wanted poster. This kid is an A-level wanted criminal with a bounty of 100,000. If you're not busy, Captain Li, could you come back to the station with me to complete some formalities? Despite Zhang Qi's enthusiasm, Li Yuan appeared somewhat detached. No need. I have other matters. His demeanor was not uncomfortable, as if he were naturally meant to be this indifferent, treating everyone the same. Yet, in the next moment, the man bent down to retrieve the black umbrella from the ground, his long fingers gripping the handle, sheltering Ruan Guan beneath it, the shadow and voice cascading down from above. Chapter 16. Our child is precious. The crowd stirred again. Wow, he really is team leader Ruan's husband. The gossip reached Gao Yu's ears, and her mind buzzed. This man was truly Ruan Guan's husband, not only wealthy, young, and handsome. The thought of her earlier comments made her feel like a foolish jester, her toes digging into the ground, unwilling to contemplate further. On the other side, Ruan Guan parted her lips, intending to ask Li Yuan why he refused the bounty. After all, it was a substantial sum of 100,000. Yet, she recalled Li Yuan's current status. The beloved grandson of the Liu family in Beijing, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a prince of the capital. Now, he did not even regard the wealthy Li family with their billions, let alone a mere 100,000. Ruan Guan relaxed her tightly clenched hands and softly asked, I have a colleague who needs a ride. Is that all right? And then, Ruan Guan turned to pull Li Jing into the car. However, Li Jing hesitated, pointing at the rain-soaked street. The rain will stop soon. I can just buy an umbrella. Ruan Guan, sensing Li Jing's fear of Li Yuan, Ruan Guan didn't press the issue, leaving the umbrella for her to as the driver started the car. The colleagues left behind wore expressions of astonishment. Wow, truly, anyone who catches Ruan Jia's eye is extraordinary. Such a perfect match. Team leader Ruan is so low-key. That S.A. Beijing A plate, incredibly impressive. Among the crowd, Lin Weiying's expression was awkward. She squinted, trying to memorize the car's plate number, but her 300-degree myopia meant that, even with her eyes narrowed, she could only discern the character for Beijing. She heard the officer calling him Captain Li. There aren't many people with the surname Li. Could it truly be Li Minglan? Inside the car, Ruan Guan glanced at the carpet now dampened by her shoes. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she recalled a similar incident years ago when Li Yuan was present. Ruan Guan attended a provincial key public school, and according to her mother's plan, she was supposed to attend an international school, often referred to as a prestigious academy in Jiangqing. However, her father disagreed, fearing that Ruan Guan would fall prey to the vices of wealthy scions. Thus, she remained oblivious to the entangled relationships between Li Minglan, Jiangsong, Pei Baichen, and Shen Zhi Zhi. Her high school was Jiangda Affiliated High School, just a wall away from Jiangcheng University's top-tier institution. During that time, Ruan Guan had developed a keen interest in mechanical literature. There was a rare book that only the Jiangcheng University Library possessed, but entry required a card. Ruan Guan could only give up. until one day, on her way home from school, she stumbled upon a Jiangcheng University student card. The photo on the card was missing. Name: Li Yuan Major, Physics Department. Ruan Guan clutched the card tightly, a bold idea blossoming in her mind. For a rule-abiding girl who had followed the straight and narrow for 17 years, she knew she should return the card, yet she yearned for the opportunity to visit the library and see that book. Taking a deep breath, she swiped the card to enter the library. Beep! The entry display showed a photo of a young man, a buzz cut, pale skin, sharp features, appearing around 18 or 19, the most handsome person Ruan Guan had ever encountered. However, his powerful aura startled her. If he discovered she had his card, would he mistake her for a thief? Ruan Guan's heart raced. Classmate, could you swipe my card for me? At the entrance, a girl clutching a hefty stack of books hastily caught up with Ruan Guan. Beaming as she said, "My card is in my pocket. It's rather inconvenient to retrieve it. Could you help me swipe it, senior?" Ruan Guan pressed her lips together tightly. Her mother had always been frail, spending years abroad for treatment, while her father consistently taught her to yield her possessions to Lin Weiying. Whenever Lin Weiying desired something, it was always given to her. Only then would her father praise her as a good girl. Over time, Ruan Guan had become inept at refusing others, especially for something that seemed a mere trifle. Her face flushed crimson as she swiftly tapped her student card. With a beep, a voice of confusion arose from the girl. Isn't this Senior Li's card? How did it end up with you?" The girl's tone was merely one of surprise, devoid of malice. Yet for a girl in her teenage years, this was monumental. Perhaps the boy named Li Yuan was simply too renowned. In that instant, she felt the palpable scrutiny of countless eyes upon her, some curious, others appraising. T.O. Ruan Guan. It seemed as if they were all whispering, "Look, she is a thief." This commotion caught the attention of a nearby security guard. The middle-aged man approached, studying Ruan Guan's youthful visage, and inquired, "Student, you aren't from Jiang University, are you? How did you acquire that card?" Ruan Guan lowered her head even further. She wished to turn and flee, but her legs felt as if they were weighed down by lead. The crowd grew, their murmurs infiltrating her ears. "She is my girlfriend." A clear voice rang out, and Ruan Guan looked up to see an exceptionally handsome boy striding towards her. Even more striking in person than in photographs, behind him stood a girl holding a light pink box, seemingly a gift she intended to give to someone. The girl looked astonished as she glanced over, her meticulously crafted makeup cracking slightly. "Li Yuan, did you refuse me because of this little girl?" Ruan Guan stood there, dazed, wanting to shake her head in denial. Yet, Li Yuan draped his arm around her shoulder, smiling as he addressed the security guard. "She isn't a student here. She's accompanying me to study. It's fine, right?" After verifying the information on the student card was indeed Li Yuan's, the guard smiled benevolently. "Go ahead, young couple. Studying together and progressing together is quite commendable." Ruan Guan scarcely remembered how she entered the library, as if she had been pulled in by Li Yuan. Outside, a gust of autumn wind swept through, scattering the red of maple leaves and the yellow of ginkgos, intertwining in a magnificent display. As the youth drew closer, his striking, unrestrained features magnified before her, reflecting the beautiful scenery outside the window. Captivating beyond words, Ruan Guan's heart raced. Suddenly, memories halted. Ruan Guan felt a chill in her palm as she looked down to see Li Yuan placing a delicate box in her hand. "What is this?" "A birthday gift." Li Yuan glanced sideways, his ebony eyes mirroring her figure, his mood seemingly improved. Unlike the earlier indifference, "Open it and see." Ruan Guan's heart fluttered. She had not anticipated that Li Yuan would remember her birthday. Upon unwrapping the package, she discovered a pink-orange fountain pen, part of a limited edition collection she had seen showcased in a store, worth 200,000. She paused, her feelings contrasting sharply with those when receiving a gift from Jiangzong. "Thank you, Big Brother, but this is far too extravagant." Big Brother was not a particularly charming title, but one she had adopted while addressing Li Minglan. Li Yuan lifted his eyelids slightly, gazing intently at her, and casually remarked, "It's not extravagant. It pales in comparison to the child you desire." Chapter 17. Marriage. Right now Ruan Guan felt as if struck by a jolt of electricity. "I want a child. Will you give me one, Big Brother?" "I am not." Ruan Guan attempted to clarify, yet Li Yuan produced a black suitcase, opening it to reveal one half filled with boys' clothing and the other with girls' attire. I didn't know if you wanted a boy or a girl, so I bought both. Ruan Guan was bewildered. Huh? Li Yuan then inquired. Do you have your ID? His thoughts leaped too quickly for Ruan Guan to process. And she nodded. Yes, I have ID'd. Li Yuan acknowledged with a sound. Turning to the driver, Peng Chung, let us head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Ruan Guan's mouth fell slightly open as she asked in confusion. What are we going to the Civil Affairs Bureau for? Don't you want a child? Li Yuan tilted his head, his long brows arching. I'm quite conservative. Without marriage, I cannot provide you with a child. Ruan Guan's mind exploded as she finally comprehended Li Yuan's intentions. He wanted to marry her. Her thoughts became muddled. No, I never wanted a child. Before she could finish, Li Yuan leaned closer, his hand propped against the leather seat. His expression radiating an intimidating pressure, akin to a dark cloud thick with impending storm. Yet, his lips curved into a faint smile. Are you saying you deceived me? The car fell into a chilling silence. Ruan Guan felt a constriction in her throat. The psychology textbooks only mentioned the concession effect, yet they did not warn of the consequences if the other party agreed to her initial major request. Remembering the rumors surrounding Li Yuan, that his hands were stained with blood, Ruan Guan raised 3 fingers to her ear. I did not deceive you. Marriage, right now. Her gaze was resolute, reminiscent of the moment when Qi Guiran exposed Shen Huan's illicit affair. Ruan Guan, when the car halted at the Civil Affairs Bureau, the staff had long since clocked out. Ruan Guan exhaled slowly. Big brother, shouldn't we discuss this with Minglan? Discuss what? Are you two a couple? No. Are you husband and wife? Not really. In truth, she and Li Minglan were not truly a couple. They had never registered their marriage, nor had they lived as one, on the day they visited the Civil Affairs Bureau. Li Minglan had not been present. Ruan Guan had arranged for a fake one. At this moment, Li Yuan glanced at his watch. Monday at 9 in the morning. I'll pick you up to register. Is that convenient? Ruan Guan instinctively asked. Why Monday? Tomorrow is Friday. The Civil Affairs Bureau isn't closed. As soon as she spoke, she realized how eager she sounded, because tomorrow is not an auspicious day for marriage. Raising her head, she met Li Yuan's deep-set eyes, which reflected the clarity of the post-rain night sky and neon lights. Strikingly beautiful, Ruan Guan felt as though she were frozen in place, her heart racing violently. Upon returning to the Shanlan villa, Ruan Guan splashed her face with cold water, the chill permeating every pore, allowing her to finally grasp the reality of the day's events. She opened the almanac and discovered that Li Yuan was correct. Tomorrow was indeed not suitable for marriage. The nearest auspicious day was the following Monday. Today, Aunt Zhao had taken a day off, leaving the villa desolate. Ruan Guan retrieved the gift Li Yuan had given her. The fountain pen was exquisite. Shimmering in the light, with intricate and romantic engravings, she had admired it during her last visit to Wanxiang City, but its staggering price had deterred her. Now, holding the weighty pen in her palm felt like a reminiscence of a youthful infatuation. No matter how many years pass, encountering it again would still stir ripples within her heart. She carefully put away the gift and took out her suitcase, beginning to pack. She would not be residing at the Minglan villa for much longer. Her luggage was minimal, and the 22-inch suitcase was barely filled. Besides 2 articles of clothing, all she had were documents. Upon finding her marriage certificate with Li Minglan, Ruan Guan unhesitatingly tossed it into the shredder. The crimson paper was swiftly torn apart, merging with the white shreds like it had been stained with blood. She then proceeded to Li Minglan's room, hoping to locate his marriage certificate to shred it too. However, curiously, she couldn't find it. Just then, Li Minglan's voice echoed from behind. What are you looking for? Ruan Guan jumped at the suddenness of the voice, and Li Minglan's lips curled into a mocking smile. What, are you trying to drug me again? Ruan Guan shook her head. I wanted to ask where your marriage certificate is. Li Minglan smirked. I tossed it ages ago. Do you think I'd carry it around? Ruan Guan sighed in relief. Good. Throwing it away is best. She fell silent, her usual dullness returning as she slowly said, I thought you wouldn't come. I didn't have Aunt Zhao prepare your meal. Otherwise, I would have made you a bowl of noodles. She figured Li Minglan had probably dined with Shen Zhi's high. It was merely a casual inquiry. Fine. Li Minglan raised his eyebrows. Just don't try to drug me. Ruan Guan, she hadn't eaten either, and making an extra bowl of noodles didn't seem worth the trouble. This was quite unfavorable for Ruan Guan. She needed evidence of Li Minglan's infidelity. And the sooner, the better. The beef noodles were ready quickly, served in a blue and white porcelain bowl, the noodles distinct and steaming, reflecting the drizzling rain outside, the villa exuding a warm and homely atmosphere. Li Minglan took a bite. His eyes narrowing slightly, and surprisingly, he refrained from speaking with his usual sarcasm. Did you pick up Big Brother from the airport today? Yes. Is the birthday gift I sent you convenient to use? I saw you had it on the table when I passed the study. Ruan Guan frowned. Had Li Minglan lost his mind? This was the second time he mentioned the birthday gift, but when had he ever given her anything? Not even a birthday wish. If she hadn't seen the plot, she would have thought Li Minglan was recording her every move like she was. Suddenly, Li Minglan resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He abruptly slammed down his chopsticks. Ruan Guan, are you investigating me? I just want to know what your relationship with Shen Zhi Zhi is. I heard you two were together in high school. Li Minglan's expression darkened. Who told you that? Ruan Guan lowered her gaze. You rarely drink. But last time you got drunk, you called out for Zhi Zhi and said you wanted to accept her confession, yet you were worried it was just drunken banter. So, she confessed to you, and you were moved, right? Ruan Guan's voice trembled. Like every wife betrayed by her husband, merely hearing his voice evokes a sense of humility. In reality, Li Minglan concealed Shen Zhi Zhi exceptionally well. There were no sleep-talking incidents, no mispronounced names, and no one informed her of the tumultuous love-hate relationship between Li Minglan and Shen Zhi Zhi during high school. However, burdened by guilt, Li Minglan immediately believed Ruan Guan's words. Visibly becoming anxious and flustered, soon after, he was overtaken by a surge of anger. He rose and declared, Ruan Guan, remember your place. Even if I were to favor someone else, it has nothing to do with you. Indeed, if you favor Shen Zhi Zhi, so what? I will never have feelings for you. Meanwhile, the recording pen in his pocket continued its silent duty. Ruan Guan got what she desired, yet it was insufficient. Thus, she added another potent remark. Chapter 18. You deceived me. Under the bright lights, Ruan Guan called out to the irate Li Minglan as he stormed away. Her voice was gentle. Minglan, regardless of whom you currently favor, I believe you will come to like me. After all, you did give me a birthday gift. The non-existent birthday gift proved useful at that moment. Perhaps Li Minglan had truly consumed too many toxic mushrooms, for he did not retort. Ruan Guan. You wouldn't think that my gift was an indication of my affection for you, would you? His cruel words pierced her heart like bullets. Yet for Ruan Guan, they were akin to delectable candies. Sweet upon her tongue, she obtained what she wished for. Suppressing her rising smile, she spoke in a feeble tone. Minglan, since you despise me so much, I shall grant you your wish with Miss Shen. Rest assured, I will not let you and Miss Shen bear the brunt of any scorn. Each word dripped with emotion. Anyone overhearing this exchange would undoubtedly conclude that she was deeply in love with Li Minglan. Meanwhile, he, consumed by rage, slammed the door behind him. Early Friday morning, she settled Sister Zhao's wages, placed her 22-inch suitcase in the trunk, and drove away from the Minglan villa. Upon arriving at the office, her colleagues' eyes sparkled with excitement as they gathered around. Your husband's looks and your glory. Team Leader Ruan, you deserve to enjoy the highest honors. Indeed, Sister Ruan, you've hidden this so well. Your husband is quite the catch, and you managed to keep it under wraps. Did you perhaps quit gambling in your past life? If it were me, I'd want to set my profile picture to a photo of us together. Ruan Guan felt a tinge of embarrassment. She had anticipated that Li Yuan would attract some attention. Unable to refute or confirm, she merely stated that they should all gather together sometime, and she would treat them. Today, Gao Yu was on leave, and Lin Wing took the workplace pleasantries to heart. Exclaiming with delight, "That's wonderful. How about we do it today after work? I know a newly opened Japanese restaurant nearby that's quite good." Li Jing frowned. That place costs about 1,000 per person. It's not cheap. Lin Weiing smiled. Sister Wan's husband even turned down a reward of 100,000 from the police, so why would he fuss over a little money? Ruan Guan chuckled. It seemed they had been waiting for her. Lin Weiing was acquainted with Li Minglan, and the reason she hadn't exposed him yesterday was likely due to her nearsightedness. Tonight would be interesting. All right, Let us go with that restaurant, Ruan Guan decisively concluded. Great, Lin Weiying beamed, promptly contacting the restaurant. She then opened WeChat to recommend the restaurant to Shen Zhi Zhi, knowing she would inevitably see it. After all, yesterday Shen Zhi Zhi was injured, and Li Minglan accompanied her to the hospital. Out of courtesy, she would surely invite him to dinner. The Japanese restaurant was conveniently located near Li Group, making it the perfect choice, especially since it was Friday. Undoubtedly, they would cross paths tonight. Lin Weiying smiled subtly, wondering how Li Minglan would react upon seeing his substitute, Jiang Song. Ever since Jiang Song publicly took Ruan Guan's keys, everyone knew their relationship was quite good. Thus, when someone spotted Jiang Song, the immediate reaction was, "Young Master Jiang, are you here to interview team leader Ruan?" Jiang Song remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Ruan Guan. This was the first time he had appeared before her since the incident. Ruan Guan guessed Jiang Song must be harboring resentment towards her. A scion like him, born at the pinnacle of society, must feel infuriated for being played. Yet, to facilitate Shen Zhi Zhi, he had to continue his pursuit. Amidst the crowd's scrutiny, Ruan Guan feigned ignorance and walked over. However, before she could approach, she heard Jiang Song raise his voice. "I'm here to find Editor Lin. I was rude last time, and I've come to apologize." With that, he produced a bouquet of lilies from behind and sidestepped Ruan Guan to stand before Lin Weiying. Lin Weiying was taken aback, glancing at the flowers, and upon meeting Jiang Song's charming gaze, her fair complexion flushed, and she murmured, "It's all right. Last time, it was just that my outline wasn't prepared well." The onlookers exchanged glances and whispered, "Indeed, team leader Ruan has walked past, yet Jiang Song seems oblivious to her." Sigh. Whoever secures this cover will be promoted to deputy editor. I thought Sister Ruan was a shoo-in this time. The murmurs were hushed, but they still reached Ruan Guan's ears. She paused her steps. As for who would land the cover, she was indifferent. Her resignation letter was already penned. Once she completed her tasks, she would submit it, though she remained composed. Others were not as calm. The crowd's curiosity piqued. Li Jing, her closest confidant, slid over to Ruan Guan, whispering, "Sister Ruan, did you have a spat with young Master Jiang?" Ruan Guan shook her head. "No, how strange. Last time, young Master Jiang was clearly displeased with Lin Weiying's interview, scolding her to tears, and said he came for you. We all thought you had invited him. I did invite Jiang Song, but he declined. How could that be, if not for knowing Ruan Guan's character? She might have assumed there was something more between the two. All right, enough of that. I'll get a Starbucks Frappuccino. Would you like one?" Li Jing was swiftly distracted, eagerly responding, "Matcha Frappuccino, half sugar, oat milk, no whipped cream." "Thank you." Half an hour later, Ruan Guan descended to retrieve the milk tea. The elevator doors opened, revealing Jiang Song inside alone, the overhead lights casting a dim glow on him. Ruan Guan made no move, intending to wait for the next one. Just as the doors were about to close, a pale, cold wrist emerged from within, gripping her arm and pulling her into the elevator. "Ruan Guan, you thought you could run after deceiving me. Did you think I wouldn't be angry?" Chapter 19. The mask falls. She is Mrs. Li. Inside the elevator, it was just the two of them. Ruan Guan took a step back, widening the distance between them. "Mr. Jiang, what do you need?" Jiang Song scoffed. "Mr. Jiang, fine. Then explain why the scarf Su Tong'an gifted you was passed on to this Mr. Jiang, and you deceived him into believing it was crafted by your own hands." Ruan Guan displayed no signs of panic upon being exposed. Instead, she calmly explained, "I have a husband, and receiving a scarf from another man, I passed it on to avoid any misunderstandings. Moreover, I never claimed it was handwoven by me." The sleek mirrors in the elevator reflected Ruan Guan, her delicate brows like willow leaves, her eyes sparkling like stars, her face aglow with soft light, silent yet captivating. Yet, the words she spoke lacked charm. To put it nicely, she was rational. To say it bluntly, she was dull, devoid of romantic finesse. Ruan Guan shook her head earnestly. "A scarf provides warmth. It is a gesture of goodwill, not trash," Jiang Song faltered. "Is that the crux of the matter?" Recalling the scene from Ruan Guan's birthday night when she tossed the sapphire necklace he gifted her into the trash, Jiang Song found himself laughing in anger. "Ruan Guan, you're something else. So Su Tong'in's shabby scarf is a gesture, but you can just toss my necklace in the trash, and it was the wet trash bin, no less. What else should I do? Jiang Song scoffed. Let an 8-digit antique be shredded. Ruan Guan laughed, for laughter often arises in moments of speechlessness. Jiang Song and Li Minglan were indeed two of a kind, both adept at lying to the point of deceiving even themselves. She refrained from revealing that the gift was a counterfeit, maintaining her facade as the unwavering steel woman. Jiang Song, you have quite the logic. Seeing Jiang Song's expression lighten, Ruan Guan's brow twitched slightly. The guise of a dull woman was a useful excuse, much like how a boyfriend might use the label of a straightforward man to mask his errors. Both were merely excuses for a lack of affection. Jiang Song's anger subsided into laughter, yet Ruan Guan remained unmoved. She withdrew her hand and took a step back. Jiang Song paused. I don't know. You never mentioned it. Ruan Guan withdrew her usual warmth, her voice cold, because I assumed that keeping one's word is a basic quality of a person. Jiang Song stood there, momentarily stunned, opening his mouth to explain. Just then, the elevator doors opened. Ruan Guan stepped out first. A crowd awaited outside, including staff coordinating with Jiang Song for subsequent filming. Jiang Song frowned, his gaze sweeping past the throng, landing on her slender silhouette, a wave of frustration swelling within him. He had come to confront her. Yet somehow, he felt like the guilty party. Before long, it was time to clock out. Lin Weiying had secured the interview with Jiang Song, her spirits high. Those close to her celebrated early, even inviting Deputy Editor Lin. Lin Weiying beamed widely, though she waved her hand dismissively. Don't call me that. It's all uncertain. On the other side, the filming of Jiang Song has also concluded, according to the crew members. The shots turned out exceptionally well, so stunning that each could serve as a cover. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, he addressed everyone. Thank you all for your hard work. Dinner is on me tonight. The group halted their tasks, taken aback by the unexpected gesture. No1 anticipated that the seemingly difficult-to-approach young Master Jiang would lower himself to indulge in camaraderie with his peers. Speaking of Sister Ruan Guan's husband, Jiang Xiao is also acquainted with him, being an alumnus of our international high school. Sister Ruan Guan, would you mind if Jiang Xiao joins us for dinner tonight? The atmosphere fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes turned towards Ruan Guan. This cover shoot interview was tied to potential promotions, rendering the relationships among Lin Weiying, Jiang Song, and Ruan Guan quite delicate. Under the scrutiny of everyone, Ruan Guan smiled and nodded. All right, if Jiang Xiao is willing to grace us with his presence. Jiang Song's lips curled into a smile. An invitation from a beauty is always most welcome. Half an hour later, a party of 9 arrived at the restaurant. The establishment boasted a standard Japanese decor, natural wood, wabi-sabi aesthetics, and dry landscape gardens. The private booths offered a serene and intimate atmosphere. Lin Weiying glanced around. Sister Ruan Guan, where's your husband? Ruan Guan replied, he has an impromptu meeting today and cannot make it. No worries, please feel free to order. Lin Weiying felt a twinge of disappointment, having hoped for a chance encounter with the real deal, but it was somewhat expected. After all, with Jiang Song joining the dinner. As an old friend, he would easily discern the imposter, and Ruan Guan naturally felt uneasy about allowing the substitute to appear. Fortunately, she had prepared another ACT. Ally Minglan and Shen Zhi Zhi would also be attending. Lin Weiying eagerly anticipated Ruan Guan's reaction upon witnessing her husband showering affection upon another woman. How could she possibly remain composed? Lin Weiying maintained a cheerful facade, teasingly remarked, since brother-in-law isn't short on funds. I shall indulge. She flipped through the menu and, in addition to the pre-ordered set meal, ordered several extravagant signature dishes for everyone. No need for that. It's too extravagant, her colleagues protested. Lin Weiying, with an air of mystery, replied, it's nothing. Perhaps you all are unaware that Sister Ruan Guan's husband is Li Minglan. The Li family is affluent. They certainly wouldn't be bothered by such trivial expenses. Ally Minglan. The table erupted in exclamations. The heir of the Li family, Li Minglan, the handsome face often gracing financial magazines in Jiangcheng. Director Wan, is this true? Oh my gosh, Sister Ruan Guan, you are far too modest, a high society wife sitting right beside me. And I had no inkling. Ruan Guan waved her hand dismissively. You've mistaken. Meanwhile, Someone had found a photo of Li Minglan online and shared it in the group chat, despite the rain last night. They remembered Ruan Guan's husband's face. Indeed, it is Li Minglan. Seeing that Ruan Guan did not deny it, her colleagues assumed her modesty was merely a fade, their eyes sparkling with excitement at the prospect of working alongside a high society lady. Only Jiang Song, with a cold smile, sipped his white fish soup and mullet roe from the appetizer, matching his mood perfectly. Speechless. On another note, Lin Weiying continued to serve everyone more dishes: snow crab with vinegar jelly, sea urchin caviar sushi, black truffle goose egg. Each dish was daintily portioned. Japanese cuisine may not be overwhelmingly delicious, but its price point was exorbitantly high, prompting even the restaurant staff to knock on the door to confirm the bill. "Yes, this is all ours," Lin Weiying affirmed with a smile. To an uninformed observer, it might seem she was the one treating that moment. Jiang Song inquired, "Do you have yellow lip fish gel?" The server replied, "Yes, sir, it is a special item from our hidden menu." Lin Weiying had never heard of this dish before, but since Jiang Song ordered it, she confidently declared, "All right, let us add 9 servings of yellow lip fish gel." Chapter 20. The collision with Jiang Song hidden menu. Special item. It sounded exceedingly expensive. Her colleagues fidgeted in their seats. Li Jing wanted to speak up, but Ruan Guan stopped her, with a gentle tone that felt like a spring breeze. Ruan Guan reassured, "It's fine. Since Yueying likes it, let us order it soon." Except for the yellow lip fish gel still being prepared, all the dishes arrived, filling the table with a tantalizing array of options. Jiang Song, with his charming wit, transformed the previously tense atmosphere, contrasting sharply with his earlier public rebuke of Lin Weiying. When the server brought out the yellow lip fish gel, Lin Weiying was the first to offer a portion to Jiang Song, who glanced down, returned it to her, and said, "Editor Lin, you seem to have misremembered. I did not order this dish." Lin Weiying was taken aback. Jiang Song continued, "The yellow lip fish is a second-class protected species in our country. Yet it's not prohibited to procure it from abroad. Yellow lip fish gel is derived from the swim bladder, often touted as more precious than gold, though in truth, gold pales in comparison to its worth." "Miss Lin, it seems you are quite knowledgeable, being the daughter of the Ruan family." Gasps echoed around the table. "Is it really more valuable than gold?" Li Jing asked. "0.3 million per pound. Jiang Song replied. The table fell silent, each person silently estimating the cost of the meal, which surely exceeded $1 million. For the average person, a meal costing $1 million was astronomical. Lin Weiying, mistaking Jiang Song's compliment for flattery, felt her cheeks flush and instinctively began distributing the fish gel to everyone. Her colleagues waved their hands, insisting, "Weiying, you should keep it for yourself." "Indeed, I'm not accustomed to such delicacies," she replied. "Dining out is about reciprocity." Lin Weiying's smile faltered as she instinctively glanced at Ruan Guan. "Sister Ruan Guan, please persuade everyone." Yet Ruan Guan merely smiled, genuinely stating, "Director Lin, it's perfectly fine. Just enjoy it yourself." Jiang Song, with a meaningful glance, remarked, "Editor Lin has quite the appetite, ordering so many portions." Lin Weiying hurriedly explained, "No, I intended to treat everyone." Jiang Song lightly dismissed her. "I see now. It was my misunderstanding, thinking Editor Lin wished to treat." The astute individuals at the table sensed something amiss, interpreting Jiang Song's words as a trap for Lin Weiying. Li Jing, not one to be polite, was the first to say, "Then thank you, Director Lin, for treating us." The others echoed their gratitude. At that moment, Ruan Guan timely raised her glass in celebration. "Weiying, I haven't congratulated you yet on your promotion to deputy editor." Everyone lifted their glasses in a toast to Lin Weiying. "Director Lin, truly the daughter of a wealthy family, so generous." "Sister Weiying, you've really outdone yourself." Lin Weiying sat frozen in her seat, nearly petrified, her face, adorned with exquisite makeup, shifting from pale to flushed and back again. "No. How did this become my treat? If she were a wealthy heiress, $1 million would merely be a trifle, but she was not." To maintain her image as a rich girl, she had spent considerable amounts on bags and clothing. Even her monthly allowance from Lin Tangxing, combined with her salary, scarcely sufficed. Where was she to procure such a sum? Instinctively, she glanced at Jiang Song. Jiang Song had declined Ruan Guan's invitation but accepted her interview. Perhaps he had an interest in her. Yet, upon seeing Jiang Song's gaze, filled with mirth and focused intently on Ruan Guan, Lin Weiying finally sensed something was awry. A ridiculous thought crossed her mind. Could Jiang Song possibly have feelings for Ruan Guan? Clatter. The notion was so absurd that she accidentally knocked over her cup, splashing hot water everywhere. Ruan Guan was sitting nearby, and the dark water stain began to spread on her sleeve. Jiang Song frowned and immediately stood, grasping Ruan Guan's arm. How careless of you. Did you burn yourself? I'm fine. Ruan Guan attempted to pull her arm away. I'll go to the restroom to take care of this. I'll accompany you, Jiang Song insisted, firmly holding onto her wrist and leading her to the door. As the wooden door of the booth swung open, two familiar figures appeared. Shen Zhi Zhi, dressed in a pale yellow square neck knee-length dress, still nursing a leg injury, was supported by Li Minglan, their closeness reminiscent of lovers. Inside the booth, everyone caught sight of Li Minglan. Due to the obstructed view, they had not noticed the woman beside him. Only recognizing him as Ruan Guan's husband, they couldn't help but jest. Ruan Guan, your husband is truly devoted. He said he couldn't accompany you, yet here he is. Ruan Guan, however, froze in place, attempting to shut the door. The sound of the wooden door drew Li Minglan's attention from the hallway. Upon raising his gaze, he locked eyes with a familiar pair. A thought flashed through his mind. Ruan Guan is following me. Yet as he scanned the scene, he noticed a man standing closely behind Ruan Guan, appearing quite intimate. With the man's hand propped against the doorframe, he pushed the door open further, revealing a familiar, handsome profile emerging from behind Ruan Guan. Li Minglan frowned. Jiang Song, Chapter 21. The confrontation, what a coincidence. Jiang Song smirked, his gaze flitting between Li Minglan and Shen Zhi Zhi, the smile on his lips deepening. He wore a blue-black striped shirt today, while Ruan Guan was adorned in a tie-dyed blue long dress. In the crowd, their outfits seemed unremarkable, but standing together, they made quite the striking pair. This moment. Jiang Song's fox-like, elongated eyes sparkled with delight, his hands still resting on the doorframe, giving the impression of embracing Ruan Guan. Li Minglan frowned. What are you two doing together? Jiang Song raised an eyebrow. Ruan Guan is treating tonight. I'm just here to enjoy a meal. The term Ruan Guan sounded overly intimate to Li Minglan's ears. You know each other. Jiang Song's smile broadened as he turned to Ruan Guan. Didn't you mention this to him about us? Li Minglan's brow darkened further, yet Ruan Guan remained silent, her gaze fixated in a daze upon the hand of Shen Zhi Zhi, which was entwined with Li Minglan's arm. Her expression froze in a state of disbelief, and she instinctively sought to close the private room's door. That moment, her colleagues behind her, still oblivious to the unfolding drama, curiously inquired, Team Leader Ruan, why don't you let your brother-in-law in? President Li specially postponed the meeting to accompany you. How pampered. Lin Weiying, noticing Ruan Guan's intent to shut the door, swiftly rose and pushed it open wider. Consequently, everyone beheld the young girl who was also clinging to Li Minglan's side. What the hell? What is happening here? Caught in an affair. The atmosphere abruptly fell silent. Ruan Guan's fingers clutched the door frame tightly, her shoulders trembling. No, you have mistaken him. He is not. The colleagues exchanged knowing glances, hastily proclaiming, we must have recognized the wrong person. I thought he looked somewhat different, having worked together for a considerable time. They all wished to preserve Ruan Guan's dignity, tacitly agreeing they had misidentified him. Only Lin Weiying shook her head, laughingly stating, Sister Guan, what are you saying? He is indeed Li Minglan, back in high school. Senior Li was quite the prominent figure. I could never mistake him. Oh, I didn't expect Senior Li to bring Sister Shen along. Now that I think about it, they were widely recognized as the golden couple of our entire school. Did I say something wrong? Lin Weiying covered her mouth, blinking innocently. However, that was merely a matter of high school days. Sister Guan, don't take it to heart. Just disregard what I've said. Following her embellishment, Li Minglan and Shen Zhi Zhi appeared even less innocent. Ruan Guan struggled to suppress the corners of her mouth from rising, feigning sorrow. Weiying, stop talking. He truly is not Li Minglan. not my husband. Initially, upon discovering that others occupied the private room, Li Minglan's irritation subsided somewhat. However, upon hearing Ruan Guan deny their relationship, his anger flared once more. If I am not your husband, then who is? He grasped Ruan Guan's arm, attempting to pull her outside. Minglan, let go, it hurts. He had inadvertently touched the spot where she had been burned. Li Minglan sneered. Ruan Guan, stop pretending. This trick won't work on me. Jiang Song, unable to bear it any longer, stepped in front of Ruan Guan, quietly warning, Li Minglan, that's enough to... Li Minglan merely smiled, his gaze cutting across Jiang Song as he maliciously remarked, "You're truly something, aren't you? Afraid of Grandpa discovering that matter, so you sought an escape route in advance, seducing Jiang Song to have the Jiang family intervene on your behalf? Have you slept with him?" The atmosphere suddenly thickened with tension. Inside the private room, Li Jing muttered, "Is this guy insane? Clearly, he is the one having an affair with his mistress, yet he slanders his wife." Others, incensed, took out their phones to document the scene. "I'll capture this pair of scoundrels and post it online right now." With a dull thud, Jiang Song's fist collided with Li Minglan's face, his brows knitted with fury. "Li Minglan, if you can't take good care of her, then find someone else to do it." The air crackled with tension, ready to ignite. "Jiang Song, are you out of your mind?" Li Minglan's face tightened, spitting a mouthful of blood as he kicked Jiang Song in the chest. Instantly, the two began to brawl. Everyone assumed Jiang Song's rage was fueled by his affection for Ruan Guan, chastising Li Minglan for failing to care for her. However, Ruan Guan stood aloof, her gaze directed at the silent Shen Zhi Zhi, who had not uttered a word from the beginning. She understood that Jiang Song's fury was not about her, but rather due to Shen Zhi Zhi being insulted as a mistress. Jiang Song indeed planned to let go. To support Shen Zhi Zhi and Li Minglan, observing the escalating confrontation, Ruan Guan half-heartedly urged, "Stop fighting." It was to no avail. The two men grew increasingly violent, nearly overturning the entire restaurant. Ultimately, it was Shen Zhi Zhi's delicate figure, clad in a pale yellow, that interposed between them. "Enough, stop fighting. We are all brothers. Can't we discuss this amicably?" Chapter 22. Guan Fei returns to the palace. Jiang and Li, fearing they might harm Shen Zhi Zhi in their fray, gradually regained their composure. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner threatened to call the police. Jiang Song stopped him, offering to settle the matter privately. Compared to Jiang Song, who bore minor injuries, Li Minglan's face was battered and bloodied. Shen Zhi Zhi, filled with concern, left Ruan Guan with the words, "I and Alan are innocent," before hurriedly taking him to the hospital. What began as a meal ended in discord. Ruan Guan settled the bill, while Lin Weiing covered the remaining cost for the 9 portions of yellow lip fish glue. With insufficient funds, Lin Weiing retreated to a quiet spot to call her mother for assistance. On the other end, Lin Ruame calmly stated, "Weiing, you are too anxious. I will transfer 2 million to you. You can compensate for today's losses." "Why should I?" Lin Weiing's mood soured, particularly upon witnessing Jiang Song fighting for Ruan Guan, which only deepened her frustration. Hearing her mother's words, she felt as though she might explode. "Just because you spoke out," Lin Ruame continued. "Do you think your actions today were clever? Do you believe others cannot discern your provocations? When Li Minglan and Jiang Song cool down, will they let you off the hook?" Lin Weiing was horrified. She hurriedly followed her mother's advice, attempting to compensate the restaurant owner before Jiang Song could. Yet she was too late. Jiang Song had already settled the bill. His nose was grazed, his lips bloodied, yet with his striking features, he exuded a rugged charm. Lin Weiing rushed forward. "Young Master Jiang, I sincerely apologize. It was my fault for drinking too much and speaking out of turn. Had I kept my mouth shut, it wouldn't have escalated so embarrassingly. How about this? I will take responsibility for this meal and all the losses incurred by the restaurant, and I will transfer the money to you." Jiang Song glanced at Lin Weiing, remaining silent. Lin Weiing felt a chill run through her. Her voice remained soft as ever, like a gentle breeze wafting over a spring, calm and unhurried. Yet Jiang Song's brow furrowed. He paused, staring at the slender figure that exited the restaurant, then stepped outside. As he stepped into a puddle reflecting the golden streetlights, he realized that a rain had silently fallen. The vibrant lights shimmered on the water's surface, dazzling to the eyes. Jiang Song caught up with Ruan Guan, grasping her wrist. "Do you truly favor Li Minglan so much?" To Jiang Song, it appeared as acceptance. The moment the words left his lips, he himself was taken aback. That was not his intention. "Yes, I am despicable." Ruan Guan lifted her head, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. "You're the heir of the Jiang family, destined to stand atop the pyramid, so you cannot comprehend the helplessness of my marriage to Li Minglan, nor can you fathom that only when I am MRSL can I earn a word of affirmation from my father." The moonlight cast a gentle glow on her face, as if adorning her with silent tears. "Jiang Song, I implore you, do not waver my resolve. Let us not meet again." Her final words echoed in the quiet night, like a pebble dropped into a lake, sending ripples across the stillness. Jiang Song stood rooted in place, motionless, while Ruan Guan seized the opportunity to free herself from his grasp, starting her car and driving away. In the rearview mirror, watching Jiang Song, who seemed petrified, Ruan Guan understood that her opportunity to profit had arrived. She deliberately spoke of her wavering resolve, although she did not specify what she was wavering about. It mattered not. Jiang Song would fill in the blanks himself, believing that his strategy was taking effect. This was akin to dangling a carrot before a donkey tethered to a millstone, just a little closer, and it would be within reach. Thus, the donkey quickened its pace. Jiang Song intensified his pursuit. As Ruan Guan had anticipated, soon her phone buzzed with a message from Jiang Song. "Jiang Song, I have a car that is beyond repair. If you can fix it, I'll offer you 10 million. 10 million is enough to buy another supercar." Yet Jiang Song's request for her to repair it was merely a means to create more opportunities for encounters. This time, he was finally willing to invest considerably. Upon entering the Ruan household, everyone regarded her with unfamiliar eyes, seemingly unaware of her identity. Moreover, the entire Ruan family exhibited great respect towards Lin Ruame, Lin Weiying's biological mother, as if she were the mistress of the household. Lin Ruame rose from the sofa, her smile warm and inviting, yet discreetly adjusted her sleeve, concealing the jade bracelet on her wrist. It was Ruan Guan's mother's favorite jade bracelet of exceptional quality, which she rarely wore. Ruan Guan, shedding her usual gentleness, pushed her suitcase forward, resembling a cruel capitalist heiress, commanding the servant Lin Ruame. Lin Ruame's expression faltered. "Guan Guan, your room is currently occupied by Xiao Ying. If you could bear with it, you might stay in Xiao Ying's former room tonight." Ruan Guan twirled her wrist. The next moment, a sharp crack resonated, startling everyone present. Chapter 23. The eldest son of the Li family. "Who are you? How dare you strike someone?" A petite maid stepped forward, her stature diminutive, with closely set eyes that exuded a clever and shrewd demeanor, reminiscent of Lin Ruame. Ruan Guan's interest peaked as she surveyed the unfamiliar faces in the room. Without exception, they bore some resemblance to Lin Ruame. "Oh, they are all her relatives." Ruan Guan smiled. "You do not know who I am, yet you appear in my home." The maid paused. Wasn't it said that the Ruan family's young lady was utterly unpleasant, ugly, and had only ascended through scheming against the young master of the Li family? Yet the woman before her, with her raven-black hair and snow-white complexion, almond-shaped eyes and delicate nose, clad in a blue tie-dye long dress, with slender straps resting on her pale shoulders, appeared even more beautiful than a star. A male voice echoed from the spiral staircase. A handsome young man descended. It was Ruan Guan's brother, Lin Qingyu. Upon seeing Ruan Guan, the smile faded from his lips, and he frowned, asking, "What brings you here?" "There is no need to continue. He has another woman. The collaboration between the Ruan family and the Li family can also come to an end." Lin Qingyu's expression changed dramatically. "Wanan, you're being incredibly thoughtless. Do you have any idea how much preparation and expenses we incurred to partner with the Li family? Moreover, it was you who drugged Li Minglan, insisting on marrying him. How can you now go back on your word?" Wan's gaze remained calm and unperturbed. "Brother, do you truly not understand how I ended up marrying Li Minglan? It was because I drank the water you and father gave me that I was rendered unconscious and spent a night with him." Lin Qingyu showed no remorse. Instead, he spoke earnestly. "What your father and I did was for your own good, for the benefit of the Ruan family." "Ruan Guan, what is he rambling about?" Lin Qingyu, Ruan Guan, you have enjoyed the splendor and wealth of the Ruan family for over 20 years. It is your responsibility to help the Ruan family through this crisis. Ruan Guan laughed in anger. She lifted her chin, her cool voice tinged with a hint of mockery. Brother, you have enjoyed a year more of wealth than I have. I see you are still quite charming. I happen to know a few influential individuals who prefer men. Why don't you consider selling yourself to revitalize the Ruan family? Lin Qingyu trembled with rage. At that moment, Lin Ruame approached. Her face bore the distinct marks of a slap, and she advised, Ruan Guan, is this how a young lady should speak? Hurry and apologize to your father and brother. Even I, an outsider, cannot bear to watch this unfold. Ruan Guan, you know you are an outsider, so why are you meddling? Lin Ruame, in the past, Ruan Guan's personality could be described as understanding and obedient, but to put it bluntly, she lacked opinions and was timid and cowardly, yet now, she has become brazen and overbearing. Sharp-tongued and frighteningly unfamiliar, Lin Qingyu noticed the handprint on Lin Sa's face and immediately inquired, Lin Sa, what happened to your face? Lin Ruame shook her head, saying it was an accidental collision. Meanwhile, the young maid indignantly added, it was Miss Ruan who hit her. Miss Ruan ordered Lin Sa to move the suitcase to the room, and when Lin Sa mentioned that Yu Ying was temporarily staying there, Miss Ruan grew displeased and struck Lin Sa. Lin Qingyu's expression changed drastically. That room was where I had arranged for Xiao Ying to stay. What business do you have with me? Slap. Another resounding slap echoed. The atmosphere froze, and everyone stared wide-eyed. No one expected Ruan Guan would truly strike Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu was momentarily stunned. The numbness on his face gradually transformed into pain. A surge of humiliation and anger overwhelmed him. His eyes reddened as he seized a book from the shelf and hurled it at Ruan Guan. Just then, the copper door creaked open, accompanied by two towering figures. It was Jiang Song and Li Yuan. Ruan Guan was taken aback, her gaze momentarily bypassing Jiang Song, landing on Li Yuan, who was clad in black, exuding an aura of coldness and severity. Upon meeting Li Yuan's calm, dark eyes, Ruan Guan felt her heart skip a beat. How could it be him? Why is he here? In the next moment, Li Yuan positioned himself in front of her, catching the book that flew toward her. The heavy cover of the book had a sharp edge, and as it struck, his finger was cut, crimson blood seeping out. I asked this how the Ruan family treats their guests. Li Yuan paid no mind to the wound, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Qingyu. Initially, Lin Qingyu did not recognize Li Yuan, only sensing a resemblance between him and Li Minglan, yet the overwhelming aura of power and danger distinguished them. It took a second glance for him to break out in a cold sweat. Li Gongzi. Everyone else was equally startled. Who in Jiacheng did not know of Li Gongzi? Li Yuan. Li Yuan's father was the second son of the old master Li. Years ago, he was expelled from the Li family for falling in love with a commoner girl, casting a shadow over the elite families of Jiangcheng. The reason was simple. He was too exceptional, in terms of looks, academic performance, and physical prowess. He was top-notch. He was admitted to Jiangcheng University as the top science student during the college entrance examination. Just when everyone thought Li Yuan would become the heir of the Li family, he was exiled abroad by the old master due to a clash of fates with the family. However, just as people began to lament his fate, the Lu family in the capital announced they had found their long-lost grandson and declared him their heir. This person was none other than Li Yuan. It turned out that Li Yuan's commoner mother was the lost daughter of the Lu family. It seemed that a storm was brewing in Jiangcheng. Lin Qingyu hastily called for a first aid kit, explaining, please excuse the two of you. My sister just struck our housekeeper over a trivial matter, and I was merely disciplining her. I asked this how you educate your sister. Jiang Song interjected, his gaze fixed on the books like bricks, his tone mocking. The Ruan family truly has a fierce family reputation. Lin Qingyu sighed. Jiang Xiao, you are unaware that Ruan Guan has been spoiled by our family since childhood, developing an arrogant character. Earlier, not only did she strike Lin Sa, but she also struck me. Meanwhile, Lin Weiying, who had remained silent, suddenly knelt before Ruan Guan. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, Ruan Guan, it's my fault. I shouldn't have competed with you for the interview and deputy editor position. Considering my mother has worked for the Ruan family for 15 years, even without contributions, she deserves some compassion. Please spare her. Chapter 24. She is mine. Witnessing his beloved in such distress shattered Lin Qingyu's heart. He helped Lin Wang to her feet, glaring coldly at Ruan Guan. Wang's capabilities surpass yours. You should learn from her instead of bullying her. Have you forgotten what father taught you? Young master, do not blame Miss Ruan Guan. Lin Wang sobbed in exhaustion, collapsing into Lin Qingyu's embrace, appearing utterly pitiable. With just a few words, the world had painted Ruan Guan as the villain. Jiang Song was astounded. He had initially wanted to question how Lin Wang dared impersonate the Ruan family's daughter, while Ruan Guan, as if she had no voice, never clarified. It seemed that the rot ran deep. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of life Ruan Guan had led previously. Did you really strike her? Jiang Song asked Ruan Guan. Yes, I did strike her, Ruan Guan admitted without reservation. Lin Wang's eyes flashed with a hint of resentment. Yet she said, Jiang Xiao, please don't misunderstand. Miss Ruan is usually very kind to us. She does not always mistreat the servants. It is just that she occasionally has a bad mood. Is that so? Jiang Song raised an eyebrow. Then it seems she strikes well. What? Lin Wang was taken aback. Jiang Song raised an eyebrow. Do you want me to uphold justice? Don't be ridiculous. This is how the upper-class circles operate. The wealthy can do as they please. If not, why don't you call the police? The crystal chandelier reflected his malevolent smile, a true embodiment of an upper-class individual. His usual gentlemanly demeanor was merely a disguise over his disdain, misleading those beneath him into believing they had earned respect, leading them to harbor unrealistic fantasies about him. Lin Wang's face turned pale. It was evident she had not anticipated Jiang Song not only to disdain Ruan Guan, but also to protect her. That's not true. Jiang Song evidently favored senior sister Shen, admiring her resilience and uniqueness. Such a person, even if she no longer liked Shen Zhi Zhi, would never fall for a domineering and venomous face. Yet, with matters having escalated to this point, Lin Wang reported the incident to the police. The police arrived promptly. Lin Qingyu addressed Ruan Guan. I will give you another chance. If you sincerely apologize to Lin Sa, I can overlook this matter. Otherwise, you will be taken to the detention center to reflect. Ruan Guan suddenly smiled. Thank you, my brother. Your words have freed me from hesitation regarding what I am about to do. She turned her head, addressing the police investigating the matter. Hello, officer. I wish to report a theft. Someone has stolen my mother's bracelet, worth 7 figures, which was on her wrist. Everyone followed the direction of Ruan Guan's finger and saw Lin Ruame wearing a jade bracelet on her wrist. Lin Wang protested. On what grounds do you claim that is your mother's bracelet? You are clearly framing her. Lin Qingyu added. Exactly, Ruan Guan. You cannot escape responsibility by falsely accusing Lin Sa. Ruan Guan pressed her dry lips together. That was my mother's favorite jade bracelet, which she rarely wore. Now that she is ill, recuperating abroad, and remains unconscious, it is unbearable to see her beloved bracelet worn by another. She, who carried me for 10 months, is now protecting the mother and daughter who stole from her. Today, regardless of the consequences, I must seek justice for my mother. She struggled to suppress her emotions, attempting to remain as calm as possible while presenting her evidence. The jewelry comes with an appraisal certificate. My mother once provided me with a document detailing her jewelry collection when she was conscious, including the appraisal and insurance policy. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruame not only failed to remove the bracelet, but also hid her wrist behind her back. The police, seasoned in such matters, could tell at a glance that she was guilty. You are suspected of theft. Please come with us. Just as Lin Ruame was about to be taken away, Lin Qingyu hurriedly intervened. Wait a moment. Is there some misunderstanding? Lin Sa has worked for our family for over 10 years. I can vouch for her character. That moment, Li Yuan coldly remarked. What are you to offer such a guarantee? Who do you think you are? Lin Qingyu's mind exploded. Under the lights, Li Yuan casually lifted his eyelids, the light casting a glow on his exquisite features, resembling a fine brocade. Splendid and elegant. It was as if those scornful words were not uttered by him. Even Jiang Song was taken aback. The Li Yuan he knew was not one to meddle in others' affairs. Yet today, he had repeatedly assisted Ruan Guan. Did they know each other? Of course. Ruan Guan was married into the Li family, making her a half-member of the Li family. Li Yuan's protective nature is quite understandable. Jiang Song's logic is coherent, and he did not delve deeper into the matter, but instead made a light-hearted jibe. remarking on the generosity of the Ruan family towards their servants, casually stating that they could give away jewelry worth millions, which made me ponder the idea of working for your family. The already stagnant atmosphere became even more suffocating. As Lin Ruomei was handcuffed, Lin Weiying broke down in tears, pleading with Lin Qingyu for a solution, each tear striking his heart like a hammer. In a moment of desperation, Lin Qingyu exclaimed, "I just remembered. This is a gift I gave to Sister Lin. Sister Lin has worked for our family for many years, treating my sibling and me as her own. I gave it to her as a token of gratitude." Ruan Guan's gaze remained unfazed, as if she had anticipated this. She addressed the police. "This is my mother's jewelry. My brother took it without permission to give it to someone else, which constitutes theft. Since that is the case, I kindly ask you to release my family's maid and take my brother away instead." Lin Qingyu, Lin Weiying, Lin Ruomei, they all shared a singular thought. Is Ruan Guan out of her mind? Since it was Lin Qingyu's own admission, the police, adhering to the law, decided to take him away. Lin Qingyu panicked and immediately sought the counsel of the person with the most authority in the room. "Li Yuan, young Master Li, please persuade Ruan Guan to cease her nonsense." "And you are?" Li Yuan replied indifferently. "I am Lin Qingyu, Ruan Guan's brother." Li Yuan understood, realizing he was a bastard child. Jiang Song smirked. "Indeed. You bear the surname Lin. And your family maid also shares that surname. Could she be your biological mother? No wonder you would assist your birth mother in relocating your adoptive mother's jewelry." Lin Qingyu, he desperately tried to clarify. "No, you two are mistaken. I carry my father's surname. I am not a bastard." Li Yuan paid no heed to his explanations, a hint of amusement flickering in his cold gaze, finding it amusing that the Ruan family's old residence housed a room full of Lin thieves. The police escorted Lin Qingyu away. Ruan Guan and her companions were also taken to give their statements. With evidence irrefutable, Lin Qingyu was detained, awaiting bail. More perplexing was her realization that she no longer had a home. The Ruan family was no longer her sanctuary. At that moment, she felt warmth on her shoulder. Turning around, she discovered Li Yuan had removed his suit jacket, enveloping her in his cool aura, the fabric imbued with his scent. Li Yuan produced a set of keys, stating that it was unsafe for her to remain at the Ruan residence, and offered her his apartment in Jiangwan as an alternative. Ruan Guan's eyes flickered. "Can I move in today? At any time?" Jiang Song suddenly interjected. "I also have a vacant property on Jingbei Road. That place is closer to your office. Don't trouble young Master Yuan. No need for that." Li Yuan interjected, pulling Ruan Guan close. "She is my responsibility. There is no need for Jiang Xiao to concern himself." Chapter 25. The Double Standards of Li Yuan. My responsibility. Upon hearing those three words, Ruan Guan's breath hitched. She suppressed her astonishment and looked toward Li Yuan. He stood in profile beneath the light, the stark glow filtering through the police station's clear glass windows, casting a diagonal reflection across his face. His stern features half-shrouded in shadow. Behind him lay a sea of flickering lights, reminiscent of countless stars, twinkling for him. Tonight's universe possesses an expansive oblivion and fervent precision. A quote from Borges inexplicably surfaced in her mind. Time and space seemed to blur, merging the image of a youthful boy admiring the fiery red maple leaves outside the library with that of the mature, handsome man before her. Ruan Guan felt a stir in her heart. Yet, this flutter was swiftly subdued by her rationality. Surely, she must have misheard. In that case, I would appreciate Mr. escorting me, so I can familiarize myself with the route. Ruan Guan maintained a composed smile, her eyes calm and unwavering. Observing her tranquil demeanor, Li Yuan's gaze darkened, and he merely responded with an affirmative grunt before striding towards the parking lot. Jiang Song remained behind. My responsibility. It wasn't until the orange car lights illuminated the deep blue night that Jiang Song instinctively raised his hand. He saw that Li Yuan's driver had already positioned himself beside the vehicle, opening the door for them. Li Yuan and Ruan Guan walked side by side, their silhouettes bathed in a soft glow. One was tall and upright, the other slender and graceful, a match that was ineffable. Jiang Song flicked open his lighter, igniting a cigarette, as absurd thoughts dissipated like smoke in the wind. Ruan Guan was Li Yuan's sister-in-law and half a member of the Li family. Furthermore, although Li Yuan was of similar age, he had never been seen with any women. Ever since the Lu family announced Li Yuan as the heir, both the capital and Jiang city circles had sought ways to align themselves with him, employing wealth and beauty in turn. Yet, Li Yuan remained unmoved. Therefore, what he had just said was likely. My family. The evening breeze was gentle and the moonlight cool. Jiang Song happily boarded the car, taking the front passenger seat. Behind them, Ruan Guan's phone chimed with a low battery alert. Jiang Song deliberately retrieved a charger. Turning back, he noticed Ruan Guan's fingers curling, tapping twice on the driver's seat, revealing a wireless charging pad. Jiang Song suddenly remarked, "How did you know there was a hidden compartment?" Ruan Guan paused. She had seen Li Yuan operate it last time. She learned it in a single glance. Jiang Song. "You talk too much." Li Yuan's deep voice cut through the air. Spotting Li Yuan resting his hand on the window, his eyes closed in repose, Jiang Song pressed his lips together, falling silent. Ruan Guan, too, breathed a sigh of relief. The car was quiet for a moment until the driver merged onto the expressway when Jiang Song broke the silence. "Brother Yuan, aren't we supposed to drop Ruan Guan off at Jiang'an first?" "No, we will take you first." Li Yuan's tone was distant and indifferent. "Why? It's closer." The old Li residence in the southern city was in proximity to the Jiang family's old residence. So, what did Li Yuan mean by close? In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Jiang family home. The car came to a stop, and Jiang Song feigned surprise, a gleam of mischief in his fox-like eyes. "Brother Yuan, I just remembered that my buddy invited me to Jiangwan for a game of basketball. Could you trouble your driver to take me back there?" The driver had already exited the vehicle, opening the door for him. "I am the back seat," Li Yuan said gently. "Please extend my regards to Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang." The implication of dismissal was unmistakable. Jiang Song, begrudgingly, exited the car. On the return journey, with Jiang Song absent, the atmosphere was particularly serene. The driver closed the partition, and the back seat felt as if only their intertwined breaths could be heard. Ruan Guan broke the silence. "How did you end up at my house with Jiang Song today?" Li Yuan, by coincidence, noting that he only offered 2 words and showed no intention of elaborating. Ruan Guan chose not to press further. She turned her gaze to the window. The last collapse of the Jingjiang Expressway was man-made. Li Yuan suddenly stated. Ruan Guan was startled. "Who did it?" "They are still investigating." The light from outside illuminated the dim interior of the car, the city's opulence sweeping past Li Yuan's high-bridged nose, yet failing to penetrate his eyes, which remained desolate. The car was enveloped in silence. Li Yuan continued, "Therefore, I need to get married, I need a wife, and I require an heir. If you are afraid, we can annul the marriage. I will explain things to the Li family on your behalf." "Not afraid," Ruan Guan replied quickly. Not only was she unafraid, but relief also washed over her. She had pondered numerous times why Li Yuan would choose her for marriage. Now she understood. He knew her well. Making her a suitable candidate for a wife, Ruan Guan needed Li Yuan's influence, and Li Yuan required her presence. Though devoid of affection, their bond, forged through mutual benefit, was a more reliable relationship than love. This was Ruan Guan's comfort zone. Ruan Guan extended her hand. "Li Yuan, may our collaboration be fruitful." The dim yellow light within the car reflected on her face, her skin delicate like exquisite porcelain, while her soft, captivating gaze sparkled with laughter in the night, resembling the stunning glaze of fine china. Li Yuan caressed her fingertips. And the next moment, he clasped her slender, solitary hand, echoing, "May our collaboration be fruitful." Chapter 26. Worrying you might be too tired. Along the way, the car halted in front of a supermarket. Ruan Guan recoiled slightly, turning around. However, the anticipated splash did not reach her. Instead, she found herself enveloped in a familiar, cool aura. Opening her eyes, she saw mud splattered on Li Yuan's impeccably pressed white shirt. A wave of guilt surged within her, accompanied by irritation towards the reckless motorcycle rider. Ruan Guan seized the Russian rye bread she had just purchased and hurled it, akin to a javelin, striking the motorcyclist's helmet from a distance. "Oh no, run." Ruan Guan immediately grabbed Li Yuan's hand and dashed away 10 meters away. The motorcyclist, Wang Li, cursed with a national treasure's fervor, venting his frustrations in the loving each other's friends group. Wang Li, brothers, I've been attacked. Weapon. A piece of rye bread. Jiang Song. What absurdity are you up to again? Wang Li, it's true. This wicked couple did it. I caught them on camera. After throwing it at me, they held hands and ran off. Brothers, the vendetta of rye bread is not to be overlooked. Quickly look at the photo and see if you recognize them. Image, on the other side. Ruan Guan arrived at Li Yuan's residence. This was a property he acquired during his university days, located on the top floor with a duplex design, encompassing an actual area of around 200 square meters. You should change your clothes, Ruan Guan suggested. Li Yuan had gotten mud all over himself while helping her, so out of consideration, she added, you can give me your dirty clothes. I'll wash them for you. Li Yuan remained still, his gaze fixed on her, silent. Ruan Guan clarified, I meant I can take them to dry cleaned. Li Yuan regarded her, raising an eyebrow. But are you sure you want me to change here? Ruan Guan. She curled her toes, silently stepping aside to make way. Only after Li Yuan ascended to the second floor did Ruan Guan let out a sigh of relief. The calendar, still hanging in the room from 8 years ago, serves as a testament to the lengthy absence of Li Yuan. However, the room is immaculate and devoid of dust, suggesting that a maid has been coming regularly to clean. Ruan Guan approached the window and opened it for ventilation. Outside lay the iconic buildings of Jiangqing, with a cluster of CBD structures forming a breathtaking skyline that beckons tourists from around the globe. The atmosphere is one of lavish indulgence, as if the city were tailored for such a phrase. She intended to inquire about the room he occupied once Li Yuan emerged. As she passed by a room near the staircase, she noticed it was dimly lit, the door ajar with a gap the size of a palm. Assuming it was unoccupied, her gaze instinctively wandered in, only to be met with the sight of Li Yuan changing clothes. Outside his window loomed a distant LED screen, even without the lights on in the room. One could clearly see him unfastening the last button of his shirt and retrieving a damp tissue from the table to wipe the water glistening on his skin. His collarbone was straight, his chest well-defined, and his abdominal muscles prominent. Ruan Guan's breath caught in her throat, and she hurriedly averted her gaze, feeling akin to a voyeur. The embarrassment was overwhelming. She quickly shifted her eyes, feigning nonchalance as she descended the stairs. Before long, Li Yuan had dressed and approached her, apologizing for the door being faulty and blown open by the wind. Ruan Guan shook her head and softly replied, "It is I who should apologize for intruding." She felt too shy to meet Li Yuan's gaze, her eyes dropping downwards, particularly so when she caught sight of his chiseled chest. Her gaze respectfully lowered. It didn't take long for her to realize the awkwardness of the situation. It was truly uncomfortable. Ruan Guan was not inexperienced in being alone with men. She had been calm around Li Minglan, Jiang Song, and Su Tong'an. Yet, in Li Yuan's presence, she always felt out of sorts. She didn't know where to look, settling instead on the paintings adorning the wall, but the reflective glass of the frame mirrored her flushed face, revealing a hue reminiscent of guilt. Just then, Li Yuan leaned down, his long fingers brushing her forehead, and his strikingly handsome face loomed larger before her. All she could see were his thin, rosy lips parting and closing. Was it the air conditioning in the car that had caused him to catch a cold? Perhaps. Her head spun, and she wondered if she truly was ill. Li Yuan brewed a cup of brown sugar water, and, beneath the warm glow of the kitchen island, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing a slender forearm with prominent veins. His long fingers, delicate as jade, gently held the silver spoon, stirring the sugar water, the sound of the liquid rippling softly. When Ruan Guan took the glass from him, the flush on her face had yet to dissipate. The rising steam enveloped her face, casting a faint pink glow over her fair neck. Nearby, Li Yuan grasped his clothing and remarked that it was getting late, advising her to rest early, promising that he would have the maid come to fix the bedroom tomorrow. Ruan Guan exhaled in relief. Out of politeness, she casually suggested, "It's late. You could stay if you'd like." Li Yuan paused momentarily. Ruan Guan's mind buzzed, realizing the inappropriateness of her words. Just as she was about to rectify her statement, she heard Li Yuan's deep laughter. "You need to rise early tomorrow and shouldn't exhaust yourself. I'll take my leave now." Chapter 27. Misunderstanding. You shouldn't tire yourself. Ruan Guan, being an adult, understood the underlying implication of his words, suppressing the heat rising to her cheeks. She feigned composure and said to Li Yuan, "You misunderstand. I have something to give you." Saying this, she rummaged through her bag to retrieve the pen she had bought last time. Just as she was about to present it, she realized the elegant packaging appeared somewhat ambiguous in the current atmosphere. Hence, she discreetly opened the box within her bag and extracted the bare pen. It was a deep sapphire blue, adorned with intricate golden engravings on the cap. Originally, this was meant as a token of gratitude for Jiang Song for accepting the interview. But upon discovering his breach of promise, she had re-engraved it with Li Yuan's name. To be honest, this ostentatiously designed pen did not seem like something Li Yuan would use, which was why she had hesitated to present it. She was aware that Li Yuan was exceptionally astute, adept in both intellect and social nuances. He would undoubtedly discern that this gift was not initially intended for him, were it not for the current awkwardness. She might never have offered the pen. A very beautiful pen, Li Yuan's voice cascaded down from above. A smile graced his lips as he accepted the pen, toying with it while his rough fingertips glided over the golden engraving. His smile deepened as his deep-set eyes regarded Ruan Guan with intrigue. Who was it originally meant for? Ruan Guan's breath hitched. Indeed, he had seen through her. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, and her mind momentarily blanked. She was not one to falter in social interactions. Since starting her career, she had never erred in her dealings with others, knowing precisely how to gift something that would resonate with the recipient's heart. "I apologize. I will choose another one," she began, but Li Yuan raised his hand, interrupting her. Ruan Guan was taken aback, uncertain of his intentions. She looked up in confusion and found his striking yet austere face with raised brows, his dark pupils and slightly parted rosy lips exuding an allure. "But it's truly beautiful. I like it very much." Ruan Guan felt as if she had been placed on pause, even as the sound of Li Yuan closing the door echoed. She remained frozen in place. The cool fragrance lingered in the air. She flopped onto the sofa, the cool leather against her face failing to quell the heat within her. She thought she had long outgrown the age of overthinking due to someone else's words. Yet, whether it was Li Yuan's presence rekindling the memories of her youth or some other reason, her heart raced uncontrollably. It was only when she looked up and spotted the calendar on the wall that time seemed to freeze. It was marked in June. 8 years ago, the month Li Yuan had gone abroad. He was a disciplined individual with an exceptionally clear plan for his future, far exceeding that of his peers. The blank spaces on the calendar were filled with a strong, elegant handwriting outlining his daily agenda. June 1 SD, competition, study XX course, run, June 3 RD, thesis, go to the lab, strength training, June 7 TH, college entrance exam volunteer, and on June 10th. The first day after the exam, the schedule was entirely empty. That was the day she and Li Yuan had promised to meet. She had eagerly anticipated the arrival of that day, marking it with a large red circle on her calendar. She had concocted countless reasons to explain Li Yuan's absence. Perhaps he had been forcibly sent abroad, or maybe he had come but she had failed to see him. However, the calendar before her ruthlessly shattered every excuse she had fabricated. He had never held the promise in his heart. That commitment was something she had taken to heart alone. The light in Ruan Guan's eyes gradually dimmed as she approached the calendar, almost masochistically searching for any traces of past writings that had been erased, but there were none. The blank spaces remained pristine and untouched. Ruan Guan felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Gazing at her pale reflection in the mirror, she could almost see the version of herself who had waited under the Sephora tree at Jiang University from dawn until dusk. A self-deprecating smile escaped her lips. Wasn't one bout of unrequited affection enough, Ruan Guan? She took a deep breath, regaining her composure. Just then, her phone vibrated. It was a call from her father, Lin Tangshung. As soon as she answered, a furious tirade erupted from the other end. Ruan Guan, you've really grown wings, sending your brother to the police station. Do you think that with the Li family as your backing, you can act with impunity? Withdraw the report immediately and get your brother out. Ruan Guan held the phone away from her, recalling that her father had never dared to raise his voice at her when her mother was still healthy. The difference in their last names spoke volumes. Ruan Guan carried her mother's surname, who had once harbored hopes of her inheriting the Ruan family legacy. Rest assured, father, I will soon sever ties with the Li family. A hint of mockery laced her calm voice. What do you mean by that? because I am divorcing Li Minglan. The Ruan family would no longer have access to the Li family's collaborative projects. You dare. The agitation in Lin Tongxing's voice painted a vivid picture of him pacing furiously on the other side. Ruan Guan chuckled softly and hung up the phone. Immediately, her father bombarded her with numerous calls, becoming quite bothersome. She contemplated turning off her phone when she noticed several messages on WeChat. Li Minglan, where are you? Yuri not at home. Ruan Guan glanced at the flurry of exclamation marks, feeling overwhelmed, and promptly muted Li Minglan's notifications. She continued to scroll down until she spotted a message from Su Tong'an. Su Tong'an, sister, our school is holding a competition tomorrow. Will you come cheer for me? Ruan Guan felt no inclination to attend. She was utterly exhausted. Tomorrow was a rare Saturday, and all she wished for was to sleep until noon. Just as she was about to toss her phone aside, Su Tong'an suddenly sent another photo. It captured him at the pool, emerging from the water with his golden hair glistening and his youthful, muscular physique on display, exuding an intoxicating essence in the azure water. Su Tong'an, oh no, I accidentally sent the wrong photo. It was taken by a classmate during today's preliminaries. Sister, just pretend you didn't see it. Su Tong'an, the cat is hiding. JPG Ruan Guan, quite cheeky. However, she remembered that Su Tong'an was a swimming prodigy at Jiang University. A flicker of intrigue crossed her mind. She had once contemplated revisiting the place, but the current stringent regulations at Jiang University required student IDs for entry, making it impossible for her to enter. This might indeed be a good opportunity. Saturday arrived. Bright and sunny at the entrance of Jiang University. Flags waved proudly, with several support banners lining the pathways on either side of the swimming facility. Jiang University was renowned for its swimming team, and spectators flocked to witness the event. Ruan Guan presented her invitation card and entered the campus. Senior, may I add you on WeChat? A boy approached her, his friends cheering him on, drawing the attention of many onlookers. I'm married. Ruan Guan graciously declined, revealing the diamond ring adorning her ring finger. To her surprise, the young man merely smiled and said, It's all right, I don't mind. Ruan Guan responded with a puzzled expression. And the next moment, Su Tong'an appeared. His fair complexion had been slightly reddened by the sun, and he immediately stepped between Ruan Guan and the young man who had been flirting, playfully saying, Sister, why did you take so long? I thought you were going to stand me up again. He then cast a curious glance at the young man and inquired, What was it you said you didn't mind? Everyone present was taken aback. The young man quickly explained, I'm sorry. Tong Ge, I didn't realize she was your sister-in-law. Don't speak nonsense. Su Tong'an shouted, his face turning crimson, a clear attempt to cover up his embarrassment. As expected, the group of boys began to tease. Oh, Ruan Guan found their antics tiresome. That moment, a security guard in his 50s approached from the direction of the library, staring at Ruan Guan for a while before breaking into a grin. Ah, it's you. It's been a while since I last saw you and your boyfriend. You two are married now, right? This remark left everyone in the vicinity bewildered. Su Tong'an furrowed his brows and said, Sir, you must have mistaken her for someone else. She isn't from our school. The guard chuckled. No, this little girl isn't, but her boyfriend is. They often come to the library to study. They're quite diligent. What's her boyfriend's name again? Oh, right, it's Li. Ruan Guan's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected the security guard to have such a good memory, recalling events from 8 years ago. She didn't want anyone to know about her past with Li Yuan. With a smile, she interjected, Sir, you must be mistaken. This is my first time at Jiang University. The guard scratched his head, scrutinizing Ruan Guan's face closely, muttering, It doesn't seem quite right. Ruan Guan let out a sigh of relief, while Su Tong'an assumed the guard was simply mistaken due to his age. Just then, someone rushed in, shouting, Tong Ge, the coach is looking for you. I'm coming. Su Tong'an responded, but before leaving, he remembered to take off his watch and handed it to Ruan Guan. Sister, could you hold this for me? The others began to tease him again. Tong Ge is very protective of that watch. He usually doesn't let anyone touch it. Before Ruan Guan could refuse, he had already left. She glanced down at the watch, examining it for a while, and realized it wasn't particularly valuable. At least, For someone of Su Tong'an's stature, it would need to be worth a couple of extra zeros to match his status. The only reason he cherished it so much must be that it was a gift from Shen Zhi Zhi. The swimming pool, the men's 200-meter freestyle event was about to commence. Ruan Guan's position was near the starting block, with a row of youthful swimmers just 10 meters away. Su Tong'an, while putting on his goggles, turned his head and locked eyes with her. Waving with a smile, the audience, not understanding the situation, erupted into excited cheers. Su Shuizhang, go for it. Su Tong'an is looking at me. What? Su Shuizhang is just greeting Xiaoying. Ruan Guan turned her head and noticed a beautiful girl sitting beside her. It was her friend who spoke. As the starting gun fired, Su Tong'an leaped off the starting block, and the cheers from the stands grew even louder. As expected, he secured first place. He raised his hand in victory, forming a 0.1 gesture, exuding youthful vigor under the flashing lights. His arms braced against the pool, leaping out of the water, prompting another wave of cheers. Abdominal muscle fairy, so handsome. I can't imagine how happy it would be to be his girlfriend. Coward, I dare to imagine. The cheers filled her ears, and Ruan Guan's mind flashed back to the previous night, recalling Li Yuan's toned waist. The thought flickered away, but her face grew warmer. Meanwhile, Su Tong'an misunderstood the situation. A smile appeared on his handsome face as he turned to the podium to collect his award. Xiaoying, Su Shuizhang looked at you again. He even smiled at you. Her friend exclaimed. Xiaoying blushed and replied, don't say such things, her friend teased. Xiaoying, what are you still doing sitting here? Hurry and take Su Shuizhang some water. Xiaoying bit her lip, nervously picking up the water she had prepared for Su Tong'an, turning to Ruan Guan and saying, sorry, could you let me pass? Ruan Guan readily complied, shifting her legs to make way for the girl. However, Xiaoying froze in place. Ruan Guan took a step back. The girl moved, but not to change her position. Instead, she reached to grab the watch that Ruan Guan had been holding loosely in her palm. Isn't this Su Shuizhang's watch? How did it end up with you? The girl's voice drew the attention of those around them, and murmurs began to rise. Indeed, that's the watch Su Tong'an frequently wears. I heard he doesn't let anyone touch it. I've heard about Su Shuizhang's avid fans. Not long ago, someone stole several pairs of his swim trunks. Do you think it could be her? Oh no. Did she steal the watch too? Ruan Guan remained silent. She certainly wouldn't allow a stranger to rummage through her belongings. During the tussle, her bag fell to the ground, spilling its contents everywhere, including her ID card. Xiaoying's friend, quick on her feet, grabbed it and, upon seeing the date of birth, burst into laughter. Oh my, she's actually 7 years older than Su Shuizhang. Wow. It seems Su Shuizhang's charm is so great that even older ladies are drawn to him. Ruan Guan's expression darkened. Give it back to me. I really didn't take it. Then how did Su Shuizhang's watch end up with you? He asked me to keep it for him. Nonsense. He never lets anyone touch that watch. You, although a bit older, are quite good looking. Why would you resort to stealing someone's belongings? Ruan Guan found it amusing. Did she really look like someone who would steal from others? Just then, Su Tong'an pushed through the crowd, asking, what's going on? Xiaoying, feeling awkward, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said, Shuizhang, the person who stole your swim trunks has been found. It's her. She also took your watch. Su Tong'an was taken aback. And the next moment, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around, he grasped Ruan Guan's wrist, pulling her close and placing his championship medal around her neck. This is for you. Do you like it? Instantly, gasps filled the air. I asked this Su Tong'an's girlfriend. No wonder she was holding his watch. Wait, didn't we say Su Tong'an was pursuing AI Xiaoying? Hearing the murmurs, Su Tong'an frowned. Who is AI Xiaoying? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Su Tong'an didn't even know who AI Xiaoying was. At that moment, Xiaoying and her companions exchanged incredulous expressions. Hearing the girl's full name, Ruan Guan recalled a character from a book. Like herself, she was but a supporting character, yet this girl was even more pitiful. Initially indifferent to Su Tong'an but later swayed by her friends who were obsessed with shipping them together. In essence, she served merely as a tool to highlight Su Tong'an's popularity, Ruan Guan side, returning both the medal and the watch to Su Tong in congratulations on winning the championship. My brother-in-law has come to pick me up. I must take my leave. The crowd was left in shock. What? Brother-in-law? She's married. So Su Tong'an is so openly trying to steal someone else's partner? Isn't that being a third party? Immediately, Xiaoying's face lost its color, and her gaze towards Su Tong'an brimmed with disdain. Meanwhile, on Jiang City University's campus forum, a thread titled Shocking. The campus heartthrob is after a married woman quickly gained popularity. Some even uploaded live photos to marketing accounts, and within a short time, it amassed thousands of shares. Li Corporation, in Li Minglan's office. Pei Baizhen leisurely sipped his tea. The Li Corporation was currently advancing its entire line of electric vehicles. They were not only prepared to offer a generous salary to the renowned Chinese engineer Victoria, but had also proposed inviting the new film emperor Pei Baizhen as a spokesperson. Victoria, I've heard of her. A genius mechanical prodigy, quite mysterious, Pei Baizhen remarked. The two continued their conversation until Pei Baizhen's phone buzzed. Upon glancing at the message, a smile graced his lips. Trending in the city. Jiang University heartthrob covets a married woman. Pictures included. Interesting. I remember the last Jiang University heartthrob was you, Li Minglan. Who is it this time? I believe it's someone from the Su family. Su Tong'an. Yes. Pei Baizhen flipped his phone, showing Li Minglan the screen. By the way, the married woman in this photo looks a bit like your Ruan Guan. Li Minglan took a glance. Though the individuals in the picture were pixelated, the married woman did indeed bear a resemblance to Ruan Guan. The absurd thought that Su Tong'an was pursuing Ruan Guan briefly crossed his mind, but Li Minglan quickly shook his head in amusement. That's impossible. Ruan Guan has loved him for 8 years. She wouldn't fall for someone else. Besides, how could Su Tong'an be interested in a woman 7 years older than him? Li Minglan chuckled softly, not giving it much thought, and proceeded to contact his informant in Germany to seek out the rumored genius mechanical girl. Victoria, Chapter 29, Confession at Jiang University, the swimming pool. Su Tong'an stood frozen in place, surrounded by the ongoing discussions. Words like young mistress and shameless wove through the air, wrapping around him like an intricate web. He was not someone who cared much about others' opinions. Gazing at Ruan Guan's departing figure, his exquisitely handsome face tightened, revealing a complexity of emotions. In his delicate doe-like eyes, there was shock, anger, grievance, and a hint of disappointment that even he had not yet recognized. At his tender age, with such a fine physique presented before her, how could Ruan Guan not even glance his way? This resolute determination to seduce others through her physical allure left Su Tong'an feeling utterly vulnerable. Previously, he had harbored concerns that Ruan Guan, an older woman devoid of the nurturing warmth of love, might succumb to her desires, as fierce as a wolf. Consequently, he undertook extensive psychological preparation. For the sake of Shen Zhi Zhi's love, to facilitate her union with Li Minglan, and to spare her the disgrace of being labeled a mistress, he was willing to compromise his own feelings and tempt Ruan Guan, provided she would be the one to initiate a divorce. Yet, as the plan unraveled, he should have felt grateful for not having to sacrifice himself for someone he did not love. Instead, a heavy gloom settled within him, a hollow void that he had not experienced in a long time. Akin to the disappointment of a child whose parents had promised a trip to the amusement park but ultimately failed to show up. It dawned on him that this emotion was termed disappointment, but what was he truly disappointed about? Perhaps it was the wager with Jiang Song. Had the plan succeeded today, Pei Baizhen's sports car would have been his. Yet, he felt it was more than that. Su Tong'an's mind was in disarray, oblivious to the fact that everyone was watching him. Throughout the journey, he wore a sullen expression, his damp hair tips dripping with sweat. Resembling a damp ghost, his teammates felt a twinge of fear. Tong Ge, was that woman from the Ruan family? Is her name Ruan Guan? Do you know her? Indeed, it is her. Tong Ge, I advise you to pursue someone else. If you fancy married women, I'll help you find a way. Get lost. Hey, I misspoke. I was just trying to remind you. Ruan Guan has been enamored with Li Minglan for 8 whole years. There's even a video of her confessing to him at a KTV. Still stored in the cloud. Su Tong'an frowned. What video? His teammate produced his phone. It's in my cloud. I'll send it to you. TSK, Li Minglan truly lacks appreciation. When she confessed, he pushed her to the ground and told her to leave. When did that happen? His teammate pondered. Right after the college entrance exams. My brother is in the same class as Li Minglan. They were singing at KTV with a few friends when Ruan Guan barged in. Oh, she was holding a sketchbook filled with drawings of Li Minglan. That moment, he didn't even know who she was. It was quite distressing. I heard she had been drinking, and this incident caused quite a stir. The video circulated wildly. However, Ruan Guan didn't pursue him afterward. I heard she went abroad. Who would have thought she eventually married into the Li family? It seems she got her wish. So, Tong Ge, you should pursue someone else. Ruan Guan has harbored feelings for Li Minglan for a solid 8 years. No, not just 8 years. Oh no. I accidentally shared the video in the group chat. Su Tonghan was irritated by the commotion. Barely listening to their chatter, his gaze fixated on the screen. The video was dimly lit, yet it distinctly showcased Ruan Guan from 8 years ago, a version of her he had never encountered. Clad in a white dress, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her face adorned with youthful roundness, she appeared both innocent and delicate. Although he had never seen her back then, Su Tonghan felt an uncanny familiarity. As the video inadvertently circulated in a group of 200, both Li Minglan and Pei Baichen caught sight of it. Pei Baichen chuckled. I wonder who dug this video up again. If Ruan Guan knew I recorded it. She might want to kill me, right? It seems I must apologize to her in person, hoping she will forgive my youthful folly. He continued, however, I admire her persistence. For 8 years, she has schemed and finally married you. Pei Baichen's smile was gentle and humble, aligning with the image adored by fans. Li Minglan remained silent, his dark eyes fixated on the video, where he had callously pushed Ruan Guan away, his brow furrowed. Had he truly been so rough with her? He rubbed his aching brow, wishing to shield more eyes from witnessing this, and promptly notified the group admin to delete the video. Pei Baichen, bemused, asked, "What's wrong?" Feeling sympathetic, you're not actually developing feelings for Ruan Guan, are you? Impossible, Li Minglan retorted instantly. I would prefer Ruan Guan not to cling to me. If it weren't for pleasing my grandfather, I would have divorced her long ago. However, considering she had loved him for 8 years, he resolved to treat Ruan Guan a bit better moving forward. He recalled that shortly after their marriage, she had inquired about taking wedding photos. Now, reflecting on it, he thought that since one marries only once in a lifetime, it would be better to fulfill her wish and arrange a wedding photoshoot. With this thought in mind, Li Minglan summoned his assistant. Xiao Wang, please select several beautiful wedding dresses, compile them into a PDF, and send them to her this afternoon for her to choose. Also, make sure to not mention that I asked you to send it. Pei Baichen raised an eyebrow. He remained silent, waiting for the assistant to clarify. Unexpectedly, the assistant wore a knowing expression. Rest assured, Mr. Li, I will select the most exquisite wedding dresses. As the door closed, Assistant Xiao Wang hummed a tune. Compiling a selection of both established European and new domestic wedding dress designers, initially curating 20 luxurious options to send to Shen Zhi Zhi. Wang, why are you in such high spirits? Someone inquired. Xiao Wang grinned with pride. You'll find out soon enough. Last time I gifted a pen, now I'm selecting wedding dresses. It seems that young Li is on the verge of divorce to marry his true love. When that time comes, I will be a significant contributor, a favored figure before the new Mrs. How delightful. On the other side, after leaving Jiang University, Ruan Guan received a message from Jiang Song. It was about the previously mentioned offer to restore a scrapped sports car. Priced at 10 million, Ruan Guan never let financial matters deter her, and she quickly arrived at a 4S shop based on the location provided. Inside, she found only Jiang Song. He was lounging on a sofa, clad in a striking black and red designer hoodie, exuding a casual air as he held a cigarette, looking both disheveled and relaxed. A calico cat was at his feet, contentedly munching on cat food. Yuri here, Jiang Song glanced up, his smile widening upon seeing Ruan Guan. He lazily waved his phone. Someone in the group shared a rather amusing video. Do you want to see it? Chapter 30. The genius mechanic skill Ruan Guan recognized the expression on Jiang Song's face and deduced the video's content. Most likely, it was the footage of her confession to Li Minglan that had resurfaced. As she approached to take a look, her assumption was confirmed. Once, after watching that video the day after a bender, she felt as if the world was collapsing around her. Yet now, she found herself grateful to the person who unearthed it once more. I'm calm about it. It is indeed quite interesting. Please send me a copy. Jiang Song shot her a glance, grinning. Sure, what a pity. He shifted his tone. At that time, I was in Europe for closed training, and I only just saw this brilliant scene today. However, your timing was rather unfortunate. Li Minglan had just learned of Shen Zhi Zhi's departure abroad when you barged in. She looked around. Where's the car that needs repairing? No need to rush. Jiang Song lazily raised his hand, pressing a button on the wall. As the roll-up door opened, the skeleton of a car appeared before Ruan Guan. What is this? This is the car you are to restore. Oh, Jiang Song patted the remaining half of the car's front. This was my first car. Back then, I didn't even have a driver's license, often racing with Li Minglan and Pei Baichen on the winding roads outside the city. Recalling those times, a genuine smile graced his features. Ruan Guan remembered reading that Jiang Song and Li Minglan were inseparable in high school, but they had a falling out after both fell for Shen Zhi Zhi, culminating in a rally race where the loser had to withdraw. Jiang Song's vehicle had broken down during that race, and in his youthful arrogance, he suspected Li Minglan of foul play. Li Minglan had derided Jiang Song for being unable to take a loss, leading to a physical confrontation and their eventual estrangement. It wasn't until they graduated from university and began collaborating in their own company that their relationship began to mend. Ruan Guan, an outsider to this history, discreetly activated the recorder in her pocket. Driving without a license and illegal racing, this would certainly land Jiang Song in hot water. As for the sports car, she approached the wrecked vehicle. Is this a Ferrari 458 Italia? A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Song's eyes. How did you recognize it? Even he hadn't identified it at first glance. Having seen far worse vehicles during rally competitions, she understood that racing cars were modularly managed, allowing for immediate repairs of damaged parts. However, this car was different. Ruan Guan felt a surge of excitement. To her, the car's framework resembled puzzle pieces, and she needed to begin by collecting the fragments. Realizing that Ruan Guan's interest in racing surpassed mere hobby, Jiang Song inquired, "Have you studied it?" In a way, Ruan Guan replied ambiguously. Her resume lacked any mention of her studies at an engineering school in Germany, which Jiang Song could not verify, only that she graduated from Milan's Marangoni Institute under the name Victoria. Jiang Song's curiosity deepened. "I've already purchased all the parts on your list." As he spoke, he opened a warehouse door, revealing an array of components neatly organized. "How many days will you need? And how many people will you require?" "I'll make the arrangements." Ruan Guan contemplated. "I can manage it with my own team." "It will be ready by tomorrow." "Tomorrow," Jiang Song repeated, thinking she was underestimating the time required. Ruan Guan presumed he found her time frame insufficient. Having participated in numerous F1 rally races, she knew that vehicle changes were prohibited, and repair times counted against the driver's time, making every second critical. Her engineering team had once set records for changing tires in 1.8 seconds and restoring a totaled car in 30 minutes. However, this is, after all, not the arena of Formula One, where both the venue and personnel are limited. Ruan Guan remarked, "If you are in a hurry, the earliest we can manage is noon tomorrow. It cannot be expedited further." Jiang Song, on the other hand, held no hopes regarding Ruan Guan. Not to mention repairing a racing car, even assembling a Lego model would take longer than a day. Fortunately, he was not initially inclined to focus on car repairs. He smiled and said, "All right, as long as it makes you happy." Ruan Guan frowned slightly. She was not particularly fond of Jiang Song's tone. She had encountered such expressions and tones before, which implied that he doubted her capabilities simply because she was a woman. Yet, in this industry, she had witnessed many remarkable female predecessors. However, since Jiang Song was the client, Ruan Guan refrained from expressing her displeasure. She retrieved a contract she had prepared earlier, adhering to the principle of first the small man, then the gentleman. "Let us sign the contract first." Jiang Song raised an eyebrow. "Are you afraid I might default on the payment? Are you subtly mocking me?" He scoffed. "All right, there's a decent steakhouse nearby. Shall I treat you?" "No, you go ahead. Are you on a diet?" Ruan Guan shook her head internally. She never deprived herself when it came to food. During her time studying abroad, Chinese cuisine was both expensive and inauthentic, prompting her to often rise in the middle of the night to cook. One night, she prepared a large pot of braised pork and made leavened pancakes. The rich, savory braised pork enveloped in the pancakes created a culinary harmony of fat and carbohydrates, with the aroma wafting through the cracks of the door, enticing several fellow students to write in Chinese at the apartment entrance the next day, "Which compatriot is poisoning us in the dead of night? Please let us share in your torment." It was evident that Ruan Guan had a profound love for food and knew how to appreciate it, but she simply did not wish to dine with someone she disliked. To irk Jiang Song, Ruan Guan nodded. "Yes, I am on a diet. If I gain weight, Minglan won't be pleased." Jiang Song's expression soured, as if he had just tasted something unpleasant. He did not press the matter further. Meanwhile, Ruan Guan had her hair tied up at the crown of her head, adorned with a black cap, and wore a lead gray work uniform. Her unadorned face bore bright, focused eyes as she assigned tasks to everyone. Jiang Song felt a lump in his throat. He believed that a girl sharing a boy's hobby was quite alluring, especially when she was beautiful. During his high school years, he was passionate about football, and some girls would claim to support his favorite team just to catch his attention, only to confuse the team jersey. Later, upon discovering his interest in motorcycles, they all flocked to that circle. Absurdly adopting his passion as their career goal, he instinctively categorized Ruan Guan among such individuals. Yet, today's scene felt like a slap in the face, making him realize that the more he understood Ruan Guan, the less he truly knew her. Lost in thought, Jiang Song quietly observed them repairing the vehicle, oblivious to the passage of time. Meanwhile, a video featuring Ruan Guan went viral online. Unfortunately, the bad news was that she was portrayed as the counterpart of Shen Zhi Zhi, a diligent scientist who had returned to the country, depicted as a mere pretty face and an airhead fashion magazine editor. Chapter 31. Li Minglan, your girlfriend? During a break, Ruan Guan noticed a message from Li Jing. Li Jing, Guan, have you offended someone? Ruan Guan, what happened? Li Jing, you don't know? I'll send you the link. You'll understand. Upon clicking the link, a short video appeared, narrated in the signature voice of a marketing account. Can you believe this is a Chinese engineer who has received offers from renowned European car companies? One might think a new star has emerged in the entertainment industry. The script mentioned nothing about Ruan Guan, focusing primarily on introducing Shen Zhi Zhi. The overall tone radiated positivity. A video Ruan Guan would likely like as an editor, adhering to professional standards. If the interviewees were not fashion moguls but rather elderly, children, pregnant women, or the ill, she would maintain the same approach. However, beneath the facade of not needing to flatter or please men, her actions appeared laden with ulterior motives. Indeed, upon perusing the comments section, Ruan Guan saw that the highly upvoted comments regarded her as Shen Zhi Zhi's counterpart. Is this woman deliberately bending over to flaunt her cleavage for the men? Clearly a brainless face, relying on her looks to ascend. Difficult to evaluate. Some women challenge authority, while others objectify themselves. Don't even think of comparing mission with this person. She is utterly unworthy. Some comments were overtly leading. Netizens easily believed what they saw, perceiving Ruan Guan as a hollow-headed, beauty-privileged editor. As someone with insider knowledge, Ruan Guan understood that most internet trends were propelled by marketing. Hence, Li Jing's inquiry about whether she had offended someone did not surprise her. This was, after all, a plotline from the original story. The acclaimed actor Pei Baichen invested in a workplace variety show to promote Shen Zhi Zhi, showcasing her passion for science and maternal instincts while casting certain female guests as scapegoats. Ruan Guan was merely one of those scapegoats. Such grand narratives were typically unavoidable, as long as it did not interfere with her ability to earn. Ruan Guan would not let it trouble her. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, Ruan Guan opened a window for fresh air, witnessing the breathtaking sight of blue and orange merging at the skyline, illuminating the myriad lights of the city. Snap! Behind her, a flash illuminated the space. Why haven't you left yet? Ruan Guan furrowed her brow, staying behind to supervise, lest you ruin my beloved car. She glanced at the photograph. Backlit, it only captured her silhouette. Those unfamiliar with her would not recognize her. Li Minglan, is this the little girlfriend you mentioned, Ruan Guan? Just as Ruan Guan pondered how to decline, she received a call from Su Tong'an. Sister, I think I'm unwell. Cough cough, could you buy me some cold medicine? Don't worry, I'll pay you back. My parents are abroad, and I feel so miserable alone. His voice was hoarse, as if it had been worn down on a coarse surface. The person who had been lively that morning and won a championship now sounded as frail as a delicate flower. Something felt amiss. However, the mobile banking app displayed a deposit of 100,000 yuan from Su Tong'an. He had given far too much. Ruan Guan's tone softened considerably. All right, I'll head over shortly. After hanging up, Ruan Guan changed her clothes, and Jiang Song frowned. Was that a call from Su Tong'an? Yes. Jiang Song clenched his jaw, his smile taking on a sinister edge. Su Tong'an, once again, that kid must have seen your social media and is deliberately trying to steal you away. He grasped Ruan Guan's wrist tightly. What is your relationship with him? Why does he need you when he is sick? Can't he go to the hospital? You're not a doctor, and don't you realize you're married? Do you think it's appropriate to visit another man's home at night? Ruan Guan, what nonsense are you spouting? He is still a child. Suddenly, Jiang Song burst into laughter. He released her hand. Unable to contain his amusement, Su Tong'an, oh Su Tong'an, your efforts are wasted. In Ruan Guan's heart, you're just a child with a heightened sense of self-importance. Jiang Song found it utterly hilarious. Ruan Guan regarded him as if he were unhinged, then left the repair shop. Jiang Song made no attempt to stop her. He opened Su Tong'an's WeChat and sent a voice message. Jiang Song, brother. Save your energy. If you wish to steal her from me, you should first consider whether you have the capability. In her eyes, you're no different from Jiang Sihai. Su Tong'an, who is Jiang Sihai? Jiang Song, my cousin from kindergarten. There was silence on the other end. Just as Jiang Song's lips curled into a victorious smile, Su Tong'an sent a mirror selfie. In the photo, he wore a snug white tank top and gray sweatpants. With 2 boxes visible on the bed behind him, Jiang Song's laughter ceased abruptly. He immediately looked up, trying to catch a glimpse of Ruan Guan, but she was nowhere to be seen. Damn. Jiang Song's expression darkened ominously as he snatched the car keys from the table. Striding towards the car, determined to reach Su Tong'an's apartment before Ruan Guan. But where the hell did that kid live? Simultaneously, Pei Baichen, tasked by his parents, arrived to deliver something to Su Tong'an. The Pei family had familial ties with the Su family, and technically, Su Tong'an should refer to him as uncle. He overheard Su Tong'an's conversation with Ruan Guan and the voice message with Jiang Song. Pei Baichen's light brown eyes flickered. He took out a spare phone. Excusing himself to help Su Tong'an with his belongings while activating the phone's recording function, discreetly setting it on a flower stand to capture the entire room. Moreover, he poured a bottle of oil-like substance into the humidifier in Su Tong'an's bedroom, which he had just happened to use. Having accomplished all this, Pei Baichen left. After approximately half an hour, he called Shen Zhi Zhi. Zhi, Shaun is sick and refuses to take his medicine. He used to listen to you the most. Could you please check on him? Sure, no problem. Is there anyone with you? I think I heard Minglan's voice. Yes, we happened to run into each other on the way. He mentioned he also wanted to see Shaun. Pei Baichen's smile deepened. All right, I'll send you the access code to his apartment. Chapter 32. Caught in the act, the night swallowed the last remnants of twilight, igniting the entire city with lights. Ruan Guan arrived at Su Tong'an's apartment and pressed the doorbell. Just a wall away, Su Tong'an stood before the mirror, gazing at his pallid, sickly visage, a result of having submerged in ice for over an hour. Clenching his fists, he steeled himself, whispering words of encouragement. For Zhi Zhi Jia, I can do this. As long as Zhi Zhi Jia finds happiness and can be with the one she loves. He would be willing to sacrifice his own charm to seduce that insufferable woman, Ruan Guan. If he could successfully entice Ruan Guan tonight, he could threaten her into divorcing Li Minglan. Of course, he would take responsibility. At worst, he could marry Ruan Guan. After all, his parents had always indulged him. They would not interfere with whom he chose to marry. In this regard, he was superior to Li Minglan. No one in the Li family, apart from the elder Mr. Li, held Ruan Guan in high regard, especially Li Minglan's parents, who looked down upon Ruan Guan's background. The wedding they intended to hold had been delayed due to the couple's procrastination. If Ruan Guan were to marry him, at the very least, he could provide her with a grand wedding, complete with a renowned designer to craft her wedding gown, and they could exchange vows under the witness of the aurora. The thought filled Su Tong'an with an inexplicable joy. There was a knock at the door. It was Ruan Guan. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of the ailing Su Tong'an, wrapped in a blanket. His eyes rimmed with red, exuding a sense of fragility. "I thought you wouldn't come," he said, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Ruan Guan sighed, realizing that he had seemed well in the morning, yet was now stricken with illness by the afternoon. "Here's your medicine," she said, handing him cold medicine, which was to be taken thrice a day, 2 pills at a time. "It's getting late." "I should be going." "Don't go," Su Tong'an pleaded, pulling her back and shutting the door. The blanket slipped to the floor, revealing his snug white tank top, his straight shoulders connecting to strong arms, with hints of defined muscles barely concealed. This was more revealing than mere nudity, a subtle yet undeniable allure. "In a soft tone," he said, "I want to drink the porridge you make." "Jia." Ruan Guan hesitated. "I still have work to attend to." Su Tong'an had only paid 100,000, which was merely a fee for fetching the medicine. The rest was an additional price. "Then I'll pay for your time." "Will you keep me company?" He opened his doe-like eyes and immediately transferred another 200,000 to her. Ruan Guan sighed. "It's really unnecessary. You are the patient. Patients come first." Of course, her words were mere formality. She had no intention of returning the money. After washing her hands, she entered the kitchen. "I see there are some black tiger prawns in the fridge. Will seafood porridge do?" "Sure, as long as it's made by you." Jia. "I'll love it." Su Tong'an settled onto the sofa, watching Ruan Guan as she prepared the prawns at the half-open kitchen island. Wrapping himself tighter in the cozy blanket, he felt a sense of contentment. Wishing to freeze this moment in time, captivated by the lively atmosphere of the kitchen, he snapped a photo, initially intending to send it to Jiangsong to boast. Yet, just before sending it, he hesitated. He didn't want Jiangsong to see this picture. In it. Ruan Guan's expression was gentle. An inexplicable itch surged within his heart. He scratched his chest, yet the itch remained. The room fell into an unsettling silence. Impulsively, Su Tong'an approached her. Ruan Guan, who was 7 years his senior, seemed to be favored by time. As she focused on her tasks, a strand of hair fell across her snow-white face, her unadorned lips slightly pursed. Reminiscent of cherry blossoms blooming atop Mount Fuji, he had once thought kissing Ruan Guan would be an unattainable feat, yet now, his mind seemed to forget everything else, her face reflected in his eyes. Blurring reality, as if he were treading upon clouds, Ruan Guan seemed to sense his unusual demeanor, taking a step back, calmly stating, "Shaoan, I have a husband." Su Tong'an froze. She continued, "I love him, have loved him for many years. The reason I care for you is, first, because I hit you with my car, and second, because you are quite generous with your money." Su Tong'an felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Generous with money? He had assumed Ruan Guan's care was driven by ulterior motives. After all, he was young and handsome. How could Ruan Guan not be moved, even if she claimed to see him as a younger brother? He had taken it as a veiled flirtation, akin to how boys refer to their sisters. He had always perceived her indifference as a playful dance of closeness and distance, but after watching the video of Ruan Guan confessing her feelings to Li Minglan 8 years ago, he realized how intensely she could love someone. Su Tong'an's voice trembled, his face paling to the extreme. Just 5 minutes ago, he had felt contented by the warmth of home, but now, the dream had shattered. Loneliness devoured him like a ravenous beast. "Then, you came to see me solely for my money? No, that can't be right. How could you possibly lack funds?" She softened her tone, like a vast ocean embracing everything. Su Tong'an was coaxed into taking his medicine, the side effects making his head feel heavy. Ruan Guan, seemingly unfazed by the events, maintained her calm demeanor as she continued to prepare the seafood porridge worth 200,000. Behind the floral stand, a mobile phone-esque camera recorded it all. Dozens of kilometers away, Pei Baichen furrowed his brow, astonished that Ruan Guan remained unperturbed by Su Tong'an's advances. Pei Baichen had never believed in true love. He thought of his parents, who appeared loving yet were actually living separate lives, and a surge of unspoken jealousy towards Li Minglan welled within him. He fixed his gaze on the composed Ruan Guan on the screen, and a thought exploded in his mind. He would personally confront her. Time slipped by. Ruan Guan was aware of the camera in the room, and, while waiting for the porridge to cook, she subtly surveyed every potential hiding spot for cameras while sweeping the floor. Just then, a sound of entering a password emerged from the hallway. Ruan Guan paused. Glancing through the peephole, she saw several figures outside. Shen Zhi Zhi, Li Minglan, and a visibly irate Jiang Song. Chapter 33, a minor inferno. While she cooked the porridge, she noticed a device connected to Wi-Fi named Pei. She surmised it was likely a phone call Su Tong'an had made that Pei Baichen overheard. The phone had been placed there by him. In the narrative, unlike the main male characters such as Jiang Song and Su Tong'an, Pei Baichen represented a hidden, tender male counterpart, having been warmed by the female lead in his youth. He had silently protected her for many years. If one were to describe him in a word, it would be shrewd yet dark. On the surface, he appeared gentle and refined, a top-tier movie star. Yet in truth, he was astute to the point of being sinister, cold and distant like damp moss on a cliffside, easily leading one to slip and fall. Ruan Guan realized that her every reaction was being recorded by the camera. If she hurriedly tried to evade, it would only suggest guilt. Su Tong'an's apartment was a spacious flat. Upon entering the hallway, one could see the entire room. The open kitchen, shielded by the refrigerator, was the only area not visible. The door swung open. Jiang Song dashed in, heading straight for the bedroom. Shen Zhi Zhi and Li Minglan followed closely, bewildered by Jiang Song's furious expression, yet aware of his intent to confront someone. They could only keep pace. However, upon reaching the bedroom, the three of them froze. Su Tong'an was wearing a black bunny ear headband and a black eye mask. His fevered cheeks were flushed crimson, and combined with his snug white tank top and gray sweatpants, he looked anything but normal. Li Minglan had never witnessed such a scene before, his face etched with astonishment. He instinctively turned to Jiang Song, questioning with his eyes, "What is going on here?" Jiang Song was disgusted beyond measure. He knew exactly why Su Tong'an was dressed this way, to seduce Ruan Guan. How shameless, but the question remained, had Ruan Guan fallen for it? Jiang Song took a deep breath, his sharp gaze scanning the room for any hiding spots. Meanwhile, Shen Zhi Zhi approached Su Tong'an. "Shaoan, you..." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Tong'an embraced her, his voice hoarse yet pitiful. "Jia Jia, do you like it?" Shen Zhi Zhi was taken aback, and in an instant, she realized, her face flushing. "Shaoan, did you have Pei Baichen call me to come?" Su Tong'an was startled. That voice, he promptly removed the eye mask, only to find that the person in his arms was not Ruan Guan, but Shen Zhi Zhi. He appeared startled and swiftly pushed her away. "What are you doing here?" Shen Zhi Zhi, caught off guard, nearly lost her balance. Su Tong'an seemed to regain his composure. "Jia Jia, are you all right?" Shen Zhi Zhi bit her lip, remaining silent, her expression one of utter surprise as she gazed at Su Tong'an. She had never anticipated that the boy who once called her daily across the ocean would not greet her with joy, but rather disappointment. Upon their reunion, in the bedroom, an awkward tension hung in the air. "You didn't know we were coming?" Li Minglan broke the silence. Su Tong'an's gaze shifted, locking onto Li Minglan's eyes, and his head buzzed with anxiety, as if he had been caught trying to seduce another man's wife. "Why you're here? Pei Baichen had called Ji to say you were ill. Coincidentally, I was there too. So I came. The door lock code was given to us by Pei Baichen. What's wrong with you? You're sweating so much. Just feeling guilty?" Behind him, a cool voice chimed in. "And there is someone else?" Noting that Jiang Song had no intention of clarifying, Li Minglan added, "Jiang Song called us, asking if I knew where you lived, so we came along." Su Tong'an realized Jiang Song must have been triggered by the photo he sent. He abruptly paused, hastily removing the bunny ears from his head and grabbing a random piece of clothing from the wardrobe to barely cover himself. Jiang Song's cold gaze remained fixed on him. Ruan Guan was undoubtedly still present. He prowled the room like a bloodhound, searching every corner. Finding no one in the bedroom, he made his way to the living room, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the kitchen. He lifted his foot to walk over, but was abruptly pulled back by Su Tong'an. You can't go. Jiang Song's eyes narrowed. He halted his steps, ceasing to advance further. Like Su Tong'an, he wished to keep Li Minglan unaware of Ruan Guan's interactions with them. Men are inherently flawed. Should Li Minglan discover Ruan Guan's involvement with them, for the sake of his dignity and pride as a man, he might treat Ruan Guan with a modicum of kindness. Given Ruan Guan's romantic disposition, she would undoubtedly become ensnared, leaving them with no opportunity whatsoever. What a delightful aroma! Li Minglan paid no heed to the duo's struggle and continued straight to the kitchen. You can't go. Jiang Song's pupils constricted as he and Su Tong'an simultaneously reached out, yet they were too late. As Su Tong'an's mind raced, and Jiang Song sought to cover up the situation, the room fell into a profound silence. As if only the sound of heartbeats could be heard. Indeed, we are acquainted. Shaoan, can you still make porridge? Su Tong'an and Li Minglan's voices echoed in unison. What did you say? Porridge? Su Tong'an paused and hurried into the kitchen. A glance around revealed no sign of Ruan Guan, only the clay pot on the stove bubbling away. I didn't expect you had the skill. Seeing that it was almost ready, Li Minglan turned off the gas before asking. What did you just say? Who do you know? And no one? I see that Li Minglan wore a smile that was not quite a smile, fixating on a lady's sun-protective jacket draped over the sofa. It must be that sister, right? That bunny ear you were wearing was for her, wasn't it? Where is she? I hope I'm not interrupting your good fortune. However, this garment does seem familiar. Huh? Jiang Song scoffed. How could it not be familiar? That Ruan Guan's clothing. She must have forgotten it when she sneaked out while I rushed into the bedroom. With a sardonic tone, he turned to Su Tong'an and remarked, It seems some people aren't feverish. They read just being frivolous. It's fine, I'm young. Getting sick is just occasional for me. But you, Brother Song, need to take care of yourself. You're nearing 30. Bodily functions decline. If you don't have a girlfriend to look after you, that would be rather unfortunate. Nearby, Li Minglan failed to detect the tension between the two and chuckled. What are you laughing at? Aren't you also an old man? Jiang Song retorted. I'm different. I'm married. Li Minglan replied. Oh, I almost forgot. He tilted his head and teased Su Tong'an. Your brother Song is no longer a lone wolf. Didn't you see his recent post announcing his little girlfriend? Chapter 34. Keeping secrets from the ex-husband. Su Tong'an fell silent. Those privy to the truth remained mute. How to put it? Hearing that from Li Minglan's mouth, it was rather amusing. Jiang Song's little girlfriend is your wife. Meanwhile, Jiang Song made no attempt to refute this. He approached the stove, lifted the heat-resistant pad, and uncovered the clay pot. The fragrance wafted toward him, and under the warm light, the seafood porridge appeared rich and inviting. It was surprising that Su Tong'an, who pretended to be naive, could cook so well. In no time, the bowl was nearly empty. Those who knew Jiang Song were aware he was not one to indulge in gluttony. Noticing his unusual behavior, Li Minglan became curious. Is it really that delicious? He scooped a bowl for himself. As soon as he tasted it, the freshness of the seafood and the fragrance of the rice exploded on his palate. Unsure of what seasonings were used, it was rich and flavorful, even more palatable than what he would find in a restaurant. Enjoying a warm bowl of porridge in an air-conditioned room was quite comforting. As the pot of porridge neared its end, Su Tong'an grew anxious. He too wanted to serve himself a bowl. Just then, Shen Zhi Zhi blocked his way. Shaoan, you're still unwell. How can you eat seafood? Asung, Minglan, could you help me buy some ingredients? I plan to prepare some light, nutritious dishes for Shaoan. Upon hearing that Su Tong'an wouldn't be eating, Jiang Song and Li Minglan immediately turned their attention to the dwindling porridge. Su Tong'an felt utterly wronged. Clearly, it was Ruan Guan who had made it for him, yet he had tasted none of it. Across the screen, Pei Baichen sat in a private room of a Western restaurant. He observed Jiang Song and Li Minglan, both born with silver spoons, competing for a bowl of porridge. His fingers unconsciously tapped against the fork's handle before he set down his cutlery and addressed the waiter. Do you have seafood porridge? The waiter paused for a moment. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Our restaurant does not serve seafood porridge. Would you like to try our Spanish seafood paella instead? Pei Baichen settled the bill. rose and called his assistant, instructing him to find the most authentic seafood porridge in Jiangqing and deliver it to his home. In the haze, Pei Baichen seemed to forget something of great importance. Inside Su Tong'an's apartment, he lay in bed with a fever patch on his forehead, contemplating how to explain today's events to Ruan Guan while holding his phone. His gaze drifted to the dark night outside the window, inadvertently recalling the recent news report regarding a reward notice for a male murderer who had killed his neighbor and subsequently gone into hiding. The incident had occurred in a nearby neighborhood. As he considered warning Ruan Guan, his phone was suddenly snatched away. Sister Zhi Zhi, Shen Zhi Zhi leaned closer, placing the back of her hand against Su Tong'an's cheek, murmuring, "Your temperature seems to have dropped a bit." Moreover, her amiable personality allowed her to easily mingle with boys, often referring to them as brothers, making interactions with her feel less constrained. Su Tong'an was wholly absorbed in his phone. "Sister Zhi Zhi, I have something to do. Please return my phone." Shen Zhi Zhi chuckled. "Are you trying to message your little girlfriend? Did she buy you those bunny ears? You're sick. Yet, she seems unconcerned about you." Instead, she paused. "Forget it, Shaoan. You're still young. You should focus on your studies rather than associate with dubious individuals." Su Tong'an instinctively retorted, "She's not a dubious person." Shen Zhi Zhi hesitated, seemingly taken aback by Su Tong'an's unexpected rebuttal. She then sat on the bed and teased, "It appears our Shaoan has truly matured. How about you invite that girl out for a meal one day, along with Alan and Asong, so they can keep an eye on her?" Su Tong'an envisioned that scene. Surprisingly, it felt rather thrilling. If he were to end up with Ruan Guan, he would have to address Li Minglan as ex-husband brother. As they conversed, Shen Zhi Zhi's nose twitched. "Shaoan, do you smell something?" She subconsciously tugged at her collar. "Your room feels quite warm." Su Tong'an shook his head. His nose was blocked. He couldn't smell a thing. "Then I'll lower the air conditioning temperature." He froze, quickly raising his hand. "Sister Zhi Zhi, what's wrong?" Seeing the unnatural flush on Shen Zhi Zhi's face, he mistakenly thought she had caught his fever and promptly pressed the ice pack from his forehead onto hers. Just then, Pei Baichen's call came through. "Shaoan, quickly change the water in your humidifier. I accidentally spilled some Indian magic oil from my pocket." Su Tong'an. Indian magic oil? There was no time to ponder why Pei Baichen would carry such a thing with him or why it had spilled in his humidifier. Su Tong'an, in a state of panic, shot upright in bed. Yet, he was still a step too late. Shen Zhi Zhi had already embraced him. "Sister Zhi Zhi, calm down. Just calm down." Two young people of opposite genders, alone in a room. But the fervent Su Tong'an felt like an ant on a hot pan. He had a cleanliness obsession and disliked physical contact. Even with Shen Zhi Zhi, he felt uncomfortable. Just then, divine intervention arrived as the bedroom door swung open. Li Minglan and Jiang Song stood frozen at the entrance. "What are you two doing?" Seeing them was like spotting a savior. Su Tong'an shouted, "Brother Minglan." Pei Baichen drugged Sister Zhi Zhi. "You must help her." Li Minglan hadn't processed the first half of his statement before the latter half left him utterly bewildered. "Nonsense. I'm married." "Jiang Song, you come?" Jiang Song, equally perplexed, replied, "Come for what? Hurry and take her to the hospital." Thus, the three men, with great effort, dialed for emergency assistance. After a night spent in the emergency room, Li Minglan finally realized it had passed midnight. Today was Sunday, which also happened to be his grandfather's birthday, and he needed to attend the evening banquet with Ruan Guan. He quickly sent a text to his assistant, "Li Minglan, take her to try on the dress tomorrow and then to the birthday banquet." "Wang Ju, rest assured, young Master Li, Madam is stunning. She will undoubtedly shine brightly tomorrow and outshine everyone." Li Minglan furrowed his brow, but chose not to comment. Sunday morning, tonight, Ruan Guan was to attend the birthday banquet of old Master Li, and she arrived early at the styling studio. A month prior, before her awakening, she had reserved a high-end gown in France, a new summer release that matched a similar one belonging to Li Minglan. However, she had been preoccupied with other matters until today, the day of the banquet, when she finally had time to collect it. Upon entering, she spotted Li Minglan's assistant, Xiao Wang, who had handled the dress's details. "What a coincidence, Wang Ju," Ruan Guan nodded. "Could you please bring out that gown?" Xiao Wang stood still, wearing a forced smile. "Madam, I'm afraid it's unfortunate. Your gown was not delivered due to mishandling during transport." Perhaps you could select a different one. Ruan Guan's brow furrowed. That moment, Shen Zhi Zhi emerged from the fitting room, adorned in the very gown Ruan Guan had chosen a month ago. Xiao Wang immediately approached her, donning a sycophantic expression. "Miss Shen, you look absolutely stunning. This dress was made for you. If you have time today, you could also try on the wedding dress I selected for you to see if it meets your approval." A wedding dress? Was Li Minglan eager to marry Shen Zhi Zhi? Ruan Guan couldn't help but smile inwardly as she pressed the recording device hidden in her pocket, maintaining an outward appearance of calm. The assistant, with a meaningful glance, remarked, "Madam, we are both adults here. Some matters are better left unspoken. Why must we make things awkward by voicing them?" He added, feigning innocence. "Please don't be upset. It's all arranged by Mr. Li himself. There's no point in you, a mere employee like me, getting upset over this. Perhaps you should personally inquire with Mr. Li." Chapter 35. The wedding dress. Ruan Guan certainly would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. She promptly called Li Minglan, putting the call on speaker. "Minglan, was the wedding dress arranged by Assistant Wang at your behest?" On the other end, Li Minglan, still groggy from sleep, responded with evident annoyance. "What else could it be? It's such a trivial matter. Can't you refrain from bothering me with calls?" With that, he abruptly hung up. Ruan Guan's brow furrowed slightly, but her lips curled into a subtle smile. Li Minglan had indeed acknowledged that he instructed Assistant Wang to select the wedding dress for Shen Zhi Zhi. Excellent. The recording device in her pocket continued to run, yet it was still insufficient. This solitary recording lacked the concrete evidence she required. The Jiang family held significant shares in social media platforms, and Pei Baichan commanded top-tier traffic and PR teams. To catch a thief, one must seize the evidence, and to catch an affair, one must catch them in the act. Tomorrow was the day she and Li Yuan would register their marriage. And to prevent dragging Li Yuan into this predicament, she needed to secure undeniable proof before tonight. Ruan Guan's thoughts began to shift, and a plan gradually took shape in her mind. Meanwhile, upon hearing Li Minglan's dismissive attitude towards Ruan Guan, Assistant Wang realized he had chosen the right side by siding with Shen Zhi Zhi. Loyalty is not absolute. Rather, it is a guarantee of disloyalty. He immediately interjected, "Madam, with so many people watching, why would you humiliate yourself? I'm merely an employee. I must execute my superior's orders. Please, spare me from this predicament." His performance was so convincing that even those unaware of the situation might assume Ruan Guan was at fault. Even Shen Zhi Zhi stepped forward to defend the assistant, saying, "Miss Ruan, I assure you that my relationship with Lan is innocent. His arrangements may stem from other considerations and are not as you presume." There's no need to make things difficult for a mere assistant. Ruan Guan remained silent, choosing not to respond harshly. Instead, she inquired, "Miss Shen, are you aware that the dress you are currently wearing was reserved by me? It was paid for by Lan, hence he has the right to decide who wears it. If Miss Ruan desires it, she may speak with him. I will not interfere in your negotiations." Ruan Guan chuckled softly. She had reserved the luxurious gown to attend the birthday banquet for the elder Mr. Li, under strict instructions from the Li family to uphold their dignity. The payment had not come from Li Minglan. Could it possibly be that she couldn't afford it? Furthermore, the chief designer of the brand was the fashion mogul she had previously interviewed, who had sustained a knee injury, which had facilitated her borrowing of the dress. Additionally, the brand employed its own assessment system to determine the compatibility of the dress with the wearer. If it was deemed unsuitable, no amount of money would suffice for a loan. Of course, even if someone else wore the dress today, given their rapport, the mogul would not hold her accountable, but would blacklist Shen Zhi Zhi and even the Li family. The fashion industry was the most traditional yet the most vindictive. This was not mere hearsay. Ruan Guan kindly cautioned, "That dress may not be suitable for you. Sometimes, the expensive option is not necessarily the most appropriate." She stated the facts. The gown was a royal blue velvet strapless design, adorned with intricate floral embellishments, which would indeed overshadow Shen Zhi Zhi, whose delicate frame was ill-suited for such bold colors. In professional fashion editorial terms, she pointed towards a pale yellow halter neck gown, suggesting that one would suit you better. Yet, for reasons unknown, her words struck a sensitive chord within Shen Zhi Zhi. "Miss Ruan, do you believe that ordinary people like us are unworthy of haute couture gowns? Or do you perceive me as a rival in competition, intending to humiliate me?" Ruan Guan was momentarily at a loss for words. However, the assistant seized the opportunity to intervene. "Madam, how can you speak like that? You ought to apologize to Miss Shen. Otherwise, I will inform MRLI of everything," Assistant Wang interjected, wielding his influence. Ruan Guan merely shrugged. "Then by all means, do tell him." Assistant Wang was taken aback, not expecting her to be so unfazed. "Ruan Guan, you are being unreasonable. How can you speak to Sister Zhi Zhi in such a manner? If we were to compare backgrounds, your family is hardly worthy of my brother." A delicate figure clad in pink rushed over. Ruan Guan focused her gaze and recognized Li Yamo, Li Minglan's younger sister, who had just turned 18. "Ruan Guan, let me tell you, Sister Zhi Zhi is the one my brother favors. He will divorce you sooner or later. You may not know, but my brother specifically instructed Assistant Wang to choose a wedding dress for Sister Zhi Zhi. Oh, by the way, not long ago, my brother gifted Sister Zhi Zhi a pen worth 200,000. You, a mere commoner, probably haven't even seen one." Ruan Guan felt tears welling up, overwhelmed by emotion. There are still good people in the world. Each of them was unwittingly providing her with evidence, filling her recording device to capacity. Ruan Guan feigned disbelief. Impossible. Minglan would never do that. However, to provoke her further, Li Yamo waved her hand. "Bring out the wedding dresses." The staff promptly wheeled out the wedding dresses, filling the entire hall. Li Yamo excitedly recounted. "This one has a skirt made of diamonds. This is a creation by a designer for the British royal family, and this one is a classic from a prestigious bridal brand. Each gown was exquisite. A testament to her brother's affection for Sister Zhi Zhi. Aren't you envious? When you married my brother, he couldn't even be bothered to throw a wedding for you. You'll never wear such beautiful wedding dresses. Unlike Sister Zhi Zhi, who is dearly loved by my brother and will receive the wedding of the century." Gazing at the pristine white gowns, the young girl mused, "When I marry brother Jiang Song in the future, I too want a wedding of the century." Ruan Guan's brow arched slightly. It appeared that Li Yamo was unaware of Jiang Song's affections for Shen Zhi Zhi. Li Yamo increasingly admired Shen Zhi Zhi, remarking, "While other women aspire to marry into wealthy families and live as high-status wives, Sister Zhi Zhi, you're different. You have greater aspirations, which must be why you captivate my brother." Each word was a veiled jab at Ruan Guan. "By the way, Sister Zhi Zhi, are you aware that you have gone viral on social media? Netizens praise you as a beautiful scientist, and my classmates also compliment your beauty. Let us take a picture together for social media. They will envy you." "All right, I'll do as you wish," Shen Zhi Zhi agreed, but neither noticed that Ruan Guan had been included in their selfie. As soon as the photo was posted, it garnered a flurry of likes. "Wow, Sister Zhi Zhi, so many people have liked it. My brother Jiang Song, brother Baichen, Tong'an, and even the eldest brother." Upon hearing this, Shen Zhi Zhi's eyes flickered. Li Yuan liked it too. Chapter 36. The social media battlefield. Li Yamo exclaimed. "My goodness. My eldest brother has never liked any of my posts. He rarely even updates his own social media, mostly just reposting news about the Liu family in the capital. He's particularly aloof. Today, I'm also basking in your glory, Sister Zhi Zhi." Shen Zhi Zhi felt her cheeks flushed. "Is that so?" In Jiang City, no one was unaware of Li Yuan. Back when Shen Zhi Zhi secured the top position at the international high school, she had heard of Li Yuan, who was 3 years her senior at Jiang City No. 1 high school. He had won numerous awards in various academic competitions, a true prodigy. Shen Zhi Zhi had once lamented her inability to compete against him. Later, she learned that Li Yuan was Li Minglan's cousin. The comments on her social media were eye-catching. "Luo Tuos Yang Zi, wow, a stunning beauty. Are you a celebrity? Absolutely gorgeous. Are you single? I'd love to get in touch. AAA Haer's portable charger? I want in too. Fierce girl Lin Dayu. Me too." Seeing such unabashed compliments made Shen Zhi Zhi's face heat up. Behind her, Assistant Wang opportunely chimed in. "Miss Shen is naturally beautiful. Miss Li's classmates have excellent taste." Hearing this, Ruan Guan chuckled. Wang's words flattered both women, showcasing his emotional intelligence. No wonder he chose his side so swiftly. "What are you laughing at?" Li Yamo turned back, clearly displeased, and to deliberately irk Ruan Guan, instructed someone to fetch a projector, displaying the screen on a 100-inch television. Ruan Guan complied and glanced at the latest comments. Li Yamo, caught up in the moment, turned beet red, clearly thinking that the term sister-in-law referred to herself in the photo. However, when this blush caught Shen Zhi Zhi's eye, a hint of pity surfaced in her gaze. She bit her lip, choosing not to say anything. After all, she couldn't directly tell Li Yamo that Jiang Song was interested in her. That would be too cruel. Shen Zhi Zhi prided herself on being gentle with other girls, and speaking openly did not align with her character. The two sat side by side, each lost in their thoughts. On the screen, Luo Tuas Yang Zi, my apologies. So it turns out you're the sister-in-law. Brother Song has great taste. Su Tong'an, get lost. Who are you calling sister-in-law? Luo Tuas Yang Zi? Li Minglan, she is my wife. Luo Tuas Yang Zi, who among you is whose wife? This left the onlookers utterly bewildered. Luo Tuas Yang Zi, you have made a mistake. I am familiar with Shen Zhi Zhi, the female scientist who has recently gained attention on a certain platform. But my inquiry pertains to the stunning beauty in the background. Others have also chimed in. Indeed, it is she. Li Yamo was left in a daze, her mind filled with questions. She deliberately enlarged the photo to discern the identity of the beauty her classmates were speaking of. There, she beheld Ruan Guan in the backdrop. From the camera's angle, a visual dissonance was created, making Ruan Guan appear to be clad in a wedding gown adorned with sequins, standing under the lights, radiating an ethereal glow, remarkably pure. Li Yamo's head buzzed with confusion. So, it was not she and Shen Zhi Zhi that the comments were about, but rather Ruan Guan in the background? What did Jiang Song's words refer to then? No, despite Jiang Song's roguish ways, Ruan Guan was after all his brother's wife. One must not disrespect a friend's spouse. Yet, all the girls Jiang Song had dated in high school were undeniably beautiful. And Ruan Guan certainly fit that description. Li Yamo dared not dwell on it further. Her brows furrowed in anger, and she directed her ire entirely toward Ruan Guan. Ruan Guan, you knew full well that I was taking a selfie with Zhi Zhi. Yet you deliberately entered the frame, enticing brother Jiang Song. How utterly two-faced. Ruan Guan, thank you. I shall take that as a compliment. You. How shameless. As she observed the comments continuing to unfold, Li Yamo was so incensed that she contemplated detaching the data cable connected to the display. At that moment, Li Yuan commented, the television screen was sufficiently large for Ruan Guan to see those three characters from a distance. Her eyelashes fluttered momentarily. She sensed that there were further implications behind those three characters. However, she refrained from pondering too deeply. Li Yuan's proposal of marriage was merely a necessity for him, and her acceptance was solely to have a support system to temper the wrath of the old Master Li. Nothing more. Thus, from the very beginning, she should not have harbored any expectations. She lowered her eyelashes, intending not to linger in the establishment any longer. Yet, Li Yamo seized Ruan Guan's arm, tauntingly stating, "Look, my brother doesn't even acknowledge you as my second sister-in-law. Indeed, no one in our family favors you. My brother married you merely to placate grandfather. You should prepare to be ousted from the Li family. By the way, my mother had you sign a prenuptial agreement. If you and my brother were to divorce, you wouldn't receive a single cent." Observing the foolishness emanating from Li Yamo, Ruan Guan felt considerably better. After all, youth often equates to impulsiveness, like a firecracker ready to ignite. If she could provoke Li Yamo at tonight's banquet, making her indiscriminately reveal the tangled affections between Li Minglan and Shen Zhi Zhi, that would be even better. Ruan Guan's brow twitched as a plan formed in her mind. Exiting the styling room, Ruan Guan made 2 phone calls. One was to a designer friend, requesting assistance in borrowing a gown. The second was to Jiang Song. As soon as the call connected, a languid voice came through the receiver, asking why she had decided to call him. Was she missing him? Ruan Guan, somewhat taken aback, clarified that it was to inform him to pick up the car before noon, as it had been repaired. Jiang Song chuckled lightly, his tone nonchalant. "Oh really? You're not trying to use that as an excuse to see me, are you? No rush, though." Ruan Guan insisted. "I am in a hurry, eager to see me." "Huh?" Jiang Song's voice teased. "Just wait, I'll be there shortly." Ruan Guan merely responded with an her tone devoid of any excitement. Arriving at the auto repair shop, she found the mechanics had come early. The sports car had been restored to its former glory, and she only needed to finalize a few details. That moment, Ruan Guan received a message from the professional detective team. I have some vital information for you. Do you want to hear it? Ruan Guan did not hesitate to transfer 500,000 yuan. Professional detective team. Professional detective team. Gao Yu has learned of your identity as Mrs. Li. She has ordered some illicit drugs online and intends to infiltrate the Li family's birthday banquet tonight. Likely to frame you and Jiang Song. Be extremely cautious. This was indeed a message worth the price. The 500,000 was well spent. Just then, the sound of wind chimes chimed at the door. Jiang Song had arrived. He was impeccably dressed, the key fob adorned with a capybara charm, a couple's design from Su Tongan. In an instant, an ingenious idea sparked in Ruan Guan's mind. This plan would not disrupt the heavens, but would harm interpersonal relations. If successful, the entire Jiang City elite circle would have plenty to discuss for the next 6 months. Chapter 37. Beads and amulets. Ruan Guan, with a scheming heart, wore a gentle smile that danced in her almond-shaped eyes. Jiang Song noticed her expression shift. He recognized this was the look she wore only when she beheld motorcycles or racing cars. During their call, he had merely jested, never anticipating that Ruan Guan would genuinely radiate joy upon seeing him. It seemed he had taken another step toward winning her heart. As long as Ruan Guan was stirred by him, he could guide her toward divorce, paving the way for Zhi Zhi. Yet simultaneously, another layer of delight unfurled within him. It was not for Shen Zhi Zhi's sake that he felt elated, but for his own. Perhaps it was due to the car he had bet on with Pei Baichen. Regardless, it was not because of Ruan Guan. He had encountered too many beautiful faces, whether pure or seductive, but only the resonance of a soul captivated him. Just like Zhi Zhi, she was like resilient grass in a gale, always exuding a vigorous vitality. He had witnessed Shen Zhi Zhi participate in an underground motorcycle race in high school. That silhouette was etched in his heart. It was so vivid, so full of life. Since then, no matter how stunning a face, it could not evoke that heart-stopping moment of awe within him. As his thoughts coalesced, a playful smile graced Jiang Song's lips. So, how did it go? You didn't ruin my beloved car, did you? Ruan Guan returned his smile genuinely. Let me show you. Holding the garage key, she led Jiang Song inside. Along the way, he strolled with his hands in his pockets, exuding a casual demeanor that complemented his deep blue suit. This had been custom-made after he learned of Ruan Guan's gown style. Although not a couple's design, it was still quite harmonious. He had arranged for someone to stir the pot during the banquet, spreading rumors and gossip about him and Ruan Guan. He was a man unafraid of whispers. As for Ruan Guan, well, if it came to that, he would marry her. Being Mrs. Jiang would not be a slight to her. Jiang Song's smile deepened as he casually remarked, as the granddaughter-in-law of the Li family. Shouldn't you be preparing for the birthday banquet instead of calling me out here, just the two of us? One T Minglan get upset seeing this, sister-in-law. He placed particular emphasis on the term sister-in-law. Jiang Song and Li Minglan were of the same generation, separated by less than a month. Ruan Guan, ever straightforward, replied, No, you're Minglan's brother. Helping you with your car will only please her. Jiang Song clearly did not believe she could restore a wrecked sports car in such a short time. No matter. He raised an eyebrow. Even if you don't finish today, I'll still pay you. Who can resist your charm? Ruan Guan was uninterested in his flirtation. As the garage door opened, she walked straight in and pulled off the dust cover. A brand new sports car stood revealed before Jiang Song's eyes. He paused. The dust in the air sparkled like fireflies in the sunlight, and his suddenly widened black pupils reflected the car. Identical to the one in his memory. The yellow and black color scheme, its sleek lines, the signature straight LED headlights gleamed like sharp blades, still imposing and flamboyant to this day. It was truly identical. How had she managed it? Even the interior was flawless, yet he had never shown her the original picture. Ruan Guan noticed his bewilderment and explained, I've seen the photo of you and Minglan in high school. It included this car. Regardless of her feelings toward Jiang Song, when it came to work, she always sought to achieve the best, ensuring client satisfaction. You should take it for a spin. I can help you make adjustments. Jiang Song nodded, opening the car door, his brow slightly furrowing. Is this your version of a good luck charm for me? Ruan Guan, puzzled, asked, What good luck charm? Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a cashback card for positive reviews from a takeout vendor. designed to resemble a good luck charm on the front, with business details and cashback requirements on the back. She could not comprehend how that card ended up on the car. Nonetheless, she should have double-checked before handing it over. That was her oversight. Yet, before a client, even an oversight must be packaged into another narrative. Ruan Guan quickly folded the cashback card into a triangle, concealing the cashback details, and handed it to Jiang Song. I heard you had an accident with this car before. This good luck charm is for you, wishing you safety and smooth journeys ahead. Her smile grew increasingly sincere, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Meanwhile, Jiang Song's mind went blank as if he were in a vacuum, acutely aware of the sound of his own heart beating, like a series of irregular drumbeats. Thud, 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 thud. He dismissed this peculiar heartbeat, attributing it to a lack of sleep the previous night. Ruan Guan, did you truly fix this? Had he not previously researched Ruan Guan's background? Knowing she had studied fashion design in Milan, he might have suspected she was the rumored genius mechanic of Chinese-German descent. Victoria, Ruan Guan humbly responded, this is the result of everyone's efforts. Jiang Song's slightly upturned fox-like eyes regained their usual nonchalance, shimmering with light. Not only did he settle the remaining 6 million, but he also inquired if Ruan Guan desired anything. Yes. Could I borrow your bracelet for a day? Jiang Song hesitated. The Zeton bracelet adorning his wrist had been with him for many years, never leaving his side. Everyone in his circle knew how much he cherished it and forbade others from touching it. If that bracelet were to appear on Ruan Guan's wrist, his brow twitched slightly as he pondered. How would Li Minglan react? He removed the bracelet from his wrist and handed it over with a teasing smile. This is my treasure. You must cherish it. Ruan Guan responded with a soft Jiang Song chuckled, resting his elbow on the car window. His chin slightly raised. Get in. I'll take you to the birthday banquet. Ruan Guan shook her head. No need. I have a friend coming to do my makeup. She'll pick me up. All right, Jiang Song replied, a hint of regret in his tone. Then I shall see you tonight. Ruan Guan's lips curved into a smile. Yes, see you tonight. At 5 in the afternoon. The daylight still lingered. At the venue of the old Masterly S banquet. Mrs. Li wore a displeased expression as she grabbed Li Minglan by the arm. Where is Ruan Guan? Why hasn't she arrived yet? She isn't answering her phone. Is she trying to defy the heavens? Li Minglan, puzzled, understood Ruan Guan to be quite the punctual person, rigid and unsociable. She would arrive an hour early, never late by even a minute, especially not on his grandfather's birthday. Mom, don't worry. I'll call Xiao Wang. He promptly dialed Assistant Wang's number. The phone rang once before connecting. Young Master Li, how may I assist you? Where is Madam? Assistant Wang hesitated for a moment, then his face lit up with excitement. Had young Master Li begun to refer to Shen Zhi Zhi as Madam, who said he was just a sycophant, he was doing splendidly. He quickly assured, rest assured, young Master Li, I delivered Madam to the banquet venue this afternoon. Would you like me to contact her now? Chapter 38. Does the elder brother know Ruan Guan? Li Minglan simply replied, I understand, and hung up the call. He turned to his mother. Ruan Guan has already arrived. She probably had something urgent to attend to. Mrs. Li remained dissatisfied. While socializing, she would often remark, look at my daughter-in-law. The banquet is about to start, yet she's nowhere to be seen. What a poorly raised individual. I truly don't understand what the old master was thinking, allowing such a woman to marry into our family. She spoke without regard for the younger generation present, including Li Yamo, the little princess of Jiang City, who was surrounded by admirers. Someone inquired, Yamo, I saw your sister-in-law in a short video yesterday, bending over backward for AMAN. It's quite embarrassing for the Li family. Please, don't mention her, Li Yamo replied. Visibly irritated, in front of everyone, she refrained from discussing Shen Zhi Zhi, as she deemed infidelity disgraceful, simply snorting, one day, my brother will divorce her. Others chimed in, indeed, Minglan is the future heir of the Li family. What kind of woman does he not deserve? Ruan Guan, a mere magazine editor, hardly seems fit for him. Among the younger generation of Jiang City, Li Minglan stood tall. Unlike other second-generation wealthy individuals who constantly changed their young model girlfriends, He maintained a clean reputation with scarce rumors, and families with daughters in Jiang City eagerly awaited a union with the Li family. Yet, who would have thought Ruan Guan would insert herself into the narrative? There was a collective resentment brewing. Enough. Even if Li Minglan does not marry Ruan Guan, he certainly would not look at you. A displeased voice interjected. Miss Liu, you are here as well, someone cheerfully greeted. Attempting to lighten the atmosphere, this Miss Liu was the adopted daughter of the Liu family from the capital and also a cousin to Li Yuan, attending on behalf of the Liu family. The young ladies of Jiang City all wished to befriend her, yet she had not accepted any invitations in recent days, exhibiting a rather difficult personality. Liu Xiangxiang scanned the crowd, her tone mocking. Do you think you are more attractive than Ruan Guan, or that your jobs are more respectable? With such a stunning beauty as a wife, if I were Li Minglan, I would be overjoyed. Why are you all feeling sorry for him? Are you all eager to become his concubines? Li Yamo frowned. Miss Liu, your words are rather harsh. Liu Xiangxing smirked. I have even harsher words if you wish to hear them. As a sister-in-law, how is it appropriate for you to speak ill of your sister-in-law? If Ruan Guan were my sister-in-law, I certainly wouldn't gossip like you. Perhaps it comes down to upbringing. Liu Xiangxing spoke rapidly, like a machine gun, before scoffing and leaving. Li Yamo found herself at a loss for words, feeling deeply frustrated. How dare this mere adopted daughter of the Liu family act so arrogantly before her? She felt as if she couldn't breathe. Turning to leave, she reached the courtyard. She bumped into someone. Watch where you're going, Li Yamo exclaimed angrily. Looking up, she froze. The person before her wore a flowing red dress, with two wine-red straps draped over delicate shoulders, resembling a white jade pipa, graceful and classical. Half of her thick, dark hair was secured with a wooden hairpin, and her alabaster face bore two elegantly arched brows. Her eyes sparkling like stars. Ruan Guan? Li Yamo recognized her, her voice cracking. Ruan Guan stepped forward with concern. Yamo, are you all right? Let me check on you. Who needs your feigned kindness? Li Yamo, already irritated, swatted her away. Ruan Guan, caught off guard, dropped her handbag and a string of purple sandalwood beads tumbled out. She bent down to retrieve it, but Li Yamo reacted faster, picking up the bracelet and questioning, Isn't this Jiangsong's? How did it end up with you? Ruan Guan shook her head. This is mine. No, Jiangsong never parts with this bracelet. Li Yamo recalled Jiangsong's ambiguous comment earlier that morning. Feeling defensive, she grasped Ruan Guan's shoulders tightly. Tell me, how did it come to be with you? Yamo, I don't understand what you're saying. Still pretending. Speak. You must have stolen it from Jiangsong. It could never have been given to you. Right? No, it truly is mine. Liar. Li Yamo seethed. You wretched person. Not only did you seduce Jiangsong, but you also stole his belongings. No wonder my brother prefers Zhi over you. As she spoke, she raised her hand high. Unaware that she had inadvertently revealed the relationship between Li Minglan and Shen Zhi Zhi, they stood at the entrance of the banquet hall, where few people were present, yet many had begun to look their way. Just as Li Yamo's slap was about to land, Ruan Guan stumbled backward. The attitude of a sister-in-law towards her sister-in-law indirectly reflects the husband's treatment of his wife. Ruan Guan had no allies. To accumulate moral capital, she had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Yet, the expected pain did not come. Instead, a strong pair of hands caught her at the waist, the roughness of calloused fingertips and the warmth of his palm. Through the thin silk fabric enveloped her waist, she could feel the intense masculine aura and a faint, cold fragrance. He wore a low-key black stand collar shirt, adorned with a gold-threaded crane design, paired with a fiery red clasp. Elegant and striking, on a day when the sleeping dragon finally receives rain. Today, let the crane soar to the heavens. Strangely, Ruan Guan recalled this line of poetry. As she lifted her gaze, she met Li Yuan's eyes. His dark hair was swept back, revealing a distinguished forehead, with a 5-centimeter-long scar faintly visible beneath the short hair on either side. Ruan Guan was taken aback. She was certain that this scar had not been there before he went abroad. In a daze, the surrounding whispers grew louder. Who is this? They don't seem like ordinary people. Rarely does one find such a beautiful red agate. It's truly a treasure. They say Jiang City is a place that nurtures beauty. It's truly the case. Just look at their appearances. If they were to have children, they would be exceptionally beautiful. Don't speak carelessly. What if they aren't a couple? How could they not be? Did you not see how well they match? The one speaking was a hired actor arranged by Jiang Song. Jiang Song was cautious and had not arranged for anyone familiar, so this actor only recognized Ruan Guan from a photograph. This actor was not an ordinary person, but a feng shui master. In this moment, the master mistakenly regarded Li Yuan as Jiang Song. To justify his salary, he was particularly enthusiastic in his praise. Look at these two. They are truly celestial beings, a match made in heaven. Their faces clearly indicate they are destined partners. In their past lives, in generations past, they were surely a couple. In this life, they must be as well. All this was overheard by the tardy Li Minglan. Watching the intertwined gazes of the two not far away, a fleeting chill flickered in his eyes. Did the elder brother and Ruan Guan know each other before? Chapter 39. The third party Li Minglan stepped forward, placing himself between Li Yuan and Ruan Guan. Elder brother, what happened? Although the question was directed at Li Yuan, his gaze was fixed upon Ruan Guan. The next moment, he reproached her. Ruan Guan, why did you arrive so late? Today is grandfather's birthday banquet. As the daughter-in-law of the Li family, you should have come earlier to help. This. Everyone realized their misunderstanding. They expressed their regret, believing that Li Minglan had been wronged and should marry someone better. Yet now, looking at the striking and classical beauty before them, how could one call her ordinary? Whispers filled the air. Ruan Guan, unaffected, replied softly, "It's all right. Yamo and I were just playing around. Li Yamo's voice pierced sharply. Clearly, you stole Jiang Song's belongings. With that, she lifted the purple sandalwood bracelet, addressing Li Minglan. Brother, look, this fell from Ruan Guan. Who doesn't he know this is Jiang Song's most treasured bracelet? He wouldn't even let me touch it. She must have stolen it without realizing. Li Minglan froze. No, that's not true. Ruan Guan patiently explained, this is my bracelet. You're lying, Li Yamo shouted. I shall now place a call to Jiang Song, asking him to apprehend the thief. Very well, let us summon Jiang Shao to clarify matters. The crowd gathered around us is growing larger by the moment, and among them is Li Yamo's circle of friends. Why is Ruan Guan so composed? Could it be a gift from Jiang Song? Impossible. Jiang Song has always cherished this bracelet. He would never bestow it upon Ruan Guan. That wretched woman, not content with enticing Minglan, she also seeks to seduce Jiang Song. Where is Jiang Song? Once he arrives, he will expose Ruan Guan as the thief. In an instant, it felt as if the world's malice converged upon Ruan Guan. Meanwhile, Li Minglan's dark eyes were fixed on Ruan Guan, showing no inclination to defend his wife. His gaze ominous. No need to call. I'm here. Jiang Song strode lazily out of the crowd. With a sly smile, he remarked, well, it seems my bracelet has indeed gone missing. Yamo, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, look, Ruan Guan. What do you have to say for yourself? Just then, Jiang Song caught sight of Ruan Guan's flustered expression and, with a knowing tone, added, I recall now, the bracelet isn't lost, but rather someone wished for it, so I simply gifted it to her. Mrs. Li, would you agree? Li Yamo, Li Minglan, Li Yamo's circle. His words seemed to suggest that the bracelet was indeed a gift for Ruan Guan. Only Ruan Guan, with her astonishing lack of awareness, replied, thank you, Jiang Shao, for vouching for me. This bracelet is my private collection, and I had no idea you had an identical one. Surely, the person who could part with it must hold great significance for you. Did they come today? Jiang Song raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. She has truly grown bolder, daring to flirt with him right under Li Minglan's nose. His eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, they did come, but due to her status, it is not yet convenient to introduce her to everyone. The crowd? The situation was becoming increasingly perplexing. How could it seem that she was referring to Ruan Guan? The onlookers, all experts in comprehension, felt compelled to dissect every word, extracting myriad interpretations. Nearby, Master Tua finally recognized Jiang Song and realized he had misidentified the person. He quickly shifted his stance and, in a high-pitched voice, incited, I see that Mrs. Li and Jiang Song are not as innocent as they appear. To claim it's inconvenient due to status, indeed, a brother's wife certainly complicates matters. Suddenly, Li Minglan's and his sister's expressions darkened ominously. This scene was also witnessed by Shen Zhi Zhi, who had arrived after hearing the commotion. She murmured softly, "How strange. This bracelet was hand-carved by me and gifted to a song. How could Miss Ruan also possess an identical one?" Her voice was soft, but audible enough for those around to hear. Instantly, all eyes turned towards her. Yamo's eyes lit up. "Sister Zhi Zhi, what did you say? You mean this bracelet is unique?" Shen Zhi Zhi seemed to grasp the situation. Addressing Ruan Guan, "Miss Ruan, if you admire this bracelet, I can craft another just for you." A song has always been considerate of delicate feelings. He likely didn't want to embarrass you in public, which is why he tacitly accepted your claim of an identical bracelet. However, given the misunderstanding regarding your relationship, it would be best if you returned this bracelet to a song, Ruan Guan. She fell silent once more. "Miss Shen, this is indeed my possession, not a gift from anyone. Enough." Li Minglan pinched the bridge of his nose. "Zhi Zhi is right. Return the item to Jiang Song." Ruan Guan's eyes widened in shock. Feeling deeply hurt, "Minglan, you trust outsiders over me." "What outsiders?" Li Yamo was now furious, having lost her composure. The words hung heavily in the air, silencing the crowd. Li Minglan then noticed Shen Zhi Zhi's gown, the very one Ruan Guan had selected a month prior. How could it be adorning Shen Zhi Zhi? The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief as whispers erupted. "No way. How could he cheat on such a beautiful wife?" Li Minglan truly felt frustrated. Master Tua seized the opportunity to analyze. "No wonder I found it odd. Everyone refers to Ruan Guan as Mrs. Li, yet this woman calls her Miss Ruan. I say this man is in on it. These two outfits are matching couple styles, and the brand doesn't lend them out individually. They likely intend to provoke the original wife." Some countered. "Surely not. That's not a dignified matter. Even if she ascends to a higher status, she will be ridiculed." Master Tua replied with confidence. That's where you misunderstand. They are aiming to deliberately infuriate the original wife. They expect her to erupt in rage, then label her as an unstable madwoman, creating a stark contrast with the mistress, making it seem justifiable for the husband to seek another. I am a man. Who better than I to understand a man's thoughts? The crowd. Ruan Guan too was astonished, glancing at the speaker. Master Tua, had she not truly known this man, she might have thought he was her hired mouthpiece. Enough. Jiang Song's expression had darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that the person he hired would turn into a dagger aimed at Shen Zhi Zhi. To clear Shen Zhi Zhi's name, he quickly asserted, "This bracelet was indeed a gift for Mrs. Li. She mentioned her fondness for it, hence I presented it to her." As soon as he spoke, the scene erupted in chaos. Chapter 40. Ruan Jinlian. With that single statement from Jiang Song, the tide of the situation shifted dramatically. Good heavens, a woman who would seduce her husband's close friend. Such fickleness, no matter how beautiful she is. I would hesitate to marry. Who could argue with that? Oh dear, it seems I misjudged. It turns out Li Minglan is not a scoundrel. I support him in parting ways with Ruan Jinlian. The crowd buzzed with indignation on Li Minglan's behalf. While Ruan Guan remained eerily calm, she understood. Jiang Song could not bear to see his white moonlight defamed as a mistress. She purposefully displayed surprise. "No, Jiang Shao, please take a closer look. This truly isn't your bracelet." Yet Jiang Song merely sought to divert everyone's attention away from Shen Zhi Zhi, redirecting it toward the rumors surrounding himself and Ruan Guan. The same sentiment echoed in his mind. He could always marry Ruan Guan. However, when he noticed Ruan Guan's glistening eyes fixed on him, he paused, averting his gaze. Then, with a sharp look at the crowd, he declared, "Shen Zhi Zhi is my companion. If anyone dares to spread another word of rumor, I, Jiang Song, will not hesitate to respond and will take Shen Zhi Zhi away." At that moment, Ruan Guan's voice rang out from behind. "Jiang Shao, may I ask how many beads your bracelet has?" Jiang Song answered. 21. Are you certain? I can prove it. Shen Zhi Zhi interjected. 21 in Buddhism signifies the phoenix's rebirth. It is also my blessing for a song. Ruan Guan furrowed her brows in confusion. How curious. My bracelet contains only 16 beads. A birthday gift from my mother when I turned 16. Jiang Shao, if you doubt it, you may count them yourself. Jiang Song's brow furrowed, puzzled by Ruan Guan's intentions. He had personally handed her the bracelet. He knew exactly how many beads it contained. Did she truly believe he would uphold her dignity in front of everyone? That seemed a touch unrealistic. Jiang Song chose to ignore her, preparing to leave. Yet the murmurs of the crowd interrupted. It really does have only 16 beads, so this truly isn't Jiang Song's bracelet. Then why did he claim it was a gift to Mrs. Li? Is he not tarnishing her reputation? Jiang Song paused, stepping before Ruan Guan, his gaze sweeping over the bracelet, confirming it indeed had only 16 beads. His expression darkened. Where were the other 5? This was the first time he had noticed Shen Zhi Zhi wearing it during an underground car race. The ancient, somber sandalwood matched her resilient and vibrant spirit, creating an aura of tranquility around those who approached her. Later, after he had casually mentioned it, Shen Zhi Zhi had genuinely gifted him the bracelet. Although it differed slightly from his memory, he attributed it to the dim lighting of the night and paid it no mind. Jiang Song could lend this bracelet to Ruan Guan, but it did not imply she could lose a single bead of sandalwood. Nearby, Li Yamo shrieked, "Ruan Guan, you are far too scheming. You knew Jiang Song would expose you, so you removed 5 beads in advance, didn't you?" Shen Zhi Zhi sighed. "Miss Ruan, please return the remaining sandalwood beads to us. The 21 beads hold significance. Even one missing creates a sense of incompleteness. However, rest assured, I shall craft a new bracelet for you, Minglan. Do convince Miss Ruan." Li Minglan's brow twitched. He certainly did not believe there was anything between Ruan Guan and Jiang Song. The Ruan Guan who had confessed to him at 18, the one who had loved him for 8 years, and the one who had drugged him to marry him, how could she fall for another? Yet he could not fathom why she desired Jiang Song's bracelet. The mere thought of that bracelet, a symbol of Jiang Song, adorning Ruan Guan's wrist, stirred an inexplicable frustration within him. "Ruan Guan," Li Minglan said solemnly. "Return the item to Jiang Song, and I shall not pursue this matter further." Ruan Guan forced a bitter smile. "Minglan, why do you not trust me?" Her gaze shifted to an elder in the crowd. "Professor Xia, you're a luminary in archaeology and a connoisseur of cultural artifacts. This sandalwood bracelet in my possession is a work from the Republic of China era, over a century old. Might I request your expertise to ascertain its authenticity and restore my honor?" Upon hearing this, Professor Xia became intrigued. "A work from the Republic of China? Let me take a look." She cast a fleeting glance and her expression turned grave. In a serious tone, she asked Ruan Guan, "You claim this is a work from the Republic. Where did it come from?" The others sensed her unease. Li Yamo quickly interjected, "Professor Xia, please don't be upset. This woman, Ruan Guan, already seduced my brother, and now she aims to charm brother Jiang as well. It's utterly shameless. There's no need to pay her any mind." Shen Zhi Zhi humbly added, "Professor, this is merely a piece I carved for fun back in high school." Miss Ruan must be mistaken. My humble skills are hardly worth mentioning. Professor Xia sternly interrupted, "Your work. This is clearly the work of my teacher." A gasp rippled through the crowd. Ruan Guan's bracelet is actually the creation of Professor Xia's mentor? Is that not the renowned master carver, Mr. Su? It is known that Mr. Su's surviving works are few, yet each possesses immense artistic value. Shen Zhi Zhi was momentarily stunned, not expecting her high school carving of sandalwood to be mistaken for a master's piece. Feeling both proud and helpless, "Professor Xia," Shen Zhi Zhi stepped forward. "I truly made this at as she spoke. She showcased her other works on her phone. Professor Xia was bemused, exclaiming, "You simply don't understand the gravity of the situation. There's a world of difference." Shen Zhi Zhi was taken aback. Professor Xia, in deep distress, lamented, "This audacious youth dares to shamelessly exploit my teacher's name for personal gain. I recall a time when someone invited my teacher to Japan to teach wood carving techniques. He resolutely declined, and the Japanese, in a bid to coerce him, confined him in the snowy mountains, attempting to starve and freeze him to death. Little did they know, he secretly sheltered an orphan, passing on his skills. To ensure the child's survival in the frigid winter, he sacrificed his life's work to provide warmth. In the end, the child survived, but he remained forever in that winter." As she spoke, tears streamed down Professor Xia's face, moving many present to tears as well. Shen Zhi Zhi stood frozen, feeling as if her feet were encased in lead, unable to move. Professor Xia ignored her, grasping Ruan Guan's hand with fervor. I never imagined I would see my teacher's work again in my lifetime. Child, would you be willing to sell me this bracelet? No matter the price, I will pay you. I wish for my students, including myself, to witness my teacher's artistry and continue to study his carving techniques. Ruan Guan shook her head. Just as Professor Xia's disappointment set in, Ruan Guan placed the sandalwood bracelet in her hands, her voice gentle yet resolute. Mr. Su's noble spirit is admirable, but this is a gift from my mother. She is unwell, spending years abroad for treatment, and now lies in a coma, with doctors asserting there is nothing more to be done. I have heard that Director Liao, a master in treating my mother's ailment, travels the world and has no fixed abode. Therefore, Ruan Guan sighed, hoping Professor Xia could understand her selfishness as a daughter, unable to part with it. However, I am willing to lend this bracelet to you and your students indefinitely for research, to carry on Mr. Su's unfinished legacy. Upon hearing this, the once dimmed light in Professor Xia's eyes reignited. Indefinitely, this was tantamount to a gift. Child, are you referring to Director Liao Alian? Professor Xia inquired. Indeed. Ruan Guan replied. I know where she is. Professor Xia exclaimed. Do not worry. I will surely help you contact her. However, I cannot guarantee she will be able to treat your mother. Ruan Guan's eyes sparkled with hope. Thank you, Professor Xia. As long as there is even a 1,000th chance, I wish to try. Gazing at the girl before her, whose eyes shimmered with determination, Professor Xia sighed repeatedly. What a dutiful child you are. She turned her gaze towards Jiang Song and Shen Zhi Zhi, speaking sternly. You two unjustly accused this young lady of theft without any evidence. Do you think her mother is ill and she is easy to bully? Did you assume no one would stand up for her? She struck her cane against the floor. Let me tell you, Ruan Guan is now like a goddaughter to me. Anyone who dares to bully her is bullying me. Xia choping, Ruan Guan felt a lump in her throat. All along, she had been like a child who stumbles but rises again, able to brush off ridicule, neglect, and slander, continuing to stride forward. But when someone finally inquired if she was in pain, all her grievances surged forth. She held back her emotions, taking a deep breath. She observed Ruan Guan, who was striving to suppress her feelings. Li Minglan froze. He was aware of Ruan Guan's mother's illness, but had not realized it had escalated to such a degree. Why had she not confided in him? If she had, he could have offered assistance. His tone grew serious as he addressed Li Yamo. You should apologize to your sister-in-law at once. Li Yamo gritted her teeth. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I was wrong to assume you were stealing. Ruan Guan responded with a gentle nod. It's all right. Yet within, she couldn't help but smirk coldly. Li Minglan was merely pushing his sister forward to apologize in order to protect Shen Zhi Zhi. Meanwhile, Jiang Song wore a complex expression. As he scrutinized the bracelet he had previously dismissed, he noticed its striking resemblance to the one he had glimpsed at an underground racing event a decade ago. What puzzled him further was why the bracelet Shen Zhi Zhi gifted him looked identical to Ruan Guan's. No, Ruan Guan's piece, in terms of carving skill and sandalwood quality, was of superior caliber. How could he have confused the two? His mind was in disarray, and his ears buzzed as he sought a quiet place to collect his thoughts. Wait, it was Li Yuan, who had remained silent until now. His deep, narrow eyes cast a scrutinizing glance at Shen Zhi Zhi. The true thief has yet to apologize, hasn't she? This statement sent shockwaves through the crowd, especially among those familiar with Li Yuan. Miss Shen, care to explain why the bracelet you personally carved resembles Mr. Su's work? Shen Zhi Zhi bit her lip, seemingly caught off guard by Li Yuan's direct inquiry. Li Minglan attempted to defuse the situation. Brother, Branch may have simply made a mistake. Jiang Song chimed in. Yuan, it was a jest between me and Li Tai Tai. My bracelet was indeed borrowed, and Branch merely misidentified it. If Li Tai Tai wishes to pursue this matter, I can apologize. Adjust. Li Yuan remained silent, his thin eyelids lowered, casting a shadow over his eyes, leaving others uncertain of his thoughts. Jiang Song gritted his teeth and stepped forward to face Ruan Guan. I apologize. I misjudged you. Li Yuan continued to remain silent, lazily toying with the parrot in its cage. Yet his silence rendered the others motionless. The atmosphere thickened as if it were tangible. Eventually, someone could no longer contain themselves, addressing Shen Zhi Zhi. I'm speaking to you. You just wronged someone, and I heard it all. After a prolonged silence, Shen Zhi Zhi, feeling the weight of Li Yuan's unwavering gaze, finally uttered with restrained indignation, "Miss Yuan, I apologize." Ruan Guan shook her head. "It's all right." Li Yuan's casual voice interrupted. "Imitating handcrafted items is trivial. Just refrain from academic dishonesty and plagiarism." Shen Zhi Zhi pressed her lips together. Her academic achievements were her pride, and she would not tolerate any slander. She lifted her chin defiantly, masterly. "I understand that someone like you, born with a silver spoon, cannot empathize with a poor person like me who has changed their fate through education. However, please do not equate poverty with low character. I have walked my path with dignity and fearlessness." "A jest, merely a jest. Why take it to heart, Miss Shen?" Li Yuan chuckled lightly. This. Jiang Song furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying tension. A bizarre thought flickered through his mind, but vanished before he could grasp it. Li Yuan continued, "Miss Shen, you downplay your accomplishments. That outfit you wear is worth a fortune, something a poor person would not typically don." Shen Zhi Zhi retorted, "Are you suggesting that as a researcher, I am unworthy of wearing such attire? Should it only be reserved for celebrities or those in the fashion industry like Miss Ruan?" Ruan Guan remained silent, wishing to maintain her role as an observer. However, she could not resist interjecting. Lu Corporation is a leader in the domestic chip industry, spending hundreds of billions annually on research and development, attracting top talent from across the nation and the globe. If respect could be equated with money, then as the heir to Lu Corporation, Li Yuan might be the most respectful of researchers. Shen Zhi Zhi's expression darkened at this remark, and amidst the crowd, a master chimed in. "Tisk, constantly bringing up research. Perhaps it may impress some, but in the eyes of the Lu family, it is hardly worthy of attention. Some would be discarded in the first round. Some individuals seem to enjoy stealing. Today they may steal a dress, tomorrow they may steal someone's husband." Shen Zhi Zhi's face paled as she sought help from Li Minglan, who was preoccupied with other thoughts. He couldn't comprehend why Shen Zhi Zhi wore Ruan Guan's dress, and he was entirely unaware of her presence that day. At that moment, Li Yamo interjected. "Did this dress have Ruan Guan's name written on it? On what grounds do you accuse Branch of stealing her clothing? Do you dare to face charges of defamation?" The master shrugged innocently. "I never stated who it belonged to. Li Yamo." She took a deep breath and said, "This gown is a haute couture runway piece, only borrowed once a decade ago. Whether in Europe, America, or domestically, numerous celebrities have sought to wear this ensemble, yet the brand has never lent it out. This time, they agreed solely due to my brother's reputation, and the expenses were also covered by him." "Having nothing to do with Ruan Guan," someone murmured. "Then how is it a couple's outfit?" Li Yamo replied, "As you all know, high-end European and American brands have a comprehensive evaluation system prior to lending out garments. The reason they selected these two pieces for my brother and sister Gigi might be because the brand perceives them as a fitting pair." She was indeed clever enough to redirect the question back to the brand. Whispers erupted among the crowd. "That's true. The aesthetics abroad differ from those at home. Perhaps they view Shen Zhi Zhi's subtle beauty as more sophisticated. Indeed, aesthetic appreciation is inherently diverse. It is merely our conservatism that limits us. A contrast to the more progressive stance of the West. In the realm of affluent elites, there remains a tendency to idolize foreign styles. This line of reasoning successfully swayed the crowd, even enhancing their perception of Shen Zhi Zhi's appearance. Li Yamo's circle of friends surrounded Shen Zhi Zhi, not hesitating to cast veiled jabs at Ruan Guan. What good is it for someone to work in fashion magazines if they still cannot borrow such luxurious gowns? Ruan Guan, she had come today to accumulate moral capital. Human psychology is peculiar. While it may seem to sympathize with the weak, it ultimately empathizes more with those who are wealthier, more beautiful, and more powerful. Just like a housewife, stripped of youth and beauty, with no substantial familial wealth to lean on, when her affluent and status-bearing husband strays, others may express sympathy for her but will more likely empathize with him. Look. To be with such a woman, if I were in his shoes, I would also seek a mistress. However, if a beautiful and influential woman were to face infidelity, the response would be to scold the husband. You must be starving. Thus, Ruan Guan should not seek sympathy. She must cultivate empathy. Just as she was about to call the designer of the dress, the esteemed Italian master Mr. Chad, Li Yuan's phone rang. She glanced and saw it was a video call. "Li, I heard today is your grandfather's birthday. Please convey my best wishes to him. The camera shifted slightly, inadvertently revealing her. On the other side was a man with brown hair and green eyes, around 50 years old, who warmly greeted her in Chinese. "Oh, dear Ruan, I didn't expect to see you here. It's a pleasure." The man in the video was, in fact, Mr. Chad. Ruan Guan was somewhat taken aback, and her gaze met Li Yuan's. He held the phone in one hand while the other casually rested in his pocket. The setting sun cast a gentle glow upon the classical architecture of white walls and dark tiles, portraying him not as a guest, but as the master of the residence, exuding an air of effortless grace. It was as if everything unfolded according to his expectations. In a moment of daze, Li Yuan approached her. He leaned slightly, accommodating her height, naturally bringing her into the frame, his broad shoulder seemingly enveloping her. Though this was merely a normal interaction, Ruan Guan felt a tremor in her heart. Her fingers tightening, a gentle breeze swept by, lifting Ruan Guan's long hair, the delicate strands entwining with Li Yuan's broad shoulder, reflecting the nearby summer blooms, rippling in hues. To any observer, they appeared as a match made in heaven. Witnessing the scene, Li Minglan momentarily froze. Chapter 43, Collision. Meanwhile, Ruan Guan temporarily suppressed her anxiety and greeted the man on the screen. "Long time no see, Mr. Chad. You look even younger than the last time we met." "The formalities of Chinese etiquette, please, Chad." "Oh, you are so sweet, Ruan. Your dress is stunning and suits you perfectly, but I'm quite saddened that you are not wearing the gown I designed." He theatrically placed a hand over his heart. The camera swept towards Shen Zhi Zhi, whose vividly patterned blue velvet gown was undeniably striking. Even a fleeting glance would capture attention. Chad's expression shifted. "Wait a moment. Who is that?" The crowd turned in the direction of the camera, confirming that Chad was inquiring about Shen Zhi Zhi. Yamo, initially interpreting this as a positive sign, nudged Shen Zhi Zhi forward, saying, "Sister Zhi, it seems you truly align with Western aesthetics. Otherwise, he wouldn't have singled you out." Shen Zhi Zhi, undaunted, gracefully stepped forward and smiled. "Hello, Mr. Chad. I am Shen Zhi Zhi. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yet Chad's immediate question was, "How dare you wear my design?" This left Shen Zhi Zhi bewildered. The man before her was indeed the designer of the gown. Meanwhile, Li Yamo had begun to sense something amiss. Being a scion of a wealthy family, she was familiar with the intricacies of the fashion world. "Mr. Chad, this is a good friend of my brother's," Li Yamo interjected. "It is an honor to wear the gown you designed. Who is your brother?" "Li Minglan," Li Yamo stated with pride. However, the response was just 3 words. "I don't know him." Not only that, Chad appeared quite agitated, repeatedly exclaiming, "How dare you!" Some onlookers reveled in the drama, such as that master, who scoffed. How strange. Didn't he Miss Li just say this gown was lent out because of the second young master of the Li family? How is it that the designer doesn't even know who he is? Someone chimed in, "Hey, didn't you catch that? This designer has a good relationship with Madame Li. Clearly, it was on her account that he agreed to lend it." Indeed, some genuinely believed that Shen Zhi Zhi epitomized the elevated standards of Western beauty. Thus, the gown was borrowed by Ruan Guan, and the designer was pleased to see her wearing his creation. Yet under her husband's tacit approval, it was taken and worn by the mistress. Exactly so. No way, Ruan Guan is both beautiful and gentle. How could Li Minglan seek a mistress? He must be starving. Instantly, as the crowd cast scornful glances at Li Minglan and Shen Zhi Zhi, contempt was palpable. Chad, too, was furious, declaring that he would blacklist Li Minglan and Shen Zhi Zhi, refusing to rent or sell any of his brand's garments to them. The murmurs grew louder. Li Minglan, feeling a headache coming on, turned to Ruan Guan. "You must tell Mr. Chad that this is all a misunderstanding." Ruan Guan shook her head, stating that it was his principle. No one could undermine it. "Alon, if Miss Ruan is unwilling to help, then so be it. Sister Gigi is as pure as a lily. She will not allow herself to be ensnared in a trap of self-justification." With that, she turned to leave the crowd. Yet, upon reaching a corner, she covered her face and began to weep. She and Minglan were innocent, never overstepping boundaries. This gown had been chosen by Minglan for her. Yet, these rabble-rousers were all too eager to believe slander against her and Minglan. Had she accepted Minglan's confession back then, Ruan Guan would not even exist in this narrative, but they knew nothing. They were utterly ignorant. Sister Zhi Zhi, what's wrong? Approaching her was Su Tong'an, looking at Shen Zhi Zhi with eyes full of admiration. Shen Zhi Zhi felt a pang in her heart and recounted the earlier incident. I am not as fortunate as Miss Ruan, born into a wealthy family where everything comes easily, but just because I am a girl from an ordinary family. Does that mean I am unworthy of wearing such a gown, destined only to be slandered? The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, bursting into tears as she leaned on Su Tong'an's shoulder. Su Tong'an stiffened. He had a cleanliness obsession and disliked being touched by others. That moment, he resisted the urge to push Shen Zhi Zhi away and comforted her. No, Sister Zhi Zhi, you're the kindest girl I have ever met. The world of the affluent is like this. I believe in you, Sister Zhi Zhi. You will surpass them in the future. This incident was indeed excessive on Ruan Guan's part. I will make it right for you. The youth blinked, urging her to remain calm. Then he moved to the back door, allowing the previously barred Gao Yu to enter. He had investigated Ruan Guan and was well aware that Gao Yu had a bone to pick with her. Today, she surely came with ill intentions, but who could blame Ruan Guan for upsetting Sister Zhi Zhi? A lesson was in order. All of this was clearly observed by Ruan Guan through the surveillance. She had been worried that Gao Yu might not show, jeopardizing her plans for the day. Thankfully, Su Tong'an had let her in. Ruan Guan's gaze was steady as she timed her exit perfectly. Stepping out just as Su Tong'an passed a monitoring blind spot, inadvertently slipping the treasured bracelet of Jiangsong into his handbag, the birthday banquet was about to commence. In the front hall, Li Yuan was surrounded by a throng of people, men and women, young and old. An elder figure smiled and remarked, Li Yuan, you are getting on in years. Why don't you have a girlfriend yet? Or perhaps you have someone special in your heart. What do you young folks call it, a white moonlight? Just then, Ruan Guan happened to walk in. She slowed her pace, her gaze landing on Li Yuan as he shook his head and replied, the moon does not emit light, it merely reflects the sun's glow, creating an illusion of brilliance. Ruan Guan paused. She could not help but reevaluate the term white moonlight. Moonlight is borrowed. How can a white moonlight remain luminous, high and bright in one's heart indefinitely? In a state of contemplation, she made her way to the deserted rooftop terrace. The orange and blue hues intertwined in the sky. The towering buildings formed a silhouette against the glowing lights, creating a vivid panorama. The footsteps of the man approached, accompanied by a cold, ethereal fragrance. It was Li Yuan. Ruan Guan spoke. Thank you for earlier. Are you referring to Chad's call? Yes, that too. Consider it a favor owed to you, which I shall repay. As for the matter of marriage, we could arrange a prenuptial agreement to clarify things. We may not be able to ascertain everything. Li Yuan's deep voice penetrated her ears, causing Ruan Guan to involuntarily hold her breath. She turned her head to see a hint of a smile at the corner of Li Yuan's lips, one arm casually resting on the railing, his tall posture bending slightly to match her height, drawing him closer to her. His face was impeccable, his skin a cool, unblemished white that could not be tanned. Even at such proximity, the traces of pores were invisible, the fading crimson of the sunset casting a gentle glow on his profile, softening his coldly sharp features. He raised an eyebrow and languidly inquired, what about when we have children in the future? Ruan Guan had not anticipated such a distant thought, her and Li Yuan's child. She felt an inexplicable tension, biting her lip. It seems you truly desire a child. However, Li Yuan shook his head, his gaze drifting toward the edge of the city. The outcome is not what matters. What I care about is the journey. Ruan Guan's mind buzzed. What journey? Li Yuan lowered his eyes, his dark pupils fixed on her, intense emotions swirling within his gaze, which Ruan Guan could not decipher. Just then, an incongruous voice broke the moment. What are you two doing? Chapter 44. Is Ruan Guan in his arms? What are you doing? Li Minglan frowned, observing two servants in the corridor pouring a white powder into a dish of food. Young master, it's that Pobby refusing to take its medicine. I could only crush the vitamins and mix them into the food. Pobby was the teddy dog raised by Li Yamo. Li Minglan. As he was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure standing on the terrace. It was Li Yuan, standing alone by the railing, his fingertips glowing crimson, his black coat slightly ajar. Caught by the wind, he abruptly noticed a flash of red drifting in front of him. A ridiculous thought surged within him. Li Minglan could hardly contain himself and strode forward, only to realize that the red was a piece of red silk tied to the railing. He inexplicably exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Li Yuan continued to regard him silently. Li Minglan, feeling awkward, asked, "Brother, are you here alone? Who else would there be?" "No one." "Really?" He rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat guilty, as if that calm pair of eyes could effortlessly see through his thoughts. Then he noticed the cigarette between Li Yuan's fingers, and Li Minglan was taken aback. "When did I ever see you smoke, brother?" "Occasionally. Middle East." Li Yuan responded nonchalantly. However, Li Minglan grew particularly excited. Every young man harbored a sense of military nostalgia, and he was no exception. "So, brother, have you ever been on the battlefield?" Just as he began to speak, Li Yuan raised his wrist to check the time and coldly interrupted. "The birthday banquet is about to begin." Li Minglan froze, halting his speech. As he left, he noticed there were stairs outside the building. He recalled hearing the sound of high heels on wooden steps before entering. A sense of confusion flickered in his eyes. Was his brother truly alone on the terrace just now? After leaving the terrace, Li Minglan did not head to the main hall, but instead made his way to a suite on the second floor of another small building. The room was decorated in a Chinese style, with Pei Baichen sitting before a tea set made of purple clay. The gold-rimmed glasses on his nose were fogged over, obscuring his light brown eyes. "Minglan, you're here." Pei Baichen smiled warmly, pouring a cup of tea and sliding it across the table to Li Minglan. "Try this. It's the Imperial 18. Jiang Song raised an eyebrow lazily. "I told you." "I was just joking with her," Li Minglan said solemnly. "That's not funny. She is not someone you can joke about." Jiang Song chuckled. "Why are you being so protective? I thought you didn't tea like her." The atmosphere fell silent. "All right," Pei Baichen interjected with a smile. "Let us not argue as soon as you meet. We should discuss serious matters. I've already found the director and platform. Zhi Zhi will be the lead in a professional reality show." Jiang Song flicked his lighter and lit a cigarette at the corner of his mouth. "Let's do as you say. Make sure that woman keeps her mouth shut and acts convincingly." Pei Baichen smiled. "No, there's no script. The audience is quite discerning nowadays. We must make them genuinely dislike this person." "Have you already determined the candidate?" "Yes." "Is there anything we need to do?" Li Minglan inquired. "Yes. You both need to appear on camera." Pei Baichen teased, withholding specifics about what they were to do. In any case, they would start with some edited clips to gauge the response, and once the hype was high, they would transition to live broadcasts for a more authentic experience. Li, Jiang both had no objections. The brief meeting concluded, and the banquet was about to commence. Madame Li had already called to urge Li Minglan to come downstairs. Meanwhile, Jiang Song flopped onto the sofa. "You guys go ahead. I'm tired and need to catch up on some sleep." Li, Jiang. Before leaving, Pei Baichen tentatively asked Li Minglan, "Does your brother know Ruan Guan? He seems quite protective of her." Li Minglan's expression was weary. "She's merely a pawn. Family discord is not something to be shared with outsiders." He deflected. "By the way, it's strange. Why haven't I seen that Su Tong'an kid?" Pei Baichen, picking up on the hint, refrained from asking further. After the two departed, a masked servant knocked on the door. "Young Master Jiang, here's the red wine you requested earlier. Enjoy." Meanwhile, Ruan Guan, after leaving the terrace, intended to confess to old Master Allied, and the Vasily family. Only the old man had been kind to her. She wanted to disclose the truth about her faux pregnancy, not wishing to give the old man false hopes. Standing at the entrance of the Buddhist hall in the garden, she was about to knock when a young female voice resonated. "Old Master, I know you think I'm close to Minglan for ulterior motives, which is why I chose to go abroad after high school. You should also know that during the years I was away, Minglan hasn't had it easy. Can you bear to see Minglan spend his life with someone he doesn't love?" It was Shen Zhi Zhi. On the other side of the door, old Master Li silently regarded Shen Zhi Zhi, his demeanor subdued. He was no longer as domineering as he had been 8 years ago. Compared to the beautiful yet superficial Ruan Guan, the girl before him was more intelligent and accomplished, yet he would not alter his decision. The Li family could not afford to lose face. Old Master Li spoke solemnly. Guan Guan is a good child. How can you be sure Minglan won't fall in love with her? Because the one he loves is me. Shen Zhi Zhi had had enough of the external criticism. The old man chuckled. Miss Shen, you might be overly confident. The laughter pierced Shen Zhi Zhi's ears, as if mocking her, and it sank like a dagger into her heart. Despite being superior to Ruan Guan in every aspect, she endured ridicule and disdain due to her status and position. She felt unwilling. What if she had another layer of identity? After pondering for a moment, Shen Zhi Zhi made a bold proposal. Actually, my English name is Victoria. Old Master Li paused. What did you say? The old man was still in shock. Shen Zhi Zhi was actually Victoria. The Li family also owned an automotive company. Naturally, he had heard of Victoria's name. She was a top-tier talent sought after by countless companies, the very Shen Zhi Zhi he had torn apart back in the day. In that moment, he felt regret and wavering. Yet, when he thought of Ruan Guan's unborn child, the old man sighed. But Guan Guan is already pregnant with Minglan's child. Shen Zhi Zhi's voice was bright and confident. Rest assured, I will treat Ruan Guan's child as my own. Antagonist X. Ruan Guan desires. Ruan Guan receives assistance along the way. Ruan Guan. There are still many good people in the world. Record it all. Every bit of it. Chapter 45. Li Yuan's wife, Ruan Guan. Old Master Li's gaze darkened. Do you truly feel this way? Shen Zhi Zhi nodded. I love Minglan, and by extension, I will love his family and his child. Old Master Li contemplated for a moment before finally nodding. I am the face of absolute interest. Sacrificing a Ruan Guan was insignificant. Moreover, it was Ruan Guan who had degraded herself, climbing into Minglan's bed. Everything that transpired now was her own doing. Old Master Li declared, I will assist you. After tonight, I will make sure Minglan divorces Ruan Guan. What if Ruan Guan refuses to keep the child? She wanted. Old Master Li fiddled with the prayer beads, his tone carrying an unyielding authority. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the heavy wooden door. All of this was overheard by Ruan Guan standing outside, recorded on her voice recorder. Ruan Guan, resting her hand on her flat abdomen, felt relieved that she was not truly pregnant. Giving birth is a perilous ordeal for women, both in ancient times and now. It requires enduring the physical strain of carrying a child for 10 months. Dealing with pregnancy-related illnesses due to hormonal changes, and the excruciating pain of childbirth, yet they were so casually planning to cast her aside. Ruan Guan changed her mind. She decided not to reveal the truth of her faux pregnancy to Old Master Li, nor to expose Shen Zhi Zhi's identity. Let them continue their empty hopes. She was also curious how they would orchestrate her divorce from Li Minglan that evening. Woof woof woof, Ruan Guan. It was during the chilly spring that the little creature lay in the snow, barely alive, and it was she who cradled it in her arms and took it to the pet hospital. Under her careful care, the once timid little teddy transformed into a remarkably beautiful dog. Ruan Guan was reluctant to part with it and turned down her sister-in-law for the first time. However, while she was on a business trip, Li Yamo forcibly brought the dog to the Li family. She believed she was being mistreated, only to discover that she had formed a close bond with the Li family, allowing them to touch her belly, which she had previously refused to let anyone touch. Li Yamo was quite fond of the little dog, observing that even it recognized her as an outsider. At that moment, Ruan Guan no longer paid attention to Pobby. Meanwhile, the puppy kept barking, its golden collar jingling merrily, until another figure approached. It was Shen Zhi Zhi, now donned in a beautiful yellow dress that enhanced her beauty compared to earlier. The little teddy dog instantly became obedient, trotting over and tilting its head cutely, eliciting peals of laughter from Shen Zhi Zhi. Ruan Guan felt a sense of relief. The little dog's dislike for her was not her fault. Nor was it her fault that the Li family held the same sentiment. As she brushed past Shen Zhi Zhi, she caught a glimpse of a sympathetic look directed her way. Ruan Guan? The birthday banquet commenced. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman with a benevolent expression turned his gaze towards Li Minglan. Ladies and gentlemen, today I have the pleasure of announcing joyous news. The Li family is soon to welcome a new addition. He continued, 10 years ago, I proclaimed that whoever bore a great-grandson would become the heir of the Li family. Thus, Minglan, the future of the Li family rests upon your shoulders. The guests erupted into applause. At that moment, Li Yuan spoke up, raising his eyebrows slightly, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Grandfather, there's no need to rush. My younger brother's child has yet to be born." This declaration shocked everyone. Was Li Yuan vying for the title of heir to the Li family? The elderly was taken aback, realizing that Li Yuan still harbored resentment over the family's past abandonment of him. The most startled of all were Mr. and Mrs. Li, for Li Yuan was far superior to Li Minglan. Later, when they learned that Li Yuan's maternal grandfather was the influential Lu Tinghua, he had become the heir of the Lu family. They felt both begrudging and relieved, but now, Li Yuan sought both the Lu family and the Li family. That was unacceptable. However, there were certain things they, as elders, could neither say nor dare to say. They felt intimidated when meeting Li Yuan's gaze, unaware of the trials he had endured over the years. When he wasn't smiling, he resembled a malevolent spirit. Yet when he smiled, he was even more terrifying. Like a cunning fox scheming against them. As for Ruan Guan, Li Chuangua shifted his gaze, searching for his daughter-in-law, intending to have Ruan Guan address the matter. In the next instant, a voice rang out. "I know where Ruan Guan is. I saw her sneak into Jiang Dishao's room." Instantly, all eyes turned toward the speaker. Who is that? Unfamiliar. But is what she said true? Ruan Guan and Jiang Song? Is that for real? Amidst the crowd, Lin Weiying turned her gaze toward the source of the voice, her eyes narrowing in shock. How could it be Gao Yu? On the other side, the master entered the banquet hall. Dejectedly, he had just tried to contact his benefactor but had been unsuccessful. Upon hearing the gossip about Ruan Guan and Jiang Song, he mistakenly thought his benefactor had arrived, his eyes lighting up as he eagerly stepped forward to confirm. "Indeed, I also saw Jiang Song and Ruan Guan together. They are deeply in love, lost in each other's company, oblivious to the world around them." This was mortifying for everyone. Mrs. Li gasped, "Quick, bring Ruan Guan to me." Meanwhile, Li Yamo was in a frenzy, thinking, that wretched Ruan Guan. If she truly dared to climb into brother Jiang Song's bed, I would not let her off easily. On the other hand, the master continued his ramblings. Li Minglan's forehead throbbed, and he seized the man's collar. "Try saying another word." The master was taken aback. "I truly saw Ruan Guan with Jiang Song. If you don't believe me, just ask her." He pointed toward his benefactor, Gao Yu. Upon hearing this, Gao Yu genuinely believed she had witnessed something significant. Her eyes brightened. It was accomplished. She was eager to gather everyone to catch Ruan Guan in the act, revealing her true nature to Ruan Guan's husband. However, as she met a piercing gaze from across the room, Gao Yu's mind went blank. It was him, the man who had picked Ruan Guan up from work the last time, Ruan Guan's husband. That gaze exuded a powerful pressure, making her increasingly anxious, even contemplating fleeing in disgrace. Under the immense pressure, her mind was in a fog as she approached Li Yuan, declaring, "I personally saw your wife enter Jiang Song's room." Li Yuan raised an intrigued brow. "My wife," Gao Yu affirmed. "Yes, your wife, Ruan Guan." Chapter 46. Miss Ruan Guan is her. Nonsense. The elderly could no longer tolerate it. Where did this madwoman come from? Unable to distinguish who Ruan Guan's husband is, yet slandering her? Has she lost her mind? Gao Yu was momentarily stunned. He isn't Ruan Guan's husband. Impossible. Her vision was impeccable, even in heavy rain, with droplets steaming upon contact with the ground. She could identify the man who picked up Ruan Guan on Thursday. She could not be mistaken. Surely, this old fool was deceiving her. Gao Yu insisted. "No, he is Ruan Guan's husband." Li Yuan narrowed his eyes but did not deny it. Gao Yu was adept at reading expressions. Seeing Ruan Guan's husband wearing a pleased look, her confusion deepened. Why was he pleased if his wife was unfaithful? Gritting her teeth, she continued, "Your wife is unrestrained at work, often flirting with young Master Jiang. And many colleagues can attest to this. I couldn't bear to see you deceived, which is why I spoke out." She incessantly referred to him as your wife. The guests were left bewildered. And Lin Tangsheng felt a surge of panic. How could his daughter be mistaken for the wife of the eldest son of the Li family? Fearing Li Yuan's wrath, he quickly intervened. "Security, quickly remove this madwoman. She can't even distinguish between the eldest and second sons of the Li family, yet dares to slander young Master Jiang, disrupting the elder Li's birthday banquet. Can she afford the consequences?" Soon, security arrived. ready to escort Gao Yu out without a word. In that fleeting moment, she caught sight of Lin Weiing hiding behind Lin Tangxing. Her eyes lit up. Weiing, you saw the man we encountered on Thursday. Didn't you? As the daughter of the Ruan family, they will believe you. The mention of daughter of the Ruan family drew laughter from the crowd. Some rolled their eyes. There was only one daughter in the Ruan family. Who was Weiing? No one had heard of her. Others shook their heads. Gao Yu froze in disbelief. How could this be? Lin Weiing was indeed the daughter of the Ruan family. One person laughed again. The daughter of the Ruan family has the surname Lin. Is that logical? Gao Yu retorted. Because she took her father's surname. Weiing, you must clarify. Lin Weiing's face flushed. She hadn't been on the guest list. Lin Tangxing had invited her to broaden her horizons, never expecting to encounter this madwoman. Desperate to break free from Gao Yu's grasp, she found it impossible, as her opponent clung on like a stubborn gum. She had no choice but to retreat behind Lin Tangxing. The commotion attracted attention, and soon, the guests began to notice the young girl accompanying Lin Tangxing, sparking a flurry of gossip. Mrs. Ruan is still abroad recuperating. Yet he parades around with a newcomer. How shameless. Look at her age. She could be his daughter. I said he shouldn't have sought a son-in-law. Men are fine for a fling, but marrying a man who seeks to swindle him will ruin the family legacy. What a disgrace to the ancestors. The disdainful gazes and murmurs of the crowd could not be concealed. Ruan Guan's mother, Ruan Yun, was a stunning beauty in her youth, with suitors aplenty. She chose a son-in-law to prevent the Ruan family's assets from falling into the hands of outsiders. Unfortunately, shortly after their marriage, she fell ill, leaving the management of the company to her husband, Lin Tangxing. Gao Yu suddenly realized she had been deceived. Her eyes widened in fury. Lin Weiing, you tricked me. You claimed you were the daughter of the Ruan family. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? This little vixen dared to impersonate the daughter of the Ruan family. Ruan Guan was still present, and the mistress was boldly stepping into the limelight. Wait a moment. Gao Yu raised her head, catching onto the key term, Ruan Guan. A ludicrous thought surfaced in her mind as she trembled. What does Ruan Guan have to do with this? The crowd erupted in laughter. Ruan Guan, she is the very daughter of the Ruan family you speak of. Dazed, Gao Yu's vision blurred. Her head throbbed painfully. At this point, everything clicked into place. Why Lin Weiing bore the surname Lin, and why Ruan Guan spoke of the Ruan family with such derision. Gao Yu, who had spent her life striving to be superior, had been deceived by an impostor. The thought of having played maid to an impostor for over a year ignited a furious blaze within her. Today, she would not be the only one to be humiliated. She abruptly stood, charging toward Lin Weiing. You little mistress, flaunting your status as a young lady. How utterly shameless. You seduced Ruan Guan's father. Do you even have a shred of dignity? The scene descended into chaos. You lie. I am not a mistress. Lin Weiing exclaimed, her face scratched, pain distorting her voice. Lin Tangxing's face burned with shame. Among the crowd were many who had once pursued or admired Ruan Yun. Their anger flared, and amidst the chaos, they began to strike and kick Lin Tangxing, even yanking out clumps of his hair. Witnessing the pandemonium, the Li family felt overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Li Yuan remained leisurely seated. The delicate Susho crane pattern swirled in the tea steam as he took a sip, then set it down, commenting nonchalantly, the tea may not be exceptional, but the spectacle is quite entertaining. This remark floated into the elderly's ears, nearly causing him to suffer a fatal stroke on the spot. Just as the uproar reached a crescendo, Gao Yu heard a familiar female voice calling, Alan, he is Li Minglan. You just realized that. The person you mentioned earlier was Li Yuan, the cousin of Li Minglan. How laughable. Li Yuan. Gao Yu was taken aback. The grandson of the prominent figure Lu Tinghua in the capital, the heir of the Lu family, Li Yuan. Just a moment ago, Li Minglan had stated he was too busy to pick her up. Yet he appeared nonetheless, despite the Li family being from Jiacheng. That car bore a Beijing A license plate, for it was not Li Minglan at all, but Li Yuan. As for why she was so certain that Li Yuan was Ruan Guan's husband, it stemmed from the moment she witnessed the affection he held for Ruan Guan while he shielded her with an umbrella as she entered the car. Li Yuan harbored feelings for his sister-in-law. The instant that thought surfaced, a chill ran down Gao Yu's spine. She turned on her heel, ready to leave, but unbeknownst to her, someone had knocked her handbag to the ground, scattering the high-resolution photographs she had procured of Ruan Guan's infidelity. To be fair, Ruan Guan was not the type to stray. Even if, hypothetically, she sought the thrill of an affair, why wouldn't she pursue Li Yuan, with his impeccable physique and striking looks, not to mention being her husband's brother? It would be quite the enticement. Gao Yu's mind raced. Those photographs were nearest to Shen Zhi Zhi, lying at her feet. Just as she bent down to retrieve the images, Gao Yu shouted out swiftly, "Mistress. You are Li Minglan's mistress." Chapter 47. Divorce. Upon hearing her words, the crowd immediately perked up with interest. Gao Yu hastily continued, "I apologize. I mistook the person earlier, having been colleagues with Ruan Guan for 2 years. I had never seen her husband come to pick her up, not even once. The only time I did see him was this past Thursday during the heavy rain, when Ruan Guan's husband claimed he would come for her but changed his mind at the last moment. Over the phone, I distinctly heard this woman's voice, namely, yours." She pointed directly at Shen Zhi Zhi. "Oh my, is that true?" one exclaimed. "I remember that Thursday. The storm was terrifying," another added. "I had my suspicions from the dress incident." Li Minglan and this Shen person seem anything but innocent. Li Minglan truly felt famished. Shen Zhi Zhi's plain appearance resembled a watery porridge, scarcely edible without a bit of pickled vegetables. Shen Zhi Zhi's face turned ashen in an instant. She protested, "No, that day I was injured, and Alan, as a brother, took me to the hospital." As she spoke, she lifted her skirt to reveal a scar on her calf. "Come now, let us see how severe the injury is." That would cause the second young master of the Li family to abandon his waiting wife in the rain to escort a brother to the hospital, said Lu Xiangxiang, as a young lady of the capital. She waved her hand, and the crowd parted to make way for her. She strutted confidently up to Shen Zhi Zhi, her beautiful eyes casting a disdainful glance, her red lips curling into a smirk. "How many days has it been? And the scab has already fallen off. Clearly, your injury was not grave at all." As Shen Zhi Zhi faced the scrutiny, Pei Baichen signaled to his assistant beside him. The assistant immediately chimed in, "Even if Mrs. Li misinterpreted her husband's fidelity, it does not excuse her for enticing her husband's close friend." In an instant, the crowd began to realize that their focus had shifted. Whether Li Minglan had been unfaithful was merely speculation. However, Ruan Guan had been witnessed entering Jiang Song's room. Lin Tangsheng clasped his hands in despair, lamenting, "It is my failure as a parent. I had no idea Ruan Guan would engage in such behavior. It is all my fault." I and her mother felt pity for the daughter of the household aide and treated her with kindness. He gently patted Lin Weiying's shoulder, continuing, "Perhaps Ruan Guan felt neglected," leading to her poor treatment of Weiying. Later, the two of them ended up working at the same magazine, competing for the same position. Weiying secured an interview with young Master Jiang and got promoted, which may have made Ruan Guan uncomfortable, prompting her to pursue young Master Jiang. Regarding the interview, "My son merely spoke up for Weiying, and Ruan Guan, for some unknown reason, sent him to the police station. Family matters should not be aired publicly. I had no intention of speaking out, but at this point, I can no longer condone her actions. Minglan, rest assured, if this matter proves true, I shall discipline her properly." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Lu Xiangxiang frowned. "Are you Ruan Guan's biological father? How can you speak of your own daughter in such a manner?" Lin Tangxing sighed. "Miss Lu, you are unaware. Ruan Guan has always been unruly and reclusive, once causing her mother to be hospitalized. Thankfully, I sent her abroad. Otherwise, our Ruan family would have become a laughingstock." His words were many, leaving him hoarse. Li Yuan approached, carrying a teapot. He thought Li Yuan was merely offering him tea, repeatedly declining, only to realize he had not brought a cup. Just then, he felt a sudden intense heat and pain at the back of his head. Li Yuan had poured tea over him. Gasps erupted. "Oh my. Is Li Yuan assisting Ruan Guan? Certainly not." After all, Li Yuan had also been exiled abroad by old Master Li. They said he was destined to bring misfortune to his parents and would eventually lead to old Master Li's demise as well. Understanding dawned. This was reminiscent of Li Yuan's own situation. The crowd murmured quietly, yet only Gao Yu understood. Li Yuan was indeed avenging Ruan Guan. Meanwhile, Pei Baichen's eyes flickered. His instincts told him that Li Yuan was not the type to act impulsively. Was he punishing her father solely for Ruan Guan's sake? In the next moment, he saw a smirk emerge at the corners of Li Yuan's lips, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. What are you all standing around for? Weren't you here to catch someone in the act? Come, let us witness the spectacle. Pei Baichen's doubts dissipated. Perhaps he had misjudged him. The crowd made their way to the room mentioned by the master. They flung open the door. Jiang Song was the first to awaken, only to see a room full of people, and upon noticing an unknown figure nestled beside him under the covers, he felt little surprise at Ruan Guan's absence. He was aware that the drink delivered by the attendant had been drugged, yet he chose to consume it regardless. Following the dress incident, he had overheard many discussing Shen Zhi Zhi and Li Minglan's relationship. All with disdainful tones, Jiang Song had no desire for Shen Zhi Zhi to bear the burden of being labeled a mistress. Yet, what troubled him most was Li Minglan's apparent lack of intention to divorce Ruan Guan. Jiang Song could no longer remain idle. He had to ensure that Li Minglan and Ruan Guan would divorce. Thus, he immersed himself in the situation, unwittingly facilitating the hidden agenda to fabricate a scenario suggesting he had slept with Ruan Guan. Zhang's parents stormed in, slapping Jiang Song across the face, cursing, "You wretched child. Look at the mess you have created." With a smirk, he nonchalantly replied, "So what? I can always marry her." The crowd gasped in shock. At that moment, Li Minglan stepped forward, his eyes bloodshot, and, without hesitation, threw a punch. When did this begin? Jiang Song did not evade, laughing as he responded, "What do you think?" Li Minglan aimed to strike again. But Li Yamo, weeping, interceded, "Brother, it's all Ruan Guan's fault. She seduced brother Jiang Song. Brother Jiang Song is innocent." Lin Tangxing was equally distressed, lamenting, "What an embarrassment. I can hardly face anyone beside him." Li Chuangua and Gao Yan could scarcely bear to watch. Turning to old Master Li, "Father, a woman of such loose morals does not deserve to be our daughter-in-law. No matter what you say, they must divorce. Ruan Guan is utterly unworthy of Minglan." Old Master Li sighed heavily. "Ruan Guan has greatly disappointed me. I will defer to your opinions on this matter. Let Minglan and Ruan Guan divorce." "Grandfather, what are you saying?" A voice filled with astonishment and sorrow rang out from behind. "Ruan Guan, how did you get here?" Li Yamo shrieked. Yet Ruan Guan appeared oblivious. Her delicate features wore a look of shock, her slender shoulders trembling as if overwhelmed with sorrow. "Grandfather, what are you saying? You wish for Minglan and me to divorce? Why? Is it because I have not done enough?" Before anyone could process the situation, Ruan Guan was thought to be beneath the covers. If the one engaging in an affair with Jiang Song was not Ruan Guan, then who could it be? The crowd instinctively glanced at their daughters and wives, relieved to find them all present. That moment, a sultry voice emerged from the depths of the large bed. "What is all this commotion? Can't you see someone is trying to sleep?" As the figure rose, a long, pale arm emerged from the rumpled covers, soon revealing a youthful, lovely face. It was Su Tong'an. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 48. Su Wulong vs. Jiang Fengchu. Silence enveloped the room. All eyes were fixed in shock upon Su Tong'an. He sat up from the bed, his exposed upper body illuminated under the light, showcasing his vibrant youthfulness, his fair skin adorned with red splotches and scratch marks. The onlookers' eyes widened in disbelief, astonished yet intrigued. Meanwhile, Ruan Guan's face reflected a fleeting surprise, though internally she remained unperturbed. Su Tong'an had a propensity for allergies, and being unwell, all it took was a drink that conflicted with his cold medication to trigger a reaction. As for the scratches, they were merely from his own restless slumber. Even if the Su family investigated, they would uncover nothing. Among the crowd, Su Tong'an remained remarkably composed. Perhaps it was difficult to fathom, but he was indeed unfazed, believing everything was unfolding just as he had orchestrated, especially when he laid eyes on Ruan Guan amidst the throng. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes rimmed with red, exuding an aura of victimhood. He knew then that his plan had succeeded. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of smugness, as he mused, "Jiang Song, despite all your calculations, you never anticipated I would thwart you. What a pity, Jiang Song is absent. Otherwise, I would have loved to witness his discomfiture." He assumed Gao Yu was in league with Jiang Song, thus orchestrating the switch. In the moment of triumph within his heart, he suddenly saw his father storming toward him, furious. "You wretched child, look at the trouble you've caused," Su Tong'an, feeling unjustly accused, replied, "though I am unaware of what has transpired. Now that you have discovered it, I shall no longer conceal our affair from everyone. I will take responsibility for her." Beside him, Jiang Song attempted to cover his mouth, but it was too late. Su Tong'an noticed Jiang Song, his eyes widening in surprise. So he was here after all. A deeper smile spread across Su Tong'an's face, revealing his dimples. Jiang Song's countenance darkened, resembling a pot's bottom, so dark it was a riot of colors. Blooming like a myriad of flowers, whispers erupted among the crowd. "Look," the moment Su Tong'an saw Jiang Song, he smiled. "Truly love, though peculiar, they do seem well matched. Lady Li has suffered, but thankfully the truth is revealed." Su Tong'an, puzzled, asked, "What?" Just then, a light laugh rang out. Following the sound, he saw Li Yuan leaning against the doorway. He appeared languid against the doorframe, yet exuded an air of elegance. His straight back remained upright, and his long, powerful legs were encased in tailored trousers, every gesture radiating the charm of a mature man. A few young ladies stole glances, their cheeks flushing as they hurriedly averted their gazes. Li Yuan's crimson lips curled into a smile. "Uncle and aunt, congratulations." The two families were taken aback. Meanwhile, Li Minglan, astonished, wore an apologetic expression. "Ah Song, I had no idea you and Tong'an shared such a relationship. I misunderstood earlier, but even if your feelings are overwhelming, you cannot behave this way at grandfather's banquet." Su Tong'an, bewildered, thought, "What?" A thought exploded in his mind. He appeared as though he had been wronged by Jiang Song. Su Mama directed all her ire toward Jiang Song. "Jiang Song, you have always been a rogue, changing girlfriends weekly, causing distress to countless good young ladies. To think you would turn your sights on my dear An. Have you no decency?" Su Tong'an murmured. "Mom, it's not." Su Mama glared. "You still defend him." Su Tong'an fell silent. Jiang Song's family could no longer tolerate it. "Madam Su, how can you speak like that? Perhaps your son is the one who seduced our Ah Song." The two families exchanged accusations, and the scene devolved into chaos. Ruan Guan observed the tumult with keen eyes, while Li Yamu appeared as though the sky had fallen, the brother she had secretly admired since childhood. Jiang Song no longer liked women but preferred men, and Gao Yu was crying, truly crying. She now understood the extent of the chaos one could create. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed. It was Zhang's father, who struck Jiang Song across the face. Jiang Song's head snapped to the side, his fair skin contrasting sharply with the vivid red imprint of the slap. The atmosphere abruptly froze, and onlookers fell silent, merely watching. As the commotion seemed to reach its peak, Ruan Guan stepped forward and gently said, "Uncle Jiang, please remain calm. It seems that both young Master Jiang and young Master Su have been set up." Instantly, all eyes turned toward her. Ruan Guan sensed that before she had spoken. Shen Zhi Zhi seemed ready to say something as well, but alas, dear protagonist, this good deed was hers to perform. With sincere eyes, Ruan Guan continued, "Uncle Jiang, I am not in a position to intervene in this matter. Yet it did occur at the Li family's banquet. Therefore, I implore you to remain calm and allow young Master Jiang and young Master Su to explain." Her voice flowed like a clear spring, instilling a sense of tranquility. The atmosphere in the room softened considerably. Su Tong'an felt as though he had found a pillar of support. Yes, my sister is right. The moment he referred to her as sister, Li Minglan cast a sidelong glance. Were they quite familiar? Each person in the room harbored their own thoughts. Jiang Song, having just been slapped, felt dejected and said nothing. He picked up a notepad and pencil beside him and sketched a quick portrait. Handing it to the staff, "Find this person." I drank the wine he served, and I cannot recall what happened afterward. Upon seeing the drawing, Gao Yu's heart sank. Wasn't this her? It seemed that the waiter was indeed to blame. The manager immediately ordered an investigation. Trembling, Gao Yu felt on the brink of fainting, knowing she would eventually be implicated. The parents of both Jiang and Su family sighed in relief, while the culprit had yet to be found. They could now prove that Jiang Song and Su Tong'an had been framed. They looked at Ruan Guan with deep appreciation. Guan was a good child, typically quiet and well-mannered, yet in critical moments, She could shoulder responsibility, embodying her mother-esque grace. Ruan Guan shook her head with a smile. This is merely what a junior ought to do. Her composure and grace garnered admiration from those around her. The Li family had indeed acquired a fine granddaughter-in-law. Indeed, if my son could marry someone like Ruan Guan in the future, I would consider myself blessed. The Li family had been disheartened, and one could only pity the Ruan family girl. Old Master Li, upon hearing this, wore a grave expression. Wretched child, why haven't you put your clothes on yet? The Su family reprimanded. Su Tong'an hurriedly dressed, and a capybara plush toy fell out. A few affluent young men recognized it. This toy seemed familiar, as if Ah Song also had one. As they spoke, everyone turned their gaze toward Jiang Song. He attempted to hide it, but it was too late. Attached to the key of his cullinan was an identical capybara. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "Still a couple's item." Chapter 49. Minglan, let us part ways. A stone thrown into a pond generates ripples in every direction. Once the seed of doubt is sown, any subsequent rustle will lead minds to draw connections. Li Minglan attempted to smooth things over, suggesting it must be a coincidence, as such toys are quite common. However, a particularly inquisitive person utilized the search by image function and discovered the sole online store selling that particular felt capybara. The sales page blatantly stated, annual sales, 2 units. The room fell into silence once more. Su Tong'an stared blankly at Ruan Guan, anger at being deceived etched on his beautiful face. Clearly, his toy matched Ruan Guan's. How could Jiang Song also possess one? Moreover, the one Jiang Song held seemed to be the very one Ruan Guan had once owned. A mere meter away, Jiang Song's expression was equally grim. He glared at Su Tong'an's keychain, recognizing the capybara all too well. He had handcrafted it, stitch by stitch, as a gift for Ruan Guan. How could it be in Su Tong'an's possession? Yet Ruan Guan appeared oblivious to the deathly glares, maintaining her gentle demeanor, like a gardenia blooming under the night sky, serene and unpretentious. Eye in the silence, Shen Zhi Zhi turned to Ruan Guan and spoke, "Mrs. Li, last Monday, we encountered each other in the parking garage of Wanxiang City. I recall you possessing an identical keychain, coincidentally matching Jiang Song's perfectly. The initial focus of this scandalous farce, Gao Yu, adept at choosing sides, had previously been blinded by her emotions, but was now exceptionally clear-headed. She positioned herself in front of Ruan Guan, confronting Shen Zhi Zhi. You little harlot, you deliberately used Ruan Guan to divert attention, hoping to tarnish her reputation to secure your place in the Li family. Shen Zhi Zhi, infuriated, retorted, I have nothing to do with Alan. I don't understand what you're saying, as the topic threatened to pivot back to Shen Zhi Zhi being a third party. Jiang Song, who had remained silent, chuckled. He raised an eyebrow, casting a cryptic glance at Ruan Guan. Mrs. Li, wasn't this toy a gift from you? Would you care to explain? Su Tong'an, with reddened eyes, chimed in, Sister, why is the toy you gave me so ugly? While his is so charming, the acidity in his tone was palpable, leaving the crowd stunned. How had it devolved into a farcical scene? Compared to Jiang Song's preference for men, Li Yamu would rather believe Jiang Song had been seduced by Ruan Guan. Narrowing her eyes, she declared, I see it now. Ruan Guan has always sought to entice brother Ah Song and Su Tong'an, but her plans have failed. She must have drugged them, only to be thwarted when we arrived. Exposing her scheme, Ruan Guan, at times, she genuinely contemplated calling the police. Meanwhile, old Master Li spoke in a deep tone. Guan, they claim this toy was a gift from you. What do you have to say? It was indeed I, Ruan Guan replied. Li Minglan's expression shifted. How come I was unaware of your private interactions? Ruan Guan, feeling bitter, responded, Minglan, do you suspect me? This past Monday, the magazine wanted to invite Jiang Song, and I contacted him for work purposes. That time, he complimented the toy on my keychain, and as a gesture of goodwill, I gifted it to him. As for Su Tong'an, a month ago, I accidentally bumped into him while driving. Last week, on his birthday, we happened to meet, and I had nothing else to give, so I offered him my second keychain toy. Although it holds little monetary value, it was handmade, and I thought it was the thought that counted. She then raised her gaze, a mix of sorrow and self-mockery in her eyes, displaying a police report on her phone. Would you like to verify its authenticity? the bangs framing her face fell to her ears, and her vibrant red dress accentuated her increasingly pale complexion, evoking a sense of fragility in those who beheld her. Li Minglan's hands twitched as she moved toward Ruan Guan. At that moment, Shen Zhi Zhi interjected, "If that's the case, then it seems Miss Ruan did not consider the implications of her gifts. How about this, Song, Tongan? Perhaps we could arrange for Alan to present you with a grander gift on another occasion. And you can return these 2 keychains to Miss Ruan." As she spoke, Shen Zhi Zhi opened her palms. "No, Jiang Song and Su Tongan replied in unison, clutching their toys tightly as if they were precious treasures. Shen Zhi Zhi was momentarily speechless. On another note, although Su Tongan had heard Ruan Guan's explanation and felt slightly better, he remained sullen. "Indeed, Ruan Guan didn't remember my birthday that day. No, at the very least. This gift was personally given to him by Ruan Guan, unlike Jiang Song, who simply asked for it." Meanwhile, upon hearing the explanation, Jiang Song's expression softened slightly. Ruan Guan's character is such that she cannot bear to lose face. This indeed aligns with her capabilities. Yet, he remained angry. Why should the fruits of his labor benefit Su Tongan? Absolutely not. At the very least, this gift was crafted by Ruan Guan herself, unbeknownst to them. Their excessive reactions drew the attention of others, some of whom felt that Shen Zhi Zhi was meddling. Who does she think she is to criticize Madame Li for her lack of thoughtfulness in gifting? Indeed, she even suggested that Li Minglan send more gifts, as if she were Li herself. This behavior of a mistress seeks to highlight herself while tarnishing the reputation of the legitimate wife. Shen Zhi Zhi's face turned especially grim as she cast a pleading glance toward Pei Baiqin. Pei Baiqin, with his amber eyes, slowly turned to Gao Yu and said, "You were the one who drugged Jiang Song, weren't you?" The crowd turned to look, realizing that Gao Yu bore a striking resemblance to the person in Jiang Song's painting. Gao Yu's face blanched, tacitly acknowledging it. Pei Baiqin lightly tapped his brow, perplexed, and questioned, "But you seem to have a good relationship with Miss Ruan. Why would you frame her?" He tossed out bait, knowing fish would bite, just like Li Yamo, who furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "Yes, Grandpa's birthday banquet has always been arranged solely by Ruan Guan, and this woman is her colleague. I suspect Ruan Guan deliberately allowed her in." "Ruan Guan, you have intentionally schemed against brother Jiang Song. I was right earlier. You must be trying to seduce them." Ruan Guan felt a bitter pang as she looked towards the elderly master. "Grandpa, do you not believe in me either?" The elderly master replied kindly. Guan, it's not that I doubt you, but that everyone needs to trust you." "All right." Ruan Guan's voice faltered as she brought up the surveillance footage, revealing who had let Gao Yu in. It was immediately clear. The surveillance footage at the entrance distinctly captured Su Tongan leading Gao Yu inside. The crowd erupted in astonishment. It was indeed Su Tongan who had brought her in. "I see now. Jiang Song has been reluctant to go public. So Su Tongan deliberately sought someone to drug them, pretending to use Ruan Guan's supposed infidelity as an excuse to call her over, when in fact, it was to publicly declare his relationship with Jiang Song. Such a cunning scheme. No, you're lying." Li Yamo could not accept that Jiang Song was indeed gay. She lunged at Ruan Guan. "You must have altered the video, right?" Ruan Guan nimbly dodged. Li Yamo, unable to halt her momentum, crashed into a clothing rack, causing a handbag to tumble down. From within, a sandalwood bracelet fell out. Li Yuan cast a glance, recognizing it as Jiang Song's. How did it end up in Su Tongan's bag? Jiang Song, Su Tongan. The room erupted into chaos. Amid the commotion, Gao Yu attempted to slip away, only to be seized by the master. "You haven't paid me yet." Gao Yu, frantic, protested, "Let go of me." "What payment?" The master glared. "You still want to deny it? You hired me online to spread rumors about Jiang Song and Ruan Guan at the banquet." Gao Yu, bewildered, replied, "It wasn't me. It was you," the master insisted. "I have your contact information. If you don't believe me, I can call you right now." The call connected, but it rang on Jiang Song's phone. The silence in the room erupted into chaos. "I'm confused. Why would Jiang Song spread rumors about himself and Ruan Guan? Only I wondered, why did Jiang Song treasure the bracelet that Shen Zhi Zhi sent him? I recall they were in the same high school and had a good relationship." Could it be possible that Jiang Xiao and Su Xiao are Shen Zhi Zhi's gay friends, as well as Li Minglan's brothers, and they conspired together to frame Ruan Guan, slandering her for cheating with someone else, so that Shen Zhi Zhi could rise in status? Oh my, that makes sense. No wonder the Li family was so quick to demand a divorce between Li Minglan and Ruan Guan upon hearing this. Ruan Guan stiffened, staring blankly at Li Minglan. Her voice choked. Minglan, you don't have to go through all this trouble. Since you like Miss Shen, I will wish you both well. Minglan, let's part ways. Chapter 50, A Dilemma. Choose one. Minglan, let's break up. Ruan Guan chose her words carefully. It was a breakup, not a divorce. Since she and Li Minglan were not married, how could there be a divorce? She understood the distinction. Yet others did not, especially Li Minglan. He was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Ruan Guan would be the one to utter these words first. It was she who had initially entangled him. And now it was she who spoke of divorce. Who did she think she was? Li Minglan's gaze darkened, his tone displeased. Ruan Guan, do not be unreasonable. Gigi is a researcher, and my interactions with her are purely professional. Not as you presume. The elderly master also stepped forward, addressing Ruan Guan. Good child, rest assured, if Minglan betrays you, I will be the first to hold him accountable. Ruan Guan met the kindly gaze, feeling a chill in her heart. The elderly master was shrewd. Even if he wished for Li Minglan to divorce her, it certainly would not be in this manner. Ruan Guan steeled herself, fully aware that she had a tough battle to fight that evening. Just then, fireworks lit up outside. It's the fireworks. Someone pointed towards the balcony. The crowd realized this was a performance to celebrate the elderly master's birthday and cleared a path. The elderly master stepped forward. Leaning against the railing, before them, a fleet of 9 dragon boats was performing a firework display on the once tranquil surface of the artificial lake. From afar, it appeared as if a forest of fire blossomed, radiant and bright. As the firework display concluded, hundreds of drones took to the sky, forming a red koi that morphed into a dragon. Soon, the half-lit sky displayed the elderly master's portrait, flanked by the words heaven and earth and same age. It felt as if the universe had been encompassed, a magnificent fusion of heritage and modern technology that delivered a profound visual impact, particularly striking. So beautiful, truly a majestic birthday celebration. Next week is my grandmother's 80th birthday. I want to arrange something identical. I fear it might be too late. I know this drone team, not to mention their exorbitant fees. Their schedule is fully booked for the next year. It is incredibly difficult to hire them. I never expected the Li family to engage them. I noticed that the other members of the Li family also appeared astonished, as if they were unaware. Did you not hear what Li Yamo said earlier? The entire banquet was orchestrated by Ruan Guan. She planned this too. Ruan Guan put in a lot of effort. Alas, such a wonderful wife is not appreciated. The mistress he chose isn't even as beautiful as Ruan Guan. I can't fathom his motives. Due to the sounds of the performance outside, everyone unconsciously raised their voices, believing their conversations were private. In reality, those around them heard every word clearly. The elderly master's expression soured. He would have preferred Ruan Guan had not arranged any of this. Everyone was busy taking photos, and few noticed the absence of the birthday star, but Ruan Guan did. She observed the elderly master approach Shen Zhi Zhi, seemingly exchanging words, to which Shen Zhi Zhi nodded. Ruan Guan understood that the elderly master was about to take action, since she and Li Minglan were bound to part ways eventually. Claiming the moral high ground was particularly crucial. She realized that the elderly master understood this as well. Ruan Guan remained poised, ready to adapt to any change, observing the unfolding events. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Shen Zhi Zhi approaching her. Making her way to the balcony railing, the balcony, roughly 10 square meters, was overcrowded with guests watching the drone performance, far exceeding its capacity, leaving little room to move, yet Shen Zhi Zhi had come to her side, evidently approaching her. This suite was on the 2nd floor. The balcony was not enclosed. The railing was low, adorned with red silk flowers chosen by Ruan Guan, the red silk billowing, creating an exceptionally festive atmosphere. Below the window lay the artificial lake. The next moment, a piercing scream rang out. It was Shen Zhi Zhi falling from the balcony. When the elderly master outside the crowd heard the scream, a calculating smile flickered in his eyes. as if tapping the redwood railing with a gnarled hand, feigning surprise. What has happened? Li Yamo, terrified, stammered. Shen Zhi Zhi and Ruan Guan have fallen. The elderly master, Ruan Guan, also fell. Just then, three figures rushed towards the balcony. In the pitch darkness, the lake, resembling black paint, revealed a flash of glaring red as the three felt their hearts constrict, and the surrounding noise became chaotic. Only piercing screams echoed. Li Minglan immediately discarded his suit and leaped in. Jiang Song and Su Tong'an followed closely behind. The crowd's anxiety began to ease. The lake was not deep, and with these three young men diving in to rescue, there should be no problem. But soon, they realized something was amiss. Why were they all going to save Shen Zhi Zhi? Was no one concerned about Ruan Guan? When Shen Zhi Zhi fell into the water, Xiao Li jumped in without hesitation to save her. Disregarding his own wife, Ruan Guan was too pitiful. Wouldn't anyone swim to rescue her? Yet everyone felt powerless. Setting aside the expensive gowns and jewelry, the height of the second floor equated to that of a 5-meter diving platform. Not everyone dared to jump down. Liu Xiangxiang also looked pained. Brother, please help her. Yet Li Yuan's deep-set gaze remained fixed on the slender figure in the water, resembling a rootless duckweed. Yet even duckweed, wet but unbroken by the wind. He spoke softly. This is her path. She is saving herself. No one can assist her. This scene was clearly observed by Pei Baichen. He gently shifted his light brown gaze, completely dispelling any doubts. Li Yuan and Ruan Guan share little between them. It is he who has overthought the matter. Beneath the cloak of night, the surface of the lake resembles an inky abyss, shrouded in an aura of perilous mystery. As Su Tong'an plunged into the water, she glided like a flying fish, swiftly reaching the location of the crimson hue and bringing the person ashore. Xiaoan, thank you. Please hand her over to me, came the hoarse voice of Li Minglan from behind. Minglan, why didn't you go to rescue Zhi Zhi Jia? Li Minglan frowned. Wasn't Jiang Song the one who went to save her? At that moment, Jiang Song's voice rang out. I thought you all had gone. A heavy silence enveloped the trio. Each had assumed someone would come to save Shen Zhi Zhi, which led them to choose Ruan Guan, who remained unrescued. Li Minglan broke the silence. Xiaoan, give Ruan Guan to me. You excel at swimming. It would be taxing for you to save Zhi Zhi once more. Su Tong'an instinctively recoiled, her gaze laced with caution. Let it be Jiang Ge. I'm unwell and lack strength. Jiang Song fixated on the frail, wine-red silhouette cradled in Su Tong'an's arms, his expression cold and his gaze menacing. That is Minglan's first love. My involvement would be inappropriate. The guests on the second floor could not hear the conversation but observed three individuals seemingly vying for Shen Zhi Zhi. Goodness, these three men are utterly ridiculous. One remarked, when Shen Zhi Zhi fell, she fortuitously wrapped herself in the decorative red silk of the railing. May she and Li Minglan marry on the spot and be bound together, sparing others from their mischief. Chapter 51. Impersonation. Awaiting exposure, the lake lay cold as ice, and Ruan Guan struggled, thrashing against the surface. Yet, in reality, her feet could touch the lake bed. Thankfully, this banquet venue was her choice, and she had always been prudent, having considered safety issues beforehand and confirming the depth of the artificial lake. The lake bed sloped, with the left bank at a higher water level than the right. Thus, upon realizing Shen Zhi Zhi's intent to frame her, even without swimming skills, she leaped in. Shen Zhi Zhi dared to jump because she knew someone would unreservedly come to her aid. In contrast, Ruan Guan leapt knowing she had no one behind her to rescue her. She had to rely on herself. The more she floundered, the less attention she garnered, creating a stark contrast with Shen Zhi Zhi. It was the absence of rescue that intensified this disparity. That moment, the crowd had descended to the first floor. As Ruan Guan approached the shore, a hand reached out to her. It was Liu Xiangxiang. Liu Xiangxiang pulled her onto the bank, draping a garment over her shoulders and offering her a cup of warm water. Ruan Guan nodded, her pale lips whispering a thank you. Liu Xiangxiang felt a pang of discomfort, sensing she had not been of much help. Ruan Guan, her complexion ashen, sipped the warm water in small gulps. The chill of the water had flushed her neck and ears, leaving her looking like a drenched cat, licking its fur after falling into the water. Her gaze remained fixed in the direction of Li Minglan. where the cool moonlight cast elongated shadows, rendering her solitary figure starkly contrasting with Shen Zhi Zhi, surrounded by three men. This scene evoked empathy from the onlookers. Ruan Guan had fallen into the water simultaneously as others. Yet her husband had abandoned her. Both men and women could deeply resonate with her current state of mind. Even bystanders felt a pang of sorrow, how much more so for her. Meanwhile, Li Minglan, as Ruan Guan's lawful husband, laid her flat on the ground. He brushed aside her damp black hair, revealing her delicate features. He paused in shock. Su Tong'an and Jiang Song were similarly taken aback. "How is this, Shen Zhi Zhi?" Suddenly, a furious female voice erupted from behind. "Li Minglan, are you out of your mind? You abandoned your wife to save someone else. Were you the Virgin of Notre Dame in your past life? Or has the relic become sentient?" It was Lu Xiangxiang, unable to hold back, as she confronted Li Minglan for an explanation. Ruan Guan, however, kept her gaze lowered, concealing the disappointment and exhaustion in her eyes. Her pale, oval face was damp, unsure whether it was lake water or tears, as droplets gathered at her delicate chin and fell to the ground, resembling a mermaid's tears. Li Minglan hurried over. "Are you all right?" But Ruan Guan evaded his touch. Nearby, Jiang Song and Su Tong'an looked at her pale face, wishing to approach, yet they suddenly realized they lacked genuine concern for her. Li Minglan began to explain. But his words felt trapped in his throat, and he merely uttered, "Why are you so careless?" The crowd was taken aback. In such circumstances, should he not apologize? At the very least, he could concoct an excuse. Yet, he chose to blame Ruan Guan instead. Was this the proverbial notion of expending one's energies against others rather than oneself? You should leave quickly. Such a man is hardly worth longing for. It was said that Ruan Guan had loved Li Minglan for 8 years. What a fine girl, yet how foolishly blind. Look at Lin Shangdang. His daughter has fallen into the water, yet he remains unfazed. Ruan Guan is truly pitiful, burdened with such a father and husband, but that's not true. You've all been deceived by Ruan Guan, Li Yamei interjected. I saw with my own eyes that Ruan Guan pushed Zhi Zhi Jia. Lu Xiangxiang retorted, what does your observation matter? Your words hold less credibility than a dung beetle. Li Yamei fell silent. In the next moment, Pei Baichen also stepped forward. I saw it too, but I believe Mrs. Li did not act with malice. Pei Baichen, a public figure who had recently won the Best Actor award, enjoyed an excellent reputation with nearly zero criticism. His words lent some credence to the tale, even if Ruan Guan did push her. I find it somewhat understandable. Indeed, the truth is too abhorrent. Gao Yu furrowed her brow, having distinctly seen Shen Zhi Zhi grasp Ruan Guan in her struggle, leading to Ruan Guan's fall into the water. She trusted her vision, which was exceptional. Unfortunately, there were no surveillance cameras around, leaving her with only her word. That moment, the elderly observed that aside from Ruan Guan's paleness, the child within her appeared unharmed. Allowing the tension in his chest to ease, he remained calm and spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Zhi Zhi wished to maintain a low profile, not wanting me to disclose her identity. However, given the current circumstances, the unfounded rumors surrounding her have become excessive. Miss Shen and my grandson Minglan are not lovers. Rather, she is the chief senior consultant for our automobile research division, a genius engineer who graduated from Germany and is renowned throughout the industry. The crowd gasped. Isn't this referring to Victoria? Shen Zhi Zhi is Victoria. Her ability to serve as an engineer in a lineage-focused racing team was remarkable. No wonder companies were vying for her. Even those not involved in the automotive industry recognized Victoria's name. She was a Chinese woman with an impressive background, having participated in F1 races as a mechanic. However, her expertise leaned more towards engineering, specifically in aerodynamics, making her a top talent in both commercial and industrial fields. One of the few Chinese engineers in the European and American racing circles. Countless domestic car companies extended olive branches to her. Indeed, if Victoria were to join my company, I would gladly provide her with garments, even if they were haute couture. That moment, Shen Zhi Zhi began to stir. The elderly's private doctor took her pulse. His expression grave. Miss Shen's health is compromised. The cold from her fall into the water may hinder her chances of having children in the future. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Shen Zhi Zhi's face. How could this be? Since childhood, with my father ill and my mother remarried, my greatest hope has been to create my own happy family. Doctor, you must have misheard. Her features were not strikingly beautiful. Yet her eyes and the tip of her nose turned a rosy hue, evoking sympathy. Li Minglan's eyes blazed with anger as he seized Ruan Guan's wrist. Ruan Guan, look at the good you've done. I thought you had improved, only to find you secretly tripping up Zhi Zhi. If you continue your antics, do you believe I want to tell grandfather about that incident? He assumed the matter of her feigned pregnancy could still be used as leverage against Ruan Guan. The crowd was baffled, unable to comprehend the nature of that incident, yet human nature is drawn to strength. The conversation swiftly shifted. Shen Zhi Zhi is so unfortunate. This incident was indeed too much for Ruan Guan. What a jealous woman. Thank goodness Shen Zhi Zhi is unharmed. Otherwise, she would be a murderer, having attempted to kill a genius. The loss of such an exceptional individual as Victoria would be a significant detriment to the continuation of her lineage. The elderly cast a glance at the doctor, signaling him to withdraw. Then, with a resolute tone, he declared, Miss Shen, rest assured, since this matter was instigated by Ruan Guan, I shall take it upon myself to compensate you with her child. Chapter 52. Counterattack to offer Ruan Guan's child to Shen Zhi Zhi. Ruan Guan abruptly raised her head, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with shock. Grandfather, what did you just say? The people present also looked at the elderly in astonishment. The usually gentle and kind face of the elderly revealed a complex expression. Ruan Guan, I know you are reluctant, but our family has always upheld a principle of integrity and honor. This is a debt you owe to Miss Shen. Ruan Guan shook her head, but I did not push her. Grandfather, you can ask Miss Shen. I truly did not push her. As she spoke, she attempted to approach Shen Zhi Zhi. Yet before she could reach her, a force shoved her away. Li Minglan's voice turned cold and firm. Do not come near Zhi Zhi. The push sent Ruan Guan stumbling backward, like a leaf caught in the wind. Causing her immense distress, Li Minglan instinctively reached out to catch her, realizing with confusion that he had merely given her a gentle shove. How could such a slight push send Ruan Guan falling so far? Li Minglan froze. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, a pair of hands steadied her waist, and the familiar scent of cold, ethereal jasmine enveloped her. Ruan Guan's back tensed. It was Li Yuan. She had never considered how disheveled she appeared. As she did not feel pity for herself, yet, upon sensing Li Yuan's presence, an uncomfortable sense of shame welled within her, a fear of encountering the pity and sympathy in his eyes. Behind her, a teasing voice rang out, Be careful not to harm the old master's precious great-grandson. Under the moonlight, those cold, clear eyes held no compassion, no sympathy. The same crescent moon illuminated both Li Yuan and Ruan Guan. Under the silvery sheen of the moonlight, her features appeared as pure as if washed clean, while the pallor of her cheeks bloomed with a sickly flush. Her delicate waist rested in his palm. Akin to exquisite, fragile porcelain showcased in a shop window, she remained silent, gazing at him. Li Yuan swallowed, the smile fading from his lips, his once languid black eyes growing heavy with intensity. He soon draped his coat over her head, shielding her from those damp, probing gazes. Before the eyes of the assembly, everyone witnessed the scene, yet none found it inappropriate. As an outsider, Gao Yu observed the entire farce unfold, her mind clouded with confusion. A myriad of questions bubbling to the surface. Ruan Guan was pregnant. Whose child was it? Did the old master intend to give Ruan Guan's child to another? Surely, that was illegal. Gao Yu could no longer discern whether such lawlessness was commonplace among the wealthy or if it was merely today's madness. In any case, she regretted attending the soiree, fearing she might be silenced the moment she stepped outside. Yet, her regret was futile. She sensed that there was something amiss between Ruan Guan and Li Yuan. And she felt compelled to take a stand, to choose a side. Better to be a servant to a noble family than to be a fence-sitter. With this resolve, Gao Yu stepped forward. It was not Ruan Guan who pushed Shen Zhi Zhi. She fell of her own accord, all eyes turned towards her. I saw Shen Zhi Zhi deliberately walk towards Ruan Guan from the crowd. Thus, it was Shen Zhi Zhi who caused Ruan Guan to fall into the water. The murmurs erupted. Shen Zhi Zhi's eyes reddened as she retorted, I have no enmity with you. Why do you slander me? Li Yamei chimed in, indeed. Do you have any evidence? Li Yamei's pride swelled. Who needed evidence here without surveillance? Li Yuan, with his hands languidly tucked in his pockets, lazily lifted his gaze to the drone hovering in the sky. Li Yamei froze. In that instant, both the old master and Shen Zhi Zhi's expressions darkened considerably. Li Yamei whispered, Elder brother, these are merely props. They likely lack recording capabilities. They do, Ruan Guan said wearily. This drone team always films events, and a simple inquiry with the coordinator will confirm it. This was also the second reason why Ruan Guan dared to leap into the water. During her time on the balcony, upon noticing Shen Zhi Zhi intentionally approaching her, she had contacted the coordinator to adjust the camera towards her. Soon, the coordinator arrived. To ensure clarity, the coordinator projected the footage onto a screen. The drone's high-resolution footage, even when magnified 30 times in night vision, remained clear. The crowd could see the incident unfold. Shen Zhi Zhi had approached the balcony, standing beside Ruan Guan. It appeared she was trying to take a photo. Leaning over the railing, causing Ruan Guan to step aside, the next moment, Shen Zhi Zhi lost her balance and fell. The coordinator slowed the footage. Shen Zhi Zhi's features twisted in panic as she instinctively grasped for something to maintain her balance. In her struggle, she clutched the red satin draped over the railing with one hand, while the other grasped Ruan Guan's arm, pulling her down with her. The air grew tense, only the sound of the wind disturbing the lake's surface could be heard. Soon, the murmurs erupted. Goodness, it was truly Shen Zhi Zhi who dragged her down. How could she dare claim Ruan Guan pushed her? I even had a filter on Victoria. Who knew she was capable of such treachery? Even if she is Victoria, she cannot steal another's husband. The scene concluded. Li Minglan tightened his fists, suddenly realizing he had misjudged someone. The decorative red satin wrapped around Shen Zhi Zhi made it seem as though it were Ruan Guan's red skirt. His head buzzed. Ruan Guan, I thought you had improved. Little did I know you were secretly sabotaging Zhaizhai. Do you believe I will tell grandfather about this? Stay away from Zhi Zhi. An emotion named guilt spread within his chest, preventing him from probing why Jiang Song and Su Tong'an had rushed to save Shen Zhi Zhi, mistaking her for Ruan Guan. He also did not question why his first instinct, when both women fell, was to save Ruan Guan. His mind was filled with the hurt in Ruan Guan's gaze when she looked at him and her words. Minglan, let us break up. Yet why had Shen Zhi Zhi chosen to lie? Under the moonlight, Li Minglan's expression darkened. Chapter 53. The foam marriage certificate. Shen Zhi Zhi stood frozen, her mouth opening and closing without uttering a word. In an instant, all eyes turned towards her. Those who had previously adored her now regarded her with intense disdain. Akin to viewing a rat in a gutter, her head throbbed, pain searing through her skull. Liu Xiangxiang observed her with amusement. Miss Shen, why have you stopped crying? The one who should apologize is you. Isn't it? Miss Shen made a mistake. There's no need for an apology, Li Furan interjected, seeking to mediate. I believe Ruan Guan is not one to hold grudges. What say you, Ruan Guan? Ruan Guan's pale lips moved slightly. Affirming, indeed, Miss Shen need not apologize. Liu Xiangxiang. Damn, I despise saints. Li Furan smiled broadly. That's right. I dare say the venue you selected is at fault. Otherwise, Miss Shen would not have fallen. Ruan Guan. You should quickly apologize to Miss Shen. She was certain Ruan Guan would not refuse her. As expected, Ruan Guan approached Shen Zhi Zhi, but her words were, Miss Shen need not apologize. Your affection for Minglan led you to frame me for pushing you into the water. I shall support your love, Shen Zhi Zhi. Then, Ruan Guan turned to Li Yamei. Little sister-in-law, I have always wished to win your favor, hence the luxurious jewelry and arranging a meeting with your beloved idol. Yet I also understand you wish to support your elder brother and Miss Shen, which is why you have targeted me and slandered me. You need not apologize, for I will no longer be your sister-in-law. Li Yamei, Ruan Guan then addressed Li Furan. Madam, I will adhere to the prenuptial agreement we signed, leaving with nothing and starting afresh. Rest assured, my relationship with Minglan has never been about coveting his family fortune. Our living expenses post-marriage are shared equally. If you worry I might take advantage of the Li family, feel free to inspect the utility bills. Li Furan. The assembly could no longer contain themselves. The wealthy practicing an AA system. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. How miserly. Even utility bills were shared. Wasn't that the steward's responsibility? Why was Ruan Guan managing everything? The Li family was truly stingy. Finally, Ruan Guan approached the old master. Grandfather, you are the one who cares for me the most in the Li family. If you wish to give my child to Miss Shen, I bear no ill will. However, from now on, hope that Minglan and I will part ways amicably, and my child shall have no ties to him. The crowd grasped the implications. Ruan Guan was not seeking apologies. This was clearly a grand humiliation. After delivering her words, she tightened her clothing around her and turned to leave, not affording Li Minglan a single glance or word. The onlookers parted to make way for her. Their gazes filled not with pity or sympathy, but with astonishment and admiration. Though she appeared disheveled, her heavy skirt still dripping with water, she knew she had won this battle. As she reached the parking lot, an unexpected figure pursued her. Master Pei, do you need something from me? Pei Baichen smiled warmly, his amber eyes glimmering with regret behind his glasses. I apologize, Madam Li, for my earlier rashness. I misunderstood you. Had I not misled everyone, you would not have faced such indignity. Ruan Guan replied, I have no ties with Li Minglan anymore. Pei Baichen nodded amicably, adjusting his words. Very well, Miss Ruan. To express my regret, I would like to invite you to participate in a reality show for career women. We are in need of one more guest. I am willing to offer a remuneration of 2 million. You may consider it, but time is of the essence, as filming begins tomorrow. Ruan Guan furrowed her brow. In the original story, Pei Baichen had also organized a reality show to elevate Shen Zhi Zhi's status, ultimately inviting a popular actress as a contrast, resulting in the latter facing online harassment and descending into depression leading to suicide. Observing Pei Baichen's feigned amiability, Ruan Guan realized the plot had shifted. She had become the selected contrast. No need. She declined, her phone ringing with an unfamiliar number. She stepped into a quiet area and answered the call. A robust voice resonating on the other end. Miss Ruan, I am Li Yuan's grandfather, Lu Tinghua. Ruan Guan paused. Mr. Lu. Indeed. Lu Tinghua's tone was detached. I hear that Li Yuan is to marry you tomorrow. Do you believe you are worthy of him? Ruan Guan fell silent. She had not anticipated that just as she emerged from one inferno, she would plunge into another. Unexpectedly, a voice resonated from the opposite side, that of an elderly lady at Lu Tinghua. How can you speak to a young girl in such a manner? With your penchant for matchmaking, one might think you were a key maker in your past life. On the other end, the previously stern and authoritative Lu suddenly sounded deflated. I was merely trying to establish some authority for our dear Xiao Yuan in front of his future wife, to prevent any future bullying. Ruan Guan interjected, she bullies Li Yuan. In the next moment, there was a rustling sound on the line, as it appeared that the elderly lady had taken over. Guan Guan, I am Xiao Yuan's grandmother, Kong Lingshu. Do not be swayed by your grandfather's bluster. We believe that for a couple to endure in the long run, they must share mutual interests, equal status, and wealth. Thus, we intend to bestow upon you our newly launched automobile brand. Provided you can elevate its brand recognition within a month, in return, your grandfather and I shall grant you a 10% stake in the Lu Group. Ruan Guan was taken aback. The Lu Group is the richest in the nation. 10% would amount to several hundred billion. She paused, feeling as though this was too surreal. Moreover, she had just endured the bitter consequences of the old man's whims. With caution, Ruan Guan inquired, and if I fail to accomplish this? Kong Lingshu replied, then, regrettably, you shall receive only a 1% stake. Ruan Guan was astonished. Regrettable. Even a mere one would still amount to billions, sufficient for an ordinary person to squander a lifetime. She found no reason to refuse. Grandmother, I would like to give it a try. Don't call me grandmother. Call me Lao Lao. Lao Lao. Oh, seeing Pei Baichen still present, she felt relieved and stated, Mr. Pei, I accept your invitation. But I require 20 million. Pei Baichen raised an eyebrow. His smile deepening, agreed. During this time, many individuals reached out to her, including Li Minglan. Grandfather says we should divorce. When are you available to handle the paperwork? Until Li Minglan sent a photograph, as expected. You cannot bear to part with me. You were only speaking out of anger when you mentioned the marriage certificate being discarded, right? Here it is, found. Upon seeing the fake marriage certificate, it felt like a ticking time bomb, causing Ruan Guan to sit up abruptly. Hadn't he thrown it away? Chapter 54. Encountering the certificate issuance. Gift bonus. Li Minglan had claimed to have discarded the marriage certificate, yet here it was again. Ruan Guan immediately dialed his number. Forging a certificate is illegal. This was her leveraged. It absolutely could not remain in Li Minglan's possession. After several rings, the call connected. Li Minglan's languid voice came through. If you apologize now, I might consider not divorcing you. Ruan Guan cut straight to the point. Tomorrow is Monday. I will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to file for divorce. Divorce requires both parties' marriage certificates, so please send your copy to me personally. I worry that Wang, who is with you, might make a mistake due to his unclear thinking. I will send you my company's address shortly. I will apply for the divorce tomorrow, and after the 30-day cooling-off period. It won't delay your marriage with Shen Zhi Zhi. Li Minglan's tone turned sour. Are you instructing me on how to do things? Ruan Guan? Li Minglan continued. Tomorrow I will be on a business trip with Shen Zhi Zhi. I will notify you when I have time to divorce you. With that, he hung up. Attempts to call back yielded no response. Ruan Guan took a deep breath, regaining her composure, rather than waiting passively. It was better to take the initiative. The next moment, her phone buzzed. Upon seeing the sender's name, her heart fluttered like a belled. Ella Yuan. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., Civil Affairs Bureau. Don't forget. He also sent a document titled Regarding Marriage Certificate Issuance Matters. The screen displayed. The other party is typing. Ruan Guan waited, but no new messages arrived. She lowered her gaze, disappointment surfacing that even she had not noticed. Perhaps he had set his phone aside after sending the document and forgotten to log out. Ruan Guan slapped her face lightly, trying to prevent Li Yuan's every action from disturbing her thoughts. She then turned off the screen, promptly extinguished the lights, and went to sleep. That night, she slept exceptionally well. Monday dawned clear, with clouds resembling lambs. Early in the morning, Li Minglan arrived at the company. Regarding the banquet, the Li, Jiang, and Su families had all issued a gag order, ensuring that nothing from the previous night was leaked. However, early that morning, a new appointment document was circulated in the Li group work chat, appointing Shen Zhi Zhi as the senior advisor for Li's automobile brand subsidiary. Additionally, there was news that the company would collaborate with Shen Zhi Zhi in a reality show recording over the next month. In light of this, Assistant Wang was in high spirits. He hurried to Shen Zhi Zhi's office to flatter her. Miss Shen, I noticed you haven't used the pen our president gifted you last time. As our engineering consultant, your every word and action represents the Li Group's prestige. Shen Zhi Zhi nodded. Yes, I will use it. Thank you for your efforts. Assistant Wang, you are too kind. It is my duty. Wang Assistant continued. By the way, Li Minglan has been preoccupied with the divorce lately, so please remind him about work matters. Assistant Wang, Li Minglan is getting divorced so soon. Seems like he has chosen the right side. Li Minglan glanced up at him, seeing the glimmer of joy in his eyes. The question he had intended to ask about the dress was put aside, and he instead asked, Assistant Wang, are you getting married? Assistant Wang immediately shook his head. He opened his mouth, wanting to congratulate Li Minglan on winning a beautiful bride, but recalling that Li Minglan had not gone public yet, he pretended to be oblivious and smiled. Not me. It's Xiao Hu from the secretary's office. He just clocked in and asked for leave to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate at 10 a.m. today. Li Minglan checked the time. He happened to be passing by the Civil Affairs Bureau on his way to the airport. Let us take Xiao Hu with us to get the certificate. It will bring good luck. Assistant Wang was puzzled. Aren't you waiting for Miss Shen to go together? Li Minglan frowned. Why should I wait for her? We're not on the same flight. Assistant Wang. Understood. Understood. You want to avoid suspicion. By the way, Li Minglan turned his head, awkwardly asking, has the wedding dress been chosen? Assistant Wang immediately replied, yes, Mrs. has chosen her wedding dress. She likes it very much. She even messaged me last night to confirm the measurements. Li Minglan. Last night, Li Minglan raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. It seemed that Ruan Guan truly could not bear to divorce him. Otherwise, why would she confirm the wedding dress measurements with Assistant Wang? He was in a good mood, unconsciously humming a wedding march while signing documents. Assistant Wang. Heavenly Father, it's been a long time since I've seen Li Minglan smile so joyfully. It seems he is genuinely pleased to end things with Ruan Guan and can't wait to marry Shen Zhi Zhi, thinking about how he was soon to become the boss's right-hand man and reach the pinnacle of his career. He could hardly contain his joy. New car, new house, a wife, a beautiful life was on the horizon. Half an hour later, Secretary Xiao, who was seated in Li Minglan's car, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Li Minglan. It's a real bother to trouble you and the driver to take me to get the certificate." Li Minglan smiled. "It's on the way. I heard your wife is your first love?" Xiaohu nodded happily. "Yes, we have been in love for 8 years. She treats me well, and I love her very much." Realizing he had overshared, Xiaohu blushed and shifted the topic back to Li Minglan. "Is there anything I need to pay attention to in the process of getting the certificate? I've read many guides, but I'm still worried about making mistakes and would like to learn from your experience." Li Minglan replied, "The marriage certificate was handled solely by my wife. I didn't go." "Xiaohu, isn't it mandatory for both parties to be present for the marriage certificate? Why didn't you go?" Li Minglan, but then he thought, perhaps the wealthy have privileges and can obtain the certificate without being present. He merely nodded and shifted the conversation. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, they found a long queue outside. Li Minglan remarked, "Are there really that many people getting married?" Xiaohu replied, "Today is the most auspicious day for marriage in the coming month, hence the crowd." As Xiaohu spoke, he spotted a familiar figure among those waiting for their marriage numbers. It was Li Minglan's wife, Ruan Guan. Although not many in the company knew, and many believed Li Minglan to be unmarried, Xiaohu, as a secretary, was well aware. He exclaimed in surprise, "Li Minglan, it's truly too much trouble for you. I can't believe you even had your wife come here to help me queue." Li Minglan, he looked up in confusion, following Xiaohu's pointing finger. Chapter 55, Official Announcement. "Call her to saw." Li Minglan looked up and only caught a glimpse of a light white dress flashing by. "Where?" Xiaohu scratched his nose awkwardly. "Perhaps I was mistaken. That girl went to the military priority queue." "Military?" Li Minglan raised an eyebrow slightly. He had always harbored dreams of a military career, yet his friends were all heirs from Jiaqing, none having served. Only Li Yuan had, but he was typically reticent, sharing little more than news links on social media, living like a machine, and had not had a girlfriend in years. Thinking of this, a hint of sympathy appeared in Li Minglan's eyes. Ruan Guan had arrived before 10 a.m. Seeing the long line, she blended in with the crowd to take a number. Just moments ago, Li Yuan had called, instructing her to head directly to the hall. There he was, dressed in military attire, his demeanor striking and vibrant, the brightest presence in the entire hall. Ruan Guan was slightly taken aback. "When did you enlist?" Li Yuan replied, "A few years ago. I have since retired." He was already handsome, with striking brows and starry eyes, and now clad in military uniform, he appeared even more upright and stern, drawing the gaze of many. In that moment, Ruan Guan's thoughts drifted far away. During her senior year of high school, Li Yuan was in his junior year of college, as the assistant class leader. He led the freshmen in military training, also dressed in camouflage. Typically, the military training uniforms were loose-fitting and often criticized by students for their fabric, yet on Li Yuan, they looked exceptionally sharp, standing out like a towering poplar amidst the crowd. The sun seemed to favor him, leaving his skin unburned. Concerned that he might get sunburned, Ruan Guan entrusted her newly purchased sunscreen to the security guard at the library to deliver to Li Yuan. She was unaware if he used it, as so many people visited him daily that by the time she got out of school, there were no front row spots left on the playground. Later, while filling out her high school yearbook, one question asked was, "What would you like your partner to wear on your wedding day?" Ruan Guan wrote, "Military uniform. It's very handsome." It wasn't until she received the bright red marriage certificate, gazing at the photo of herself and Li Yuan on it, that she felt a twinge of disbelief. While Li Yuan went to the vending machine for water, she sat on a bench in the Civil Affairs Bureau, her almond-shaped eyes fixated on the marriage certificate, the thin skin of her wrist glowing with a flush. "What's wrong?" A man's voice resonated from above. He leaned down, casually opening a cup of strawberry milk with one hand. Squatting before her to offer it, the face she usually saw only from below was now looking down at her. "Nothing, perhaps just a chill from yesterday." Ruan Guan's voice carried a slight nasal tone. "If there's nothing else, I'll head back to the office." I'll drive you. No, I came by car. You can continue with your tasks. Both departed separately, feeling distinctly out of place compared to the newlyweds at the entrance, who were proudly holding their marriage certificates for photographs. Ruan Guan hastily glanced over and spotted a bride in a wedding gown, linking arms with her husband, beaming with joy. In the next moment, she felt a firm grip on her wrist. Li Yuan's voice followed. You forgot to take a picture. What? Ruan Guan asked, puzzled. Li Yuan leaned closer. Didn't you see the document I sent you? Faced with the sudden pressure of his proximity, Ruan Guan felt a pang of guilt and averted her gaze. I was tired yesterday and didn't finish reading. Li Yuan's tone remained calm. Getting the certificate, taking a photo, and posting it on social media. This is the complete process. Ruan Guan was taken aback. In her contemplation, Li Yuan had already handed his phone to the couple who had just been photographed. Hello, could you help me take a picture with my wife? The couple readily agreed. The girl even placed her wedding veil atop Ruan Guan's head. You look beautiful. You two are a perfect match. You too, Li Yuan graciously responded, his melodious voice flowing like a deep cello. That moment, he somehow produced a bouquet of roses, placing it in Ruan Guan's hands, the vibrant red standing out dramatically, overwhelming her senses. Ruan Guan was taken aback. When did you prepare this? Look at the camera. Mrs. Li. Under the flash of the camera, the man in military uniform gazed into the lens, his fingertips gripping the striking marriage certificate, while the girl in his arms lowered her gaze, cradling the bouquet. The fragrant roses reflected her rosy cheeks, making her appear more radiant than the flowers themselves. The click of the shutter and the surrounding clamor masked Ruan Guan's sudden racing heart. She noticed a glimmering, nestled among the roses, a diamond ring. The cool metallic sensation instilled a sense of reality within her. Upon entering the office, she found the production team already present. If the broadcast performed well, it would switch to a live format. In the workgroup, the editor-in-chief had informed everyone to cooperate with the variety show recording. He was fully supportive of Ruan Guan participating in this workplace variety show. In this era of traffic obsession, any exposure was a boon for KVI fashion. The production team had a dedicated makeup and styling crew. Half an hour later, Ruan Guan emerged, leaving her colleagues stunned. They had chosen a foundation shade 2 tones deeper than her natural complexion and selected an exaggerated collared shirt dress in Barbie pink, cinched at the waist with a brown leather belt. Li Jing glanced at her and felt as though the sky had fallen. Thankfully, you have a good base, especially your long, slender legs make this ugly dress look much better. Surprisingly, the longer I look at it, the more appealing it becomes, but I believe you could look even better. Ruan Guan patted her shoulder. It's fine. Let us focus on work. The production team did not interfere with the guests, merely documenting her work and life throughout the day. Ruan Guan was scheduled to interview a popular idol. Through the glass window of the interview room, they could see but not hear the exchange. Yet the idol grew impatient. Editor Juan, do you have any other questions? Thus, Ruan Guan asked some straightforward ones, such as his favorite color, songs, and artists. When it came to these topics, the idol spoke at length. As the interview concluded, his gaze fell upon her legs, and he raised an eyebrow. Shall we grab lunch together? She politely declined. We have a staff canteen. The idol licked his canine teeth and relented. With lunch approaching, Ruan Guan found a moment to check WeChat. To her surprise, she noticed Li Yuan's avatar in the blank space on the right side of her moments, with a small red, indicating he had made a post. Upon opening it, her eyes were immediately drawn to the bright red cover of their marriage certificate, without revealing any faces. The caption read, "It's her." Ruan Guan felt a swell in her chest, as if something soft yet intense enveloped her heart. The post garnered numerous likes and well wishes from friends below. The first comment came from Li Minglan. Chapter 56. You like Shen Zhi Zhi? Not only Li Minglan, but also other friends sent their blessings. Jiang Song, congratulations, Yuan Ge. You've married a beauty. Li Yamo, looking forward to meeting my sister-in-law. Su Tong'an, Yuan Ge. You are too secretive. You went straight to getting the certificate. Pei Baichen, congratulations, watching her mood. Ruan Guan observed the multitude of likes and comments, reasoning that her addition would likely go unnoticed. Her ears flushed, and her heart raced like thunder. Although they were legally and rightfully married, She felt an inexplicable sensation akin to young lovers exchanging secret glances beneath the watchful eyes of teachers and parents. Ambiguity could be intoxicating, yet she couldn't resist taking a screenshot to preserve those two phrases. The emotional turbulence did not last long. During the meeting, Lin Weiying, with a smile in her eyes, stood up to speak. "I disagree." The conference room door swung open, and a tall figure strode in. Jiang Song boldly declared, "I am dissatisfied with Lin's interview, so I request that Ruan Guan replace her as the editor." Gasps filled the room. Jiang Song's magazine was set to print this Wednesday. Was he really suggesting such a change? If other celebrity artists made such unreasonable demands, the editor-in-chief would have long sent them packing and blacklisted them in the industry. However, Jiang Song was different. He was the young master of the Jiang family, which held significant shares in numerous traffic platforms, wielding considerable influence. Ruan Guan's eyes flickered. Meanwhile, Lin Weiying, who had already risen, turned pale. She instinctively turned to Ruan Guan. Questioning, "Guan Guan, what do you mean by this? I've already organized my interview manuscript and sent it to the editor-in-chief. Are you trying to take my opportunity?" Ruan Guan replied, "I'm not taking your opportunity." Lin Weiying pressed on. "If it weren't for you saying something to young Master Jiang, how could he suddenly dismiss my interview?" Lin Weiying's demeanor appeared fragile. Like her mother, she possessed a petite face and delicate frame. Coupled with her light makeup and innocent white floral attire, she easily evoked a protective instinct in others. Those close to Lin Weiying began to gossip. "What a revelation! Our magazine has been around for years, and this is the first instance of such malicious competition. Is it really worth such a spectacle over a deputy editor position? It's pitiful for Weiying. Ruan Guan is just relying on her looks. Men are easily swayed by her." Amidst the center of attention, Ruan Guan kept her gaze lowered, her expression calm. Her slender hands were folded over her chest, her rosy fingertips idly tapping her arm. Some awaited her explanation, while others anticipated her embarrassment. However, Gao Yu realized that Ruan Guan was once again calculating her move. This woman, appearing delicate and graceful, seemed easily manipulable. Yet every silence she exhibited was merely the prelude to maximizing her own interests. After a pause, Ruan Guan's tranquil eyes shifted ever so slightly, and she calmly addressed Lin Weiying. "Young Master Jiang is dissatisfied with your interview content, which is why he seeks to change editors. It's quite clear. Since you believe I usurped your interviewee, let us compare the timing and content of the interview outlines we sent to young Master Jiang." Saying this, she projected her computer screen onto the wall. It displayed her and Jiang Song's chat history, showing that last Monday at 5 p.m., she had sent Jiang Song an interview outline, which he had received. Lin Weiying pursed her lips, her tone faltering. "I have a habit of clearing chat records. I can't find it, but I can send you the outline. No worries. I have it." Ruan Guan smiled. "You forgot. You sent it to me before." Lin Weiying was taken aback. Then she spotted the message she had previously sent Ruan Guan. "Guan Guan, I'm truly sorry. Jiang Song agreed to my interview invitation. I just asked casually, and I didn't expect him to actually agree." Below was the screenshot, revealing that Lin Weiying had contacted Jiang Song at 9 p.m. that same Monday. Jiang Song's expression darkened. Colleagues whispered. "From this perspective, it seems Ruan Guan sent hers earlier." Indeed, and it was sent during work hours. Alas, I truly cannot comprehend this Jiang Xiao. During an interview, he keeps reiterating the same points, and we must reproof everything. Ruan Guan's fingers lightly tapped the keyboard as she compared two outline documents, one to the left and the other to the right. The individuals present were all seasoned editors, easily discerning the superior from the inferior. Yet Lin Weiying remained discontent. She approached Jiang Song, saying, "Jiang Xiao, I implore you for another chance." However, Jiang Song was unwilling to squander time on Lin Weiying. From the moment he entered, his gaze was fixed intently on Ruan Guan. Since yesterday, he had attempted to call her countless times and sent numerous messages. Initially, he could not get through, and later, his messages were met with a glaring red exclamation mark. Ruan Guan had deleted him. Jiang Song was no fool. He had long realized that his encounter with Su Tong'an yesterday had been orchestrated by Ruan Guan. There was no need for further discourse. "Very well, we may compare drafts." Two voices echoed simultaneously, one of which was Jiang Song's dissenting tone. He had previously been oblivious to the significance of this interview for Ruan Guan. But now that he was aware, he took it seriously. Upon hearing Ruan Guan suggest a draft comparison, he furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze on her, saying, "All right, since you insist, I shall follow your lead." His tone bore an air of intimacy. The expressions of those present shifted. The chief editor pondered, "If that is the case, then by noon tomorrow, the two of you must submit your final drafts to Jiang Shao. Who will select the piece?" "Understood." The meeting concluded. Jiang Song grasped Ruan Guan's wrist and exited the office, unperturbed by the scrutiny of onlookers, showing no inclination to avoid suspicion. Unexpectedly, they collided with Su Tong'an. Having pondered the matter all night, Su Tong'an finally recognized the oddities and intended to call Ruan Guan. Yet, like Jiang Song, he too had been blocked. Jiang Song frowned. "Su Tong'an, what brings you here?" Su Tong'an retorted sharply. "And you? What are you doing here?" It was a perfect echo of each other's sentiments. Ruan Guan remarked with a hint of irony, "You two truly are in sync." Both men recalled the events of the previous night, their eyes meeting with mutual disdain. Jiang Song inquired, "Mrs. Li, do you not wish to clarify what transpired last night?" Su Tong'an added, "Sister, why does the capybara you gave Jiang Song appear more exquisite than the one you gifted to me?" Su Tong'an was momentarily taken aback, his doe-like eyes pleading with Ruan Guan for confirmation. "Sister, is this true?" Ruan Guan regarded the two with a discerning gaze. Jiang Song's eyes narrowed dangerously. Upon hearing this, Su Tong'an's eyes widened. "What? Are you implying that it was Ruan Guan who orchestrated our incapacitation?" Ruan Guan's expression remained calm, as if she had anticipated this line of inquiry. She conceded, "Yes, it was I who did it." Hearing this revelation, Jiang Song's ears buzzed with disbelief. Instead of anger, he laughed. "Ruan Guan, I truly underestimated you. Have you been performing for me all along? Was your talk of uncertainty merely an act? Was the talisman you gifted me also part of the charade?" His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, as though genuinely aggrieved. Yet Ruan Guan had never taken kindly to being blamed. Jiang Song had the backing of the Jiang family, which was of great utility. Rather than allow him to harbor animosity towards her, it was more prudent to make him feel indebted. With this thought, Ruan Guan raised her head, piercing through his facade. "Jiang Song, what right do you have to be angry? I have divorced Li Minglan. What further business do you have with me? Your objectives have been achieved, have they not? And you, Su Tong'an, you too, your affections lie with Shen Zhi Zhi, correct?" Chapter 57. An unprecedented surge of attention upon hearing this. Both Jiang Song and Su Tong'an froze momentarily. How did Ruan Guan come to know this? They instinctively glanced at one another, each suspecting the other had divulged their secret. Only 3 individuals were privy to this information, with Pei Baichen being the first to be ruled out. The source of the leak could only be one of them, despite their current success, as Ruan Guan had indeed initiated divorce proceedings with Li Minglan. The 30-day cooling-off period would soon pass, allowing Gigi to marry Li Minglan as she desired. They could withdraw triumphantly. Yet, facing Ruan Guan's frigid gaze, they felt their hearts constrict. Jiang Song stepped forward. "Ruan Guan, I can explain." Ruan Guan tilted her head, her tone laced with mockery. "You wish to explain how you and Li Minglan are at odds, thus seeking to entice his wife to provoke his ire?" Jiang Song was taken aback. "What are you saying?" Ruan Guan then turned her attention to Su Tong'an. "You harbor feelings for Shen Zhi Zhi. You saw her reflection in me, which is why you orchestrated the accident that day. You approached me as a mere substitute for Shen Zhi Zhi." Su Tong'an was momentarily stunned. Substitute. Ruan Guan and Shen Zhi Zhi do not resemble one another in the slightest, nor do they share any similar temperament. The only commonalities are gender and age. How could he possibly confuse the two? Both men fell silent for a brief moment. Yet, soon enough, their previously stilled hearts began to race once more, at the very least. The truth Ruan Guan had surmised was far more forgivable than their genuine motivations for pursuing her. Jiang Song quickly interjected, "I admit, there was a time when Li Minglan and I were at odds. And I approached you indeed to see him humbled, but that sentiment has since changed." His sincerity was palpable. Su Tong'an, too, hastily added, "I confess I once harbored feelings for Sister Gigi, but she is like the moon in the sky. I only wish for her to shine forever. You are not alike, and there is no question of substitutes." His doe-like eyes sparkled with clarity. blinking adorably on his youthful visage. Such youthful infatuation is often poetic. Who would have expected such a sentiment to originate from an athlete? Ruan Guan lowered her gaze, quietly observing their performance. Upon hearing the term white moonlight, she recalled what Li Yuan had once said: "The moon does not emit light. It merely reflects the sun's rays, creating an illusion of brightness." Indeed, their acting skills rivaled those of Pei Beichen. It was reminiscent of a script from Pride and Prejudice, drawn together by arrogance. Only to fall in love upon relinquishing their prejudices, Ruan Guan was nearly convinced. Yet, in truth, they were likely mocking her for indulging in fanciful notions of being a substitute. After all, she was not even a substitute. She was merely a tool who had taken the place of Li Minglan. The reason Ruan Guan chose to sidestep the core of the issue and fabricate reasons for their approaching her was that she did not wish to reveal her trump card too early. Pei Baichen had yet to enter the fray. Though she had divorced Li Minglan, she still could not absolve Shen Zhi Zhi of the title of mistress. Pei Baichen was known for his keen insight into human nature. At this juncture, he might present the audio recording of their wager at the bar, undermining her confidence and breaching her defenses. He would then seize the opportunity to confess his affections, declaring his admiration for her. As an acclaimed actor, he was adept at performance, waiting for the moment she felt utterly helpless to emerge like a divine savior, offering her protection. Gratitude would transform into love once a tangible relationship was established. Pei Baichen could expose their intimate recordings, leaving her irreparably tarnished as a betrayer within her marriage. Meanwhile, Li Minglan and Shen Zhi Zhi would remain unblemished. This was Pei Baichen's scheme. Ruan Guan could not unmask Jiang Song and Su Tong'an at present because, as long as they steadfastly denied it, she lacked the evidence to prove their malevolent intentions. Thus, her immediate task was to feign ignorance. When she found herself ensnared in a quagmire, Pei Baichen would graciously deliver the audio evidence to her. Truly, he was a benevolent soul. One could only hope that by then, Jiang Song and Su Tong'an would share the same sentiment. Ruan Guan cast a deep glance at the two. "Is there anything else you are concealing from me?" Their eyes flickered momentarily before they shook their heads. Ruan Guan's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with mirth. "In that case, let us consider this matter concluded. I forgive you both," with a light-hearted turn of her page. She departed with her colleagues for a meal. Meanwhile, Jiang Song and Su Tong'an remained rooted in place, sensing an unsettling shift. They had come to interrogate her. How had they ended up apologizing just then? Jiang Song's phone vibrated. "Pei Baichen, I heard the director's feedback this morning. Zhi Zhi performed exceptionally well." "Jiang Song, have you found a control group?" "Pei Baichen, we will know once it airs." His current concern lay with Ruan Guan's interview scheduled for the afternoon. Jiang Song could only respond with silence. Afternoon. Upon returning to work, Ruan Guan encountered the young idol from the morning interview once again. He greeted her with a smile. "What a coincidence. Are you free for dinner tonight?" "Not really. I have plans after work." "All right then, but the perfume you're wearing is delightful. What brand is it?" He stepped closer. Ruan Guan retreated, stating, "I am married." The idol chuckled, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "Indeed, married women are far more intriguing, are they not? This morning, you asked me so many questions. Why not inquire about something your fans are dying to know? My age, 18, care to give it a try?" Ruan Guan's eyes widened in surprise. "You've changed your age again, but your skin has wrinkled. How can your fans believe you?" The idol was momentarily speechless. After a pause, he left with a disgruntled expression. "Ruan Guan, I must say, at first glance, this outfit appears unflattering, yet the longer I see you in it, the more it suits you. Truly, beauty lies within." Ruan Guan chuckled, with such sweet words. "I shall treat you to milk tea." Moments later, Li Jing approached, holding a cup of milk tea with a serious expression. "Ruan Guan, take a look at this." Ruan Guan leaned in to see that the young idol had posted on Weibo, claiming that certain magazine editors had asked him very personal questions during an interview, which he deemed unprofessional. Recently, he had only participated in the KVI interview, prompting fans to inundate the magazine's official account with complaints. Each layer was adorned with a large banner advocating for their rights. Colleagues whispered, wary of the cameras, "It's the first time I've seen an artist openly offend a fashion magazine." The timing was uncanny. coinciding perfectly with the airing of your variety show. Ruan Guan, have you offended someone? Ruan Guan mused internally. Who says this idol is troublesome? He is simply too delightful. This overwhelming surge of attention has arrived. Has it not? Chapter 58. I am not so beastly yet. It's all right, everyone. Please continue with your work. Ruan Guan spoke, her face displaying a hint of distress. She was aware that Pei Baichen had begun to exert his influence. Immediately, Ruan Guan contacted Mr. Detective, requesting him to keep an eye on her idol's interactions with others, thousands of kilometers away. The sun shone warmly in Moscow. Li Minglan ordered a cup of coffee and settled under a sunshade. Catching a glimpse of Secretary Xiao, whose social media post featuring a grid of 9 images, one photo drew his attention. Amidst the backdrop, a striking couple stood out. The man donned a military uniform, concealing a bouquet of vibrant roses behind him, while the woman, clad in a flowing white dress, stood beside him. Li Minglan felt an inkling of familiarity towards the woman and was about to enlarge the image when a voice interrupted from above. "Lan, have you been waiting long?" It was Shen Zhi Zhi, accompanied by a crew from a variety show. Bathed in sunlight, her makeup was impeccable, dressed in a peach-colored shirt paired with white wide-leg trousers, and carrying a leather tote bag, exuding a polished and minimalist vibe. Rumor had it that Pei Baichen had hired a top-notch team in the industry to specially do Shen Zhi Zhi's makeup. Li Minglan, ever the gentleman, took the bag from her. "Why didn't you leave it at the hotel?" Shen Zhi Zhi replied. "It contains some documents. I prefer to carry them with me for any unforeseen circumstances." Not far away, a Chinese girl was taking pictures in their direction. An hour later, a post related to couples went viral on a certain app. Beauty couple appreciation bot, accepting submissions, spotted a stunning couple on the streets of Moscow. The guy was sweet enough to carry the girl's bag, and as they stood in the sunlight, it felt as if the air was shimmering. This post garnered explosive traffic and an abundance of likes. Many comments flooded in. "Yes, that's her, Shen Zhi Zhi. I didn't expect her to look this good in a passerby's lens, who understands. This workplace outfit is truly fashionable. Please release a tutorial." Is that her boyfriend beside her? "So handsome. Best wishes." Strange, it seems there's a photographer nearby. They are filming a female workplace variety show. The guy is the heir of the Li family from Jiacheng, and they've known each other since high school. Wow, from school uniforms to wedding gowns, I'm utterly captivated. At this moment, Jiacheng was enveloped in night. After washing away the yellowish foundation, Ruan Guan revealed her naturally delicate and fair skin. Reminiscent of porcelain or jade, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, a flush crept onto her cheeks. The belongings she had moved out from the villa still lay at the Ruan residence. She wasn't in a hurry to retrieve them, as she carried her essential documents with her. However, her current change of clothes was hastily purchased from a nearby mall, such as the thin strap dress she wore. The fabric was quite sheer, in a gentle apricot hue, adorned with a lace trim at the neckline, complementing her complexion beautifully. Especially in the dimly lit room, it felt as though a soft filter enveloped her, rendering the atmosphere tender and lovely. Fortunately, she was alone at home. Ruan Guan had never appreciated the constricting nature of tight clothing. When she resided in the villa, she often felt uncomfortable due to Li Minglan's presence, usually opting for 2 layers. Now, living alone, she relished the freedom to dress as she pleased. The central air conditioning was set to a comfortable temperature, yet Ruan Guan felt slightly dizzy. Last night, she had been careless and neglected to take cold medicine. And now, after a mere splash of water, she found herself with a cold. It was already 7 in the evening, and she felt a pang of hunger. The strong scent of cooking oil lingered in the air. And having just showered, she wished to avoid the smell, so she simply prepared a light sweet porridge, turning on the exhaust fan nonetheless. Amidst the sound of the fan, she failed to notice her phone's notification tone. "Li Yuan, I will come over shortly." Ruan Guan's damp hair hung loosely over her shoulders as she focused intently on the porridge until a sound emerged from the entrance. Startled, she turned to see Li Yuan. He, too, noticed her surprise. She gazed at him, her delicate collarbone resembling a crescent moon, the dampness of her hair adding to her allure. The man's scrutinizing gaze carried an air of aggression and danger. Ruan Guan sensed it, her body trembling slightly as she turned away, hastily grabbing an apron to cover herself. Panic surged within her, and her hands shook as she struggled to tie the apron behind her. Behind her, footsteps approached, the cool fragrance of the man mingling with a wave of warmth. In an instant, a pair of large hands took the strings from her grasp, securing them around her waist. Her already slender waist appeared even more delicate. Ruan Guan had never been this close to a man, instinctively wanting to retreat, yet those hands pressed against her sides, and a deep voice whispered in her ear. "Is this for me?" Ruan Guan froze, turning to meet the depths of his dark, captivating gaze. His face, meticulously sculpted, bore a cold yet strikingly flamboyant brow. "I didn't know you would come," she explained softly. "I didn't mean to wear this outfit." Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. His right hand slipped around her shoulder, guiding her hand that held the ladle, gently stirring the porridge in the pot. If anticipating her movements, he tightened his grip on her fingers. A smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "I was referring to the porridge. What were you implying?" His voice resonated in his chest. Ruan Guan couldn't help but think of how many women had been by Li Yuan's side before. As if he were a refined male spirit, every gesture tantalizing to the extreme. This thought made her heart ache, and her mood soured. "What's wrong?" Li Yuan inquired. Ruan Guan mumbled, "It's nothing. I just caught a bit of a chill yesterday." "Being sick, how can you only have plain porridge?" he remarked, placing his palm on Ruan Guan's shoulder and steering her out of the kitchen. Half an hour later, Li Yuan returned with dishes to the dining table. His sleeves rolled up, revealing a forearm adorned with prominent veins. Ruan Guan's attention was drawn to the food: shrimp and egg stir-fry, yam with black fungus, and mushroom tofu soup, all her favorites. She was slightly astonished. "You can cook," Li Yuan replied. "I can manage." Ruan Guan took a bite. It was far from merely manageable. It was delicious. She was truly hungry, and her chewing was rapid, her cheeks puffing like a squirrel. After nearly finishing, Li Yuan stood to clear the table. Ruan Guan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Is there anything else you need me to do tonight?" Li Yuan's brow arched slightly. "You're unwell." "I am not that beastly." Ruan Guan paused, intending to ask if she needed to stay to help with the dishes. But then Li Yuan added, "However, if you choose to remain here, I cannot make any guarantees." Ruan Guan's gaze flicked, realizing the implication. Her face flushed crimson as she hurried upstairs, her heated cheeks buried in her blanket, her heart racing fiercely. Through the thick walls, she could faintly hear the sound of water running in the shower, which continued for quite some time. She pressed her lips together, pulling the blanket over her head. In the quiet, she received a new message. "Li Yuan, can you help me?" Chapter 59. Li Yuan's voice echoed in the darkened bedroom. Ruan Guan tightened her grip on her phone. The glow from the screen illuminated her fingertips, casting a soft orange-pink light that intertwined with her heartbeat. "Ruan Guan, is there something you need?" The next moment, Li Yuan sent a voice call. Ruan Guan accepted it, but silence met her ears. "Hello, Li Yuan, are you there?" After a prolonged pause, a deep male voice finally responded. "I can hear you. Open the door." Confused, Ruan Guan opened the door to find an envelope waiting on the threshold. "What is this? Open it and see it." His words. Ruan Guan unsealed the envelope, and several high-definition candid photographs tumbled out. The subject of the photos was the very idol who had criticized her interviewing skills earlier that day. The images depicted him surrounded by both men and women, displaying intimate gestures in various overseas locations. Information that would be unattainable by the private investigator she had hired in such a short time. A flicker of realization ignited within her. Speaking into the phone, she said, "Thank you, Li Yuan." Silence followed as the call ended abruptly. Ruan Guan assumed it was due to a poor connection and dismissed it. Yet, hadn't Li Yuan mentioned needing her help? This was clearly assistance he was offering. The following morning, Ruan Guan reciprocated by rising early to prepare breakfast, her specialty, tomato beef noodles. The beef, slow-cooked in a pressure cooker, was tender and flavorful. The tanginess of the tomatoes harmonized perfectly, creating a delightful dish. "Did you make this?" Li Yuan awoke to find a table laden with breakfast. "Yes, I wasn't sure which type you preferred." Li Yuan remained silent, pulling out his phone. Noticing his indifferent reaction, Ruan Guan clenched her fingers, feeling a bit awkward. However, he began snapping pictures of the breakfast and posted them on social media with a caption that simply read, "Eating breakfast." Ruan Guan was taken aback. "I asked this breakfast for social media." Yet, Li Yuan did not seem like the type to post on social media before engaging in tasks. Curious, Ruan Guan opened the social media app to see that. Despite being casual snapshots, the composition was exquisite. In one photo, her outfit was also visible. She wore an apricot sleeveless knit top, and the outline of her arms clearly indicated her femininity, while the ring on her finger hinted at her status. Moments later, a flurry of comments from mutual friends appeared. Li Minglan, sister-in-law is truly virtuous. Su Tong'an, this tomato beef noodle looks delectable. Li Yame, I want to taste my sister-in-law's cooking. Jiang Song, brother Yuan is so fortunate. Ruan Guan hesitated, feeling that Li Yuan had deliberately included her in the photo. However, she quickly dismissed the notion. The ring suits you well, Li Yuan remarked, lifting his gaze to meet hers. "Oh, when can we officially announce our relationship? Right now, it feels like we are living a secret romance." Every time Li Minglan comments, "I feel like your clandestine lover," Ruan Guan was taken aback. "You intentionally included me in the photo?" Li Yuan replied. "What else would you expect?" He frowned. "You and Li Minglan don't even have a genuine marriage certificate. What does it matter? Indeed. But can we wait a little longer?" Ruan Guan proposed, as according to her plans, Li Yuan's identity should not yet be known to everyone. Li Yuan nodded. "Very well, but how will you compensate me?" Ruan Guan was taken aback. "What kind of compensation do you seek?" Li Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, "My driver called in sick today, so I would appreciate it if I could drive me to the company." Ruan Guan was momentarily stunned. "Is that your idea of compensation?" Li Yuan smiled faintly and replied, "What did you expect it to be?" Ruan Guan, at a loss for words, agreed. When she drove Li Yuan to the company, she realized that the company he referred to as Minkong Group, the same Minkong Group that would soon unveil a helmet-targeted drone. Ruan Guan exclaimed in surprise, "You are the founder of Minkong?" Li Yuan replied, "One could say so." At that moment, a handsome young man, resembling an assistant, approached the car and informed Li Yuan, "Mr. Li, the documents are ready." Li Yuan nodded and was about to exit the vehicle when he leaned in closer to her and said, "That's what I desire." Ruan Guan was taken aback. She had not previously noticed that Li Yuan was adept at flirting. Especially considering his reaction the previous night, he certainly did not appear to be someone who wallowed in self-pity. Furthermore, given his looks and family background, he would never lack for companionship if he so wished. Ruan Guan realized she could not maintain the same calm demeanor with Li Yuan as she did with Li Minglan regarding matters of the heart. This was not a favorable circumstance. She thought she should explain to Li Yuan that she could not tolerate him being involved with other women. However, it was evidently not the right moment. She made a concerted effort to suppress her emotions and drove away just as Li Yuan exited the car. Li Yuan's expression darkened. "You must have misinterpreted." The assistant remained silent as they entered the company one after the other. Upon seeing the president's arrival, the receptionist contemplated contacting the female editor who had come for an interview last time. However, seeing the president's grim countenance, she refrained, thinking it best not to bring misfortune upon the beautiful editor. Throughout the building, everyone sensed Li Yuan's low pressure. "He assistant, what has happened to the president? I need to report the financial statements today. And there's one piece of data that doesn't look good. I'm afraid to provoke him." Others shared similar trepidations. He assistant adjusted his glasses. As a professional assistant with dual master's degrees in finance and psychology, and a keen interest in corporate literature, he might have guessed the underlying issue between the boss and his wife, although the president typically exuded an air of cold aloofness and rarely smiled. Before his wife, he was charming and flirtatious, reminiscent of a carefree playboy. If he were in her shoes, he too would have concerns. Thus, to ensure the team could work without anxiety, he assistant assured, "Rest assured." "Leave it to me." Chapter 60. He is quite clean. Meanwhile, Ruan Guan arrived at her company. Fortunately, her bone structure held up well under makeup. The production team had arranged a post-interview segment. She received Jiang Song's documents and compiled them into a manuscript. "Everyone, look at the trending topics." A voice rang out in the office. Everyone temporarily paused their work and opened Weibo. only to find Ruan Guan's participation in the variety show their offers had made the trending list. The source of the buzz was Ruan Guan's interview. What do you think about a certain artist claiming you lack professionalism? I do not care how others perceive me. My husband is handsome and wealthy. Even if I do not work, I can lead a comfortable life. In reality, Ruan Guan had never uttered such words. The editing was so seamless that even her lip movements matched perfectly, making it impossible to discern any cuts. The comments below were heated. Oh no, did a pampered wife sneak into this all-female variety show? What an authentic pampered wife vibe. Isn't this supposed to be a women-centric show? Can't they discuss women without mentioning men? It's obvious this woman's husband is a balding, pot-bellied, greasy man, and she acts like a treasure, in my opinion. She can't even compare to Shen Zhi Zhi's pinky finger. Watching her interview is like a breath of fresh air. So independent. Isn't this Ruan Guan the one who knelt to hold the microphone for the white man? Avoid at all costs. Her outfit with the large logo looks cheap, practically begging everyone to know she's wearing Chanel. She looks like a country bumpkin, flaunting her wealthy husband. Did Shen Zhi Zhi ever boast about her 200,000 pen? Exactly. Shen Zhi Zhi's success is a testament to all girls that studying hard truly pays off. These comments ranged from the mildly critical to the utterly reprehensible, starkly contrasting Ruan Guan and Shen Zhi Zhi, one being dragged through the mud while the other was elevated to the heavens. The office atmosphere grew tense. Lin Weiing raised an eyebrow. Sister Wan, how could you say that? While we all know your husband is quite wealthy, this is still a women's workplace variety. Li Jing's eyes widened. Come on, how could those words possibly come from Ruan Guan? Other colleagues rallied in defense of Ruan Guan. Sister Wan, aren't you upset? These netizens know nothing and are slandering you. Yes, they intentionally painted you in such a negative light. It is akin to a defensive explosion in reality TV to elevate the royal family, colleagues whispered. Ruan team leader, you should be cautious. We can help you clarify online. Don't worry, you're such a good person. And the audience will surely come to like you. Ruan Guan appreciated their support, but she knew that their clarifications would be futile online, a drop in the ocean. She remained focused, diligently writing Jiang Song's manuscript. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Song was already bombarding Pei Baichen's phone. Pei Baichen, is the control group you mentioned Ruan Guan? Indeed. Pei Baichen admitted candidly. Don't you think she is an excellent choice? Pei Baichen pondered for a moment. A song? Are you so concerned about Ruan Guan that you might actually be falling for her? How could that be? Jiang Song fell silent, his feelings a tumultuous mess, yet he was unaware that Pei Baichen had invited Ruan Guan to participate. He had also invested in this variety show. Would Ruan Guan blame him if she found out? After a pause, Jiang Song's voice grew hoarse. If it were someone else, she wouldn't suffice. Jiang Song clenched his phone tightly. Remaining silent, just then, his phone vibrated with a headline notification. Ruan Guan had posted a clarification, yet the netizens did not spare her, filling the comments with insults. Meanwhile, Ruan Guan, after posting her clarification, paid no mind to the online commotion and focused on her writing, completing and sending the manuscript to Jiang Song before the lunch break. That moment, she received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, Mrs. Li. This is He Yang, Mr. Li's assistant. We met this morning. What can I do for you? Assistant He, it so happens that I left some documents in your car and I am unable to leave. Could you drive over and return them? That is doable, but are you certain the documents are in my car? Yes. When Ruan Guan arrived at the parking lot, she indeed found an A4 sheet of paper in the back seat. She scratched her head in confusion, wondering how she had missed it that morning. 10 minutes later, Ruan Guan arrived at Minkong Group, making her way to the top-floor president's office. Perhaps due to the assistant's prior warning, no one stopped her along the way. She noticed the office door slightly ajar and was about to knock when she heard a woman sobbing from within. As an adult, Ruan Guan recognized that sound. Her hand hesitated mid-knock. Inside, the sobbing persisted intermittently. Logic urged Ruan Guan to leave immediately, yet her legs felt as heavy as lead, and the door seemed like Pandora's box. With a pale expression, she knew she shouldn't open it, yet she grasped the doorknob. That moment, Li Yuan's voice rang out. Get out. Ruan Guan's hand froze at the door. The situation was not quite as she had imagined. Through the gap in the door, she saw that only Li Yuan and his assistant were inside the office. He assistant, with a serious demeanor, stated, "President, are you sure you don't want to study this? It's quite high definition, suitable for someone like you who lacks romantic experience. If Madam is displeased, it would be rather awkward, detrimental to marital harmony." Ruan Guan was taken aback. Yuan, seated behind a large desk, wore a sullen expression. "He Yang, if you utter another word, I will submit your resignation." He assistant fell silent. Ruan felt awkward and decided to wait before entering. However, Yuan seemed to sense the movement at the door. His brow furrowed as he sharply inquired, "Who is outside?" Chapter 61. Change the couple's avatar. Ruan wanted to avoid detection, but it was too late. Holding the paper, she pushed open the office door, her gaze unexpectedly colliding with the pause screen on the laptop. He assistant had not lied. The video was indeed quite high definition. Ruan hastily averted her gaze, addressing Yuan. "He assistant mentioned you left some documents in my car." As she spoke, she placed the document on the sofa near the entrance and attempted to withdraw. "Wait," Yuan said. Yet Ruan not only did not stop, but quickened her pace. Yuan chased her to the door. Glancing at the document and understanding everything, this was an unimportant report from the beginning of the year, and he had not left it in Ruan's car. Resignation application, he assistant was taken aback. "No, it's a salary increase application." As Yuan exited the office, the elevator had yet to arrive. Ruan, with her dark hair elegantly pinned up with a wooden hairpin, revealed a porcelain white nape, now tinged with a hint of color. Sunlight streamed through the circular glass dome, warming the atmosphere, bathing half of her in a golden glow, as if she were radiating light. "Have you eaten?" Yuan approached her. Ruan's slender back trembled, seemingly still immersed in the earlier embarrassment, and she replied softly, "I have." "What did you eat?" "Clay pot rice." Ruan casually mentioned a dish. Perhaps the mention of food triggered her growling stomach, which protested audibly. Ruan Guan, she awkwardly lifted her head, only to meet Yuan's inscrutable gaze, his eyes gliding over her dress and settling on her lower abdomen. The fitted knit top she wore today accentuated the natural curve of her belly, a delicate layer of fat that served to protect her organs, soft and typical of any normal woman. Yet under Yuan's penetrating stare, Ruan Guan felt a twinge of discomfort. "What are you looking at?" Ruan Guan inquired. Yuan raised an elegant brow. "Shall I have Hiju send over the video so we can learn together?" Ruan Guan. At that moment, someone approached, prompting Ruan Guan to instinctively create some distance. "Mr. Li." The newcomer was a secretary who, after exchanging greetings, caught sight of Ruan Guan, her eyes widening with admiration. "What a stunning lady." And the next instant, Yuan grasped Ruan Guan's wrist, drawing her closer as he calmly stated, "This is my wife. We're off to dinner." The secretary was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't even asked. At that moment, the elevator arrived. The secretary excused herself, not daring to intrude. Swiftly, she typed in their group chat. "Who said the big boss was in a bad mood? Isn't this quite delightful? Just a few feathers in the rear, and they could take flight." Inside the restaurant, it was peak dining time, with nearby establishments bustling with the elite of Jiangqing CBD. All tables occupied, only one French restaurant, due to its exorbitant prices, had available seating. Once seated, Yuan broached the topic of the online controversy. "Should I send someone to have the trending topic taken down?" Ruan Guan shook her head. "Old Madame Lu must have informed you about it. Regarding brand visibility and shares, I intend to use this trending topic as an opportunity." Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Have you figured out how to handle it?" "Not really." Seeing Yuan's confidence, Ruan Guan felt a sense of relief, only to hear him suggest, "Let's change to a couple's avatar." It wouldn't be an overtly obvious couple's picture, but when placed together, it would form a complete image. Ruan Guan hesitated. During her faux marriage with Li Minglan, she had considered changing their avatar to appease old Master Li, but after sending it to Li Minglan, he never changed it, and the matter was left unresolved. Coincidentally, the very set of images she had chosen at that time was this one. Ruan Guan felt a slight flush in her ears as she updated her avatar. The two sat by the window, their striking appearances drawing glances from numerous onlookers, including a girl with blunt bangs, Chi Simin, a junior employee at Li Group under the secretarial department with Wang Qin as her superior. found the situation particularly irksome. Wang Qin, leveraging his position as the president's assistant, often acted high-handedly, much to her annoyance. Just yesterday, a new consultant named Shen Zhi Zhi had joined the company, and Wang Qin had ordered Qi Simin to tidy the office first thing in the morning, leaving her to scramble to finish her actual work. Why was Wang Qin so eager? It was no secret that Shen Zhi Zhi was the object of affection for the young masterly. The previous occasion involving a 200,000 yuan pen had been orchestrated by Wang Qin, who had dispatched Qi Simin to deliver it to Shen Zhi Zhi. Thankfully, Wang Qin had accompanied the president to Moscow this time, allowing Qi Simin to treat herself to a French meal. Yet, while scrolling through her phone, she stumbled upon the trending topic featuring her boss and Shen Zhi Zhi, sparking her dismay. Qi Simin, the stake no longer held any appeal. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the resemblance was merely superficial. Nonetheless, he was far more handsome than the young masterly, especially with a charisma reminiscent of a movie star, a clear presence of a prominent figure. Opposite him sat a girl with skin as fair as freshly poured milk and a figure that was perfectly proportioned. Even without seeing her face, one could tell she was a beauty among beauties. They were seated at a round table, not too close, yet the atmosphere was undeniably charged. Qi Simin discreetly snapped a picture, capturing an angle that obscured their distinct features, and posted it with the caption, "Now that's a couple with top-tier looks." 20 minutes later, Yuan's screen lit up. "He Yang, Mr. Li, you and your wife have been photographed during dinner. Should I contact the blogger to have it removed?" Image. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, enlarged the image, and saved it. Li Yuan, no need. Contact Zhao from this platform and have him promote this post, placing it in the largest traffic pool. He Yang, understood. In the afternoon. Isn't that her and Li Yuan? Upon opening it, she was greeted by an astonishing amount of likes and comments. Wow, what celestial beauty is this? Though they are separated by a dining table, the atmosphere is incredibly intimate. Taking notes? Even I feel like falling in love after seeing this. Help! This lady's figure is stunning. Her waist is so slim. Seeking the link for this knit dress. Also looking for the male suit. It looks so exquisite. I know this restaurant. It's the most expensive one in Jiangcheng CBD, with most suits being haute couture. Honestly, they are far more attractive than that couple trending yesterday. Is this staged for traffic? When did they start selling products? There were both positive and negative comments, but the heat was undeniable, soon surpassing the buzz surrounding Shen Zhi Zhi and Li Minglan. Colleagues teased, "Ruan Guan, this girl looks just like you. I remember you have that dress too. It seems beautiful women share the same taste, and this guy bears a resemblance to your husband." Nearby, Lin Weiying's expression darkened upon hearing this. Ever since the old Master Li's birthday banquet, Gao Yu had ceased to support her, leaving her feeling invisible in the office. She rose to head to the tea room. And as she passed the editor-in-chief's office, she inadvertently overheard a conversation between the editor-in-chief and Jiang Song. They had decided to publish Ruan Guan's interview and intended to announce her promotion to deputy editor-in-chief before the end of the day. Lin Weiying's fists clenched. Why should she? Jiang Song was someone she had brought in. Why should it end up benefiting Ruan Guan? In a fit of anger, Lin Weiying logged into her alternate account and posted a picture in the fan club of the idol. She had previously criticized Ruan Guan's professionalism. The next second, the idol's fans erupted. Chapter 62. Brother, take care of Ruan Guan for me. The photo Lin Weiying shared was one she had taken secretly. Yesterday, she had intended to ask Zhou Yi, the idol, for an autograph but stumbled upon him flirting with Ruan Guan. Capturing that moment, the angle made it appear as if Ruan Guan was seducing Zhou Yi. Most of Zhou Yi's fans were female supporters, and with Ruan Guan's poor reputation, they flocked to her Weibo comments. Lin Weiying felt this wasn't sufficient. She further leaked information using her alternate account. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Ruan Guan has always maintained good relations with male interviewers. Just yesterday, she intercepted a colleague's interviewee, leading to the young master specifically requesting her for the interview, forcing the withdrawal of the originally scheduled report. The gossip didn't end there. More revelations emerged. Some fans, leveraging their connections, quickly uncovered that the young master mentioned in the leaks was Jiang Song. Suddenly, the Jiang family found themselves embroiled in controversy. Upon learning of the situation, Zhang's parents, although they trusted Ruan Guan's character, were concerned due to their son's recent entanglement in a scandal, fearing that this incident might resurface if it escalated. As for Jiang Song, he was currently aboard a first-class flight to France, handling Jiang's business affairs there, with his phone set to airplane mode, completely unaware of the unfolding drama. Outside the magazine office, the crowd protesting grew increasingly vocal, accusing Ruan Guan of unprofessionalism. The editor-in-chief furrowed her brow. Ruan Guan, I know you are not that type of person, but this has stemmed from your actions. You need to resolve it promptly. Understood, with the heat now simmering down. The gathering outside consisted not only of fans, but also many live-streaming influencers seeking to capitalize on the situation. Ruan Guan logged into Weibo and posted a 5-minute audio clip of her interview with Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, it's unbalanced. She then asked, you are portraying a heartless emperor who sacrifices love for the greater good. A role filled with controversy. Do you have anything to say to that character? Zhou Yi, you're really cool. Initially, the questions were straightforward. However, as Ruan Guan attempted to elevate the discussion, guiding him toward deeper topics, Zhou Yi grew impatient. With no other choice, she resorted to asking about his interests, like zodiac signs, and his responses became noticeably more animated. The 5-minute recording was crystal clear. Pfft, Zhou Yi, the 9 leaky fish of the entertainment industry. Heavens, thank goodness for the recording, restoring the editor's integrity. Please, heavens, distinguish between loyalty and treachery. It's not the editor's lack of professionalism, but Zhou Yi's inability to comprehend her questions. I'm unfollowing. Liking him is my cyber black history. Some fans, however, insisted that the recording was doctored. Ruan Guan then posted another Weibo update. Ruan Guan V, feel free to sue me anytime. Zhou Yi, she boldly confronted the popular idol, attracting attention from many passers-by. Oh my, how cool is she? How can someone have such courage? Her follower count surged from 3 digits to over 20,000. Amid the chaotic comments, some righteous netizens defended her, fiercely countering Zhou Yi's fans. Yet the situation was far from over. Ruan Guan also highlighted several harsh criticisms, turning them into posts that exceeded 500 likes, and reported them to the authorities. Ruan Guan stated, if I am not forgiven, I will pursue this to the end. These children are still so young, the flowers of our nation. I don't know what to offer them, but I will teach them a lesson. The program director frowned deeply. To establish a control group, the director had also gathered some negative comments regarding Shen Zhi Zhi for her to review. These malicious reviews distort the truth. If you need, we can assist you in suing these individuals. Shen Zhi Zhi, with a gentle and confident smile, replied, I don't care how others perceive me. My inner strength is substantial enough. Certainly, if the suggestions are sound, I shall graciously accept them. However, it is evident that these comments are merely a manifestation of netizens venting their personal grievances. The director is quite satisfied. Isn't there already a contrasting shot? On another note, Zhou Yi's criticism of the editor's lack of professionalism has backfired, resulting in the explosive news of the 9 leaks fish incident. Yet, Zhou Yi's supporting team is undeniably formidable. Apart from a few bystanders, there are no prominent figures joining this critique. Even those bloggers known for their sharp tongues have collectively fallen silent. I apologize. As I grew up abroad and Chinese is not my native language, I indeed struggle to comprehend certain issues. However, when I assert that Ruan Guan's editing skills are lacking, it is not a reflection of her interviewing abilities, but rather due to her harassment during the interview, which has caused me considerable distress, and I provided evidence. The messages Ruan Guan sent were exceedingly inappropriate. In an instant, Ruan Guan finds herself once again embroiled in a public relations crisis. Lin Weiying feels a sense of relief at 9 o'clock Moscow time. Li Minglan awoke to find Ruan Guan trending. He had socialized late into the night with local clients who drank vodka as if it were water, leaving him with a throbbing headache. Little did he know that Ruan Guan was the variety show counterpart arranged by Pei Baiyan. All he was aware of was that a male idol had slandered Ruan Guan. The messages in question appeared to be fabricated. After all, how could Ruan Guan, who had admired him for 8 years, suddenly develop feelings for someone she had only known for a few days? One could only imagine her character. She would most likely retreat quietly and weep. He felt a pang of bitterness. Yet, with his head pounding, he was unable to address the situation. He called Li Yuan. Brother, could I trouble you with a matter? Chapter 63. Shen Zhi Zhi on the other end. Li Yuan remained silent before abruptly hanging up. Li Minglan realized too late that he was still suffering from a hangover. How could he have thought to ask his brother to look after Ruan Guan? His brother's temperament was notoriously inscrutable, and he was not familiar with Ruan Guan. To be precise, the two had not known each other at all prior to this. Meanwhile, at the magazine office, the editor-in-chief convened a meeting to announce new personnel changes. Lin Weiying, smiling broadly, congratulated Ruan Guan in front of everyone. Ruan Guan replied quietly, "We still do not know whose manuscript Jiang Song ultimately chose." Lin Weiying countered, "Oh, given your relationship with Jiang Shao, he will surely select your work. My suggestion for a comparison was merely to secure a fair chance for myself, and I hope Deputy Editor Ruan will not hold it against me." Lin Weiying lowered herself. Ruan Guan raised an elegant brow and gently remarked, "Lin, do you know what you resemble at this moment?" "What do you mean?" "You resemble a student who, while weeping over their lack of preparation for an exam, draws the sympathy and attention of their classmates, only to achieve the highest score in the class." Lin Weiying, "This analogy is too vivid. Anyone who has been to school can relate." Instantly, the gazes directed at Lin Weiying were laced with disdain. Lin Weiying, caught off guard, clenched her teeth in frustration. Despite her words dismissing Ruan Guan's concerns, the force with which she closed the door betrayed her true feelings. Gao Yu muttered, "Don't break the door." Lin Weiying rolled her eyes in exasperation. Gao Yu retorted, "Why are you rolling your eyes at me? Is this workplace bullying? Just because you're the daughter of the Ruan family, does that make you special?" Lin Weiying was momentarily speechless. She knew Gao Yu was being deliberately provocative, fully aware of the truth from the previous evening's banquet. Faced with the cameras of the variety show, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Damn it, she had once been his devoted admirer, yet now she was being bitten back. Suppressing the urge to tear Gao Yu apart, she smiled and said, Yeah, you've misunderstood. I merely had a contact lens slip." Gao Yu, right, you say whatever you like." Lin Weiying, observing this exchange, Li Jing jested, "How curious. You two usually get along as if you were inseparable. What's going on today?" Gao Yu's gaze swept over Ruan Guan without saying a word. "All right, let us commence the meeting." The editor-in-chief briskly entered, announcing, "After discussions with Jiang Shao, he has decided to select Weiying's version of the interview, thus promoting her to deputy editor." The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds. With everyone taken aback, they had all assumed Ruan Guan's promotion was a foregone conclusion. Ruan Guan, however, was not particularly surprised. "Congratulations, Deputy Editor Lin," she stated. Lin Weiying, astonished, covered her mouth in disbelief. "How could this be? Editor-in-chief, are you mistaken? Given that Ruan Guan and Jiang Shao have such a good relationship, how could he choose my interview? Is there some misunderstanding?" "Enough of the theatrics," Ruan Guan kindly interjected. Lin Weiying was momentarily at a loss for words. After the meeting concluded, the magazine office, in a bid to quell the online uproar, uploaded the documentation of Lin Weiying's appointment as deputy editor. They also announced that Jiang Song had selected Lin Weiying's version of the report. The comments section was filled with satisfied fans. Good, you didn't disappoint us." Laughing to death, Ruan Guan thought she could rely on her looks, but Jiang Shao is likely just playing around. She really thinks too highly of herself. Fortunately, this incident escalated. Otherwise, Lin Weiying would have faced a dreadful fate, losing the interview and her promotion opportunity. A thrilling episode. I must buy this issue of the magazine. I discovered that Lin Weiying has a little red book account. She seems to be a rich heiress, living a truly exquisite life. I'm rushing to follow. The variety show director instructed the cameraman to focus on Ruan Guan's face, which appeared somewhat dejected. The director was quite pleased, unaware that Ruan Guan was currently using a secondary account to leak information in the comments section. "I know Lin Weiying. She is from a prestigious high school in Jiacheng, the daughter of the Ruan family, having taken her surname from her father after his marriage." Simultaneously, she posted a group photo from her high school days. Lin Tangxing, this phoenix man, wishes to drain his wife's vitality and rekindle his romance with his first love. Hoping to remain incognito, impossible, she intends to drag both Lin Tangsheng and Lin Wing into this maelstrom. Their personalities have always reveled in flattery, and the moment they are raised to dizzying heights by netizens, it shall be their descent into hell. What? The daughter of the Ruan family. How enviable. No wonder Lin Wang exudes a relaxed demeanor, uncompetitive. If I were to encounter a scheming colleague like Ruan Guan, I would have long been driven to the hospital. Wait. Everyone look. The center of this photo is Shen Zhi Zhi and Li Minglan. I recall Shen Zhi Zhi comes from a modest background, only entering a prestigious high school due to her academic prowess. It's like Meteor Garden come to life. I'm utterly captivated. This photograph was swiftly discovered by the marketing team hired by Pei Baichen for Shen Zhi Zhi, who promptly initiated a grand promotional campaign. The narrative of the impoverished academic beauty paired with the dashing heir of a wealthy family, reminiscent of classic romantic literature, instantly captivated many. This moment, Ruan Guan was absent from her workstation. Her colleagues quietly discussed, wait, isn't that man Li Minglan? But isn't he Ruan Guan's husband? Indeed, he had come to pick Ruan Guan up from work last time, and they had also encountered each other at a Japanese restaurant. The prior incident at the restaurant had been rather uncomfortable, and although everyone knew to some extent that love plays a negligible role in wealthy marriages, they still had to maintain appearances. How could Ruan Guan feel good knowing her husband was surrounded by a multitude of fans? They collectively decided to post some comments online, asserting that Ruan Guan was indeed Li Minglan's wife. Gao Yu also joined in, motivated by a desire to redeem herself by clarifying Ruan Guan's position. She might be one of the few aware of the complex relationship between Li Yuan and Ruan Guan. If they could expose Li Minglan as a scoundrel, then the two of them could proceed without care. With that thought, Gao Yu logged into her main account. Her side venture as a faceless fashion blogger had garnered her a modest following of 330,000 fans. That moment, she updated her status. I know Ruan Guan. She is Li Minglan's wife. Before long, this post amassed 999 comments. This blogger is from the fashion industry, and Ruan Guan happens to be a fashion magazine editor. I'm stunned. It's entirely possible they know each other. I'm an old fan. The blogger usually doesn't ride the coattails of trending topics, so she's likely being truthful. I just saw someone leak that Ruan Guan is indeed Li Minglan's original partner. The wealthy circles of Jiaocheng are all aware. So, Shen Zhi Zhi is the mistress. No way, I just started shipping this couple. And now you tell me one is a cheating scoundrel and the other is the mistress. The public discourse continued to escalate. Even the term Shen Zhi Zhi mistress made it to the trending list. Chapter 64, breaking the illusion. As the distortions surrounding Shen Zhi Zhi proliferated online, Pei Baichen could no longer sit idly. He dialed Li Minglan's number. Noon Moscow time. Hello? What's wrong? Your voice sounds hoarse. Just waking up? Pei Baichen's words held a hint of implication. Is Zhi Zhi awake? I'm not sure. She should be up. I heard her knocking this morning, but I didn't get up. Damn, these Russians can really drink. Oh, I thought you two were together last night. No, she wasn't invited to the drinking party. Li Minglan took a sip of mineral water, slowly regaining some energy. There's something you need. Li Minglan spoke in a low tone. Anyone who causes trouble for Zhi Zhi should be taught a lesson. All right, I'll send you a link. Just give it a like, and that should put an end to this farce. Understood. Li Minglan opened the link, which was a short video. The exaggerated voiceover from the marketing account immediately caught attention. What the hell? In an episode of Her Offers, a female guest revealed herself to be the wife of the Li family heir, prompting a wave of incredulity. Isn't it absurd? Mr. Li has someone he truly cares for. Li Minglan furrowed her brows, indeed finding this situation quite ridiculous. Could just anyone claim to be worthy of being his wife? She gave a thumbs up in agreement before collapsing back into her slumber, unaware that her simple gesture would ignite a media frenzy. Online, the trending topic Li Minglan denies Ruan Guan is his wife took off. Laughable. Isn't she just being smacked with reality? Li Minglan, who are you, lady? Don't associate with me. Haha, perhaps young Master Li is currently wooing Zhi Zhi. Could the one claiming Ruan Guan is Li Minglan's wife be Ruan Guan's alternate account? What a delusional woman. This is what a pampered wife looks like. Always yearning for a good husband, especially relishing in competition. Indeed, Shen Zhi Zhi radiates brilliance, hence her allure. Colleagues caught sight of Li Minglan's like And Ruan Guan noticed it too. Guan Guan, did your husband accidentally click that? Yes, it must have been an accident. You should call Mr.Li and have him clarify, they urged. Wait. Why do I feel like Shen Zhi Zhi is the woman by Li Minglan's side at the Japanese restaurant? In an instant, the office fell silent, the tension palpable. As the only one aware of the truth, Gao Yu pursed her lips. Indeed, Shen Zhi Zhi was nothing short of a mistress. Finally, someone had seen through it. All eyes turned to Ruan Guan, eager to voice their thoughts. Yet they hesitated, recognizing that this was a matter of her personal life. They could only silently denounce the repulsiveness of these capitalists, who, despite marrying such a stunning wife, entangled themselves with other women, even resorting to stabbing Ruan Guan in the back to shield the mistress. Ruan Guan spoke up. At the last Japanese restaurant, everyone misunderstood. Li Minglan is not my husband. It's merely a coincidence that my husband shares the same surname. Everyone assumed this was her excuse and chose not to confront her. Only Lin Wang raised an eyebrow. Sister Guan, you did say your husband is the heir of the Li family. The cameras had captured every word, and she was deliberately addressing the audience. In truth, Ruan Guan had never made such a claim. Unexpectedly, her eyes glinted as she nodded. Indeed, my husband is the heir of the Li family. The elderly publicly stated that whoever bears a child will be the heir. If Li Yuan has a child, the identity of the heir becomes uncertain. The director, watching this scene unfold, remarked critically, "Tisk, she's trying to salvage her dignity amidst both love and career disappointments." As the rain began to fall gently outside, it continued unabated as the workday concluded. That evening, they were two. Just then, her phone lit up, interrupting her thoughts. "Li Yuan, I'm downstairs at your office. Ruan Guan, I have to work late today." "Don T, wait for me." Ruan Guan sighed in relief, a subtle sense of loss creeping into her heart. Fortunately, she never held on to hope, thus she would not be disappointed. As she and Li Jing made their way downstairs, they spotted a sleek black sedan with a Beijing A license plate parked by the roadside. The rear window rolled down to reveal a pair of slanted eyes belonging to a man, a smirk playing on his lips. "Wife, get in." The term wife coursed through her like an electric current. Ruan Guan had previously found the term rather kitsch, yet when it slipped from Li Yuan's lips, it tingled in her ears, stirring something deep within her. His voice was low enough to be heard by Li Jing and the others. Her colleagues gazed in astonishment, only catching a glimpse of his striking eyes. Li Jing frowned, puzzled. Was Li Minglan suffering from a split personality? Just moments ago, he had stabbed Ruan Guan in the back to protect his mistress, and now he sweetly called her wife, determined to pull Ruan Guan away. She was thwarted as Gao Yu stepped forward. "Since team leader Ruan's husband has come to pick her up, we should take our leave," she asserted, firmly guiding Li Jing away. Ruan Guan was left alone. Opening the door to enter the car, the rain had dampened her attire, but the sealed, crisp interior of the vehicle insulated her from the humid air, filled with Li Yuan's scent. With her head bowed, her delicate ear, almost translucent, displayed faintly visible veins. A stray lock of hair fell across her ear, prompting Li Yuan to gently tuck it behind her ear. As his rough thumb brushed her ear, Ruan Guan felt an electric jolt from his touch. Her shoulders trembled involuntarily, her lips pressed together, the white of her teeth contrasting with her crimson lips, tinged with a wine-dark hued. Li Yuan's gaze darkened, as if he beheld a rain-soaked gardenia, stained with the hues of a rose. In mere moments of reverie, his hand aligned with his intent, resting on her delicate chin. A crack in the car window revealed the scene to Li Yamo, who had come to check on Ruan Guan. Catching sight of Li Yuan's vehicle, as she approached to greet him, her Hermes bag slipped from her grasp, her eyes widening in shock. The next instant, she dialed Li Minglan's number. "Dear ones, I possess a cup of coffee. Oh wait, I deserve 3 free sparks of love." Rose in mouth. Chapter 65. Discovering the truth. Second brother. Guess what I just saw? The excitement in Li Yamo's voice was palpable over the phone. At 1:30 p.m. Moscow time, Li Minglan finally emerged from his hangover, connecting the video call while brushing his teeth. A glance at the red brick villa behind his sister confirmed. "You went to Ruan Guan's company." "That's not the point," Li Yamo exclaimed. "Guess what I saw?" The camera shifted to reveal a black car with a Beijing A license plate parked beneath a plane tree. The sunlight filtered through the back window, illuminating the interior, where Li Minglan's typically aloof older brother sat in the back seat, his hand resting on the face of a young woman. The woman's back was turned to the door, obscuring her features, but the pale shoulder peeking from beneath her sleek black hair was unmistakably familiar. "That's our sister-in-law. Second brother. Do you want to see what our sister-in-law looks like? I'll go say hi to brother." Li Yamo chattered excitedly as she approached the car. With a bright smile, she knocked on the window and cheerfully greeted, "Brother, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. This must be sister-in-law." "Hello, sister-in-law, I'm Yamo, your brothers." Before she could finish her sentence, the surprise in her widened eyes reflected Ruan Guan's face. "Ruan Guan, how could it be you?" On the other end of the phone, Li Minglan's hand froze at the sight of Ruan Guan. His toothbrush unexpectedly colliding with his gums, blood gushed forth, stark against the pallor his hangover had left him, casting a terrifying visage. As Li Yamo instinctively glanced at her brother's expression, she was met with this shocking scene. This series of shocks nearly caused her to faint. Meanwhile, Li Minglan's voice, laced with suppressed anger, resonated. "Ruan Guan, what are you doing?" Ruan Guan's brow furrowed. How had she coincidentally run into Li Yamo, according to her plan? She could not publicly disclose her relationship with Li Yuan just yet. His status was too conspicuous, too ostentatious. With him as the lurking predator, how could she feel safe as the unsuspecting prey? The cool, detached voice of Li Yuan reached her ears. "Is there a problem, second brother?" His tone was unnervingly calm, composed, and unperturbed. His dark gaze pierced through the phone's lens, as if he could see Li Minglan on the other side. There was no hint of embarrassment or anger, nor any trace of guilt from being caught in an affair. After all, they were legally married. Yet, Li Minglan and Li Yamo were oblivious to this fact. Li Minglan began to doubt his own eyes. Perhaps he had seen wrong. After all, through the tinted window, he hadn't distinctly witnessed Li Yuan's hand resting on Ruan Guan's face. Maybe it was merely a misinterpretation. She had harbored feelings for him for so many years. How could she be entangled with his elder brother? This wasn't a cliché tale of mistaken identity, even if she resembled someone else. She was still her own person. Li Minglan's thoughts spiraled chaotically, an array of emotions flooding his mind. Suddenly, he recalled that he had called his elder brother earlier that morning, asking him to look after Ruan Guan. To his surprise, his brother had genuinely taken it to heart. A wave of realization washed over him. His brother had cared for Ruan Guan because of him, yet he had misjudged his intentions. How foolish of him, however, seeing Ruan Guan sitting beside his brother, one calm and radiant, the other stern and cold, evoked a disquieting sense of unease within him. Ruan Guan, with her subtly profound words, had conveyed a wealth of information. First, that Li Minglan had indeed asked Li Yuan to take care of her. Second, that his voice was hoarse, a clear indication of a hangover. Upon reflection, it made sense. As the male lead in the original narrative, he held an undeniable moral high ground. In the story, Li Minglan hadn't considered divorce, having only suggested it after being seduced into infidelity. Thus, that tweet couldn't have been a reflection of his true stance. There must have been someone inciting the situation. Pei Baichen, with clarity dawning, Ruan Guan's brow twitched slightly. She recalled Li Minglan mentioning that he had changed the password to the Minglan Villa's door lock. "There's no need to trouble yourself. After all, we have no relationship," she stated calmly. "What do you mean? You did like that tweet, didn't you?" "What tweet?" As the confusion escalated, Li Minglan disregarded the pain in his jaw. Recalling the link Pei Baichen had sent him, scrolling down through the comments, the truth gradually unraveled before his eyes. The female guest brought in by Pei Baichen for the comparison was none other than Ruan Guan. Li Minglan's right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. He dreaded to imagine Ruan Guan's reaction upon seeing that Li Yamo was left momentarily speechless. She seldom heard her elder brother speak to her in a commanding tone, and she replied with a hesitant "all right." Once the call ended, Li Yamo turned to Li Yuan and asked, "Elder brother, could you take me and Ruan, sister-in-law, to Minglan Villa? I came by taxi." Li Yuan's gaze briefly flickered over Ruan Guan, his brow arching slightly before he nodded. "Moscow. Why didn't you inform me that Ruan Guan is the control group you've recruited?" Li Minglan immediately called Pei Baichen, her voice laced with irritation. Pei Baichan, somewhat surprised, responded, "You didn't know? I thought you were aware. Didn't Ruan Guan tell you? She adores you. Surely she would share everything with you." Li Minglan paused. Their contact had been minimal, initially, after they got married. She would reach out to him to discuss how to deceive their grandfather and maintain the facade of a married couple, even sharing couple avatars and asking if he wanted to change theirs. Gradually, their conversations had dwindled, stagnating at a particular day. Opposite her, Pei Baichan added, "So, I assumed you had acquiesced. After all, sacrificing a Ruan Guan could elevate Gigi's career. If you're reluctant, I can find someone else, but it would be a pity for GZHI and the current dismal online environment, where rumors abound. You've invested in Gigi's lab, even if you both are transparent. Netizens will speculate. Gigi comes from ordinary beginnings. How do you think the internet will vilify her? As an interloper in another's marriage, a scheming woman hoping to marry into wealth." Pei Baichan's tone was gentle. Yet each biting word made Li Minglan uncomfortable. She would never allow Gigi to be placed in such a predicament. Understood. Let Ruan Guan continue to participate. There's nothing to be concerned about. Li Minglan insisted. Gigi is a career-oriented woman and should not be constrained by public opinion. She has vast potential. Ruan Guan is different. IT was merely a job. If Ruan Guan desired it, he could arrange for her to enter the entertainment industry and star in the most sought-after IPs. With her beauty, fame was inevitable, but Shen Zhi Zhi was another matter entirely. After the call ended, Pei Baichan smiled. Saving the recording, he dragged the audio into a document titled GIFs, compressing it alongside the audio from a previous bet between Jiang Song and Su Tong'an at a bar, and uploaded it to the cloud. His amber eyes sparkled with a captivating warmth as he eagerly anticipated Ruan Guan's reaction upon hearing IT. IT would be exquisite. Chapter 66. Wearing ex-husband's sleepwear before Minglan Villa. Li Minglan not only changed the door lock code, but also deleted Ruan Guan's fingerprint. After receiving the new password, the trio finally entered the room. As the former owner of the house, Ruan Guan naturally inquired, "What would you like to drink?" However, Li Yamo pushed past her with a bright smile, stating, "Elder brother, what kind of tea would you like? I can brew it for you." She had always sought to foster a good relationship with her elder brother. When their father and mother were wary of him inheriting the Li family fortune and sought the counsel of a fortune teller to concoct a narrative that Li Yuan's fate would bring misfortune to their grandfather, she was merely 10 years old. Even if her elder brother harbored grievances against them, she was blameless. Thus, it was only natural for her to bridge the gap with him. "Anything will do," Li Yuan replied casually. Yet, Li Yamo inexplicably sensed a sudden drop in his demeanor. Shrinking her shoulders, she retreated to the tea room, rummaging through every cupboard until she finally discovered a tea cake nestled within an enamel-red porcelain container. This was a gift Jiang Song had previously bestowed upon her elder brother, rumored to be a fine and expensive item. Her elder brother had never consumed it, and she had once attempted to acquire it, but he had bizarrely declined. Today, she could finally savor its flavor. While Li Yamo prepared the tea, Ruan Guan made her way to Li Minglan's bedroom. Based on the background of the marriage certificate he had sent her previously, she speculated on its whereabouts. This time, she searched meticulously, even looking beneath the bed, but curiously, the marriage certificate remained elusive. Excluding the possibility that he carried it with him, it had to be somewhere in the room. Wiping the fine sweat from her forehead, her gaze landed on the space between the thick mattress and the bed frame. The knee-length knitted dress restricted her movements. She hiked up the hem, placed her left foot on the bed frame, and used both hands to grip the mattress's edge, applying force as her waist sagged. "What are you looking for?" A voice rang out from the doorway. Li Yuan had appeared at some point. Ruan Guan made a shushing gesture, saying, "I'm looking for the marriage certificate with Li Minglan. It might be under the mattress. He must cherish it." Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. "No, he said he didn't want to see it, which is why it's tucked away in an inconspicuous spot." Li Yuan stepped forward and effortlessly lifted the mattress, revealing a pristine space beneath, void of even the slightest dust. "If it's not here, then where could it be?" The two began searching separately in the 30-square-meter bedroom and the slightly smaller study, which, despite not being frequently used, housed numerous decorative items. Where could he have placed it? Ruan Guan panted slightly, fanning herself with her hand. thinking it unlikely he would carry it with him. Not necessarily, Li Yuan's voice came from behind. Ruan Guan took his comment as a jest and retorted, who would carry a marriage certificate with them? Is that so? Does someone actually carry their marriage certificate? Ruan Guan felt a bit embarrassed, thinking that Li Minglan wouldn't do such a thing. I'll keep looking. Do you have any clean clothes? At that moment, Li Yuan spoke up and Ruan Guan noticed some moisture smeared on his black suit. It happened when I drank the tea brewed by Li Yamo, he explained. I do, Ruan Guan replied, opening the wardrobe and retrieving a new black silk nightgown she had purchased for Li Minglan. Though he had never worn it, Li Yuan remained noncommittal, raising his hand to unbutton his shirt, revealing a small patch of skin at the collar. Ruan Guan quickly turned her back, saying, I'll step out for a moment. No need. I don't mind. That moment, Li Yamo's voice echoed from outside. Ruan Guan, what are you doing in my brother's room? The sound of her footsteps was thunderous, as if she were about to burst through the door any second. Inside the bedroom, with Li Yuan exposing his upper body and Ruan Guan present, their situation could hardly be deemed innocent. Just as Ruan Guan felt a surge of embarrassment, Li Yuan grasped her wrist and led her onto Li Minglan's large bed. In the next moment, the door swung open. Li Yuan leisurely fastened the last button, leaning against the headboard, his tall figure covered by a black silk quilt that accentuated his pale complexion. I asked, there something you need? Li Yamo paused. I'm sorry, elder brother. I thought Ruan Guan was here. She is indeed here. She left. Didn't you know she moved out? Li Yuan inquired. Li Yamo had no idea. But, elder brother, why are you wearing second brother's nightwear? And lying in second brother's bed, covered by second brother's quilt, this nightgown was clearly a size smaller, unmistakably belonging to him. I asked, there a problem? No, then why are you still here, waiting for me to make you dumplings? No. I'll leave right now. Once Li Yamo got into the ride-hailing car, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Had she been ejected from second brother's home by elder brother? After the car had driven for a short while, she felt a wave of heat wash over her. Despite the air conditioning in the car being set low, she felt as if she might explode from the heat, even feeling slightly nauseous. Miss, are you all right? The driver inquired with concern. Li Yamo felt unwell, suspecting she had ingested something off, and requested the driver to head to the hospital. She then called Li Minglan. Second brother, is the tea you have at home expired? I felt nauseous after drinking it and need to go to the hospital. Which tea? The set that brother A Song gifted you last year. I thought it was quite expensive and brewed some for elder brother. Are you referring to the tea cake in the enamel red porcelain? Yes. There was a brief silence on the other end. That was dear blood tea, dear blood. Just hearing the name indicates its purpose. Who else drank it? Li Minglan pressed. Elder brother drank it. Li Yamo stammered. He seemed unwell when I left. He was resting in your bedroom. Was anyone else there? No one. Elder brother said Ruan Guan had left. Li Minglan breathed a sigh of relief, and after hanging up, he immediately called his elder brother. However, the call wouldn't connect. In a panic, he remembered the surveillance camera installed in his bedroom. He quickly turned on the camera and witnessed the figures of his elder brother and Ruan Guan. Chapter 67. How could elder brother and Ruan Guan? As the surveillance camera activated, Li Minglan was about to speak when the scene before him caused his pupils to constrict. In the dimly lit room, the floor-to-ceiling windows framed a hauntingly blue night, illuminated only by a solitary lamp casting a warm orange glow at the bedside. Two entwined figures were silhouetted by the light. When Li Minglan recognized their faces, the world around him faded to black and white, much like an old television static, as his blood ran cold, rendering him immobile. How could it be? Elder brother and Ruan Guan. Buzzing. At that moment, the sound of the camera activating echoed starkly in the hushed room. Ruan Guan's nerves tightened, as if drawn taut like a bowstring. The darkness outside and the light within transformed the pristine glass into a flawless mirror. Through the reflective surface, Ruan Guan caught sight of a dark shape spinning above the wallpaper by the door. It was a camera. How could Li Minglan have installed such a device in the room? Who in their right mind would place a camera at the foot of their bed? Ruan Guan's heart raced, leaving her no time to ponder, for the ominous lens was now aimed directly at her. It felt less like surveillance and more akin to a gun poised to fire, the flickering red resembling a laser targeting her. A chill crept up from her feet to her legs, her heartbeat echoed in her chest, engulfing her in an overwhelming sense of dread. This very moment, she found herself cradled in Li Yuan's embrace. Just a few minutes prior, Ruan Guan had come to a realization. The tea at home had been entirely consumed, leaving no tea leaves behind. What could Li Yamo use to brew tea for Li Yuan? As she pondered this, a sudden thought emerged in her mind. Was it the Dear Blood tea gifted by Jiangsong? Dear Blood is known for its restorative properties, beneficial for those who are depleted. A month ago, Jiangsong had deliberately presented this tea to Li Minglan and then privately boasted to her, "Madam Li, if your husband cannot satisfy you, I have kindly provided him with this tea. How do you plan to express your gratitude?" Jiangsong was certain that Li Minglan would remain chaste for Shen Zhi Zhi and would never drink it. His intention was purely to vex her. Yet, little did Jiangsong know that this tea had ended up in Li Yuan's hands. Ruan Guan felt an instinctive unease about any potential side effects of the tea. She simply sensed that Jiangsong was untrustworthy. "Hold on, I will take you to the hospital," she declared, feigning an effort to assist Li Yuan in standing. However, as she leaned closer, she was ensnared by the man's arm around her waist. Her waist was particularly sensitive to tickling. Back in school, her greatest dread was when a classmate behind her would poke her back to get her attention. The tingling sensation would surge through her spine, inching upwards. That moment, the moonlight hung high in the sky. Ruan Guan was suddenly enveloped by an unfamiliar aura, and instinctively, she tried to break free, only to find herself nearly kneeling on the floor due to her ticklishness, while Li Yuan's hand remained firmly around her waist. When she lifted her gaze, she caught sight of the usually aloof corners of his eyes glistening with a hint of red, and his pupils seemed to burn with an unquenchable fire. Drawing her it was only when she heard the sound of the camera pivoting that she realized Li Minglan was watching the surveillance footage. In an instant, cold sweat drenched her back. She had no idea if the camera had just activated or if it had been recording for some time. In any case, she and Li Yuan stood entirely exposed before the lens. With nowhere to hide, in Moscow, Li Minglan's pallid face was marked by eyes as dark as a frozen lake. He fixated on the screen, which glimmered coldly, his gaze ensnared by the sight of Li Yuan's arm encircling Ruan Guan's waist. His sclera now tinged with crimson, his throat felt constricted, rendering him speechless. In the dim light, he recognized Li Yuan's nightwear. It was his own, the very piece Ruan Guan had gifted him, but which he had never worn. How could Ruan Guan dare to give it to someone else? How could Li Yuan care for Ruan Guan to such an extent that it led to this moment in bed? Li Minglan clenched his phone tightly, an unprecedented fury surging through him, ready to interrupt the pair. Yet, Ruan Guan's voice preempted him, resonating within the room. "Brother, could you please persuade Minglan not to let him divorce me?" Li Minglan paused, witnessing Ruan Guan feign a kneel, only for Li Yuan to pull her up. In an instant, his hand slipped away from her waist. "Why should I help you?" His tone was cold and distant, betraying no hint of emotion, like an icy river emitting a frigid chill. "Why should I help you?" The crisp voice cascaded down from above. Ruan Guan raised her head, meeting Li Yuan's austere features bathed in moonlight, reflecting the shimmering waves outside, as if the earlier chaos had merely been a figment of her imagination. No, it was not an illusion. This very moment, the ethereal Li Yuan, resembling a celestial being, held her hand against the edge of the bed, their fingers entwined in a remarkable warmth, concealed from the camera's view. Ruan Guan's heart raced with concern for Li Yuan's health, yet he merely regarded her with a piercing gaze. Reiterating his earlier question, "Why should I help you?" in accordance with the script she had envisioned for herself, Ruan Guan should have declared at this moment, "I love Li Minglan. I do not wish for him to be with anyone else." However, facing Li Yuan's penetrating eyes, she found the words lodged in her throat. After a lengthy pause, she finally uttered, "As long as my brother can assist me, I am willing to do anything." Anything that their dialogue felt distant and foreign. However, if the surveillance camera were to shift its angle, it would reveal Li Yuan's thumb gently caressing Ruan Guan's hand, as if toying with a piece of warm jade. Before the screen, Li Minglan relaxed his taut nerves. Had it been daytime in Jiang City, or if the lights had been ablaze? He would have surely noticed that the outfit Ruan Guan wore matched exactly with the one worn by his sister-in-law in the photos Li Yuan had posted earlier. Yet, he discerned nothing amiss. Gradually, Li Minglan leaned back in his chair, color returning to his face. He had misjudged the situation. She wished to salvage their relationship, even seeking out her brother for assistance. Clearly, Ruan Guan was intimidated by Li Yuan. In the surveillance, her shoulders were tense, her voice trembling, as if she were on the verge of tears. Her brother was notoriously aloof, even making Yamo uneasy in his presence. Thus, Ruan Guan's approach to her brother as a mediator spoke volumes about her desire to avoid divorce. As for her earlier declaration of separation at their grandfather's birthday banquet, it had merely been a moment of anger. Once her temper subsided, she regretted it but found no opportunity to retract her words, leaving her to maintain a fade, even resorting to her brother for help. Nevertheless, Li Minglan was still somewhat displeased. Why couldn't she come directly to him? Why seek help from afar? His brother was cold-hearted. How could he genuinely act as her intermediary? Had he not overheard their conversation, she would undoubtedly have regretted it post-divorce. Ruan Guan simply overthought things. If she had uttered a single word of entreaty, he would not have been opposed to canceling the divorce. Yet, she remained silent. Li Minglan, too stubborn, resolved that he needed to hear Ruan Guan explicitly state her desire to remain married. Otherwise, she might think he was the one unwilling to divorce her. With this in mind, Li Minglan cleared his throat and spoke into the microphone. Ruan Guan, what are you doing? In the surveillance footage, her eyes widened in shock, resembling a frightened cat. Li Minglan continued. The surveillance camera is malfunctioning, but the microphone is still operational. Not wishing to put Li Yuan in a difficult position, he concocted a fabricated excuse. As anticipated, he observed Ruan Guan beseeching Li Yuan to hush her. Unaware that he was privy to all that transpired, in that moment, Li Minglan grasped the meaning of a god's eye view. It was exhilarating. He lowered his voice intentionally. Who permitted you to enter my room? Ruan Guan replied, I came to retrieve the marriage certificate. I intend to file for divorce and facilitate your union with Shen Zhi Zhi. Li Minglan scoffed. Had he not heard the entirety of their exchange moments ago? He might have believed her. Being inherently competitive, he now understood Ruan Guan's true feelings. Like a pet, he teased her. All right, the marriage certificate is in my wardrobe, in the pocket of the dark blue jacket. If you wish to divorce, feel free to do so at any time. He had casually placed the marriage certificate there when he found it. Yesterday, before heading to the airport, he had asked Wang Zhu to retrieve that jacket. So he hadn't given it much thought. At this moment, Li Minglan felt quite pleased. He smirked, watching Ruan Guan enter the wardrobe to retrieve the marriage certificate. The camera was positioned away from her, preventing him from seeing her expression. Tomorrow is Wednesday. The Civil Affairs Bureau will be open. You can handle the divorce yourself. He deliberately provoked her, eager to hear her utter the words, I don't want a divorce. As expected, he noticed the delicate silhouette in the dark tremble at the shoulders, as if she were about to weep. In truth, upon discovering the marriage certificate, Ruan Guan's first thought was, Li Yuan was right. She had combed through every book in the study, but had not thought to check the pockets of the clothes in the wardrobe. Who would have guessed the marriage certificate would be tucked away there? Upon unfolding the document, the first thing she saw was the striking red background photograph of herself and Li Minglan, which she had edited. Those familiar with marriage should know that modern marriage certificates bear embossed seals. Thankfully, Li Minglan was a domineering CEO with little common sense, unaware that both parties must be present for marriage and divorce alike. With a firm grip, Ruan Guan tore the marriage certificate in half. The weight pressing down on her heart finally lifted. She now held no leverage over anyone else. How could one describe her current feeling? It was exhilarating. She felt as though fate had intervened. Had it not been for the sudden activation of the camera, had Li Minglan not inadvertently exposed himself, she would never have thought to search the pockets of clothing. That moment, from the direction of the camera behind her. Li Minglan's tone feigned nonchalance. All right, you've retrieved the marriage certificate. You can proceed with the divorce. As for the rumors surrounding that idol named Zhou Yi, I will resolve that for you. But you will need to wait. Shen Zhi Zhi and I plan to travel around Eastern Europe after work, following the travel itinerary you previously prepared for that region. Ruan Guan. Once, their grandfather had suggested they go on a honeymoon trip. And Li Minglan had instructed Ruan Guan to choose a destination. She had opted for Eastern Europe. They could admire the skyline by the Danube, gaze upon Budapest from Fisherman's Bastion, and explore the city of 1,000 spires. Prague. These were all places Ruan Guan wished to visit. Regardless of whether Li Minglan accompanied her, her itinerary was detailed, having taken nearly 2 months to prepare, which she had shared with Li Minglan. Ruan Guan felt no sense of regret. She simply did not want her hard work to be utilized by someone she did not favor. Therefore, she declared, word for word, Li Minglan, if you dare to use even a single word for my itinerary, you will undoubtedly die alone. In romantic fiction, the domineering male lead's greatest fear must surely be such a curse. With that, she denied Li Minglan any opportunity for further conversation, cutting off the power to the room and severing their dialogue. Yet, as she approached, she detected a faint metallic scent of blood in the air. Don't come any closer, Li Yuan's hoarse voice cautioned. Ruan Guan froze, then noticed a small knife on the bedside table, and a shallow yet poignant wound on Li Yuan's arm, the pain keeping him alert. She watched him prepare to make another incision. Ruan Guan's heart clenched, and she spoke up. I can help you. Dear blood tea, in essence, is merely a beverage for entertainment. She wished to convey that they were married, and he need not endure such restraint, unless, of course, he desired to. This thought surged into her mind. And inexplicably, she recalled the expression and demeanor of Jiang Song when he presented her with the tea, all of which subtly hinted at her husband's disdain for her and his reluctance to draw close. Once, as Li Minglan, she thought nothing of it, yet, when it concerned Li Yuan, Ruan Guan lowered her head. All right, I shall go downstairs and have the driver prepare the yard. And the next moment, Li Yuan's low, hoarse voice resonated through the thick night. This is Li Minglan's villa. I do not wish for you to remember his existence whenever you think of today. Ruan Guan's steps faltered. Jiang City. Sacred Heart Hospital, a premier private institution, it is costly yet renowned for its excellent privacy, particularly in the field of urology. Fortunately, they had arrived just in time. After concluding the treatment, a young doctor addressed Ruan Guan. Her heart sank. Is he in serious condition? Not at all, the doctor replied, removing his mask with a knowing look. The one with issues is you. You must be the newlywed wife of that rascal, Li Yuan, who has been hiding you from his circle of friends. Am I right? Ruan Guan was taken aback. You know Li Yuan? Know him? It hardly qualifies as such. It's merely a matter of life and death friendship. The doctor smiled. Yet Ruan Guan's concern lay elsewhere as she turned to the bed where Li Yuan lay with his eyes tightly shut. Why hasn't he awakened yet? I administered an additional sleeping pill. It's nothing serious. The doctor spoke with a standard Beijing accent, his tone somewhat flippant. He continued to mutter, TSK, this lad has a strong will to live. Have you seen the gunshot wound on his head? He nearly died. I have never encountered someone with such a fierce desire to survive. It's as if he had some unfinished business, clinging to life. Eventually, we ran out of anesthetic and had to sew him up while he was still conscious. At that moment, he seemed to mistake me for someone else, tugging at my sleeve and calling out a name that sounded like a girl's. Ruan Guan was momentarily stunned. What was the girl's name? It was Yuan, he replied. Ruan Guan pondered which characters it might represent. Just then, a nurse hurriedly arrived, summoning the doctor away. Ruan Guan remained frozen in place, as if time had stopped. Yuan. The homophones in Chinese are plentiful, and this name is quite common. Ruan Guan was at a loss regarding the specific characters. Notably, her own nickname was also Yuan, a name her mother often used. The name derived from the 2 characters present in her full name. Others seldom called her that, not even her father or brother, who believed that calling her Yuan would evoke thoughts of reunion. Since her mother fell ill, no one had addressed her by that name again. How could Li Yuan possibly know? Perhaps Yuan wasn't a girl but rather a pet he once owned. As the clock approached midnight, Ruan Guan felt no fatigue, gazing at the aloof and dignified man on the hospital bed. She curled her fingers and ultimately retrieved paper and a pencil, focusing intently on her drawing. She had sketched this pair of brows countless times before, filling an entire sketchbook compared to 8 years prior. The contours of the man's face had become more defined, and even with his eyes closed, he could not conceal his sharpness. It had been a long time since she had drawn a figure. Her pencil felt clumsy, no longer possessing the fervor of her 18-year-old self. In the end, she tore out the unsatisfactory sketch and discarded it in the trash. A night passed. When Ruan Guan opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on the hospital bed, covered with a thin blanket, and the space once occupied by Li Yuan was now empty. Knock, knock, knocked. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Ruan Guan opened it to find the male doctor from the previous night. He wore a cheerful smile, one hand carrying breakfast and the other holding a bag of clothes, which he handed to Ruan Guan. Li Yuan had a meeting this morning, so he left early. Please eat. I'll take you to work after I finish my handover. He provided me with your address. No need to trouble yourself. I can take the subway, she replied. Don't be modest. I share a life and death bond with Li Yuan. As his wife, you are my sister-in-law, he said. Oh, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Chu Angchuang. Just call me Chuangzi. Ruan Guan wanted to inquire further, but Chu Angchuang, like a gust of wind, hurried off to handle his duties, leaving only sister-in-law. See you at the hospital's main entrance at 8:50. Before she knew it, it was 8:45. Ruan Guan arrived early at the entrance to wait for Dr. Chu. As fate would have it, she encountered a familiar figure. Li Yamo clearly recognized Ruan Guan, her expression shifting from surprise to one of fury as she approached. Ruan Guan, what are you doing here? I came for a prenatal checkup. Ruan Guan fibbed. Li Yamo stuttered. You did that on purpose yesterday, didn't you? Knowing full well there was no tea at home. Yet you didn't inform me, causing me to brew that dear blood tea. Are you all right? I heard that tea is quite potent. Of course, I'm fine. In reality, before even reaching the hospital, the effects of her medication had already kicked in, alarming the rideshare driver who ran 2 red lights. Upon arriving at the hospital, she had thrown herself at anyone in her path, causing bystanders to mistake her for a zombie and prompting them to call the police, resulting in quite a commotion. Naturally, she would not divulge any of this to Ruan Guan. Li Yamo mocked. It seems my brother truly dislikes you. When I opened the tea leaves, they were still pristine. Fortunately, grandfather has agreed to my brother's divorce from you, so you can finally leave the Li family. As for the child in your womb, rest assured, once you give birth, we will provide you with a sum of money as a reward for continuing the Li family lineage. Li Yamo, though still young, held quite traditional views. Ruan Guan whispered, indeed, this dear blood tea was sent by Jiang Song. I wonder what he intends for Li Minglan. Li Yamo's expression froze, clearly recalling this scandalous incident involving Jiang Song and Su Tong'an at the old man's birthday banquet. Ruan Guan expressed her concern. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Although this dear blood tea is expensive, Jiang Song and Minglan have always had a good relationship. He is known for his generosity. He must have given you gifts as well. Yamo. Li Yamo's expression soured further. Brother Jiang Song has never given me anything. He doesn't even attend my birthday celebrations. Yet, for my brother's birthday, even during those years when they had a falling out, he would still send gifts, if not himself. An absurd thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Jiang Song has feelings for Li Minglan? They had a falling out in high school. Could it have been due to Jiang Song confessing, only to be rejected by my brother, leading to their discord? The more she pondered, the more it seemed plausible, even finding strands of evidence. Why does Jiang Song always wear that bracelet given to him by Shen Zhi Zhi? Because it was handmade by the girl he likes, and he wears it deliberately to provoke my brother. Li Yamo's defenses crumbled. Impossible. One is the person I adore, and the other is my own brother. They both know my feelings, yet no one has told me. She was overwhelmed by a sense of dual betrayal and ultimately ran away in tears, leaving Ruan Guan, the instigator, somewhat taken aback. She had merely intended to irritate Li Yamo, not realizing she would genuinely believe it. That moment, Chu Angchuang arrived, having changed out of his white coat, and inadvertently bumped into the weeping Li Yamo sister-in-law. Do you know the girl who caused a scene in the emergency room last night? He inquired. Zombie? Yes, the one who just ran away. As he spoke, Chu Angchuang pulled out his phone and showed Ruan Guan a video sent by a friend. Unable to contain her laughter, Ruan Guan asked, could you send me a copy? Of course. Upon reaching the magazine office, Ruan Guan found herself surrounded by media personnel, throngs of them both inside and outside the building. she recognized that they were there for her. As she had been the subject of sensationalized news lately, Dr. Chu, please park on the roadside. I fear it may draw too much attention, she suggested. However, upon seeing the crowd, Chu Angchuang's eyes lit up. Not at all. This is all business. Ruan Guan was taken aback. Chu Angchuang pressed the accelerator, bringing the car to a stop at the magazine's entrance. Sister-in-law, wait here. Let me open the door for you. With that, he parked and hurried to the passenger side, opening the door for her. As soon as Ruan Guan appeared, the reporters swarmed her. Though looking slender, Chu Angchuang was surprisingly strong, shielding Ruan Guan as he escorted her towards the entrance. The reporter's eyes gleamed with curiosity as they questioned their relationship. Clearing his throat, Chu Angchuang smiled and declared, Miss Ruan's husband is my patient. If any gentlemen present have urological concerns, feel free to visit my office. Let us help you reclaim your manhood. Ruan Guan was left speechless. Meanwhile, the affluent families of Jiang City gasped in shock and quickly shared the news in their group chats. Look, Li Minglan is finished. The news that Li Minglan is finished circulated rapidly through the elite circles of Jiang City, eliciting a range of reactions. Some lamented, others rejoiced, some found it amusing, while others reflected on their own circumstances. Even the elderly caught wind of it, astonished that his grandson, at such a young age, could be in such dire straits. Yet, fortunately, Ruan Guan was pregnant, ensuring the continuation of the Li lineage. Meanwhile, Ruan Guan entered her office, where her colleagues gathered to inquire about the situation downstairs. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. A courier in a yellow uniform announced, Hello, may I ask who is the deputy editor? I have flowers for them. Everyone turned to look. Upon entering the room, she was greeted by an extravagant bouquet of fuchsia roses, no fewer than 99 in number. Lin Weiying, seemingly oblivious, had her headphones perched on her ears. A colleague nudged her. Deputy Editor Lin, someone has sent you flowers. Only then did Lin Weiying remove her headphones, her gaze drifting towards the entrance. Upon catching sight of the vibrant roses, she gasped, Whose flowers are these? They are truly exquisite. They're for you, came the reply. Indeed, they specifically mentioned the deputy editor. These roses are remarkably beautiful. They must have cost a pretty penny. These are Freud roses. Their meaning is, you traverse through my dreams. It is evident they are from an admirer. Gossip is an inherent trait of humanity, and soon everyone chimed in, sharing their thoughts. Amidst the playful teasing, Lin Weiying shyly approached the entrance, asking, May I inquire who sent them? A gentleman surnamed Jiangsong. He sent these to me. Lin Weiying's face flushed crimson at the revelation. But why would Jiangsong send her flowers, especially roses? Among the crowd, she leaned against the table, observing the lively scene. It was a peculiar sensation. Throughout her life, she had always envied Ruan Guan, believing her to be the star of the crowd. Yet now, that former star could only look on with admiration. Feeling a swell of indescribable satisfaction within her, she tucked a stray hair behind her ear and accepted the roses. Simultaneously, she cast an apologetic glance at Ruan Guan. Sister Guan, I'm sorry. I had no idea Jiang Xiao would send me flowers. If you like this bouquet, I can give it to you. All eyes turned to Ruan Guan, recalling how Jiangsong had emphatically specified her name when he entered the conference room that day. Yet subsequently, he had not only dismissed Ruan Guan's manuscript, but also publicly presented roses to congratulate Lin Weiying on her promotion, as if mocking Ruan Guan. Ruan Guan shook her head. Thank you, but I'll pass. Very well. Lin Weiying sighed. Then I shall call Jiang Xiao to express my gratitude. With the editor-in-chief absent and workloads light, everyone held their breath, eager to witness the unfolding drama. However, when Lin Weiying dialed the number, she was met with the response, Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. A hint of disappointment washed over her. I am the quiet office. Ruan Guan's phone vibrated before her. Glancing at Li Jing's desk, she instinctively blurted out, Is that Jiangsong's call? Suddenly, everyone's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The mystery was solved. Lin Weiying had been unable to reach him because Jiangsong was on the line with Ruan Guan. Ruan Guan frowned slightly as she answered, Is there something you need, Jiang Xiao? From the receiver came Jiangsong's languid voice, so formal. Did you receive the flowers? What flowers? She responded, feigning ignorance. AS if you don't know. I already got the delivery confirmation. How do you like the Freud roses I specially selected for you, deputy editor? An uproar erupted in the hushed office. What had they just heard? Jiang Song's flowers were meant for Ruan Guan. He even referred to her as deputy editor. Did he not know that Ruan Guan's manuscript had been rejected, preventing her promotion? No, that was impossible. He must have been aware that this manuscript was pivotal in the competition for the deputy editor position when he chose Lin Weing's work. Lin Weing, though clutching the flowers, appeared as pale as a sheet. Meanwhile, Ruan Guan let out a soft laugh. Jiang Xiao, I believe you have dialed the wrong number. Would you like me to pass the phone to Lin Weing? For what purpose? Because she is the magazine's deputy editor. With that, Ruan Guan ended the call. On the other end, Jiang Song was taken aback. After quickly understanding the situation through online sources, he contacted the magazine's editor-in-chief. The chief expressed regret. I'm sorry, Jiang Xiao, but this was a decision made by Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Jiang. Jiang Song suppressed his anger and called his mother. Why did you and Dad interfere in my affairs? Was it you who insisted on replacing Ruan Guan's manuscript? I am an adult now. Must you still meddle in my decisions as you did when I was a child? We are only looking out for your best interests. Jiang's mother spoke earnestly. The situation with you and Xiao Su is barely settled. If it comes to light again due to rumors surrounding Ruan Guan, do you think it can be kept under wraps? There is nothing between me and Su Tong. We are not unreasonable parents, but you must understand. You represent the Jiang family. If your affair with Xiao Su is exposed, it will affect Jiang's stock price. We owe it to the shareholders of the Jiang family, even if it means causing some distress to Ruan Guan. We don't even know who started the rumors. Jiang Song had never felt such frustration before. He retorted, what if it's not a rumor? What are you saying? I am saying I will marry Ruan Guan. She is to be your future daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, on the other end, Li Minglan had finalized a collaboration with Shen Zhi Zhi. Amidst his busy schedule, he planned to take a brief trip to nearby countries, with a cameraman in tow. The production team occasionally released behind-the-scenes snippets, attracting a plethora of fans. Isn't this a romantic journey for a wife? Anticipating the main show on Friday, a certain blogger on a popular platform, named Xiao Wang Yao, captured a moment of MRLIQing early in the morning at a local trendy CF for macarons, which he intended to buy for Gigi. Oh my, how sweet! After waiting in line for 2 hours on the streets of Europe, Li Minglan finally procured a box of colorful macarons from a CF marked in Ruan Guan's Eastern European travel guide. He opened WeChat, intending to send a photo to Ruan Guan, only to discover she had changed her profile picture. It was now the couple's avatar she had previously shared. Clearly, she didn't wish for a divorce. Otherwise, she wouldn't have changed to this avatar as a subtle hint to him. A smile crept onto Li Minglan's lips as he too updated his profile picture to match hers. Then, he deliberately messaged Ruan Guan, how's the divorce coming along? If there are too many people, we can postpone it. Chapter 71. What divorce? When Ruan Guan received Li Minglan's message, she was on the phone with the editor-in-chief. Xiao Ruan, media outlets have been camping outside our magazine's entrance. This cannot continue. Coincidentally, Pei Baichen's agent reached out. His film is wrapping up. You will represent our magazine for a visit. I will send you the location shortly. Please prepare to leave now. Ruan Guan's thoughts raced. The agent was the mouthpiece of the artist. The so-called visit was, in fact, Pei Baichen's arrangement. He was finally stepping into the spotlight. Understood, Chief, Ruan Guan replied, after hanging up. She noticed the message from Li Minglan. Li Minglan, how is the divorce coming along? Ruan Guan, what divorce? Previously, she and Li Minglan had discussed divorce over the phone, ensuring no incriminating evidence in their chat history. Now, without even a marriage certificate, what was there to divorce from? This marriage had never truly existed. Due to network delays, she hadn't yet seen Li Minglan's updated avatar, nor was she aware of his attempts to reconcile. On the road, Ruan Guan, taking her work responsibilities seriously, familiarized herself with the drama Pei Baichen was shooting. The filming location was in a scenic area currently under development. This was quite favorable for the audience, but indeed taxing. By the time Ruan Guan landed and took a cab to the town, it was already evening. The fiery sunset spread across the sky, casting a magnificent scene. Witnessing this, Ruan Guan felt it was worth it. However, despite the splendid daylight, there seemed to be no one from the crew around. only a sleepy security guard. The set had already been prepared, and as Ruan Guan stepped inside, she heard mechanical whirring from within the walls. In the next instant, a sudden whoosh reverberated. She spotted a small metallic hole in the wall, a glint of silver light shooting towards her. "Watch out." Before she could react, someone grasped her arm, turning around. She found Pei Baichen, clad in costume, exuding an ethereal charm. "Miss Ruan, are you all right?" Pei Baichen explained. "This is the set for tomorrow's May scene. The staff forgot to remove the arrows from the mechanism." "Are you hurt?" "No. Thank you." As he turned, Ruan Guan noticed a tear in his costume, with a faint trace of blood seeping through. She observed, but said nothing. A small injury wouldn't be fatal. As she followed Pei Baichen to the car, where she placed her luggage in the trunk, he suddenly halted. "Miss Ruan, could you please check my back for any scratches?" Ruan Guan raised an eyebrow, feigning just noticing it, and replied, "Oh my, you're bleeding. You should head down to treat it immediately." He looked at her, then pointed to a small room nearby. "That's my resting area. There's a first aid kit inside. Would you mind helping me tend to my wound?" As the sun dipped lower, the vibrant red hues of the sky began to fade, leaving the light dim. Ruan Guan nodded. "It's the least I can do. You were injured while trying to save me. Please, go in first. I will visit the restroom and then find you." Pei Baichen, with gentle consideration, said, "It's getting dark. If you feel scared alone, I can wait outside for you." "No need. I can manage." "All right, I will wait for you in the resting area." With that, Pei Baichen turned around, the warmth on his face gradually replaced by a glint of calculation. Inside the resting area, he turned on only a dim yellow lamp. He shed his costume, draping one side over his shoulder while the other hung at his waist, allowing the light to gradually illuminate the contours of his back. Moments later, the door creaked open. Pei Baichen said, "The first aid kit is on your left. I appreciate your help." The lounge is perched upon a mountain, with tranquil rivers and lakes visible through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. A gentle moonlight filters in, casting a silvery glow upon his skin, making it appear as if he were a celestial being who had emerged from the wilderness. Behind him, the soft sound of a woman's breath can be heard. Pei Baichen curls his lips in a subtle smile. As he shifts his shoulders, the collar that had barely rested on his left shoulder slips down to dangle from his arm. As an actor, his physique is undoubtedly captivating. Broad shoulders, a slender waist, and enveloped in the ethereal moonlight, he exudes a pure and holy allure. The sound of footsteps approaches from behind. A cotton swab soaked in iodine gently touches his wound, as delicate as one would handle a fragile treasure. Yet, Pei Baichen cannot suppress a sharp intake of breath. The veins on his neck bulge, coiling like a dormant beast upon his mature form. "It hurts a bit," he admits. And the next moment, a gentle breath brushes against his wound. He feels a woman's hand settle on his shoulder, gradually gliding down to his waist, encircling him. Pei Baichen furrows his brow. His sense of smell is keen. Earlier outdoors, he had not perceived the overwhelming scent of Ruan Guan's perfume, but now, in this confined space, the cloying fragrance is repugnant, evoking nausea. Yet, he does not push the woman away. His peripheral vision catches sight of the digital clock by the window, its red light flickering in the darkness. It is a miniature camera, installed by a fervent fan who had sneaked into his dressing room. Everything today has been meticulously orchestrated by him. The empty filming set, the props placed within the mechanism, and the wound on his back, all are part of his carefully crafted trap for Ruan Guan. Just then, his phone vibrates. "Ruan Guan, Pei Xiao, I'm running a bit late. Please hold on a moment." The white text on a black background reflects in Pei Baichen's slightly dilated pupils. The pale moonlight casts a ghostly glow upon his face. If Ruan Guan has yet to arrive, then who is the person behind him? Chapter 72. Pei Baichen's heart stirs. Amidst the atmosphere of pale foundation and vibrant red lip gloss, it feels cinematic, yet akin to a horror film. Pei Baichen's brow furrows. He recognizes this individual. She is his obsessive fan who once infiltrated his hotel and stole his underwear. He reported it to the authorities, but since she was still in school, he chose not to pursue the matter further. As a grown man with a fitness routine, dealing with a slender girl should have been effortless. Yet, when he attempts to rise, he discovers his legs are weak, devoid of strength. It must be the scent from earlier. The girl excitedly rubs her hands together, inching closer. Brother Baichin, do you have any idea how much I adore you? Why won't you even glance my way? Yell all you want. No one will come to your rescue. This scene unfolds before Ruan Guan, who watches intently from the surveillance feed. 5 minutes prior, she had encountered this girl in the restroom. You shameless wretch, how dare you try to seduce our brother Baichin? The girl, seemingly unaware of the need for stealth during her ambush, inadvertently reveals her position. Ruan Guan easily subdues her. The girl appears quite young. Likely still in school, under the harsh fluorescent lights of the restroom, Ruan Guan notices the items the girl has brought: a high-powered telescope, a DSLR camera, and a laptop that is currently streaming footage. You wretch, let me tell you, if you want to leave here alive, stay away from Pei Baichin. The girl struggles frantically. Ruan Guan's voice trembles slightly, as though she is scared. No, you misunderstand. He's injured, and I'm just applying medicine. Applying medicine? The girl's eyes narrow. You stay here, I'll go. At that moment, Ruan Guan holds the laptop, displaying the footage captured by the girl's hidden camera. She watches it for a moment before transferring the video to her phone. Moments ago, Pei Baichin had performed a heroic rescue for her. It is only fair to reciprocate. She steps into the small room, feigning surprise at the disarray of clothing scattered about. My apologies, Pei Xiao, for the disturbance. Miss Ruan, please help me. I don't know her. The usually refined Pei Baichin issues a plea for help. Ruan Guan intervenes, pushing the girl aside and grasping Pei Baichin's wrist. Come with me. The two make their way to the car. Pei Baichin, in a state of disarray, admits, I lack the strength to drive. Ruan Guan takes the keys. I'll handle it. Behind them, the girl's eyes blaze with jealousy. Why do I love you so much, yet you are with another woman? You should perish. May you all meet your demise. Shouting this, she races out of the small room, jumping into a rugged vehicle, and accelerates towards them. Ruan Guan is taken aback by the girl's madness. She quickly adjusts her seat and drives off. The night is dark, with only scattered streetlights illuminating the developing mountain road. Unfamiliar with the terrain, Ruan Guan asks Pei Baichin to pull up the map. Fortunately, while he may lack strength, his mind remains clear. He opens the onboard navigation system and analyzes. There are 2 routes down the mountain. This one has better conditions but is longer. The other is a mountain road, but it's the shortest. Take this route, Ruan Guan says, pointing to a third path, but there's a cliff here. The girl's vehicle is a Wrangler. Superior in torque and engine power to Ruan Guan's car, especially on rugged terrain, making it easy for her to pursue them regardless of the route taken. But there's a cliff here, Pei Baichin reiterates. In California, there exists a notorious death road, under 100 kilometers, but fraught with steep rocks, and in Shu, there is a cliff known as the Earth's Edge, the Labewood Dragon Head Grand Cliff. She has challenged both. Compared to those, this road seems simple. Soon, Ruan Guan reaches the base of the cliff, and Pei Baichin's usually composed demeanor reveals signs of panic. Ruan Guan, stay calm. This cliff is too long. You can't jump over it. Ruan Guan replies softly, don't worry, hold on tight. Her voice is steady, her gaze resolutely fixed ahead, instilling a sense of calm. The next moment, a sensation of weightlessness envelopes them. Pei Baichin feels as if he has soared into the heavens. Moments later, with a resounding thud, the vehicle lands safely. They have indeed soared over the cliff. Meanwhile, the Wrangler, driven by the fervent fan, screeches to a halt at the cliff's edge, eye and the rearview mirror. Pei Baichin can even see the girl pounding her chest in frustration. He breathes a sigh of relief, but Ruan Guan remarks, her off-roader can easily clear this cliff, but she knows the terrain and realizes this cliff is not the most terrifying. What do you mean? The most terrifying is the deadly turn ahead. It is a steep, descending mountain road, leading directly into a sharp 90-degree turn. If she cannot stop her vehicle, both she and Pei Baichin will plummet into the abyss. Pei Baichin's gaze snaps forward, where the high beams pierce through the fog, revealing the impending sharp curve. His heart tightens once more. Never before has he felt such tension. He senses Ruan Guan slamming on the brakes, imagining the sparks igniting from the violent friction between the tires and the ground. His hand grips the armrest tightly. He wants to close his eyes, yet he turns to look at Ruan Guan. Beads of sweat glisten on her forehead, dampening her stray hair, clinging to her delicate skin, while her gaze remains intensely focused, firmly holding the steering wheel. The air is filled with her faint fragrance. Gradually calming Pei Baichen, as the vehicle jostles violently, a wave of anxiety washes over him, but in the next moment, the car safely navigates the deadly turn, emerging onto flat terrain. The soft glow of streetlights illuminates the surroundings, and distant lights from the town twinkle in the night. The car is enveloped in silence. Thump, thump, thump. It's the sound of Pei Baichen's heartbeat. He has always been a model of restraint, remaining a calm observer while Li Minglan and Jiang Song raced for the affections of their beloved. Yet today, he experiences an unprecedented thrill and exhilaration, a surge of adrenaline beyond his comprehension. He had never realized that the seemingly obedient Ruan Guan was capable of such reckless behavior. He looks at her again, noticing she has rolled down half the window, the wind whipping across her face, radiating an indescribable vitality. Pei Baichen swallows hard. As they come to a stop, Ruan Guan's phone rings. It is Li Yuan. Moments ago, he had sent her several messages inquiring why she had not returned home yet. Ruan Guan suddenly remembers that she forgot to inform Li Yuan about her business trip on the line. Li Yuan's voice is languid. What a pity. I prepared dinner for two and reheated it twice. A wave of guilt washes over Ruan Guan. I'm sorry, Li Yuan. What did you call me? What should I call you? What do you think? Ruan Guan's cheeks flush, her tongue pressed against her lips, yet she struggles to utter those two words, only managing a shy, rest early, good night. The cool breeze caresses her face. Pei Baichen parks the car and approaches the door, mistakenly thinking Ruan Guan is conversing with Li Minglan, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. In a moment of clarity, it feels as if nothing has changed. Yet everything is different. Chapter 73. My husband is jealous. On Thursday morning, the entire scenic area is shrouded in a thin layer of mist, ethereal and otherworldly. Pei Baichen has completed his makeup, his hair tied back with a jade crown, and clad in a blue and white long robe, he appears otherworldly, standing apart from the mundane world. While he rehearses for a scene involving a celestial martial arts competition, Ruan Guan sits on a small stool nearby. Today's filming involves numerous wire stunts, and the director is particularly stringent, favoring long takes that require Pei Baichen to memorize the sequence of prop launches and dodge accordingly. Not only that, but there's also a scene that traverses two mountain peaks, where the crew has set up a steel track connecting both ends. Even though they are suspended by wires, an ordinary person would be overwhelmed with trepidation. He possesses a certain talent. Had it not been for the director's desire for perfection in the visuals, they could have completed it in one take. Have you been waiting long? Ruan Guan shook her head and took out the interview outline. Just after posing a few questions, a commotion erupted from the crew's side. A female actress had suffered an unexpected allergic reaction and was rushed to the hospital. The director urgently needed a replacement, someone beautiful, enchanting, and captivating. The forthcoming scene involved this dancer seducing Pei Baichen, and the actress had to be strikingly beautiful. However, being on a mountain, not in Hengdian, there were not many suitable actresses to choose from. I have a recommendation. Pei Baichen's gentle voice resonated, suggesting that Miss Ruan could be a fit. The director's eyes lit up upon seeing Ruan Guan, declaring, "All right, it's you." However, Ruan Guan furrowed her brow, sensing that this was Pei Baichen's scheme. She gracefully declined, saying, "I'm afraid I'm an amateur and not adept at acting. Furthermore, my husband is quite jealous, and he would be displeased to see me performing with teacher Pei." The director, upon hearing this, felt it inappropriate to press the matter further. He ultimately selected one of the background actresses, who had originally been playing the piano, to fill the vacant role of the dancer. Yet, this left no one to play the piano. Director Feng Chenghua pinched the bridge of her nose. She had intended to capture the scene with live sound in one continuous shot. But unexpected complications arose. Just as she grappled with the situation, a soft voice emerged. "Director Feng, although I cannot act, I can assist by playing the piano." It was the girl recommended by Pei Baichen who spoke up. "This is a Guqin, not a Guzheng," Pei Baichen reminded, noting that Director Feng had high standards for the performance. "I can give it a try." With no better alternatives at hand, Feng Chenghua pointed at the instrument, instructing her to proceed. Ruan Guan approached the Guqin, plucking its strings, her fingertips releasing a sound that was both ancient and serene, reminiscent of a babbling mountain spring. She truly could play. Even the actress who had been playing the Guqin previously expressed admiration, stating, "I always thought my Guqin skills were exceptional, but it seems there are greater heights to be reached." Feng Chenghua was even more excited, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. She immediately instructed the makeup artist to prepare the girl for her role. She was breathtaking. Her features were classically beautiful, and with just a light dusting of powder, she looked stunning. A red flower ornament adorned her brow, complementing a long red gown sprinkled with gold, enhancing her allure without being vulgar. Nearby, the variety show director witnessed this and thought to himself, "This is not good. She is too beautiful." He had to ensure that Ruan Guan's appearance was made less flattering, so she would not outshine Shen Zhi Zhi. Thus, he approached to negotiate. However, Feng Chenghua shot him a cold glare, indicating that if he did not wish to remain, he should take his leave. The variety show director shrank back. Feeling small and helpless, he could only instruct the post-production team to cut everything that showcased Ruan Guan's brilliance. During her makeup session, Ruan Guan memorized the musical score. When filming officially commenced, her focus was solely on her fingertips. In the initial phase, the music was tender and evocative, embodying the dancer's seduction of the celestial prince. In the latter phase, as the dancer revealed her murderous intent, the music suddenly filled with a chilling atmosphere. When the scene concluded, director Feng could not help but grant Ruan Guan a 3-second close-up shot. She was breathtaking. Her face seemed to have been crafted for the camera. "Cut. Fantastic," Feng Chenghua exclaimed. "Thank you, Director Feng, but I am more accustomed to my current profession." Feng Chenghua felt a twinge of regret. Yet, this only deepened her admiration for Ruan Guan. The entertainment industry is typically a fast cash grab, and many would scramble to enter the circle at any opportunity. Feng Chenghua took the initiative to add Ruan Guan's contact information, expressing a desire to keep in touch. Meanwhile, the variety show director, awakened from his reverie by the music, was approached by the post-production team. "Director, should we cut?" He endured the pain of decision and replied, "Cut." In truth, he longed to retain that shot, although he was a variety show director. Motivated by money and focused solely on promoting the royals, he had an eye for aesthetics. However, she was destined to be a stepping stone for Shen Zhi Zhi. The director contemplated, instead, isolate Ruan Guan's line about my husband being jealous to guide public sentiment, and continue to portray her as the doting wife. Eventually, her deception will unravel, leaving her as a laughingstock. The director was currently filming a close-up of Pei Baichen being seduced. Strangely, even Pei Baichen, who could usually nail difficult scripts in one take, was repeatedly interrupted by the director, who insisted that the performance felt off. Ruan Guan, feeling bored, scrolled through her phone and noticed that Jilan Yushu macaron was trending. At first glance, she thought it was a new flavor of macarons. Upon clicking, she discovered it was a behind-the-scenes shot of Li Minglan waiting for 2 hours to buy macarons for Shen Zhi Zhi. Ruan Guan. She zoomed in on the video and glanced at the sign of the macaron shop. Indeed, it was the very one marked in her travel guide. The comments below were all about how sweet they were. The show had not even aired yet, but there were already numerous behind-the-scenes glimpses of the two. Every travel destination was on Ruan Guan's checklist. Little treats Gigi so well. "Hey, why hasn't the macaron been delivered to Gigi yet? Could it be a surprise?" To be fair, their travel spots over the past few days are quite hidden gems. They must have hired a reliable guide. Actually, it's not. Blogger Xiao Wang should clarify that these are all itineraries made by Gigi herself. Gigi's itinerary is excellent. No wonder she's a high IQ academic. I really wish I had a travel companion like Shen Zhi Zhi. Ruan Guan remained calm. That Xiao Wang must be Wang Zhu, Li Minglan's assistant. Every word and action of Assistant Wang represented Li Minglan's intentions. Clearly, Li Minglan had given her travel guide to Shen Zhi Zhi, crafting an enviable persona for her as the chosen travel partner. It was evident that their emotional connection had deepened during this recent business trip. Just then, a new message arrived. Chapter 74. Discovering the sketchbook. This single message disrupted the tranquil waters of Ruan Guan's heart. Since starting work, business trips had become a routine. At this moment, she understood what it meant to long for home. Thus, Ruan Guan booked the earliest available flight and sent her arrival time to Liyuan. Subsequently, she bid farewell to director Feng Chenghua, who even arranged for a vehicle to take her to the airport. When Pei Baichen finally completed his scenes, he found Ruan Guan had vanished, only then realizing she had left. As he opened his social media, he saw a post from Li Minglan made an hour ago, specifically highlighting the time of his arrival at Jiangcheng Airport with a red box, calculating the time. It became apparent that Ruan Guan would be at the airport at the same time, prompting Pei Baichen to wonder if she was in such a hurry to meet Li Minglan. Pei Baichen's gaze darkened, an unfamiliar emotion unfurling within him. Meanwhile, Director Feng, observing this, immediately directed the cameraman to focus on Pei Baichen's face. This shot would work well for capturing the moment the male lead discovers the female lead on a date with someone else. In Europe, under the pleasant sun, Li Minglan sat on a bench in the central square, contemplating the message Ruan Guan had sent him yesterday. What divorce? He had pondered those 4 words throughout the night. This must mean she did not intend to divorce, right? Assistant Wang, surprised, noted that according to Miss Shen's travel itinerary, the next destination was not Vienna. You accompany her? I have something else to attend to. Assistant Wang hesitated. Had Xiao Li and Miss Shen quarreled? That seemed unlikely, as they had been getting along harmoniously these past few days. Assistant Wang tentatively asked, should I help you deliver the macarons? No, I will deliver them personally. All right, but the macarons will melt. Their shelf life is within 3 days, so it would be best to deliver them promptly. I know, which is why I asked you to book the earliest flight. By the way, that idol named Zhou Yi, you should have a word with him, letting him know what he should and shouldn't say. Understood. Assistant Wang nodded in response, though concern brewed within him. Once Assistant Wang secured the flight, Li Minglan screenshot the confirmation and posted it on social media, carefully marking the arrival time in red, even though she always claimed she was merely accompanying him and acting to deceive her grandfather. Li Minglan knew deep down that she wanted to see him. Indeed, he wished to elevate Shen Zhi Zhi's status, enabling her to earn her own money for her research projects. He understood that Shen Zhi Zhi was fiercely independent and disliked accepting charity. However, this did not mean he would sacrifice Ruan Guan. Therefore, he planned to present the macarons he had queued for 2 hours to Ruan Guan publicly upon arriving at the domestic airport. Clarifying the online rumors, upon reaching the museum, Li Minglan spotted a sketchbook in the exhibition hall. The description read, the notebook was placed in a glass display case, revealing only one opened page. It depicted a pair of masculine brows and eyes. Li Minglan's gaze narrowed. Wasn't this the sketchbook Ruan Guan had shown him when she confessed her feelings? The features sketched on the page resembled him. Perhaps Ruan Guan's artistic skills were mediocre, or perhaps beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. The drawn figure appeared more profound, with thicker lashes and a more pronounced nose. Notably, a faint beauty mark was sketched beneath the left eye. Although he did not possess one, it was unmistakably him. Li Minglan's heart stirred. He approached the museum staff. Hello, I know the owner of the sketchbook. Could you return it to her? Of course, but how can you prove it? The staff member spoke Chinese fluently. Li Minglan confidently replied, because the person depicted here is me. If you don't believe me, you can flip through the pages. Upon hearing this, the staff retrieved the sketchbook. Sir, may I ask your name? Li Minglan. I'm afraid, sir, that the person in the drawing is not you. How could that be? Let me see. As he spoke, Li Minglan reached for the sketchbook. However, the staff promptly retrieved it, stating, Sir, the person depicted in this drawing is indeed not you. I cannot show it to you, as it involves the owner's privacy. Li Minglan felt a mix of anger and amusement. He immediately dialed Ruan Guan's video call. No answered. He tried again, twice more. Finally, the call connected. On the screen, Ruan Guan's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing the sketchbook, and she paused momentarily, questioning how it came to be in his possession. This sketchbook had been stolen during her 2nd year of studying abroad. Taken from her while on a train to a neighboring country, along with her besieged. Li Minglan briefly explained the situation, urging her, You must tell the staff that the person in this drawing is me. No, it is not you, Ruan Guan denied, then turned to the staff, saying, Hello, this is my lost sketchbook. My English name, Victoria, is on the last page. The staff verified, Indeed, that is correct. Upon hearing the name, Li Minglan's brow furrowed. Why does Ruan Guan's English name also happen to be Victoria? No, Ruan Guan interrupted, addressing the staff, Please send it directly to me. I will cover the shipping costs. Li Minglan felt a surge of displeasure. The person in the drawing was unmistakably him, yet Ruan Guan adamantly refused to acknowledge it. His frustration intensified. Moments later, he stumbled upon a new post from Li Yuan on social media. It featured a sketch, elegantly framed, with the caption, "She drew this." Li Yuan added, "You should ask her." Ruan Guan. Chapter 75. I have divorced Li Minglan. Li Minglan was taken aback. Was his brother implying that Ruan Guan was the artist of this drawing? Yet, their interactions had been minimal, only 2 meetings in total, one at the airport and another in his room. He was aware of that. Or perhaps his brother's intention was to convey, "This is my wife's work. If you wish to have a drawing done, go to your wife." Yes, that must be it. Li Minglan. Brother, you just... Ruan Guan's work cannot compare to that of my sister -in-law. Li Yuan. It is indeed her creation. Li Minglan's expression became blank. This drawing was created by Ruan Guan, but how could his brother showcase Ruan Guan's artwork on social media? A torrent of questions flooded his mind, coalescing into a weight that settled heavily on his heart, leaving him disoriented. By the time he realized what he was doing, he had already connected the call to Li Yuan. "What is it?" A stern male voice emanated from the receiver. "I wanted to ask." Li Minglan hesitated, struggling to articulate his inquiry. "About the drawing," Li Yuan clarified. "Yes, Ruan Guan asked me 2 days ago to persuade you not to divorce her and agreed to help me with a matter." Li Minglan recalled the footage from the surveillance cameras. Indeed, Ruan Guan had said as much. So, this drawing was a request from his brother. Really? On the other end of the line, Li Yuan chuckled lightly, a hint of pity and sarcasm in his tone. Li Minglan felt an inexplicable discomfort. And the next moment, the call was abruptly terminated. He held the phone, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Was it because he had failed to pick her up that rainy day? Or was it due to the misunderstanding that arose when he was with Shen Zhi Zhi at the sushi restaurant? Conflicted, Li Minglan turned to an online forum, posing a question. 1L, your wife seems upset. 8L, there's someone else. Man. 22L, check it out bro, I had a friend in a similar situation. Now his ex-wife and current wife's kid are practically best friends. Ruan Guan has someone else? Li Minglan chuckled at first, but soon found no humor in it. A reply from the 43rd floor read, "Bro, I bet you're smiling at your screen right now, thinking your wife is madly in love with you. Just one question, is your marital life harmonious? Some guys think they're fantastic, but really, it's just that their wives understand a bit about music. Seriously, man, don't be overly confident." Li Minglan, he and Ruan Guan had never even held hands. What harmony could there be? 44L, if you want to know if your wife is seeing someone else, message me. Professional detective team. Guaranteed satisfaction. 45L, if you're struggling, come find me. I'm known as the male specialist in the Jianghu. Li Minglan ignored these advertisements and exited the forum. Li Minglan, what happened just now, in the museum? Shen Zhi Zhi had just finished filming a variety show and had vaguely heard the sounds of an argument, prompting her to seek out Li Minglan. But what about our upcoming trip? I'll have Xiao Wang accompany you. Can't we extend it by a day? Tomorrow, we plan to visit the Prater amusement park. It features Europe's oldest Ferris wheel, perfect for chasing a sunset. Li Minglan shook his head. The macarons will have passed their prime by tomorrow. The soft lighting in the museum cast a glow on Shen Zhi Zhi's face, and her smile faltered. Wasn't that box of macarons meant for her? She had seen the online reveal. The macarons were packaged in a pale pink box. She wondered what Li Minglan had said to the shopkeeper, who had even affixed a heart sticker to the packaging. Even the netizens believed it was a gift for her, but if it wasn't tea for her, then who? Ruan Guan. For a fleeting moment, Shen Zhi Zhi felt a chill run through her. She was not only concerned about the dessert, but about Li Minglan's intentions. Meanwhile, Li Minglan remained oblivious to Shen Zhi Zhi's emotions. Preparing to leave after exchanging pleasantries, Shen Zhi Zhi stepped forward, attempting to follow him, but stumbled and fell to the ground. Biting her lip, her eyes misty, she declared, "You don't need to worry about me. I can manage on my own." With that, she pushed Li Minglan away. However, as soon as she exerted pressure on her feet, pain shot through her, causing her to stagger again. "Stop making a fuss," Li Minglan sighed, picking her up effortlessly. "Zhi Zhi, sometimes you don't have to be so strong." Not far away, Assistant Wang's eyes sparkled as he captured the moment on camera after adding a filter to enhance the ambience. He uploaded the photo to his social media. Xiao Wang must try harder. Location: Museum of Heartbreak. The sweet princess hug from Zhi Zhi and Li Minglan. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Jiaocheng Airport. Numerous flights were delayed, and Ruan Guan arrived in Jiangcheng well past midnight. The airport, at this hour, was far quieter than during the day. The air conditioning was chilly, and the stark white lights cast a bleak atmosphere in the spacious terminal, giving it an air of desolation. Outside the glass windows, a continuous drizzle dampened the ground, mirroring her somber mood. Upon hearing the cheerful laughter of a family behind her, Ruan Guan felt a pang in her heart. She missed her mother. Since awakening to her circumstances, Ruan Guan had inquired about her mother's treatment abroad, only to discover that her father had opted for conservative treatment at the hospital 6 months ago to reduce expenses. Secretly, Ruan Guan re-established contact with the hospital, unbeknownst to her father, and resumed her mother's treatment. This would undoubtedly entail significant costs. It was all right. She could provide her mother with the best care on her own. Wiping her eyes, she approached the luggage claim area. To her surprise, she encountered Li Minglan, who was carrying Shen Zhi Zhi in his arms. They were not accompanied by a filming crew, only Assistant Wang trailing behind. Ruan Guan did not wish to engage with them. She only wanted to collect her luggage and leave. "Isn't that Miss Ruan?" Shen Zhi Zhi's voice suddenly broke the silence. Li Minglan hurried over. "Ruan Guan? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be waiting for me at the arrival gate?" Ruan Guan paused for a moment, replying, "I was on a business trip." Li Minglan felt a bit awkward, attempting to rub his nose, only to remember he was still holding Shen Zhi Zhi. He hesitated, then explained. Zhi Zhi twisted her ankle. Shen Zhi Zhi lightly tapped Li Minglan's chest, whispering, "Li Minglan, you should put me down. It wouldn't be good if Miss Ruan misunderstands." Ruan Guan's brow furrowed. Had Li Minglan not informed Shen Zhi Zhi about the divorce? If he wouldn't, then she would do it herself. There's no misunderstanding. I have divorced Li Minglan. Chapter 76. Ex-husband. "This is the gift your wife sent me. I have divorced Li Minglan." Those words, spoken in Ruan Guan's gentle voice, weighed heavily, echoing through the empty airport under the harsh white lights, casting a chilling pallor over the announcement. Li Minglan's heart raced, his ears buzzing. "What did you say? On Wednesday, I finalized the divorce. After a month of the cooling-off period, it will be official." "What did you say?" Li Minglan sounded like a broken record, repeating the question over and over. He felt as if his ears were stuffed with cotton, the outside world blending into a chaotic blur, making it hard to comprehend. Ruan Guan's voice rang out once more. "From now on, you and Miss Shen need not use the guise of brotherhood as a cover, for no normal brother would carry a princess in his arms. At least, Zhang Fei would not carry Guan Yu." Suddenly, it dawned on Li Minglan. Ruan Guan was jealous. Indeed, he still remembered the scene where Ruan Guan had desperately pleaded with his brother to convince him not to proceed with the divorce. How could she bear to divorce him? She must have merely misinterpreted the situation when she saw him carrying Shen Zhi Zhi. He felt as if a taut bowstring had suddenly relaxed, a smile unconsciously tugging at his lips. He had suspected Ruan Guan was overthinking things, unlike Zhi Zhi, who was straightforward and sincere, not one to play mind games. "Divorce is great," Li Minglan deliberately remarked, extending the box of macarons to Ruan Guan. His tone laced with mockery. "Happy divorce." Ruan Guan glanced at the box, recognizing it as the macarons she had long coveted. There was no need to be upset over food, and besides, Li Minglan was right. She ought to embrace the notion of a happy divorce. She reached out, just as she was about to accept it. Shen Zhi Zhi lamented, "I have never tasted macarons before. They must be quite expensive. Had I known, I would have queued alongside you, as a treat for my younger self." Li Minglan, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of sympathy on his face. For Ruan Guan, macarons might merely be an ordinary dessert, yet for the youthful Zhi Zhi of yore, they represented a luxury. However, Ruan Guan had already taken the box with a smile, saying, "Congratulations, happy divorced." Li Minglan frowned. "Ruan Guan, did you not hear Zhi Zhi? She has never had macarons. Could you not let her have this one? We can visit this shop again during our honeymoon trip and purchase more." Ruan Guan looked at him in confusion, questioning whether he had lost his mind. They were divorced. What honeymoon could there possibly be? Just then, Ruan Guan's luggage appeared, not wishing to engage in further conversation. She grabbed her suitcase and placed the macarons into a black bag before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Li Minglan's luggage had yet to arrive, forcing him to shout, "Ruan Guan, stop right there." Ruan Guan quickened her pace, striding toward the parking lot without a glance sideways. Suddenly, a large bouquet of roses appeared before her. Her brow twitched. Turning around, she saw Jiang Song, and her expression darkened. "What are you doing here? Who else could it be?" He replied, his tone intimate, as if they shared a close relationship. Ruan Guan was baffled. She had initiated the separation with Li Minglan, yet these infatuated male counterparts seemed relentless in their pursuit, intent on tormenting her until they could expose her in an unflattering light, thus highlighting the purity and righteousness of Li Minglan's relationship with Shen Zhi Zhi. Rather than remain passive, she decided to take the initiative. Her eyes shifted as she extended the black plastic bag toward him. "What are you being so polite for?" Jiang Song remarked meaningfully. "After all, you and Li Minglan have no use for that." Upon opening the plastic bag and discovering the macarons, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "How did you know I have a sweet tooth? Are these just for me, or do others have them too?" She continued, "I know the last report was not your intention. It was your family's doing. And you need not apologize." Jiang Song's dark pupils reflected Ruan Guan's delicate features, stirring something within him. "You're not deceiving me, are you?" "No. Every word I speak is true. I and truth." Ruan Guan had indeed spoken no falsehood. Li Minglan had stood in line for 2 hours to procure only one box. Having learned from the previous experience with the capybara, Jiang Song had yet to satiate his appetite. This time, the macarons would suffice. Ruan Guan whispered, "Please don't tell anyone, especially Su Tongand." As she spoke, she seemed to distance herself, saying, "I must be off. Someone is here to pick me up." Jiang Song licked his canine tooth in response, agreeing. Yet, the moment Ruan Guan's figure disappeared, he snapped a photo of the macarons and shared it on social media. Jiang Song, even on business trips, I'm still remembered with gifts. How thoughtful of her. The image displayed delicate pink macarons. To maintain an air of mystery, he referred to her with the gender-neutral ta. Lu Renjia. "Wow, Song Ge. Something s up. Wang Lily." In a meme style. "Goodness, is that your sister-in-law? By the way, does anyone know who threw the bread at me last time?" "Su Tong'an. Who sent these to you?" "Su Tong'an." "Jiang Song, answer your phone." Upon seeing this, Ruan Guan was filled with mirth to the point of tears. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Otherwise, she would have relished the sight of Li Yamo's shocked expression upon viewing this social media post. It would surely be quite the spectacle. She took a screenshot and edited a post with her alternate account. Case solved. The macarons that Li Minglan queued for 2 hours to purchase were unexpectedly gifted to a female friend. She did not leave, but rather positioned herself behind a pillar, waiting for Li Minglan's emergence. The arrival hall was bustling with people, and Ruan Guan's jealousy had made Li Minglan realize that embracing Shen Zhi Zhi had indeed been too easily misinterpreted. Thus, he instructed Xiao Wang to rent a wheelchair to assist her. He approached the arrival area alone, only to be met by Jiang Song. Li Minglan was slightly taken aback. "What brings you here?" "I am here to pick up my girlfriend," Jiang Song replied with a smile. Li Minglan was puzzled, but isn't Su Tong'an at school? Jiang Song's teeth clenched, a surge of anger rising within him. It was time to lay everything bare. The previous misunderstanding with Su Tong'an was merely a coincidence. "My girlfriend just happens to be someone you know." He smirked. "Look, this is the gift she just gave me." And with that, he extracted the box of macarons from the black plastic bag. Li Minglan, not comprehending, reached out to take it. That moment, Ruan Guan raised her phone and captured the scene, sharing it online along with the screenshot. Chapter 77. Showcasing the amulet. Li Minglan remained oblivious to the camera not far away, unaware that he was about to replace Su Tong'an as Jiang Song's rumored boyfriend. Upon seeing the familiar macaron gift box, his pupils contracted in shock. He blurted out, "Who gave this to you?" Jiang Song smiled. "As I said, my girlfriend. By the way, she also gifted me a safety amulet last Sunday. Would you like to see it?" He had encased the amulet in plastic, replacing the capybara, and attached it to his keychain. He showcased it to Li Minglan. She saw the car I had the accident in and was so worried she almost cried. So she specifically asked for this amulet. These past few days, she's been on a business trip, and knowing my fondness for sweets, she queued for 2 hours to buy this box of macarons. Speaking of my girlfriend, Alung, you know her too. Jiang Song's words flowed, his smile radiant. With his elongated fox-like eyes, he spoke with a flare of affection, making his boastful words sound like whispers exchanged between lovers. Li Minglan's expression soured considerably. This was the very box he had given to Ruan Guan just 5 minutes ago. How could it end up in Jiang Song's possession? It must be that Ruan Guan, still upset over his embrace with Shen Zhi Zhi, happened to see Jiang Song and mistook him for a trash can. Besides, Jiang Song was known for his penchant for causing discomfort. His words were as insignificant as flatulence. Yet, Li Minglan still felt a pang of discomfort. Why should the dessert he had painstakingly queued for be handed over to Jiang Song? He reached out to snatch it, but Jiang Song frowned and evaded. Li Minglan, why are you stealing my things? Steal? Li Minglan retorted with a laugh. I waited 2 hours for this. What did you say? I said, this was meant for Ruan Guan. If you're a true brother, you'll return it to me. I want to hold your earlier nonsense against you. Jiang Song, realizing the implication, understood all too well. Once again, Ruan Guan had treated him like a rubbish bin. She had always disliked accepting their gifts. The first time, she discarded the gem he gave her. The second time, she threw the capybara he painstakingly crafted to Su Tong'an. The third time, she tossed Su Tong'an's shabby scarf back to herself. And now, this time, it was the dessert that Li Minglan had bought for her. How many times had this happened? The cycle of green recycling had become clear to him. Jiang Song, born at the pinnacle of the pyramid, had never been so repeatedly outmaneuvered by the same woman. A cold smile crept onto Jiang Song's lips as he eyed the box of macarons. Minglan, since you've let go, this no longer belongs to you. Li Minglan sensed the provocation. Is a box of macarons really worth this fuss? I'm referring to a person. What do you mean, enough? Li Minglan's expression darkened. Ruan Guan is not that kind of person. Jiang Song, I know you say this only because you still harbor feelings for Shen Zhi Zhi, just as you did back then, resenting my closeness to her, but do not drag Ruan Guan into this. Presently, Li Minglan felt no romantic inclination towards Shen Zhi Zhi. He simply felt pity for her, considering that Zhi Zhi would soon emerge. He wished to spare her any heartache. Thus he pulled Jiang Song aside. Let's talk over there. At that moment, a furious youthful voice rang out. Jiang Song, stop right there. Su Tong'an hurried over, his eyes red-rimmed, his golden hair strikingly noticeable in the arrival hall. He seemed to automatically filter out Li Minglan as he approached Jiang Song. Pulling him away from Li Minglan, Jiang Song, clarify this. Who gave you those? Seeing this scene unfold, Ruan Guan took a deep breath. Though she had orchestrated this drama, the direction it was taking had exceeded her expectations. To any observer, it appeared as though Su Tong'an was confronting Li Minglan and Jiang Song over an affair. Excitement surged through her, banishing her fatigue from the journey. Regrettably, she hadn't brought her camera. Otherwise, capturing the trio's subtle expressions would have yielded explosive results. Just then, she felt a man pressing against her from behind. Instantly, she wiped the smile from her face and aimed an elbow at the lecherous figure. However, in the next instant, a large hand enveloped her elbow. It was Li Yuan. One hand held a camera steady, recording the distant scene, while the other released her elbow and draped around her shoulder. Whispering softly, Director Wan's scene is quite captivating. Ruan Guan's heart skipped a beat. She was reluctant to let Li Yuan know of her scheming. Yet, having been caught, she met his gaze with composure. This was her nature. She appeared emotionally stable on the surface, yet her mind was always calculating her gains and losses. Even when she assisted director Feng Chenghua on set, it was a deliberate effort to forge connections. Regardless of gender, she sought to cultivate relationships with those who could be of use to her. Even Li Yuan harbored intentions of exploitation. Unfortunately, Wang assisted Shen Zhi Zhi in making her appearance. Upon catching sight of the radiant Bai Yueguang, the three men fell utterly silent, their previous cunning theatricality vanishing as they approached with genuine concern for her being in a wheelchair. It was rather dull. Ruan Guan put away her phone and inquired of Li Yuan. What brings you here, and with a camera no less? Having seen Jiang Song's social media post, she anticipated some amusement. Li Yuan chuckled lightly, acknowledging that Li Minglan's interference in Jiang Song and Su Tong'an's affairs indeed promised entertainment. Unable to contain herself, Ruan Guan laughed. Although they were separated by a considerable distance, several individuals at the arrival area turned their attention this way. Ruan Guan, hidden in the shadow of a pillar, was somewhat shielded, yet Li Yuan stood out conspicuously. Brother Yuan? They approached. The driver is at the northeast gate. You should get in the car first. Li Yuan spoke softly, then promptly removed his coat and offered it to Ruan Guan as he made his way toward Li Minglan and the others. Just as Li Minglan caught sight of the figure behind the pillar, intent on discovering more, Li Yuan intervened, leaving only a slender silhouette clad in her brother's coat, the hem concealing her original attire. Hurrying along with a black suitcase towards the exit, that back view struck a chord of familiarity. Li Minglan pondered, brother, is that sister-in-law? What else could it be? Then I should go greet her. She has matters to attend to. Li Minglan remained oblivious to the oddity, while Jiang Song furrowed his brow, feeling an uncanny resemblance to Ruan Guan in that figure. He tentatively asked, Brother Yuan, may I inquire how sister-in-law is addressed? Li Yuan shot him a glance. Are you trying to poach? What about Su Tong'an? Jiang Song was momentarily taken aback. What is this about? He replied, Brother Yuan, you misunderstand. There's nothing between Su Tong'an and me. I merely thought sister-in-law looked familiar, like a classmate from high school. Upon hearing high school classmate, both Li Minglan and Shen Zhi Zhi became intrigued. Her name is Yuan Yuan. Li Yuan's lips curled faintly. Do you know her? I don't. Perhaps I mistook her. Jiang Song dismissed the thought. It wasn't due to the name Li Yuan mentioned, but rather he felt that a man like Li Yuan would never be content as Ruan Guan's clandestine lover without a title. Perhaps he was feeling guilty, hence everyone appeared as thieves to him. Chapter 78. Shen Zhi Zhi as the mistress. By the time Li Yuan arrived at the airport's underground parking lot, he found Ruan Guan already dozing against the car window. He adjusted the air conditioning slightly and signaled the driver to start the vehicle. As they exited the parking area, they passed by Li Minglan and her companions. Through the dark-tinted glass, they could only glimpse a cascade of dark hair and a hint of a fair nose. The rest remained obscured. Each of their thoughts had, to some extent, been led astray by Li Yuan and the mysterious sister-in-law. Only Wang remained resolute. Young Master Li, tomorrow marks Miss Shen's variety show premiere. Should we organize a viewing for the entire company? Li Minglan shot him a glance. Are you that bored? She frowned, realizing she could never let Shen Zhi Zhi stay at the villa. It seemed Ruan Guan was right. This assistant Wang was a bit muddled. She glanced at Jiang Song, seemingly trying to orchestrate a pairing between him and Shen Zhi Zhi. Meanwhile, the warm breeze outside had dispelled Jiang Song's thoughts of confrontation. He understood too well the baser instincts of men. As long as there was competition, they would act like dogs, guarding their territory. It would be better to wait until he and Ruan Guan had weathered their cooling-off period before revealing his intentions. Jiang Song smiled. No, I arrived on a motorcycle. Tomorrow morning, you all happen to be going to the company. We're all friends, so letting Gigi stay the night won't be an issue for Ruan Guan. This was the only way to truly make Ruan Guan give up. Just as Li Minglan was still contemplating, Shen Zhi Zhi interjected, Let us skip it. I merely sprained my ankle, and I can manage alone. Friday, the day of the variety show's premiere. Without cameras monitoring them, the office atmosphere became significantly more lively. Ruan Guan nodded, remarking on how he had performed a rather thrilling scene without a stunt double. Showcasing his dedication, my goodness, he truly lives up to the title of a capable actor, Li Jing exclaimed. His reputation in the industry is stellar. A friend of mine mentioned he is genuinely as gentle and modest off-screen as he appears on camera. Nearby, Gao Yu shrank back, recalling the moment Pei Baichen accused Ruan Guan of pushing Shen Zhi Zhi at the birthday banquet of Old Master Li. Indeed, he had been quite gentle and composed, casting Ruan Guan in a negative light. Throughout the morning, Ruan Guan organized the interview scripts and handled various tasks, intending to submit her resignation before the end of the workday. As lunch break approached, Li Jing excitedly exclaimed, Today is the premiere of their offers. I have a subscription. Shall we project it? Absolutely. came the unanimous agreement. However, before they could set up the projection, they were met with trending topics on their screens. Ruan Guan workplace slacker, Ruan Guan ugly. The group was taken aback. Those terms seemed utterly incompatible with Ruan Guan. Upon clicking on the trending topics and viewing the marketing account's edited video, they were nearly infuriated. A workplace slacker, ugly. The production team had applied a garish yellow filter to the footage featuring Ruan Guan, combined with the makeup artist's misguided efforts, transforming her originally fair complexion into an unappealing yellowish hue. They had effectively altered Ruan Guan's ethnicity, transitioning her from Asian to something else entirely. Meanwhile, the idol Zhou Yi had also emerged to ride the coattails of the controversy, continuing to lament that Ruan Guan had harassed him. The production team, not one to miss out on a scandal, had spared no expense to elevate her to the top of the trending list. As a newcomer, Ruan Guan's popularity soared to unprecedented heights. The moment was ripe. Ruan Guan initiated a live stream, and soon a surge of furious viewers flooded in. Yet when they beheld Ruan Guan's face, they froze for a few seconds. Beautiful lady, who are you? Am I not watching Ruan Guan? How did I end up in a beauty streamer's live stream? No, this is Ruan Guan. Wait, are you telling me this is Ruan Guan? The one who appeared yellow and dark in the variety show? Ruan Guan's first words were, "Hello everyone. I wish to address the allegations made by Mr. Zhou Yi regarding my supposed harassment of him. Firstly, I am married, and I love my husband dearly. I and my view, Mr. Zhou Yi's appearance, family background, and height do not even begin to compare with my husband. You may have seen my husband in the Financial Weekly. He is the future heir of the Li family. To put it bluntly, even if I were to seek an affair, Mr. Zhou Yi would not be on my radar." This incited a storm of outrage among fans. Wow, a devoted wife. What nonsense. Li Minglan and Gigi are the real couple. What audacity. On what grounds do you disdain Zhou Yi? I'm furious. Zhou Yi's father is the founder of a long-established Western company. He is a wealthy heir, a mixed blood from 8 countries. You lowlife. You're not even worthy to carry Zhou Yi's shoes. As Ruan Guan observed the barrage of comments, she pondered. Wealthy heir. Not only that, but every time she entered the elevator, the people varied. There were men and women, young and old, even an elderly Caucasian man, whose odor of age wafted through the screen. Fans. Impossible. This must be a composite. Exactly, with AI face-swapping technology so advanced, don't think you can tarnish our Zhou Yi's reputation. Right, the person in the video has such poor bone structure. It's evident he's not our mixed-blood Zhou Yi. Ruan Guan remained unfazed, producing several photos. Is this what you refer to as a mixed blood? The pictures displayed Zhou Yi's pre-surgery appearance, slanted eyes, puffy eyelids, protruding lips, and a broad jawline. It would be an understatement to say he was ordinary. He could only be described as ugly. The fans exploded. In the end, Ruan Guan presented further evidence. A surveillance recording of Zhou Yi's previous comments to her. Sister, you smell delightful. Married women are more intriguing. I'm 18. Wanna try? It was clear who was harassing whom. During the live stream, Ruan Guan's gaze remained calm. I stand by everything I have said today. If any of it is false, feel free to sue me at any time. In an instant, public opinion shifted dramatically. The first thought that crossed their minds was Li Minglan. The surname Li was rare. And if it were to adhere to the standards of a wealthy family, the only one that fit the bill in the entire nation was the Li family of Jianqing. Ruan Guan speaks with conviction. Could she truly be the real MRS.Li? She claims to be married, which means she is legally recognized, thus unlikely to lie. So, does that imply Shen Zhi Zhi is the mistress? Chapter 79. Pei Baichen's Layered Schemes. Trapping plastic brothers, public sentiment escalated rapidly. While Shen Zhi Zhi had merely sparked suspicion among netizens, Zhou Yi faced a genuine scandal. One female fan recounted how, during a signing event for Zhou Yi, he had slipped her a room card. However, upon entering the room, it was not Zhou Yi at all. Initially terrified, she had been hesitant to speak out. Yet as Ruan Guan unveiled the truth, peeling back the layers of Zhou Yi's false persona, the girl found her courage. The situation surrounding Zhou Yi continued to escalate. Meanwhile, netizens began to scrutinize Shen Zhi Zhi. Today's audience was not easily manipulated. Why does it always turn dark and yellow during Ruan Guan scenes? Did they apply a filter exclusively? Let the bullets fly for a while. If Ruan Guan's husband is indeed Li Minglan, then these two scoundrels are truly repugnant, trampling over the original partner while flaunting their affection. Let's take away our Gigi. She is a lovely woman, not a competitor. The online debate raged on, no longer one-sided. Discussions surrounding Shen Zhi Zhi as the third party intensified. The narrative painstakingly crafted by the production team was utterly dismantled by Ruan Guan's brief live stream, leaving the director's heart in shambles. This Ruan Guan, who had appeared so unassuming and soft during filming, now seemed like a tempest, evoking a desire to trample her. Ruan Guan concluded the live stream, and her colleagues all gave her a thumbs up. Team leader Ruan, you're incredible. Zhou Yi's revelations are utterly explosive. In dealing with these unscrupulous media outlets, one ought to confront them head-on. In the expansive office, only Gao Yu remained silent, harboring the belief that Ruan Guan's mention of the future heir of the Li family was not referring to Li Minglan. After all, the old master Li stated that the one who bears a child first shall inherit the Li estate. As for whether the child in Ruan Guan's womb belongs to Li Minglan or Li Yuan, that remains uncertain. Gao Yu felt she was privy to too much information and dared not utter a word. Shrinking back like a quail, the others also opened the trending topics, discovering a post by Shen Zhi Zhi. Shen Zhi Zhi v. Ladies, do not let yourselves fall into self-justification. Simply seek to be at peace with your conscience. This statement garnered a multitude of likes from her fans. Such a rational sister. Zhi Zhi possesses a kind of intellectual and rational beauty. How lovely. We believe in you. Yet, there were also comments from onlookers relishing the drama. Are you really the mistress? Is Li Minglan truly married? Are you aware of that? Do you think it's appropriate to travel alone in Europe with a married man? As public opinion intensified, some could no longer remain passive. Li Minglan was the first to respond, declaring that he and Shen Zhi Zhi were high school classmates and longtime friends, warning that further rumors would result in legal action. Ironically, this only seemed to corroborate Ruan Guan's words. Li Minglan only refuted that Shen Zhi Zhi is a mistress, but he did not deny that Ruan Guan is his wife. Blind student. You've uncovered a crucial point. Does this count as solid evidence? Even if he hasn't cheated, a married man traveling alone with a female colleague after a business trip is still quite distasteful. Your wife has been vilified online this week, and you haven't said a word, but the moment the mistress is criticized, you threaten with a lawyeress letter. As the uproar continued to escalate, Jiang Song and Su Tong'an could no longer sit idly by. They created a group chat. Pei Baijin, someone is deliberately stirring up public sentiment. Minglan, have you provoked Ruan Guan recently? Li Minglan, yesterday. Gigi twisted her ankle and couldn't walk, so I carried her. Ruan Guan saw it. Are you suggesting that Ruan Guan is intentionally tarnishing Gigi's reputation? Pei Baijin, perhaps she saw some comments and felt wronged. Wanting to make your relationship public, Li Minglan's anger flared up. Yes, it must be Ruan Guan. She is eager to reveal their marital status, intending to have Gigi criticized. Immediately, Li Minglan called Ruan Guan, launching into a tirade. You drugged me back then, and now you're sending hired trolls to slander Gigi. On the other end, Ruan Guan's calm voice emerged. Firstly, I did not drug you. Secondly, I have not hired any trolls. Lastly, I can assist in managing Mission S public relations crisis, but the fee is 15 million. Li Minglan scoffed. Fine, if you're after money, I will provide it. After hanging up, he opened the group chat again. Li Minglan, I called Ruan Guan and asked her to clarify. Pei Baijin, no, the immediate priority is to deny your marital relationship with Ruan Guan, but you cannot be the one to do it. Poor Gigi, she could have devoted herself to research, but we've entangled her in this mess. This statement struck a chord. Jiang Song, I'll handle it. I have a solution, Jiang Song, but you also need to Su Tong'an. Su Tong'an, Jiang Song did not specify his plan. However, soon a trending topic emerged. Jiang Song and Su Tong'an deny Ruan Guan is MRST. Li at first glance, this topic seemed incomprehensible. Upon clicking, netizens discovered that two young heirs from affluent families in Jiangcheng had liked a marketing accounts post, which claimed that Ruan Guan had no connection to Li Minglan and was merely riding the wave of popularity. Both Jiang Song and Su Tong'an had nearly 1 million followers, having previously shared snippets of their lives. With their stellar appearances, prestigious backgrounds, and achievements in their respective fields, they attracted a significant following without the need for marketing. Netizens felt deceived by Ruan Guan and redirected their ire, flooding her comment section once more. Even outside the magazine office, a crowd gathered in layers. Someone used a drone to capture the scene from the second floor of the magazine office, live-streaming the event. There sat Ruan Guan at her workstation, fixated on her computer screen, her complexion pale, and her eyes red-rimmed. Ah, no, she really is stunning. Oh my, this sense of fragility is exquisite. Are you all insane? Where is the beauty? She looks as if she's coated in a thick layer of putty. How can that be attractive? Clicked. It's all about technology and harsh realities. Jiang Song also noticed the live stream. Watching the fragile, cold figure on the screen, he immediately sent a WeChat message to Ruan Guan. I accidentally liked it. IV already cancelled my like. She remained blissfully unaware of the drone capturing her live. Clutching a pillow, she leaned over her desk, typing away. Her long hair cascaded down, revealing a slender, pale neck. Seemingly delicate enough to break with a mere touch, this scene etched itself into Jiang Song's mind, unsettling him. He felt a heaviness in his chest, as if a breath had lodged there, dry and painful, rendering him breathless. His phone lit up with a new message. Su Tongin, Pei Baijin, what do you mean by retweeting a comforting message to Ruan Guan? The message was followed by a link. Jiang Song paused, clicked the link, and found it led to Pei Baichen's profile, where the latest post read, I had the privilege of collaborating with Miss Ruan. She is sincere and pure, and I hold great admiration for her. Ruan Guan. The words struck Jiang Song like a thunderclap. So, they play the villains while Pei Baichen plays the hero. Chapter 80. Shock. Li Minglan is the mistress, intervening between Jiang Song and Su Tongin. Pei Baichen claims to admire Ruan Guan. The four-person group chat erupted. Su Tongin, Pei Baichen, what does your post mean? Li Minglan, when did you collaborate with Ruan Guan? Jiang Song, you better explain yourself. What do you mean by liking Ruan Guan? Following a barrage of messages, Pei Baichen finally appeared online. It was for the film crew's task. With that, he shared a screenshot revealing director Feng Chenghua requesting everyone to help clarify Ruan Guan's situation. If it were any other director, they might have considered Pei Baichen's influence. However, Feng Chenghua was a unique figure in the entertainment industry. Once in her production, no matter how famous one was, they became just another participant. Many believed Feng Chenghua's temperament would hinder her progress in the industry, yet unexpectedly, investors capitulated, pleading for her direction and refraining from altering scripts, adhering strictly to her rules. Her reputation for rigor was so well known that even Li Minglan, an outsider, had heard of it. For a moment, Jiang Song and Su Tongin fell silent, regardless of whether Pei Baichen was being manipulated. In terms of actions, not intentions, his retweet was undoubtedly a timely boon for Ruan Guan, enough for her to remember this kindness. The unfortunate reality, however, was that the initiators of this turmoil were Su Tongin and Jiang Song. Without comparison, there would be no harm, even though both had swiftly unliked the post. The contrast with Pei Baichen's action made them seem like they had committed a grave sin. Realizing the severity of the situation, Su Tongin quickly messaged Ruan Guan, Sister, are you alright? I'm sorry, I accidentally liked it while scrolling, and I had no idea someone was targeting me, leading to a trending topic. Similarly, the message sent forth was met with silence. Like a stone sinking into the ocean, a group of four, each was enveloped in their own thoughts. Li Minglan had calmed down by this point. He reflected that he may have spoken too harshly earlier. Although Ruan Guan had indeed drugged him, it stemmed from her deep love for him. He understood her character and knew she would not resort to hiring trolls to smear others, reminiscing about his earlier words. He felt a pang of regret. Just as he pondered how to explain himself to her, a new message popped up on his phone. It was a document sent by Ruan Guan. Li Minglan's breath hitched, fear gripping him at the thought of seeing the words divorce agreement. Thankfully, it was not. Instead, it was a public relations contract. Party A, Li Minglan Party B. Ruan Guan Party A entrusts Party B to clarify the statements regarding Miss Shen Zhi Zhi being the third party. PR fee, 15 million. This was the gist of it. Li Minglan sent back a question mark. Ruan Guan, first, the villain, then the gentleman. If there are no issues, you may click the link to electronically sign the contract. Upon payment, we will immediately commence public relations efforts. Should we fail to clear Miss Shen Zhi Zhi's name within 12 hours, we will refund the relevant fees. Li Minglan, you and I. Is this the language of a normal couple after marriage? Li Minglan took a deep breath, eager to understand Ruan Guan's intentions, and without further ado, signed the contract, transferring 15 million to her. Soon, a handshake emoji appeared from her side. Li Minglan, simultaneously. Jiang Song and Su Tong'an received a message from Ruan Guan. Ruan Guan understood, just 3 words, yet they held Jiang Song and Su Tong'an's gaze on the screen for an extended period, long enough that they could no longer recognize those 3 characters, nor discern if Ruan Guan was angry or indifferent. Yet, inexplicably, they harbored an ominous premonition, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Jiangde the summer was stifling and hot. This afternoon's class was particularly dull, with students dozing off below while the teacher spoke passionately from the podium. Occasionally, a student would make eye contact with the teacher, akin to an audience accidentally entering an exclusive live stream. Wanting to leave, but feeling it inappropriate, desiring sleep yet unable to succumb. However, a sensational trending topic suddenly invigorated the atmosphere of the lecture hall. Classmates turned in unison to gaze at Su Tong'an, murmuring among themselves. Su Tong'an felt vexed. Had they never seen someone handsome before? Their constant staring was quite bothersome, until a girl leaned over and sighed. Su, you must be strong. Only by bidding farewell to the wrong can you meet the right. Su Tong'an replied, huh? The incessant vibrations of WeChat notifications interrupted him, revealing several friend requests. For Jiang University's campus heartthrob, it was hardly surprising for girls to add him on WeChat. However, what was peculiar was that the avatars of those sending friend requests were not selfies of girls, but rather images of sneakers, white socks, and muscular Western men. Su Tong'an exclaimed, and you've made the trending list, a friend murmured nearby. His expression strange. Su Tong'an knew it was merely a result of his accidental like. Was it really that significant? It's not about your accidental like. His friend raised his phone before him. Just take a look. Su Tong'an cast a fleeting glance, his eyes nearly bulging out. Jiangcheng Airport male mistress Macaron mismatched Ruan Guan likes Li Minglan's video of Jiang Song and Su Tong'an. Ruan Guan claims it was an accidental like. The video in question, featuring Ruan Guan's supposed accidental like, was a sensational expose by a blogger. Oh my, it seems we've witnessed the love-hate entanglements among the young heirs of Jiangqing's elite. Genius racer Jiang Song and swimming prodigy Su Tong'an were once a couple, having recently come out publicly, a fact well known in the Jiangcheng elite circle. Everyone thought their love was genuine, but unexpectedly, a third party, Li Minglan, emerged to seize the affection. Remember the couple that swept the internet days ago? Fake. The much-touted 2-hour wait for Macaron was a gift from Li Minglan to Jiang Song. Evidence speaks for itself. The voiceover of the video had a Bay accent, perfectly complementing the dramatic pull and tug among the 3 at the airport. Su Tong'an's expression darkened. Who the hell filmed this? And in 4K no less. In a little skit, reporter, is this matter true, Ruan Guan? I vaguely heard of it. Can I say that? I hope they wouldn't be angry or hit me, just scaring myself. I originally thought this article wouldn't involve internet memes, but just a slight reference. 40 meme, chapter 81. Do you really think Pei Baijin is a good person? Jiang Corporation. In the afternoon, the Jiang Corporation held its shareholders' meeting. The main venue was set up by the group company, while other subsidiaries participated via video conference. Approximately 500 attendees were present, yet few truly paid attention to the reports, as everyone eagerly indulged in the latest gossip online. From an unknown subsidiary, a microphone remained unmuted. You guys, check the trending list. No way, our heir is actually gay? I don't get it, is it an affair or coming out? He came out with Su Tong'an but is cheating with Li Minglan. Oh my, our company is doomed. The gossip reverberated in every ear, crystal clear in both the main and subsidiary venues. The technical administrator was drenched in sweat, desperately scrolling the mouse wheel to locate the speaker and urgently muted their microphone. The atmosphere became tense. In the center, Chairman Zheng's face turned ashen. Jiang Song's heart skipped a beat. He opened his phone to find a flurry of trending topics, including the top marketing video, The dramatic voiceover narrated the slow-motion tug-of-war and magnified micro-expressions, portraying him as a heartless scoundrel. Li Minglan was cast as his ex, while Su Tong'an was labeled his current partner. Jiang Song muttered. At this moment, a message popped up at the top of the screen. Ruan Guan. Sorry, it was an accidental like. Jiang Song scoffed. What accidental like? It was clearly intentional. Clenching his teeth, Jiang Song grabbed his car keys and, disregarding the gazes of those around him, stormed out, hitting the gas towards Ruan Guan's company. Upon arriving at the magazine office, he found a crowd of live streamers gathered outside. Anger surged within him, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance as he brazenly parked in a no-parking zone. A black G-Class followed closely behind, none other than Su Tong'an. Initially, the crowd was captivated by the bright orange Cullinan. But upon realizing it was Jiang Song and Su Tong'an, they erupted in a cacophony of shrill screams. Armed journalists and bloggers rushed towards them. Are you and young Master Su a couple? Is Li Minglan the third party between you? Who is the dominant one? The questions grew increasingly absurd. Jiang Song's face darkened as he seized one person's collar and growled, "If you don't want to die, get lost." The individual trembled in fear, while the others fell silent, parting to create a path. Once inside the company, a blogger voiced their concern. Guys, this is bad. Jiang Song and Su Tong'an are furious. They want to resort to violence against Ruan Guan. Will they? Ruan Guan, cradling a bolster, looked haggard, her lower abdomen aching as if something were plummeting. Most likely, her period was approaching. She took a sip of hot water and leaned over her desk, scrolling through online updates. She noticed that the three involved had swiftly issued denials. They were remarkably in sync, posting at the same time, which only fueled the netizens' excitement. You three, stop arguing. It's locked now. Burning winter isn't what you all are portraying. I'm not watching. Stop targeting the girl. Just make dumplings together. While netizens viewed it all as entertainment, the market values of the Li, Su, and Jiang families were far from optimistic, evaporating billions in mere moments. Particularly, the Li and Jiang families faced more severe losses. Soon after, news from Li Minglan arrived. Ruan Guan, the public relations effort has been quite effective, hasn't it? Li Minglan, Ruan Guan. Now, netizens believe you and Miss Shen are sisters. It's quite normal for sisters to travel together, and no one will spread rumors about her being your mistress. Right. Li Minglan fell silent. Indeed, no one was claiming Shen Zhi Zhi was the mistress anymore. For the mistress had another identity. It was Li Minglan. Subsequently, Li Minglan sent multiple voice messages. Ruan Guan refrained from opening them. Though he was the principal party, sending so many voice messages felt a bit presumptuous. In contrast, Pei Baichen was notably polite. He sent 2 text messages instead. Pei Baichen, apologies, Miss Ruan. I was unaware of the malicious editing in the variety show. Had I known, I wouldn't have allowed the director to proceed. Pei Baichen, if needed, I can replace the director. His wording was courteous, aligning perfectly with his persona, especially when compared to Li Minglan, Jiang Song, and Su Tong'an. Pei Baichen appeared to stand out, far ahead of the rest. If Ruan Guan was unaware of the underlying context, she would likely perceive him as a genuinely good person. Nearby, Li Jing leaned in, inadvertently catching a glimpse of the chat history, and couldn't help but exclaim, Pei Baichen is truly a good person. You've only collaborated once, and he's already defending you. That Jiang Song is really something else. He played you several times, causing you to miss out on promotion despite your excellent writing. This time, he intentionally caused you trouble, and I was wondering how you offended him. Turns out he's in love with your husband. Such a scheming male mistress. That moment, a chilling voice pierced through the air. Who is the male mistress? Li Jing exclaimed. Ruan Guan stood up, discreetly positioning herself in front of Li Jing, her gaze steady as she looked at Jiang Song and Su Tong'an. What brings you here? Instantly, everyone halted their work, the office falling silent to the sound of a pin dropped. It was an accidental like. Accidental like. Do you think I would believe that? Of course. You and young Master Su just accidentally liked that post. So you should understand. Jiang Song fell silent. He glared at the onlookers in the office, then firmly grasped Ruan Guan's wrist and pulled her to the rooftop terrace. Su Tong'an hurriedly followed. Once on the terrace, Ruan Guan broke free from Jiang Song's grip, her previously calm demeanor now revealing hints of anger as she spoke. Jiang Song, if you have a problem, go to the hospital. You realize how much your and Su Tong'an's so-called accidental has affected me? If it weren't for Pei Baichen's help, I would still be in the eye of public scrutiny. I don't know what I did to offend you both, but why do you keep trying to harm me? Her words resonated with sincerity, overflowing with gratitude towards Pei Baichen. Jiang Song, meeting Ruan Guan's pale face, felt his anger gradually subside, a pang of bitterness swelling in his heart, upon hearing Ruan Guan praise Pei Baichen. He clenched his fist tightly, coldly retorting, "Do you really think Pei Baichen is a good person?" Chapter 82. The secret of Li Yuan's departure abroad. Ruan Guan shook her head. "Teacher Pei apologized to me, saying he was unaware the director would act this way, and he even offered to change the director." Jiang Song tightened his fist, wishing he could reveal to Ruan Guan that the idea of inviting her to the variety show as a stepping stone for Shen Zhi Zhi had originated from Pei Baichen. But he couldn't. If he spoke, his true intentions for approaching her would also be exposed. He had a premonition that no matter what he did, Ruan Guan would forgive him. However, if she discovered his real motives for getting close to her, it would all be over. Jiang Song gritted his teeth, his disdain for Pei Baichen intensifying. Meanwhile, Su Tong'an realized he had become a mere foil for Pei Baichen. He was well aware of his own advantage, his striking appearance. In the next moment, tears welled up in his doe-like eyes, misty and shimmering, his eyelids tinged with a sorrowful hue. "Sister, I'm sorry. I truly didn't mean to like that. Please don't think so highly of Pei Baichen. He's quite insidious." Ruan Guan pressed her lips together. In the original text, there is no plot involving the three characters engaging in mutual defamation. On the contrary, as fellow admirers of Shen Zhi Zhi, they exhibit a remarkable unity in matters concerning her. This unity possesses a formidable power, as if an invisible pair of hands has bound them together. They conceal their intentions from one another, deceive her collectively, and even set up a wager to see who will win her affection first. This situation resembles walking in the wilderness, where one is besieged by a pack of wild dogs, all intent on hunting her down alone. If she wishes to alter the outcome, she must create discord among them. At that moment, through the window of the rooftop fire door, Ruan Guan caught sight of the hurriedly approaching Li Minglan. Just as Li Minglan was about to push the door open, Ruan Guan lowered her long, thick eyelashes and sighed. "Jiang Song, Su Tong'an, I am married now. Please do not entangle me any further." As Li Minglan pushed open the fire door of the rooftop, he heard Ruan Guan utter these words. Lacking time for further contemplation, he positioned himself protectively in front of Ruan Guan and demanded of Jiang and Su, "What do you intend to do to her?" This display of protectiveness was rather exaggerated. Jiang Song scoffed. "Li Minglan, what are you pretending for? Why are you here instead of accompanying Shen Zhi Zhi? Are you out of your mind?" Upon hearing Jiang Song insist on bringing up Shen Zhi Zhi in front of Ruan Guan, Li Minglan's anger flared. Just as it seemed a confrontation was imminent, Su Tong'an interjected impatiently, "Enough, you two old men, despite your age, why are you still so childish? Isn't it more crucial to find out who filmed that video in the first place?" "Who are you calling old?" Jiang Song and Li Minglan retorted in unison. Such harmony. Su Tong'an chuckled coldly. "I'm starting to ship you two." "That would be too much," Li Minglan replied. "After all, I've never been caught in bed with anyone." Su Tong'an quipped sarcastically, "Well, that's still better than you waiting in line for 2 hours to buy macarons for a man. Oh, and let's not forget the fool who flaunted the macarons you gifted him on social media, leading to my own troubles." Her words implicitly referred to both men. "What did you say?" Su Tong'an inquired. "I said, the capybara keychain you have was made by me." Jiang Song observed Su Tong'an's pale face, feeling a sense of satisfaction. "It was not until Li Minglan mocked, 'You gave a handmade gift to Su Tong'an. You two are quite sincere. Don't invite me to your wedding. I can't stand the thought." The three men exchanged sharp retorts, oblivious to the drone hovering in the distance, recording their every move and streaming it live. Caught in the act. "Oh my, are the scandals of the wealthy this thrilling?" Case solved. I previously encountered Su Tong'an a few times at Jiang University, and I wondered why the heir of the Su family was seen with such an unattractive doll. Turns out it was a gift from Jiang Song. Makes sense now. So exciting, though I have no idea what the excitement is about. When the three finally realized they were being filmed, they fell silent. What were they there for? Oh right. They had come to ask Ruan Guan how she discovered the video from the airport. Yet, when they turned to look in Ruan Guan's direction, they found she had long since departed, leaving behind only the discarded sunflower seeds in the trash and a sunflower that had been plucked bare. As more drones appeared, the three men had no choice but to temporarily vacate the rooftop. Midway, Jiang Song suddenly stopped. When we saw Li Yuan at the airport yesterday, he was holding a camera. Right? Li Minglan was taken aback. Reflecting on the angle of the video, he was astonished to discover it indeed resembled the perspective from which Li Yuan had filmed. Are you suspecting my elder brother? Do you think it could be anyone else? But he has no motive. You're talking nonsense. It's impossible. Jiang Song said meaningfully. Why is it impossible? They would do anything to protect your identity as the heir of the Li family. After all, everyone knows Li Yuan is your greatest threat. Li Minglan hesitated. Once the crowd dispersed and the drones retreated, Gao Yu emerged from a concealed corner of the rooftop. So much had transpired recently. She had intended to sneak a smoke, but had to hide when Li Minglan and the others arrived. As a result, she learned more secrets than she should have. Smoking is harmful to health. She truly felt the weight of this now. Just as she was about to leave the rooftop, she spotted a figure standing in the shadows of the corridor. It was Ruan Guan. Gao Yu gasped in fright. More startled than if she had seen a ghost, Ruan Guan swiftly covered her mouth and whispered, Gao Yu, I need your help with something. Gao Yu shifted her gaze, sensing that Ruan Guan likely hadn't overheard their previous discussion about secrets. Otherwise, her reaction would not have been so composed. She sighed in relief and quietly asked, What do you need me to do? Ruan Guan replied, You have investigated me through a private detective, haven't you? I didn't mean to. Don't be anxious, Ruan Guan said gently. You just need to send all the photos of my interactions with Jiang Song and Su Tong'an to Li Minglan. Gao Yu was taken aback. Thinking she had misheard, I believe Li Minglan will compensate you handsomely, and you could also fill the gap left by your ex-boyfriend's fraud, Ruan Guan stated. Gao Yu was stunned, surprised that she still remembered that matter. Though she originally did not wish to get involved, she bit her lip and nodded. All right. By the way, it seems Li Minglan is aware of what happened back then. He might be cautious moving forward. So you all should be careful. What happened? Ruan Guan inquired. It's about how Li Yuan was knocked unconscious and sent overseas, and his passport was withheld. Didn't you know? Chapter 83. The prestigious film emperor reduced to a duck. Ruan Guan was momentarily stunned. She had always believed that, even though the Li family had exiled Li Yuan as one of their own, he would not be mistreated materially. Moreover, Li Yuan had always been a standout among his peers. How could they bear to treat him so harshly? Ruan Guan pressed her lips together, saying nothing as she left the rooftop. Heavy clouds obscured the sunlight, casting shadows that seemed to envelop everything in a cold blue filter. Despite it being midsummer, Ruan Guan rubbed her arms, feeling a chill. She arrived at the editor-in-chief's office and submitted her resignation. The editor furrowed his brow. Guan Guan, what do you mean by this? Ruan Guan replied. I am very grateful for your guidance over the past years, but I have always been passionate about another industry. Moreover, my reputation is now mixed. Leaving the magazine is the best choice. Are you thinking your current popularity is sufficient to pursue a career as an influencer? Or are you upset that you didn't get promoted to deputy editor? The editor sighed. Ruan Guan had become a walking source of traffic. In recent years, fashion magazines had declined, but since Ruan Guan appeared on a variety show, their magazine's reputation had shattered its previous limitations. At this juncture, the editor could not let her go. All he could do was delay. Ruan Guan noticed the editor's reluctance to let her leave. However, the Munich F1 Grand Prix was just a week away, and the editor pointed to his headphones, indicating that he was currently unavailable. On the other side, his mind was in disarray, emotionally. He could not believe that his parents would force his elder brother to go abroad. Previously, while his elder brother had always been aloof, he had nonetheless treated them as family. Even after marrying, he had never taken his wife to visit their grandfather. Although their grandfather harbored grievances, he had never voiced them. After all, Li Yuan was not only the grandson of Li Hegua, but also the grandson of Lu Tinghua. Buzzing, his phone vibrated with a friend request. Smoking is harmful to health. Did you know your wife frequently meets with Jiang Song and Su Tong'an in private? Smoking is harmful to health. I know you won't believe me. Don't worry, I'll send you a few photos. With that, the other party sent 2 photos. Li Minglan's grip on his phone tightened, his fingers turning pale. In one photo, Su Tong'an, clad in swim trunks, draped a medal around Ruan Guan's neck. In another, within a high-end restaurant, Ruan Guan personally gifted Jiang Song a hand-knit scarf, while Jiang Song wore a flirtatious smile. Neither photo could be considered innocent. Li Minglan's fingers turned cold. One was his brother, another was his wife, and the last was a child he had regarded as a younger brother. Ruan Guan had claimed her meetings with Jiang Song were solely for work and that her relationship with Su Tong'an began due to a traffic accident. Yet, she had no idea how intimately connected they were behind the scenes. Who would drape a medal around the neck of the person responsible for the accident? Who would gift a scarf to a business partner? Especially a scarf that was clearly handmade. He suddenly remembered that Ruan Guan had once gifted him a scarf. That time, he had scoffed at its ugliness, not knowing where he had carelessly placed it. He never anticipated that one day she would knit scarves for other men. Li Minglan's head buzzed. He longed to turn around immediately and confront Ruan Guan for clarity. However, he refrained, instead asking the person, "What else do you know?" This Friday was destined to be tumultuous. One of the parties involved trending on social media. Shen Zhi Zhi called Pei Baichen. On the phone, Shen Zhi Zhi expressed her concerns. "Baichen, I want to withdraw from the show. Is that possible, Zhi Zhi? The online speculation is only temporary. Don't worry. No one will continue to spread rumors about you and Minglan." "No," Shen Zhi Zhi sighed. "I am not afraid of being misunderstood. I simply do not wish to implicate you all. I participated in the variety show to promote my industry, but the path of scientific research is inherently lonely. I was naive to think otherwise. If it weren't for me, Minglan and a song would not be trending and facing misunderstandings from netizens. You always think of others." Pei Baichen sighed, noting how Shen Zhi Zhi remained the kind-hearted person she had always been. Even when she had no umbrella, she still sought to shield others. "You don't need to withdraw. I will handle the situation regarding Li Minglan. However, would it be too much trouble for you?" "Not at all. Don't overthink it. The production team will film some material showcasing your interests and hobbies this weekend, so please prepare well. By the way, the F1 Racing Championship in Munich is about to begin this year. I plan to take all the guests to Munich to watch a race." "All right, no problem." The call ended. The cold light from the screen illuminated Pei Baichen's face, casting a chill over his delicate features. The way to suppress one piece of news is to fabricate another. Resolutely, he decided to send out a mysterious video using a secondary account. Soon, the video went viral. The hashtag Ruan Guan seduces Pei Baichen video exposed trended. This news instantly overshadowed the complicated love-hate entanglements among the 3 wealthy heirs of Jiangcheng. Why? Because the top-tier movie star Pei Baichen had delivered the most scandalous bed scene in his career. In a secluded cabin in the woods, the moonlight bathed him, gradually highlighting his muscular physique, with his cold, fair abs standing out. Then, a woman entered. From what Pei Baichen said, it was evident that this woman had come to apply medicine to him. However, as she continued to tend to his wounds, her hands grew increasingly audacious, sliding down to his abs. The moonlight also illuminated the woman's delicate face. It was Ruan Guan. The video abruptly cut off. Pei Baichen's fans, predominantly female admirers, erupted in fury upon seeing the video. "What the hell? Is this real? This is Pei Go in the crew's temporary lounge. Didn't Ruan Guan just interview him a few days ago? The timing aligns." As a mere bystander, Pei Baichen looks genuinely surprised. "It must be Ruan Guan who initiated this. That shameless woman has sullied my idol." Heavens, Ruan Guan has been so forward with Pei Go, yet he still defends her. Pei Go is truly a dignified person. The video rapidly spread beyond the confines of the internet. Those unaware thought it was a prelude to some film, with many requesting the link. Highly upvoted comments read, "This male lead has a great physique. It's definitely something our strong women should watch." The esteemed movie star had been reduced to a mere pawn. This incited outrage among Pei Baichen's fanbase. The most taken aback was Li Minglan. Jiang Song and Su Tong'an could be set aside, but how was Pei Baichen involved? Chapter 84. Leaving the magazine company. A wealthy fan of Pei Baichen shared a giveaway post. "As long as you participate in sharing with the topic Ruan Guan apologizes for sexually harassing Pei Baichen, you can join the giveaway. First prize, 500 G gold bar. Second prize, 10 Apple family buckets. Third prize. 50 sets of Hyexa's mystery 3-piece set. In short, the fervor was unprecedented. Some extreme fans even flocked to Ruan Guan's magazine office, protesting incessantly. The scale and number of Pei Baichen's fans were incomparable to the previous Zhou Yi. Some even burned their previously purchased copies of KVI Fashion, declaring that as long as Ruan Guan remained, they would boycott KVI Fashion magazine. Other artists' fans, fearing their idols might also be subjected to harassment during magazine interviews, joined in the boycott against KVI. This time, the editor-in-chief could no longer remain idle. The editor sought out Ruan Guan and informed her that her resignation had been approved. Ruan Guan had anticipated this, but still lowered her gaze and said, "Editor-in-chief, your swift agreement is due to that video online. Isn't it? That person is not me. It's an AI face swap." The editor sighed. "Guan Guan, I know you resent me, but if you were in my position, you would make the same decision I am now. The truth is irrelevant. What matters is how to quell the public's anger. The simplest way is to sever ties. You understand, don't you?" The editor gently patted her shoulder and said, "Please pack your things quickly. I will announce your departure at 4 o'clock sharp." In a brief moment, the situation flipped. Even though Ruan Guan had long suspected Pei Baichen would resort to malicious means to deal with her and whitewash Shen Zhi Zhi, and even though this was part of her plan to shape her reputation, she never expected the editor she once respected would sever ties so swiftly. At this moment, her colleagues gathered around. "Sister Ruan Guan, are you really leaving this time? The editor has gone too far. You are the backbone of KVI. Last year, we were on the verge of shutting down, and it was you who brought in Mr. Chad for an exclusive interview, securing exposure for his brand's new collection and revitalizing our magazine. You've collaborated with so many top-tier male artists, and you've always been recognized as a professional. How could you possibly harass Pei Baichen? There must be some misunderstanding. I believe Pei Baichen will surely clarify this." Li Jing could be considered a fan of Pei Baichen. She still held hope for him. Unbeknownst to her, this entire scheme was orchestrated by Pei Baichen. Ruan Guan chose not to reveal the truth. At that moment, Lin Weiying spoke softly. "This isn't looking good. I heard Pei Baichen has gone abroad for an award ceremony and should be on a plane right now. Moreover, Pei Laosher is known in the industry as a genuinely good person. Even if he clarifies for Sister Ruan Guan, his fans probably won't believe him. What should we do, Sister Ruan Guan? You aren't getting any younger. Resigning sounds nice, but in reality, everyone in the industry knows you were dismissed. Our fashion circle is so small that if one person knows, everyone knows. Otherwise, working for a smaller magazine isn't bad." Lin Weiying feigned sadness, yet the one most pleased was her. The initial news of Ruan Guan's reputation taking a nosedive, she had extensively used a secondary account to pose as a bystander and criticize her, even liking comments that disparaged her. Thankfully, fate had intervened, and a video of Ruan Guan seducing Pei Baichen was exposed. Regardless of its authenticity, the audience always believes what they want to believe. Now, Ruan Guan could no longer stir the waters. Ruan Guan had few belongings. After all, she had long considered resigning. Some usable items that were inconvenient to take with her had been given to close colleagues. Everyone believed that the worst outcome was merely this. Little did they know, Li's company was hosting a welcome party for Shen Zhi Zhi. The video was filled with flowers and applause, starkly contrasting Ruan Guan's current predicament. Furthermore, to mitigate losses, Li's company had initiated a marketing campaign, claiming Shen Zhi Zhi was the genius mechanic Victoria. Originally, the name Victoria was known only among industry insiders or automotive manufacturers. However, now, with the backing of Li's company, and likely the Su family, Jiang family, and even Pei Baichen, the name Victoria was rapidly gaining recognition nationwide. Shen Zhi Zhi also posted a Weibo update, stating that Li Minglan and Jiang Song were her high school friends, and Su Tong'an was her good younger brother. They were not in the rumored relationship as claimed online, and she hoped the rumors would cease with wise individuals. Comments quickly surpassed 10,000, garnering more attention than rising starlets. "Respect. So you're this remarkable? You're simply the pride of our nation. I admit I was too harsh on you before. Since you say those three aren't in that kind of relationship, I believe you." Folks, I rewatched that airport video and noticed Shen Zhi Zhi was in it. She twisted her ankle and was in a wheelchair. Do you think it's possible that their argument was about who could help push Shen Zhi Zhi in her wheelchair? Oh my, so the chaos was over who could assist Shen Zhi Zhi. I'm going to support Shen Zhi Zhi. She's the real leading lady in life. Discussions online were fervent. The name Victoria became known to all. Shen Zhi Zhi basked in glory. In stark contrast was Ruan Guan, who was leaving point. One hand held a suitcase while the other cradled a cardboard box. The scene and the live broadcast were filled with the jeers of fans. It was a delight to see, folks. KVI Fashion acted swiftly, firing Ruan Guan. Although the announcement stated resignation, those in the know understood it was dismissal. She deserves it. Who told her to seduce Pego? Her frivolity is fitting for her suffering. Clearly, both are participants in the same female career variety show. One focuses on her career, pursued by wealthy elites. The other, a frivolous wife, harasses collaborating artists. Ladies, we must become Shen Zhi Zhi, not fall to Ruan Guan. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom with a Beijing A license plate halted at the entrance of the magazine office. Everyone instinctively parted to create a path. A man emerged from within. Dressed in a suit, he was handsome, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Although he was a striking figure, there seemed to be something slightly amiss. The man approached and respectfully said, "Madam, allow me to take the box." Could this be the husband Ruan Guan had spoken of? The next moment, the rear door swung open. Everyone craned their necks, curious to see inside. There sat a man with slender eyelids and elongated eyes. His pale complexion contrasting sharply with his thick black hair, radiating a languid nobility, a presence cultivated over years of ascendance. Who is this? He looks extraordinarily striking. It's my husband, whom I've never met. Wait, could this really be Ruan Guan's husband? Chapter 85. A decade of silent love. Ruan Guan entered the car, shutting herself off from the clamor of outside discussions. Where to? Li Yuan asked. At present. Her reputation lay in tatters, standing at the eye of the storm. It would be simple for her to clarify, as she possessed the original video that supposedly showed her seducing Pei Baichen. However, now was not the time for clarification. She intended to leverage this windfall to ignite a firestorm against the Ruan family. The Ruan family was her mother's enterprise. She would not allow the likes of Lin Tangsheng and Lin Ruomei, that pair of scoundrels, to seize it. She had everything arranged, aiming to publicly expose their disgraceful deeds today, as well as to tear apart Lin Weiying's facade as a wealthy beauty. The car started, and silence resumed. Thank you. Ruan Guan broke the silence, but you need not trouble yourself. I can manage on my own. The individual across from her remained silent. With a hint of perplexity, Ruan Guan lifted her gaze, only to find herself ensnared by Li Yuan's obsidian pupils. His arm rested casually against the car window. The cuff of his black shirt rolled up, revealing a strong, pale wrist adorned with a cool silver watch. Most striking, however, was the gleaming wedding ring on his fourth finger. Li Yuan's gaze shifted to her hand, a sharp brow arching as he inquired, "Do you not fancy that ring?" "Not at all." Ruan Guan hastily concealed her fingers. Having forgotten, once, for the sake of appearances, she had never parted with the wedding ring she shared with Li Minglan. Its brightness was such that anyone could not help but notice. Yet later, after obtaining a marriage certificate with Li Yuan, she seldom wore the ring he had gifted her. It lay hidden in a corner, visible only to her. Whispers circulated that she harbored feelings for Li Minglan, a crush that spanned 8 long years. That was not the case. The person she had intended to confess her feelings to was neither Li Minglan nor a love nurtured over 8 years. Rather, it was a decade ago, in September of her second year of high school. She stood in the library of Jiaocheng University, having been caught using Li Yuan's campus card for the first time. She vividly recalled the maple leaves of that day, the setting sun, and the rapid heartbeat as the boy leaned closer, almost bursting from her chest. It was love at first sight. The street scene outside the window shifted endlessly, the air thick with the scent of books on that afternoon. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a soft orange hue, reminiscent of an old photograph's filter. Ruan Guan murmured, "I wish to read a book that is only available in the Jiangda library. I did not intend to steal your campus card. I merely found it. I only wish to use it this once, to return it to the security guard so he can locate the owner. And what about the photo on my card?" The boy's long fingers lightly tapped the blank space on the student card, where a dotted line indicated the area for a passport-sized photo, yet the image had mysteriously vanished. Not me. She shook her head rapidly. On the verge of tears, the boy's well-defined brows rose in amusement. Why are you crying? How troublesome. Nervously, she rummaged through her pants pocket for a tissue, only to have a nameplate tumble out. A hand darted forward and picked it up before her. The boy read aloud, Jiangcheng Yizhong, Ruan Guan, you're from the affiliated school. Then, due to the proximity of Jiangcheng Yizhong to Jiang University, locals often referred to it as the affiliated school. Ruan Guan, however, was taken aback. As a pampered heiress raised in privilege, she had never displayed fear, even if she did not flaunt her status. Yet, her father and brother had instilled in her a temperament that avoided trouble while being easily intimidated. I'm sorry, please don't tell my school. Her eyes brimmed with tears. That moment, the boy's phone rang. In the stillness of the library, even without speakerphone, her ears caught the enthusiastic voice on the other end. Yuan Ge, the campus internet is buzzing, saying you've got a girlfriend from another school. You've kept that under wraps. Not true, don't deny it. The photos are going viral, though it's a pity we didn't capture your girlfriend's face. She looks quite young. You wouldn't be indulging in a sweet romance with a high schooler, would you? The banter escalated, and the boy shot her a sidelong glance. I don't fancy those younger than me. Oh please, last time a senior pursued you, you claimed not to like those older than you. And what about our peer, the art college belle who confessed to you? You turned her down, leaving her in tears. Saying the girl in the photos was a hired actress. How troublesome. The call ended abruptly. The boy's dark gaze rested on Ruan Guan, a glimmer of intrigue surfacing in his eyes. Yet, he waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. That would be juvenile deception. That time, Ruan Guan was timid yet astute. She quickly comprehended the boy's intentions. Summoning an unexpected courage, she whispered, I can help you fend off trouble, she explained softly. Rest assured, I do not harbor feelings for you. I merely wish to read that book, which would take more than a day to finish. Only she understood that the book was merely an excuse. From the outset, she recognized that she could not afford to like Li Yuan. He would find it troublesome. Li Yuan acquiesced to her proposal. She would pretend to be his girlfriend, shielding him from complications. While she could utilize his campus card to access the library, she remained cleverly concealed by him, her true visage unseen by others. Eventually, Ruan Guan mustered the courage to invite Li Yuan to meet beneath the large locust tree at Jiang University after the college entrance examination. It was her first time applying makeup, clutching her sketchbook as she stood beneath the tree. Yet, she waited from dawn until dusk, and Li Yuan did not arrive. He was astute enough to discern her intentions and deliberately chose not to come. He had always disliked complications. Ruan Guan's unrequited love came to a quiet end as she dejectedly arranged to sing at a KTV with her close friends. It was her first taste of alcohol, and she drank herself into a stupor. Upon awakening, she discovered a video revealing that she had mistakenly entered the wrong room and confessed her feelings to Li Yuan's cousin, mistaking him for Li Yuan. Later, her father, likely feeling embarrassed by her actions, sent her abroad. Her recollections grew increasingly muddled, as if she had forgotten the individual she had secretly adored throughout her youth. Your darling little treasure is calling. This was her best friend, Li. With a personalized ringtone she had Li, a little diva in the entertainment industry, often engaged in feuds with haters, which had landed her in the hospital due to stress. The moment Ruan Guan answered, an urgent, high-pitched voice burst through the receiver. Guan, darling, have you had plastic surgery? What? Not only have you had surgery, but you've also changed your name. Why are you now surnamed Shen? No. The crux of the matter is your surgery. What were you thinking? Making yourself look so unappealing. Who is your surgeon? I will sue him. All the way to the United Nations. Ruan Guan, bewildered, responded softly, I haven't had surgery. Nor have I changed my name. You're still hiding things from me. It's trending. Victoria's true face exposed. At this, Ruan Guan could not help but chuckle. That isn't my photo. The media got it wrong. Li gasped. How could that be? The comments below are so detailed. They were claiming she and Li Minglan were a couple. Why isn't that girl coming out to refute it? Stealing someone else's identity and husband. If she's lacking love, I could begrudgingly play the role of her mother. Ruan Guan was at a loss for words. It's a long story. I'll explain when we meet. Li eagerly agreed. Great. By the way, Guan Guan, are you going to this year's F1 championship? Let's meet directly in Munich. I've been invited to the opening ceremony and have a media invitation, but I don't know how KVI Fashion found out. The editor-in-chief contacted me personally, wanting me to consider them, but I've already given away my spot. She could have just told you directly. Chapter 86. How many times do you want in a day? Ruan Guan did not divulge to Li that she had left the magazine. Li had a fiery temperament. If she knew the full story, she would likely call the editor-in-chief immediately to berate them. The domestic F1 championship was not a hot topic, but this year, a Chinese racer was gaining attention due to his striking looks, drawing fervent fans akin to those of top idols. Hence, many media outlets were gearing up to capitalize on this wave of attention. Coincidentally, the racing team the driver belonged to was Ruan Guan's team. Obtaining an exclusive interview would only require a word from her boss. She had not submitted her resignation 30 days in advance for a reason. But she had not anticipated that the editor-in-chief, who had always treated her kindly and praised her as a pillar of the magazine, would choose to sever ties at the first opportunity. This was, in fact, a relief. She no longer needed to negotiate with leverage or feel guilty over her impact on the magazine. The invitation was not forthcoming. Once again, Li's voice echoed through the receiver. Oh, Guan Guan, darling, I've recently contacted a few German male models. They look quite impressive, so you can choose any. Even though Ruan Guan had already worn out the volume-lowering button, the car was too quiet. And Li's voice resonated throughout the interior. Ruan Guan's spine stiffened, and she quickly uttered, I have something to attend to. Before hanging up, silence enveloped the car. The atmosphere was unusually still. Ruan Guan attempted to shrink into her corner, diminishing her presence. Fortunately, her moment of embarrassment was short-lived as another call came through. It was the editor-in-chief of another magazine, Fan Yuan, with whom Ruan Guan had met a few times, seeing this call as a lifeline. She swiftly answered. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Editor Fan cut to the chase. I wonder if Miss Ruan would still be interested in continuing her career in the fashion industry. I would like to invite you to join our magazine. Offering double your previous salary. Ruan Guan was taken aback, self-deprecatingly replying, Editor Fan, you must have heard the rumors online. My reputation is not particularly favorable. No, I believe those are baseless rumors. Your professional capabilities are well recognized. And you would not engage in the actions described in those tales. Then, Editor Fan reiterated firmly, I had intended to invite you to our magazine earlier, but knowing our scale is not comparable to KVI Fashion. I did not wish to appear presumptuous. My invitation now is not meant to be condescending. Rather, it comes from the desire to provide support when it is most needed. Ruan Guan contemplated this. She had perused several issues of the magazine managed by Fan Yuan. The content was commendable, showcasing a unique cultural core rather than merely replicating Western fashion. Unfortunately, it lacked the backing of substantial capital and ultimately faced bankruptcy in later developments. Ruan Guan replied, Thank you for your invitation and trust, Editor Fan, but I have long since resolved to pursue a different path. The other party seemed to anticipate this, but could not hide their disappointment. Then I wish you the best, Miss Ruan. May you soar freely in vast skies and achieve great success. Thank you for your kind words, Ruan Guan inquired, expressing uncertainty about whether you would have an interest in an exclusive interview with the Chinese F1 racer. Naturally, this is a hot topic that all media outlets are eager to seize. Very well, I shall send the media invitation for the championship shortly. On the other end of the line, Fan Yuan was left bewildered and dazed. Even after the call ended, she remained in shock. The racing world has long been a domain dominated by the old aristocracy of Europe and America. Domestic media coverage has been sparse, and had it not been for the unexpected emergence of a strikingly handsome Chinese racer this year, this event would not have become a sought-after battleground among the media. As of now, no domestic outlet had interviewed this racer. Previously, Fan Yuan had not even dared to dream of obtaining such an opportunity, let alone an exclusive one. An interview. She even questioned whether this was merely a dream. It was only when the invitation arrived, and she saw her name emblazoned upon it, that she felt a sense of reality wash over her. Confusion also gripped her. Over the past few days, the editor of KVI Fashion had been frantically leveraging connections to secure F1 entry credentials while simultaneously dismissing Ruan Guan, the true networking queen. Was this not akin to cutting off a vital artery in the process of downsizing? Fan Yuan narrowed her eyes, captured a screenshot of the invitation letter, and posted it on her social media with the caption, "Grateful for Miss Ruan's invitation. Off to Munich." Upon seeing this post, the editor of KVI nearly fainted from frustration. As the head of one of the top 5 fashion magazines in the country, she had been unable to secure a media invitation. Yet someone named Fan had managed to do so. Moreover, who was this Miss Ruan she mentioned? Surely not Ruan Guan. The editor pondered, suddenly realizing she had overlooked a crucial connection, Ruan's daughter, Lin Weiing. In the car, Ruan Guan hung up 2 phone calls, and the interior returned to silence. The driver had raised the partition, creating a private space in the back seat for just her and Li Yuan. Li Li's remark about her fake husband seemed to linger in the air. Li Yuan nodded, acknowledging the truth in her statement. What? Upon hearing Li Yuan speak so earnestly, Ruan Guan's heart raced. She clenched her fingers tightly. Responding with a muted acknowledgement, her throat slightly itchy as she twisted open a bottle of water. Out of the corner of her eye, she sensed Li Yuan's gaze resting on her face. The next moment, his deep voice broke the silence. "So, how do you feel about twice a day?" Ruan Guan nearly choked. She coughed lightly, wiping the water from her lips. That seemed rather frequent and not particularly good for one's health. Li Yuan's gaze lingered on her luscious lips, his eyes darkening. Twice a day is too frequent. Some people, even as they age, maintain the routine of twice a day, or even 3 times. Ruan Guan's eyes widened. Even as they age, twice a day, and even 3 times. In a romantic drama, even a gifted male lead might struggle to achieve such feats. Li Yuan chuckled softly, clarifying, "I meant saying good morning and good night. Twice a day. What did you think I was implying?" Ruan Guan. If she failed to realize that Li Yuan was teasing her, she would truly be a fool. Yet, she felt a wave of relief. Just then, the driver made a sharp turn, causing Ruan Guan to slide from the left side of the back seat to the right, pressing against Li Yuan. In that instant, it felt as though all the blood in her body surged to her brain, leaving her flushed and breathless. Before she could regain her composure, a large hand pressed against her waist. Li Yuan's voice whispered in her ear, "How many times do you desire in a day?" Chapter 87. Who is the cuckold? Her cheeks flushed crimson at the question. Knowing full well that Li Yuan was likely jesting, the warmth of his hand on her waist felt like a brand. The heat radiating through the thin fabric and seeping into her very bones, enveloped by a familiar scent. Her heart raced. She had never been so intimate with a man before. Ruan Guan feigned calmness, declaring, "The sage advises 3 times a day." A light laugh erupted from him. "Does the sage teach such things?" Accompanied by the vibrations of his chest, Ruan Guan felt her back shiver. Confucius once said, "I examine myself 3 times a day," Ruan Guan murmured. Therefore, to consider the emotions of a partner, reflecting 3 times each day suffices. Confucius did not mean this. The 3 examinations do not equate to 3 reflections. Ruan Guan initially intended to gloss over the matter, but forgot that Li Yuan was also an academic. Yet he chose not to correct her, responding meaningfully, "Fine, your 3 times will suffice." Ruan Guan? After a sharp turn, the car came to a halt. "Why have we stopped?" Ruan Guan shifted the topic, gazing outside the window and discovering they were on a narrow one-way street in the old city. The driver remarked, "Mr. Li, madam, please hold on a moment. A dog is blocking the road ahead. I will move it." Ruan Guan opened the partition and, through the windshield, indeed spotted a small dog in the narrow street. The poor creature appeared to have been startled by a sudden break and was now cowering on the road, a small yellow bundle trembling. Its hind legs seemed injured, and the soft light yellow fur was stained with reddish-brown blood. "How pitiful. Do you like it?" Li Yuan inquired. "Not particularly. I just feel sorry for it. But seeing it bond with someone else would still sadden me." However, when Ruan Guan witnessed the driver gently lift the small dog and meet its round, pleading eyes, her heart softened. That moment, Li Yuan lowered the window, instructing Ping Chung, "Place the dog in the trunk. Once we arrive at Ruan's residence, find a nearby veterinary clinic." The driver nodded, "Certainly, Mr. Li." The little dog was well behaved, remaining silent in the cardboard box, seemingly aware they were there to rescue it. Throughout the journey, Ruan Guan couldn't shake her thoughts of the dog in the trunk. Upon arriving at Ruan's residence, the driver took the small dog to a nearby veterinary clinic, and upon hearing from the doctor that no bones were injured, she finally felt at ease. "If you like it, keep it," Li Yuan suggested. "I don't attract small animals. Please help find someone to adopt it. Although it is just a mutt, it is quite attractive. Someone should want it," Ruan Guan said, unlocking the door. The house was eerily quiet. Devoid of even a servant, she did not sense anything amiss and proceeded directly to her room. Her room had now become Lin Weiying's. Moreover, the entire Ruan residence had undergone a transformation in decor. During her last visit, she had not paid attention, but now, upon careful inspection, she discovered that the oil painting her mother once created had been replaced by what appeared to be a postmodern piece of art. It was evident that this reflected the aesthetic preferences of Lin Weiying and her mother. Afraid others would claim they lacked taste, they mistook the incomprehensible for elegance, having been duped into believing it was refined. The entire house felt disjointed. She was tempted to set it ablaze. Ruan Guan made a phone call, notifying the housekeeping company to come and tidy up the house. Anything that did not belong to her or her mother was to be discarded. All fabrics in the room, including curtains, bed linens, bags, and clothing, were to be packed away. "I want everything sanitized. Additionally, no newspapers or cardboard should be left. Dispose of it all." The housekeeper pointed to the attic. "Miss, should we clear the attic as well?" Ruan Guan smiled lightly. "No need. The attic has not been inhabited for years. It requires no cleaning. No one would be in there." Ruan Guan directed the workers to discard everything she did not recognize. It appeared bustling, yet not much was thrown away. The majority of what Lin Weiying and her mother had occupied were her mother's and her own belongings. As for jewelry, antiques, and artworks, Ruan Guan carefully stored them in a fireproof safe. The key held solely by her. The housekeeping staff worked efficiently, finishing their task within an hour. 2 piles of items lay in the yard, one belonging to Lin Ruame and the other to Lin Weiying. As the housekeeping personnel departed, Li Yuan retrieved a cake, balloons, and flowers from the car, creating what appeared to be a confession scene. In a show of brotherly and sisterly respect, Ruan Guan greeted her brother. "Brother, long time no see. Did father bail you out?" Lin Qingyu's expression cracked open. "Ruan Guan, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing the 2 piles in the yard, his anger heightened. "What is that?" Ruan Guan replied. "Garbage." Lin Qingyu trembled with rage. He distinctly recognized the dress that Weiying adored. Ruan Guan, through the transparent box, spotted the inscription on the cake. Wishing Weiying a happy promotion, it seemed Lin Qingyu had just been released on bail today. Otherwise, there would be no reason to celebrate today. Ruan Guan took a deep breath, offering Lin Qingyu one last chance. "Brother, are you aware that father is having an affair with Lin Ruame?" Lin Qingyu shrugged it off, claiming Lin Sa was merely caring for father during mother's absence. Furthermore, with mother's condition worsening, how could you, as a child, allow father to live the latter half of his life in solitude? Ruan Guan was taken aback, a mixture of anger and laughter swelling within her. Lin Qingyu had long known of these matters, but chose to empathize with their father. The last remnants of familial affection she held for Lin Qingyu evaporated. She could not pinpoint when it began. The brother who had once protected her had now become corrupted. "Lin Qingyu," she said solemnly, "I granted you an opportunity, yet you chose to reject it. From this day forth, you are no longer my brother, nor my mother's son. The Ruan family will be inherited by me." Lin Qingyu dismissed her words with a sneer, mockingly stating, "Ruan Guan, do you still believe the Ruan family is what it once was? The current Ruan family is nothing but a hollow shell. Only someone like you, a naive little fairy, would consider it a treasure." He placed emphasis on little fairy, dripping with scorn and contempt. Ruan Guan understood. It seemed Lin Qingyu was complicit in the transfer of Ruan family's assets. That moment, noise emanated from upstairs, disrupting the tension. "It is the voice of a man." Lin Qingyu furrowed his brow, immediately recalling the rumors circulating online. "Ruan Guan, have you brought your infidelity home? No wonder Li Minglan despises you. Even I find you repugnant." He had finally discovered an opportunity to humiliate Ruan Guan. Throughout his life, she had always outperformed him academically and was more attractive. Their mother favored her more, a fact evident even in their surnames. She bore the surname Ruan, while he was a Lin. Their mother had even claimed that the company would be passed down to Ruan Guan, if it weren't for their father's foresight in guiding Ruan Guan to study the arts and sending her to Milan. They wouldn't have so readily transferred their funds. Lin Qingyu had long harbored resentment towards Ruan Guan for getting him incarcerated. In recent days, he felt as though he had witnessed an array of diverse species. Remarkably, there was even a bald man who aimed to confront him. Lin Qingyu believed he had found leverage against Ruan Guan and ascended the stairs, determined to uncover the identity of her paramour. "I suggest you refrain from looking," Ruan Guan replied. "What is the matter? Afraid that Li Minglan will find out? You've reminded me. I shall call Li Minglan right now." With that, Lin Qingyu dialed the number. As the phone rang, he reached the doorway, only to find it locked. Cursing under his breath, he muttered, "If you have the audacity to be a kept man, engaging in an affair with a married woman, why lock the door? I am resolved to discover who your lover truly is." Just as he was about to crash into the door, it swung open. Li Yuan emerged, bare-chested. "Is there something you need?" Chapter 88. They say it is an affair. Do you think it can be spoken of? How is it, Li Yuan? Lin Qingyu froze, astonished. "Young Master Li, what are you doing in Guan's room? Is there a problem?" Li Yuan asked, his expression indifferent. Lin Qingyu clenched his teeth. "A significant problem, indeed. What kind of elder brother spends time in his sister-in-law's boudoir, half-naked? More importantly, the entire villa had only the two of them present. What could they be up to?" Instinctively, he attempted to hang up the phone, but it was too late. "What is it?" The call connected, and Li Minglan's voice resonated from the receiver. Lin Qingyu's body tensed, nerves at their peak, as if he were the one caught in an affair. His mind short-circuited, and he mouthed to Li Yuan, "Can this be discussed?" Li Yuan lazily remarked, "They say it's an affair. Do you think it can be spoken of?" Lin Qingyu's head bobbed like a rattle. He quickly stated, "Apologies, I dialed the wrong number." "Ah, yes, she has been staying at home these past few days." On the other end, Li Minglan seemed to exhale in relief, yet Lin Qingyu felt no relief whatsoever. Had he known earlier that Ruan Guan was entangled with Li Yuan, he certainly would not have uttered those words downstairs. The call ended. Behind him, Ruan Guan's mocking voice rang out, "Brother, why did you lie? I have been staying at Li Yuan's place these past few days." Lin Qingyu, was that something he could hear? Ruan Guan smiled. "By the way, brother, weren't you planning to celebrate Lin Wang's promotion? Continue with the preparations. I am very much looking forward to it. Perhaps we should postpone." "No, today is the day to." On the other side, Lin Wang was currently enjoying a stellar reputation. After work, she was picked up by a driver in the family's most luxurious Rolls-Royce. Upon arriving at the Ruan residence, the excitement in the comments reached a fever pitch. "A standalone villa, the home of my dreams. With so many wealthy heiresses, why shouldn't there be one more? Miss, your humble servant has arrived late." Upon entering, she was greeted by pink flower petals strewn across the floor. Leading the way to a candlelit dinner in the dining room, as music played, Lin Qingyu emerged holding a cake he had particularly prepared for this occasion. His 180 centimeters stature illuminated by the flickering candlelight playing upon his prominent nose. The atmosphere was filled with romance. Lin Wang felt immensely touched, yet she failed to notice Lin Qingyu's peculiar expression. "Oh my, how sweet. Lin Wang is not only wealthy and beautiful, but her boyfriend is also quite handsome. I am so here for this. What a splendid selection of guests. Thank you, Miss Lin, for participating in the variety show and broadening our horizons." "Why are the lights off?" a voice from outside the scene called out. The lights flickered on, revealing Ruan Guan entering. The photographer, upon seeing Ruan Guan, paused for a few seconds before instinctively directing the camera at her. That moment, Ruan Guan, unadorned by makeup, appeared radiant under the high-definition lens. Her fair skin glowing with translucence, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled naturally, and her high nose and slightly upturned tip lent her an air of cool allure. With a mere glance, she captured everyone's attention. "Sister Guan, what brings you here?" Lin Wang inquired, astonished. I see. In that case, Sister Guan, why not join us for dinner? Brother Qingyu has personally cooked many delicious dishes." Ruan Guan's features softened as she replied to Lin Wang. Oh, I just remembered. The household staff has the day off today, which is why I haven T's senior mother. You two have been living in our home for these past few years. And without Lin Saw, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed. Housekeeper, Lin Saw. Am I the only one shocked? Ruan Guan is a wealthy heiress. To be fair, although Ruan Guan's seduction of Pei Baijian is despicable, is it appropriate for this man to celebrate Lin Yuang's promotion instead of comforting his dismissed sister? Ruan Guan began, her tone gentle. It is permissible for you to stay, but you must inform me. Otherwise, if something were to go missing, it would be quite troublesome. For instance, Ruan Guan elongated her voice, her gaze falling upon the necklace adorning Lin Weiying's neck. This is a handcrafted necklace from X family. Each piece uniquely designed. Weiying, if you like it, I can give it to you. However, taking it without asking is rather inappropriate. Last time, my mother's bracelet went missing, and when I reported it to the police, it was found on your mother's wrist. That time, I acted impulsively and insisted on you all paying the price, which led to my brother taking the blame for you, now that I have matured. If you would like it, just tell me, and I can give it to you. Otherwise, I fear my brother may have to take the fall for you two again, and spend another stint in the detention center. You can understand my concern as a sister, worried for my brother, can't you? Ruan Guan's voice was soft and gentle. Upon first hearing it, one would not detect the underlying sarcasm. Oh my. That's quite a lot of information. I can't even hear what she's saying. I'm just captivated by her face. They say she uses beauty filters during her live streams. Is it possible that she is genuinely this beautiful? No. The focus now is that Ruan Guan's brother has been to the police station because of Lin Weiying's mother. What is the relationship between these three? Ruan Guan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her glossy black locks accentuating her serene visage. Lin Qingyu stepped protectively in front of Lin Weiying. Ruan Guan, what nonsense are you spewing in front of the cameras? Ruan Guan placed a finger to her lips, signaling silence, her serene gaze fixed on the flickering candlelight, which represented romance. Yet one must always exercise caution to avoid igniting disaster. Her brow twitched slightly. That moment, the burning candles heated up, causing the decorative balloons atop the cake to explode. White sequins scattering everywhere. Some landed on the flames, resembling snow ablaze. Shortly thereafter, the helium balloons from the ceiling burst, resembling fireworks, vividly illuminating the dark night. Flames leapt onto the tablecloth, igniting swiftly. Panic ensued among the guests. Lin Qingyu contemplated grabbing a fire extinguisher, but he had no idea how to use one, nor did anyone else. Others, awakening from their stupor, attempted to douse the flames with water, but the tap was dry, offering no relief. In desperation, Lin Qingyu seized Lin Weiying and fled the villa. Ruan Guan, however, remained amidst the flames, her gaze flicking toward the staircase. The bright orange flames reflected in her eyes, breathtaking and terrifying. In the confines of the attic, Lin Tangsheng and Lin Ruomei, having heeded the master's advice on conceiving a son, were engaged in a life-altering endeavor. Inside the villa, flames roared skyward. Numerous passers-by gathered at the Ruan residence. Peering at the inferno, amidst the billowing smoke, two pale figures dashed out. It was none other than Lin Tangsheng and Lin Ruomei. Chapter 89 Exposure. Scoundrel father, and the youngest this pair of pale figures was quickly recognized. The onlookers gasped. Look, there are still people inside. Why are they not dressed? Indeed, covering themselves with a bedsheet would suffice. Surely they can't be without even a bedsheet. That Lin Tangsheng. But his wife has been abroad for years for medical treatment. Who is this woman? The livestream was flooded with negative comments. What on earth is that? Don't run, I'm terrified. Bawan, my eyes. In a fire emergency, escaping promptly is crucial, but is there truly no bedsheet to shield oneself? Wait, wasn't it just Ruan Guan, her brother, and Lin Weiying inside the villa? Who are these two? Judging by their age, they might be Ruan Guan's parents. But I feel like that woman bears a resemblance to Lin Weiying. Ruan Guan had become a trending topic, a figure attracting public ire. Many sought to ride her coattails, using her name to gain attention. The comments poured in like a deluge, a cacophony of voices. Ruan Guan watched as the two figures emerged from the black smoke, her expression unfazed. However, witnessing such a repulsive scene firsthand made her stomach churn, a wave of nausea washing over her. Days prior, Ruan Guan had deliberately sought out the master who had framed her and Jiang Song during the elder Li's birthday banquet, providing him with a sum of money. She had instructed him to orchestrate a chance encounter with Lin Ruomei. Whispering some prophetic words, those words had struck a chord with Lin Ruomei. She and Lin Tangsheng have been entangled for years without the blessing of a son, which remains Lin Ruomei's greatest regret. The human heart is inscrutable. Even if Lin Qingyu harbors affection for Lin Yueying, men are often fickle and ultimately require their own lineage to sustain them. Upon hearing the master's predictions, which seemed to resonate completely, she was assured that once she bore a son, her fortunes would soar, and her future would be bright. Yet, it was foretold that her connection to a male heir was tenuous, necessitating auspicious timing, bathing, incense burning, and divine invocation for a child. At that moment, her heart stirred with intention. The master's methods were straightforward. First, this Friday evening from 6 to 9 was the most auspicious time, during which one must maintain a harmonious life. Second, the room must be utterly sealed, soundproof, and devoid of any fabric that, of course, all of this was concocted by Ruan Guan. Meanwhile, as Lin Qingyu and Lin Weiang discerned the expressions on the faces of the two, they felt as if the sky were collapsing. They hastily removed their outer garments to shield them. Just then, Ruan Guan's voice rang out from behind. "Dad, Lin saw. What are you doing at home?" This single utterance clarified their identities. Lin Qingyu and Lin Weiang felt darkness encroach upon them, hastening their efforts to drape their parents with clothing, but before they could approach, Ruan Guan charged forth. Her anguish ignited her potential, and her slender form pushed past the two. "Dad, didn't you say you would be working overtime today? Didn't you mention calling the doctor to inquire about Mom's condition?" "Lin saw, weren't you on holiday? I thought you were meant to accompany Lin Yueying. How could you be beside my father? Why are you both without clothes? Wait, is this Ruan Guan's father and Lin Weiang's mother?" I did wonder why Lin Weiang was being chauffeured in luxury. It turns out her mother is a mistress. Who says this fire is bad? It's actually quite splendid. Isn't it true that this scoundrel father and the third party seek excitement? Knowing their children are at home, they still engage in such disgraceful acts. What time is it? Even infidelity should have some decorum. Everyone's starving, you must be famished. Ruan Guan was oblivious to the online comments, yet she surmised that everyone was indulging in gossip. This was not enough. She aimed to incite disdain and fury towards the two, to have them eternally nailed to the pillar of shame. Tears welled in her eyes, her delicate shoulders trembled with a mix of anger and sorrow, her porcelain features exuding a sense of fragility, as if a mere touch could shatter her. "How can you do this to Mom? Dad, you were once impoverished, marrying into the Ruan family. It was through Mom that you attained your current wealth and status, and Lin saw, you and Weiang once begged at our doorstep for my mother's charity. Yet now you seduce her husband in her very own home." Lin Qingyu could no longer endure the scene. However, he recognized that this was not the moment for argument. He took the clothing and said, "Ruan Guan, please calm down. Let Dad and Lin Saw put on their clothes first." Ruan Guan was taken aback. "Brother, why are you so composed? You must have known all along." "Ruan Guan, please gather yourself. How can I be calm? Brother, even if you care for Lin Yueying and not long ago took the blame for her and her mother, spending time in detention, you cannot betray our mother to appease them. Mom has been abroad for years, enduring countless surgeries just to survive. Do you know what she has faced?" Ruan Guan's tears swirled in her eyes, her porcelain face smudged with dirt, yet her gaze shone brilliantly against the raging flames, presenting an oddly captivating allure. Her voice was restrained, suppressing her fury, yet it struck the heart more profoundly than a thunderous shout. The onlookers exclaimed, "What a disgraceful son! Better to have birthed a Charsiu. To bear a son who betrays his own mother, I can hardly breathe just thinking about it. I've lived nearby for nearly a decade, dropping my daughter off at school, and thought the daughter of that maid was a young lady, always being chauffeured, while this beautiful girl rode her bike to school in winter. It infuriates me. The son-in-law and the maid entangled with each other. I suspect the mistress's illness is their doing." The cacophony of accusations was relentless. Lin Tangsheng felt utterly humiliated. One hand was unsure whether to shield his face or cover something else, until he overheard someone say, "What are you hiding for? Aren't you afraid of being pricked?" This solidified his resolve to cover his lower half. Meanwhile, Lin Ruomei wished to vanish into the ground. Following the master's instructions to conceive a male heir, the room was devoid of any fabric. Not even clothing. Little did they anticipate that a fire would ignite, leaving them without garments as they fled, searching for anything to cover themselves. Witnessing her mother's humiliation, Lin Weiying's eyes brimmed with tears. She quickly draped her clothing over her mother, casting a pleading gaze towards Lin Qingyu. Yet, Lin Qingyu parted his lips, unable to utter a single word. Had it been earlier, he would have reprimanded Ruan Guan. A father who does not love, a husband who does not cherish, and a sister lacking strength, he could have easily manipulated. However, upon meeting Li Yuan's gaze from the nearby car, he found himself at a loss for words. After a pause, he finally managed to say, "This situation is indeed wrong on the part of my dad and your mom." Lin Weiying was taken aback. "What did you say?" Chapter 90. We share no marital bond. The scene was witnessed by Ruan Guan. And she had achieved her objective. As the flames grew more intense, she turned on the fire hydrant, connecting the water pipe, extinguishing the blaze. Shortly after, firefighters arrived. Upon clearing the room of other flammable items, they discovered something unusual. Strange, there are no fabrics in the room, including curtains, bed linens, clothing, or carpets. All are absent. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiying suddenly realized something. Why were there no clothes in the villa? Why had there been no water in the pipes when they attempted to extinguish the fire? Why was Ruan Guan unperturbed when Lin uncle and her mother rushed downstairs? Because it was you. You set the fire. Lin Weiying's eyes widened in fury. She lunged at Ruan Guan, shouting, "You knew they were in the attic. You deliberately hid the clothes and set the fire to force them to appear." Ruan Guan furrowed her brows. "Lin Weiying, at this point, you still wish to slander me. This is the place where I grew up. How could I bear to burn it? I intended to tidy up the house before going abroad, which is why I had the curtains and clothes taken for cleaning and disinfection. It was my brother who, in celebration of your promotion, caused a fire with candles that ignited decorative helium balloons. The cameras captured it all clearly. Do you still wish to slander me?" Lin Weiying was left speechless. Just then, as another firefighter emerged, he reported to Ruan Guan, "Besides the significant damage in the dining and kitchen areas, the rest of the house remains intact, so please rest assured." Additionally, something fell from the ceiling. Ruan Guan took the unremarkable box, catching a glimpse of Lin Tangxing approaching to seize it. She swiftly opened the box to discover numerous documents, evidence of Lin Tangxing's years of bribery and the illicit transfer of Ruan's assets. He had kept these incriminating documents, intending that should he find himself in peril, they could be leveraged against those he had bribed, serving as his lifeline. Lin Tangxing, believing himself clever, had concealed them in the ceiling rather than a safe. Had it not been for this fire, only he would have known of their existence. Ruan Guan struggled to suppress a smile. She had anticipated that gathering such evidence would require more time. Yet, unexpectedly, her decisive fire had yielded an unexpected boon. With the police's involvement, Lin Tangxing was taken for investigation. Should he be convicted of bribery and asset misappropriation, he would face imprisonment. Lin Qingyu was deemed primarily responsible for the incident and required to compensate for the damages, leaving only Lin Weiying and her mother. Lin Ruame dared not raise her head, hiding her face behind her hair. Lin Weiying clenched her teeth in silent fury, vowing, "Ruan Guan, as long as there are still green mountains, I need not worry about firewood. I will ensure you pay for this," Ruan Guan kindly warned. The two figures paused. Lin Weiying lunged forward, eager to tear Ruan Guan's face apart. Ruan Guan tilted her head, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. "You better be cautious with your nails. Should you scratch my face, I will hire the finest lawyer to sue you, and you and Lin Qingyu will become a pair of star-crossed lovers behind bars." Lin Weiying gritted her teeth, ultimately relenting and withdrawing her hand, leading Lin Ruame away. A grand performance had concluded. The crescent moon hung high in the sky. Ruan Guan turned her head, locking eyes with Li Yuan, who observed with keen interest from a distance. He seemed to find the rapid conclusion of the drama unsatisfying, appearing languid as he dialed a number. The distance was too great for her to hear. She could only see his lips moving in the night. Soon, Ruan Guan received a call from the manager of the F1 team. "However, I have one matter to trouble you with. After all, you understand Chinese, speak German, and are familiar with our team." Ruan Guan agreed. After hanging up, She booked a flight to Munich for the following morning. Yet, a lingering question remained in her mind. In the original story, Shen Zhi Zhi had never posed as Victoria. Objectively speaking, Shen Zhi Zhi from the original work embodies the characteristics of a traditional impoverished female protagonist. Diligent and resilient, she resembles a tenacious blade of grass. Astonishing in her vitality, how could such a person impersonate another's identity? Moreover, she brazenly poses as Victoria, unafraid of being unmasked. Meanwhile, in the Li household, Shen Zhi Zhi was also present. Li Minglan furrowed her brow, contemplating a response. Just then, Li Yamai pouted and exclaimed, "It's still Sister Gigi who is better, unlike Ruan Guan, whose video of seducing Pei Baichen makes me feel embarrassed. She's a born wretch." "Enough," Li Minglan interjected sternly. "She is your sister-in-law." Li Yamai was taken aback. Yet, Li Mother nodded in agreement. "Minglan is correct. We must expedite the divorce proceedings, ensuring that we do not wrong our Gigi. Without a name or a title, outsiders will surely gossip." As for Ruan Guan, her only value lies in the child she carries. Li Minglan felt a jolt of realization. The unspoken questions in his heart found their answers. Indeed, it was they who had incapacitated the elder brother and forcibly taken him abroad. Taking a deep breath, he felt his mind swirled. At times like these, he would seek Ruan Guan. She possessed a calming magic. Merely being near her and listening to her voice could soothe his unrest and anxiety. Without a second thought, he turned to leave, disregarding the pleas of his parents behind him. In the room, everything related to Ruan Guan had vanished, as though she had never existed. A suffocating sensation filled his heart. Li Minglan pulled out his phone and immediately called Ruan Guan. "Where are you? Why aren't you at the marital home?" The next moment, Ruan Guan's gentle voice came through the receiver. "Li Minglan, we do not have a marital relationship. Where would the marital home come from?" Chapter 91. Ex-husband. Investigate the marriage history. Li Minglan, we do not have a marital relationship. Where would the marital home come from? Ruan Guan stated calmly. Although the Ruan residence had not suffered extensive damage, she had decided to renovate it back to its original state. However, she was set to leave for Munich tomorrow, and with most of her friends overseas, she needed someone reliable to assist with the construction and renovation. Just then, Li Minglan's call came in. She had no intention of engaging in pleasantries and spoke directly about the truth. "What do you mean?" Literally, Li Minglan's voice was hoarse, tinged with fatigue. "Ruan Guan, stop the nonsense. I have overlooked your past actions, but how long do you intend to stir trouble? I am aware of your entanglements with Jiang Song and Su Tong'an. The one who sent me the photos was your colleague Gao Yu. You orchestrated this, didn't you? A ploy to induce a sense of crisis? You need not resort to such tactics, though I may not harbor affection for you. I will not seek a divorce now that we are married. My mother holds a deep misunderstanding about you. Come to the ancestral home tomorrow and explain things to her. Where are you? I will come to fetch you." Li Minglan's mind was indeed working, albeit in the wrong direction. Ruan Guan's intentional provocations were meant to alert him to Jiang Song and Su Tong'an's ulterior motives. Regardless of a man's feelings for his wife, he would never allow others to covet her, especially his own friends. Ruan Guan aimed to leverage Li Minglan's anger to thwart those who continued to pursue her. As she prepared to immerse herself in the F1 competition ahead, she had no time to waste on others. Their conversation had reached an impasse. Ruan Guan, wishing to end the exchange, stated simply, "You can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to check your marriage history." Intending to hang up, however, a soft, furry sensation brushed against her ankle. She looked down to see a small yellow creature nuzzling her leg, its tail wagging like a propeller. At that moment, a pair of leather shoes entered her line of sight, and a languid yet clear male voice called out, "Mama." Ruan Guan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "How can you expect it to speak? It will learn when it grows up," Li Yuan replied. "Ruan Guan, who are you with?" Li Minglan's voice boomed through the receiver, loud enough that even without speakerphone it was deafening. Ruan Guan instinctively distanced her phone, noticing the call hadn't ended. Frowning, she pressed the red button. The world fell silent. "He really likes you," Li Yuan remarked. Ruan Guan was taken aback. "Are you referring to Li Minglan?" "No, it's him," Li Yuan said, his gaze resting on the little dog. The puppy had sustained superficial injuries. its small leg bandaged in white, yet its vitality remained unaffected as it pawed at Ruan Guan's calf, seemingly begging for a hug. This sensation was novel for Ruan Guan. She had never owned a pet growing up. In high school, she once found a Samoyed puppy, followed by a small teddy named Poppy, but it had been too loud and wouldn't let her touch it. It only wagged its tail when it was fed. Ruan Guan bent down to embrace the small dog. Its fur was soft and freshly bathed, carrying a faint fragrance. The puppy's shiny eyes sparkled like gems as it happily panted, its tail wagging vigorously. "He really likes you. You should keep him, but I plan to go abroad tomorrow." Ruan Guan suddenly remembered she hadn't informed Li Yuan about this. "I'm sorry, I forgot to mention. The FR team has invited me to serve as the chief mechanic during the F1 championship. I will be in Munich for the next half-month." Li Yuan did not seem surprised. "As it happens, I will be going too." This puzzled Ruan Guan. To watch the race? No, as a main sponsor. A thought struck Ruan Guan. She asked who the main sponsor was. "It's Li Yuan's enterprise." Ruan Guan looked up in astonishment. "You not only sponsored this year's F1 championship, but also became the main sponsor of their offer." Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, non-committal. "That phone call earlier was to arrange this, wasn't it?" Ruan Guan inquired. "He certainly enjoyed orchestrating affairs. If you wish, I can arrange it." "Please don't. That would be too humiliating. Just thinking about it makes me want to sink into the ground." "Thank you, Li Yuan. You're welcome. This is a duty between spouses, Madam Li. You should fulfill your obligations." As he spoke, Li Yuan drew closer. The crisp scent of wood enveloping him, meeting his aggressive gaze, Ruan Guan felt as if she had been burned. She lowered her eyes, twisting her delicate fingers, and whispered, "I'm not really available these days. Not even with a wedding ring on?" "Wedding ring? What else would it be?" Ruan Guan shook her head, then nodded, feeling somewhat awkward as she sat in the car, cradling the dog, her ears tinged with a blush. The night breeze was gentle, and the moonlight bathed the surroundings. Meanwhile, Li Minglan was not experiencing such ease. His mind was consumed by the words, "Call Mahmud. It will learn when it grows up." Such dialogue inevitably conjured images of a family of three. Especially that familiar male voice, it felt as if he had heard it somewhere before. Who was this man? And why did he want the child to call Ruan Guan Mama? A torrent of questions flooded his mind. The vast villa felt desolate, the harsh white light reflecting off the marble floor, emphasizing its emptiness. "You can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to check your marriage history." How could he and Ruan Guan possibly lack a marital relationship? The marriage certificate was in his possession. He entered the cloakroom, rummaging through the pockets of his suit, only to suddenly remember that the marriage certificate had been taken away. His right eyelid twitched violently. He promptly called Assistant Wang. "Wang Qin, please investigate my marriage history." Assistant Wang was taken aback. For the first time, the usually meticulous Wang Qin expressed doubt. "This requires the personal presence of both parties." Much like how a marriage certificate needs both to be present for issuance. But then he smacked his forehead, recalling his connections. Wang Qin was eager to prove himself. "Rest assured, young Master Li. I will provide feedback as soon as the Civil Affairs Bureau opens on Monday." Chapter 92. Return. Chief Mechanic. Early Saturday morning at Jiangcheng Airport, Ruan Guan purchased a cup of coffee and settled into the lounge. As expected, she received a call from Pei Baichen. "Miss Ruan, I apologize. I've just seen yesterday afternoon's trending topic. The conversation fell into silence until an announcement echoed, notifying of a delay for the flight to Los Angeles. Pei Baichen keenly inquired, "Are you going abroad?" "Lost my job. Going to clear my mind." She spoke nonchalantly, taking another sip of her coffee, its bitterness causing her throat to shudder. The coffee was particularly bitter, reminiscent of traditional medicine. Upon closer inspection, the label indeed read, "Traditional Medicine Iced Americano." On the other end, Pei Baichen misinterpreted her tone. "It sounds like you're quite upset. Isn't Minglan accompanying you? After all, he is your husband." "He is not." He perhaps blaming you for the video?" "He certainly should not. If you were my wife, I would trust you no matter what transpired." Pei Baichen sighed softly. "If you're feeling down, I can request a few days off from the director to accompany you. After all, it was my doing, and I should take responsibility." "Thank you, Teacher Pei, but I haven't told anyone about my trip abroad. I just want some solitude." Where are you planning to go? Melbourne. She glanced at the departure screen. Choosing the farthest destination. All right, take care of yourself. By the way, there's something I've mulled over and decided to tell you regarding Jiang Song and Su Tong'an. We can discuss it when we meet. Pei Baichen hung up the phone and instructed his assistant to book the next flight to Melbourne. Meanwhile, the group chat buzzed incessantly with notifications. Jiang Song, can anyone reach Ruan Guan? I can't get through. Su Tong'an, same here. Li Minglan, what do you need her for? Pei Baichen, I just spoke to her. She mentioned she needed to clear her mind. Jiang Song, where is she going? Pei Baichen, what should I do? She won't let me tell anyone. Jiang Song's call came through immediately. Pei Baichen ignored it. Soon after, Li Minglan and Su Tong'an also called, but he declined to answer those as well on the internet. The topic Pei Baichen Ruan Guan surged back into trending discussions. The catalyst was Pei Baichen's clarifying video, which he posted right after landing, addressing the false reports about himself and Miss Ruan. He felt it necessary to set the record straight. The man in the video was indeed him, but the woman was not Miss Ruan. He elaborated succinctly on the events of that day and even shared the police report. Some bystanders believed him, yet the die-hard fans remained skeptical, deeming it mere public relations speak, just as one controversy faded. Another erupted. A post on Jiang University's forum titled "The Campus Heartthrob Pursuing a Married Woman" surfaced, with eyewitnesses claiming that the married woman was Ruan Guan. Some even leaked photos of Ruan Guan dining alone with Jiang Song. Although the images showed them maintaining social distance, it did not deter the public's rampant speculation. In no time, Ruan Guan was branded a seductress by her detractors. Additionally, there were persistent rumors that Ruan Guan was Li Minglan's wife. The Li family could not afford such a scandal. Even if the accusations were unfounded, they would still be subject to ridicule. To distance themselves from the controversy, the official Li family account stated, Li Minglan has no relationship with the woman in question. Upon learning of this, Li Minglan promptly ordered its removal. However, this did little to quell the public's attacks on Ruan Guan. At this point, Ruan Guan had already boarded a flight to Munich. Victoria. Upon landing, Ruan Guan spotted a familiar figure in the arrivals hall, a fleet manager. Feynman. He epitomized the classic German man, in his 40s, with golden hair and a square face, slightly overweight with age, and laughter creating a multitude of creases on his face, resembling a series of parentheses. The other figure was an Asian face, none other than the highly anticipated domestic racing driver, Chu Fei. Young and striking, especially with the rebellious blue bone piercing in his ear, he exuded a fierce elegance akin to his racing persona. Sister, you're quite the sensation now, he teased in Cantonese as he took her suitcase. There are people impersonating you. Ruan Guan chuckled. Care for a race with me? Chu Fei proposed. Feynman, catching a few words, playfully smacked him. Race. First, let us eat. After a grueling 14-hour flight, Ruan Guan indeed felt famished. Satiating her hunger was the priority. The group departed the airport. While a few Chinese tourists nearby snapped photos, Wang Lili was quite pleased. As a racing enthusiast, he had flown to Germany specifically to witness this year's F1 championship. In the following days, Ruan Guan blocked Li Minglan, Jiang Song, Su Tong'an, and others, focusing intently on her pre-race preparations. The F1 mechanical teams, particularly the technicians, were not deeply integrated with the racing teams, often referred to by domestic netizens as F1 temp workers. When these technicians encountered Ruan Guan, the newly appointed chief mechanic, they displayed an astounding level of disdain upon realizing she was a woman and of Asian descent. Not only mechanics, but drivers too faced such discrimination and bullying. The F1 circuit was dominated by established European and American automotive giants, and even when Japanese companies sought to join the fray during the height of their global success, they met with resistance. Ruan Guan's dream was to see domestic automakers one day form their own F1 teams. Confronted by technicians from various regions and ethnicities, Ruan Guan's opening remark was a familiar one to her compatriots. If you want to stay, stayed. If you don't want to work, leave. If you don't, there are plenty of others who will. She asserted her presence with an undeniable aura, commanding attention. In subsequent collaborations, she demonstrated her absolute professionalism and keen attention to detail. leaving no room for dissent within the team. Before long, Friday arrived. The F1 event, alongside the Olympics and the World Cup, is revered as one of the three major sporting spectacles. The opening ceremony was nothing short of grand. Outside the venue, racing enthusiasts from around the world congregated. Even with 2 hours until the event commenced, the production team, riding the wave of their successful first episode, opted for a live broadcast, setting up 3 streaming rooms. Among them, Shen Zhi Zhi had traveled to Germany to attend the F1 opening ceremony. Some speculated her high academic credentials were fraudulent, only to be proven wrong when they stumbled upon her thesis, so complex that they couldn't even comprehend the title, solidifying her status as a scholarly powerhouse. Fans rejoiced at this revelation. The theme of this variety show was their friends, where guests would bring a friend to appear on screen. Li Yamo participated as Shen Zhi Zhi's friend, being the sister of Li Minglan, which delighted the netizens even further. The director cheerfully remarked, "Soon, a benefactor will arrive to escort us into the inner venue." Just then, a familiar figure entered the frame. "Isn't that Ruan Guan? This is hilarious. She's here to ride the coattails." She was there specifically to greet them. Ordinary spectators would have to wait until the opening time to enter. This time, Mingkong Group was the main sponsor of the event and the variety show, aiming to promote its entire line of drone products. However, audiences were not fond of advertisements. They craved entertainment. To achieve promotional success, creativity was essential. Ruan Guan removed her work badge and approached them directly, refraining from introducing herself. "You've arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite a while." The director was taken aback. They hadn't invited Ruan Guan for this episode. Why was she here? Nonetheless, he didn't dismiss her. Such an opportunity for discussion, bordering on the absurdity of human shamelessness, would surely attract a crowd. Meanwhile, Li Yamo furrowed her brow, seemingly ready to crush a fly. "Ruan Guan, what are you doing here? Don't you know you weren't invited?" Ruan Guan maintained a calm demeanor. Indeed, she had not been invited because she was the one who extended the invitation. The email for the production team's invitation had come from her. Given the recent unseasonably high temperatures in Europe, compounded by the large gathering, the heat was almost unbearable. Even someone like Ruan Guan, who typically did not mind the heat, found it somewhat intolerable. She simply asked, "Are you planning to go in now?" Li Yamo, seemingly understanding her intentions, smirked derisively. I see. You want to sneak in with us? Your plan is quite clever, but your name isn't on the invitation. You can't get in." Ruan Guan replied, "So you're not planning to go in, right?" Li Yamo retorted, "Are you deaf? You want to tag along? We're not going in now." "Fine." Ruan Guan turned on her heel and walked away. She had yet to eat and intended to find a nearby restaurant with air conditioning. Upon seeing this, Li Yamo strutted proudly like a victorious rooster, even as sweat streamed from her forehead in rivulets, nearly melting her. The little sister is too adorable. That was so satisfying. I really want to be friends with the young lady. I'm here for it, jealous of Gigi. Am I the only one who thinks Li Yamo is incredibly rude? She's so bratty, whispering. I think so too. The production team continued to wait, but as time ticked by, no one arrived to meet them. The director called the main contact a Mr. He, named He Yang, only to learn that their escort was already en route and that they should wait in place. The sun climbed higher, and the temperature grew increasingly sweltering. The original shaded area was now exposed to the blazing sun. Everyone in the production team was drenched in sweat, and the director, being a larger man, found the heat particularly unbearable. He grew anxious, negotiating with security personnel, informing them of their media status and hoping to use the employee entrance. However, the security staff shook their heads. "We cannot verify the authenticity of the email. We can only allow entry based on work badges, unless staff are here to escort you in." They weren't the only ones eager to enter. There was also the KVI editor-in-chief, Jiang Bai. Originally, she had not intended to miss the opportunity to interview the Chinese F1 racing drivers. However, upon noticing that an obscure magazine had received an invitation, she felt a sense of injustice and rushed to Munich, vowing to have a chance encounter with Chu Fei. She entered SAF, intending to order an iced Americano to cool off, but found the queue to be quite long. Unexpectedly, she bumped into Ruan Guan at the front of the line. With a loud voice, Jiang Bai instinctively assumed Ruan Guan was there for the same reason as her, to intercept Chu Fei. After all, Ruan Guan aspired to remain in the fashion industry, and securing a high-profile interview was her best chance of being sought after by magazine agencies. Jiang Bai adopted an authoritative tone. "Little Ruan, you're here too. What would you like to drink? It's on me." Ruan Guan shook her head. "No need, or else people behind might think you're cutting in line." She spoke in Chinese, but chose to use English for the term cut in line. As anticipated, those behind her immediately cast disapproving glances at Jiang Bai. Soon, it was Ruan Guan's turn to order. She requested a two-person meal. Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so you're here with a friend. Does your husband know? Not to mention, little Ruan, after being your superior for so many years, I only found out about your chaotic personal life from the trending topics." Just then, a male voice chimed in. "Ready to order?" As she turned around, Jiang Bai was momentarily stunned. Those flamboyant brows and the audacious blue-bone spikes. "Chu Fei, greetings. I am the editor-in-chief of KVI Fashion, one of the 5 major publications in the country. May I invite you for an exclusive interview?" Chu Fei graciously accepted the tray from Ruan Guan's hands, casting her a languid glance, devoid of any particular emotion. He inquired of Ruan Guan. "Who is this?" "My former superior." "Oh," Chu Fei acknowledged, turning to Jiang Bai. "So you are the treacherous superior of my sister, the one who forgets loyalty in pursuit of profit?" Jiang Bai was taken aback. The emphasis on the term sister reverberated in her mind, leaving her dazed. How could it be? How could Ruan Guan and Chu Fei be so familiar with one another? As members of the Chinese diaspora, they were everywhere. At the end of the queue, someone recognized Ruan Guan and shared a photo on domestic social media. "Family, look who I spotted." Ruan Guan, dining with the recently famous Chinese F1 driver Chu Fei. Image. Both names carried significant clout. Soon, countless comments emerged, but this time, they were not derogatory towards Ruan Guan. Rather, how does she manage to be surrounded by handsome men? We've been criticizing her online, yet she dines so well in private. "Sister, you are my only sister. Have you considered starting a teaching class?" Ruan Guan, upon witnessing the ever-changing expressions on Jiang Bai's face, Ruan Guan comprehended why Li Yuan enjoyed watching the drama unfold. It was indeed quite entertaining. Jiang Bai, ever adaptable, sought to forge connections, yet was thwarted by Chu Fei's bodyguard. The throng was vast, seemingly endless. The crew had been queuing for quite some time, reaching the midsection of the line. Upon spotting Ruan Guan, Li Yamo, wiping the sweat from her forehead, boasted, "You've made a full circle and still haven't entered, have you? Soon, it will be our turn to go in. What a pity." You want to be able to witness Chu Fei's charm today. The crowd was dense, and the signal was poured. Yamo had yet to see the photos online, yet the audience was well aware. Please stop talking. Ruan Guan has dined alone with Chu Fei, and you mentioned charm. It's both awkward and intriguing. What a do, family. I just realized Ruan Guan possesses a certain ethereal quality. Had it been me, I would have flaunted it long ago. Ruan Guan asked once more, "Aren't you coming in with me?" Li Yamo replied, "As if you could enter without queuing, no need for us." "Don't you think you can hitch a ride with us?" "Very well." Ruan Guan shrugged her shoulders and proceeded directly through the employee entrance. Yamo, the production team, Chapter 94, The Ex-Husband Learns. How did Ruan Guan access the employee entrance? Did she really just waltz in like that? The comments erupted in astonishment. Yamo, having been pampered her entire life, had never faced hardship had it not been for the live broadcast. She would have abandoned the queue long ago. However, upon witnessing Ruan Guan sauntering through the employee entrance, she was utterly dismayed. She confronted the security personnel. "Why can that woman enter? She is a member of the racing team staff." "Impossible. She doesn't even have a work badge. On what grounds do you assert she is staff?" "Miss, if you continue to cause a scene, I will have to call the police. This is a foreign country, not your homeland. Should the police be called, her passport could be temporarily seized, leading to considerable inconvenience." Yamo remained indignant until Shen Zhi Zhi suggested, "Perhaps she is a racing girl." "What is that?" Li Yamo inquired. "Similar to NBA cheerleaders or basketball beauties." "I see." Li Yamo revealed a hint of sarcasm. "So she is akin to a car model." It was likely that she realized she couldn't sneak in and concocted this ruse. In essence, it was merely a ploy to gain favor, and she couldn't fathom how Ruan Guan could stoop so low, utterly disgracing all women. With that, Li Yamo raised her proud, sweat-drenched head once more. Shen Zhi Zhi also tidied her bangs, her posture straightening. My word, Ruan Guan has become a car model. Brothers, prepare for a visual feast. I don't understand racing, but the training for basketball cheerleaders is quite grueling. It is not just the stereotypical portrayal of pretty girls bullying others in American films. But now, due to the rise of feminist movements in the West, F1 has long since abolished grid girls. ISNT Shen Zhi Zhi of Victoria, how could she not know? After nearly 10 more minutes of waiting, the group finally entered the inner venue. Following their invitation, they arrived at the top tier of the competition venue. The VIP level. Li Yamo's keen eyes caught sight of a sign on the door reading Victoria. Shen Zhi Zhi paused. It must be my brother who arranged this for you. He is truly good to you. With that, Li Yamo eagerly stepped inside. However, upon seeing the occupants of the room, she froze. Ruan Guan, what are you doing here? Inside the private room, Ruan Guan was reclining on the sofa, with bright glass windows offering a view of the racing track, allowing her to oversee the entire event from the comfort of an air-conditioned space. The chief mechanic of the racing team did not enjoy such privileges. Ruan Guan was present due to her status as the primary sponsor. She was not surprised by the arrival of the group. Instead, she simply said, "Take a seat." Li Yamo chuckled. "One might think you're the host." Perhaps they had encountered food issues that morning, as the others exhibited similar reactions. Li Yamo could hardly afford to be concerned and hurried to the restroom. The others, including the photographer, were compelled to set down their belongings and search for the restroom. No one noticed that while rummaging for toilet paper. Li Yamo's eyes glimmered as she stealthily slipped Shen Zhi Zhi's 200,000 yuan pen into Ruan Guan's bag. This time, another person joined them, Assistant Wang. He served as a forerunner for Li Minglan. As Assistant Wang mentioned that Li Minglan would arrive shortly. How wonderful. Thanks to my brother for arranging a lounge. I won't have to endure the sun outside. Assistant Wang was taken aback. No one arranged anything. Ever since he informed Xiao Li that his marital status was single on Monday, Xiao Li had been behaving erratically, as if a gust of wind had whisked him away to Melbourne. Later, he saw a photo on social media, with Xiao Li arriving in Munich in a whirlwind. Even someone as ambitious as himself couldn't quite decipher Xiao Li's thoughts. However, he was quite astonished that Ruan Guan had audaciously deceived everyone. She hadn't married Xiao Li at all. Presumably, Xiao Li had been searching for her everywhere these past few days, feeling duped. Otherwise, without Ruan Guan stirring the pot, Xiao Li and Miss Shen would have been together long ago. Meanwhile, Li Yamo was in high spirits. She no longer pressed Ruan Guan about her presence there, but instead smiled at Shen Zhi Zhi. "Sister Zhi Zhi, do you have a pen? I need to jot something down." "I do," Shen Zhi Zhi replied, retrieving her cross-body bag from the sofa, her brow furrowing after a moment. "Strange, where did my pen go?" "What? You're saying your 200,000 yuan pen is missing? We were just out of the room." Ruan Guan was the only one inside. Could it be that she took it? How could that be? Shen Zhi Zhi shook her head. "That's not certain. After all, that pen was a gift from my brother. You know, she has always had an interest in him." Li Yamo openly criticized Ruan Guan, her voice raised. Ruan Guan wondered if Li Yamo was unaware of the surveillance cameras in the room. "Ruan Guan, do you dare let me search your bag?" Li Yamo asserted. "You definitely took Zhi Zhi's pen, and if I didn't Ruan Guan leaned back on the sofa, asking with an air of nonchalance. "Then I'll kneel and call you Dad." Ruan Guan had no inclination to indulge in such a role, but since Li Yamo had suggested it, she nodded. "Fine." Li Yamo eagerly reached for Ruan Guan's bag. Indeed, she spotted an orange pen. "See, it's this pen. You indeed took it." Ruan Guan glanced over and recognized it as a birthday gift from Li Yuan. She replied, "That's mine." It was only later that she discovered this particular pen given by Li Yuan differed slightly from the ones sold in stores. The cap was adorned with a ruby. Nonsense. Li Yamo handed the pen to Assistant Wang. "Wang, do you see? Isn't this the pen my brother gave to Zhi Zhi?" Assistant Wang examined it closely. No doubt about it. "This is the pen Xiao Li specifically instructed me to give to Miss Shen." "Ruan Guan, I can't believe you dared to steal Zhi Zhi's belongings." Li Yamo immediately threatened to call the police. Intending to capture Ruan Guan, the thief, Shen Zhi Zhi intervened. "Yamo, I'm sure Miss Ruan merely wanted to borrow it for a look and forgot to inform me. Ruan Guan, if you like it, you can tell me. I'll ask Alon, and perhaps I can get you the same one." Ruan Guan disliked others touching that pen and stood, stating, "Return it to me. You're hilarious. You claim it's yours. Why would you buy such an expensive pen?" Li Yamo shook her head, intentionally flaunting the pen before her. "Clearly, it was a gift from my brother to Gigi." Slap. A crisp sound echoed through the room. The chatter abruptly ceased. A distinct handprint appeared on Li Yamo's fair face. Her calm eyes darkened. "I said, return it to me." Chapter 95. Assistant Wang, you were wrong from the very beginning. The lounge was thick with tension. Ruan Guan snatched the pen from Li Yamo's grasp, furrowing her brow as she retrieved an alcohol wipe to clean the pen's surface. She covered her face, her eyes bulging as if they might pop out. Her voice trembling with rage. "Ruan Guan, how dare you hit me? I will have my lawyer sue you." While comforting Li Yamo, Shen Zhi Zhi turned to Ruan Guan and said, "Miss Ruan, you have indeed gone too far." Ruan Guan's expression remained indifferent. "This is my lounge, and you have illegally intruded and stolen my belongings. Regardless of the laws of any country, I am merely acting in self-defense." "Your lounge?" Li Yamo was infuriated. Tears streaming down her cheeks, she shouted, "This is the lounge my brother arranged for Gigi. Did you not see the name Victoria written on the door? Furthermore," she pointed at the fountain pen, "this belongs to Sister Gigi. You stole it? I will call the police." "I'm calling the police right now." Ruan Guan found the statement somewhat familiar. It dawned on her that the last person who threatened to call the police on her was now in detention. "You claim this pen belongs to Shen Zhi Zhi. What evidence do you have?" she inquired. Shen Zhi Zhi spoke up. "Miss Ruan, this is indeed my pen, a gift from a friend of mine. However, I will not engage in self-justification. I firmly believe that good deeds should be done without asking for recognition. Over time, a person's true character will be revealed." But she shifted her tone. "Yamo is still young, and since we are older than her, as her sisters, we should guide her on her journey. Miss Ruan, your behavior has been rather excessive. I believe women should support one another." Ruan Guan, to be honest, she had been puzzled for some time. "Miss Shen, may I ask if you stay up late at night, holding your phone and reciting quotes from Little Red Book?" Shen Zhi Zhi, PFF, I thought I was the only one who found Shen Zhi Zhi's speech a bit awkward. Honestly, those who constantly mention XX ideology usually have ulterior motives. Are you all out of your minds? What did Gigi say wrong? Exactly, Ruan Guan is just a pampered wife and dares to mock our Gigi's grand speech. Li Yamo's eyes were red. "Ruan Guan, stop changing the subject. You claim this pen is yours. Does it have your name written on it?" "Ruan Guan, it actually does." She unscrewed the pen cap, revealing the inner wall shimmering with light, where her name, Ruan Guan, was inscribed in clerical script. "How is that possible?" Li Yamo was dumbfounded. Shen Zhi Zhi also stood there in shock. The director, cameraman, and other staff were equally stunned. "Is this truly Ruan Guan's pen?" The comments erupted in chaos. "What the heck? A plot twist." Ruan Guan is also a wealthy heiress. Possessing a 200,000 yuan pen is normal. It's rather annoying that Li Yamo accused her of theft right away. Indeed, the comments suggest Li Yamo is adorable. I wish you all had such rich girls around you. We can't solely blame Li Yamo. Didn't Shen Zhi Zhi also secretly suspect that Ruan Guan took her pen, waiting for Li Yamo to call daddy? Perhaps you have long coveted the pen my brother gifted to Sister Gigi, purposely buying an identical one. Sister Gigi's pen must still be in your bag. That pen was placed there by Li Yamo herself. She would not mistake it. Today, she was determined to nail Ruan Guan to the pillar of shame for theft. Look, Li Yamo snatched Ruan Guan's bag again and pulled out another pen, exclaiming, "I was right, you are a thief." Sure enough, the two pens were identical. However, the color of the pen caps was different. Ruan Guan raised her eyebrows. "This must be the one that Li Minglong gave to Shen Zhi Zhi. When did you put it in my bag?" she asked Li Yamo. Ella Yamo, feeling guilty, raised her voice. "What nonsense are you talking? You are obviously jealous of Sister Gigi. Don't try to shift the blame onto me." Ruan Guan took out her phone and messaged the venue manager to immediately retrieve the surveillance footage. Meanwhile, Li Yamo thought she had left Ruan Guan speechless. To humiliate Ruan Guan and avenge her slap. She unscrewed the pen cap and thrust it in front of the camera. She thought to herself, Ruan Guan's pen has her name engraved on it. Surely, her brother must have done the same for Zhi Zhi. However, the engraving must be in a concealed location that Sister Zhi Zhi hasn't discovered. Her smug expression barely lasted a few seconds before she heard the cameraman gasp, "Wait a moment. This pen also bore Ruan Guan's name." This revelation drew astonishment from everyone in the room, including Ruan Guan and assistant Wang. How could the pen that Li Minglan gave to Shen Zhi Zhi have Ruan's name on it? When they all gathered around the pen, they found that the cameraman was not lying. The same name, the same location, the same font. I'm confused. Why does a gift from Li Minglan to Zhi Zhi have Ruan's name? That's chilling. I can't breathe. This pen was a sweet treat for the CP of Jilan Yushu, and now they're being told it's fake. How malicious. Li Minglan often mentioned gifts he had given for his birthday. The time he gifted Shen Zhi Zhi the pen coincided precisely with the time just after his own birthday. A ridiculous thought emerged in his mind. So, this pen is the birthday gift that Li Minglan mentioned? It was simply delivered to the wrong person by Assistant Wang. Under the probing gazes, they instinctively fell on Assistant Wang, whose mind was ringing like thunder. He vaguely realized something. He seemed to have made an error. The original words spoken by young Master Li were, "This pen is for her." Now that he thought about it, if her referred to Miss Shen, the CEO would not have spoken in such an awkward manner. The only one who could make the CEO uncomfortable was Ruan Guan. Therefore, this pen was meant for Ruan Guan, but he had mistakenly thought it was a gift from the CEO to Shen Zhi Zhi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so hastily sided with Shen Zhi Zhi. Wait a moment. Assistant Wang felt cold sweat pouring down his forehead. If this 200,000 yuan pen was meant for Ruan Guan, then what about the wedding dress? Young Master Li's original words were, "Select several beautiful wedding dresses and send them to her." By the way, don't say I had you send them. This awkward tone and ambiguous pronoun, could it also be intended for Ruan Guan? If that were the case, it would mean young Master Li never intended to divorce Ruan Guan. What have I done? A surge of resentment washed over him, and Assistant Wang's vision went dark as he fainted. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. A tall figure stood in the doorway. Chapter 96. The true Victoria outside stood Chu Fei, his blue bone-studded attire giving him an air of mischief. "So many people," he muttered, glancing at the doorplate. "Right, this is Victoria's room." He then looked into the room and finally spotted Ruan Guan among the crowd, raising his chin. "Let us go. It's time to change clothes. We're going on stage soon." Inside the room, everyone except Ruan Guan was stunned. Chu Fei, the F1 racing driver who has exploded in popularity this year. What is he doing here to find Ruan Guan? Li Yamo's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you want with Ruan Guan? Chu Fei frowned. Who is this stuttering person? Yet, out of respect for those less fortunate, he patiently replied, "I'm here to help Ruan Guan change her clothes." Change clothes? Li Yamo recalled what Shen Zhi Zhi had said about the racing girl during the queue. Her stunned eyes suddenly sparkled with mockery. Ignoring the stinging pain on her left cheek, she sarcastically retorted, "Some people really have no shame, coming here to be a racing girl. Ruan Guan? Chu Fei?" The term racing girl was outdated. Since their entry into the industry, they had never heard of such a profession. It was a concept that existed only in some underground racing events, where beauty was used as a gimmick to sell high-priced tickets. Li Yamo continued, using 1S looks to gain favor. "How long can that last? You truly have tarnished the Ruan family's reputation. Unlike Sister Zhi Zhi, she is Victoria, carving out a path for women in a male-dominated circle." Chu Fei raised an eyebrow. He remembered this was the person who had impersonated Ruan Guan. She had some audacity. Others wielded swords before Guan Gong. She was impersonating Guan Gong himself. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, you are Victoria, the rare female mechanic in F1. I remember we met before." Shen Zhi Zhi nodded, extending her hand. "I prefer others to call me by my Chinese name, Shen Zhi Zhi." Chu Fei stared at the outstretched hand, but did not shake it, only smiling in response. Meanwhile, Ruan Guan, while enjoying the spectacle, felt her confusion deepen. Was Shen Zhi Zhi out of her mind? This was F1, where many of her teammates and rivals were acquaintances. Shen Zhi Zhi was not foolish. It was one thing to impersonate someone domestically. But how could she remain so composed in doing so here? Even when Chu Fei mentioned they had met before, she showed no signs of panic. Instead, her eyes revealed a knowing look, as if to say, I knew it all along. With such psychological resilience, she would surely succeed in whatever she pursued. Upon hearing Chu Fei acknowledge himself as Victoria, Shen Zhi Zhi's lips curled into a smile. She had placed her bet correctly. In high school, she had once dreamed of being the heroine in a book, adored by both the male lead and the supporting character. As long as she wished, they could become her ladders to success. Victoria existed only as a narrative in the background, and she had already been absent from the F1 scene for 2 years. Such a character was often casually penned by creators, a character that no one claimed could easily be supplanted by her. It turned out she had bet right. Back in the country, she had been careful, fearing exposure. But now, having received confirmation, she no longer hid and boldly declared herself as Victoria. The creaking door was pushed open from the outside, and the once spacious lounge felt somewhat cramped due to the throng of people. Brother, you're here. Upon seeing the weary Li Minglan at the entrance, Li Yamo immediately felt as if she had found her sanctuary, crying as she burrowed into her brother's embrace. Brother, Ruan Guan hit me. However, Li Minglan's response was unexpectedly cold. He gently pushed aside the weeping Li Yamo and remarked, if you don't provoke her, how could she possibly strike you? Taken aback, Li Yamo's tear-streaked face flashed with indignation. Brother, are you siding with that wretched woman? Enough. Li Minglan's voice was stern. I have told you before, she is your sister-in-law. The audience erupted in astonishment. Wait a moment. Ruan Guan is Li Yamo's sister-in-law. So, Ruan Guan is indeed Li Minglan's wife. Then who was the man who picked up Ruan Guan at the magazine office last Friday? Family, I'm utterly confused. Was the CP I've been shipping all this time just a fabrication? Zolano is a deception. Reactions varied among the online viewers. Li Yamo cried even harder. Assistant Wang felt faint and then regained consciousness, only to feel overwhelmed, as if the sky had fallen. But the most shocked of all was Shen Zhi Zhi. The color drained from her face, and her breath caught in her throat. How could Alon publicly acknowledge Ruan Guan as his wife? What did that make her? What did their trip to Europe mean? What was the significance of his investment in her laboratory? A torrent of questions surged within her, yet she forced herself to remain upright. Yes, Alon must still be angry with her for leaving without a word when she went abroad, but she had promised Old Master Li and Madame Li that she would remain silent. Otherwise, they would withdraw her living expenses and tuition for studying abroad. She had no choice. On the other side, Ruan Guan found Li Minglan's behavior perplexing. After their last phone call, he should have gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau to check their marital history, and he should have known that they had never been married. What was the purpose of this charade? With less than 15 minutes to the opening ceremony, Chu Fei urged her, Sister, it's time to change your clothes, or we'll miss the show. This year's F1 opening ceremony featured not only the 20 drivers, but also team managers, strategists, technical directors, and chief mechanics participating in the fashion show. All right, let us go. Absolutely not. Li Yamo interjected. Brother, you need to manage Ruan Guan. She wants to be a racing girl and might wear something utterly revealing. Isn't that a disgrace to us? Li Minglan frowned. Ruan Guan. Is what Yamo said true? There's no such profession as a racing girl anymore. In this moment, Ruan Guan finally understood the sentiment expressed online. Many people may be intellectually challenged yet can manage their lives, and are thus treated as normal. She turned to the seemingly rational variety show director and stated, as the representative of the principal party, I was supposed to showcase the team and introduce the event as sponsor, Mingkong Group, along with their helmet-targeting drones. However, since you have been uncooperative and wasted time, I will be reporting this to the investors. Furthermore, this is my lounge, so I kindly ask you to leave, or I will call security. The director was taken aback, realizing something, his mouth agape. Meanwhile, Li Yamo, trapped in her fixed mindset, huffed indignantly, Ruan Guan, are you blind? It's clearly written at the door. This is Victoria's room, which belongs to Sister Zhi Zhi. Witnessing the scene, Chu Fei felt exhausted for Ruan Guan. What kind of mindless individuals were these? He spoke up, then my English name is Musk. Does that mean I can take over his identity as the world's richest person? What do you mean? My meaning is inconsequential. What matters is that the Real Victoria stands right before you, yet you mistake the counterfeit for treasure. Quite amusing, isn't it? Chapter 97. The Wedding Dress Misunderstanding. The Real Victoria stands before you, yet you mistake the counterfeit for treasure. These two statements resonated powerfully, leaving the attendees in a state of confusion. El Ayamo stared at Chu Fei. Are you implying that you are Victoria? Chu Fei. When faced with such absurdity, one can't help but laugh. Such levels of foolishness are rare. Yet, he was curious about the limits of human stupidity. He began, first of all, Victoria is a woman. Secondly, she is not the counterfeit you speak of. She is indeed in this room. So, can you guess who she is? Li Yamo was left speechless. There were only 3 women in the room. Her gaze shifted to Ruan Guan. Then she quickly shook her head, murmuring to herself, it can't be me, right? Laughter erupted around them. Chu Fei laughed until tears streamed down his face. Ruan Guan chuckled, unable to contain herself. The live stream continued. I'm so confused. Who is truly Victoria? Isn't Ruan Guan an art student? There's a vast difference between fields. Let us wish her well. Where did this little brat come from? Trying to be clever? Chu Fei is practically slapping the words Ruan Guan is Victoria on her face, yet you still doubt it? Are you as foolish as Li Yamo? No way, could there be a misunderstanding? Otherwise, has Shen Zhi Zhi lost her mind to dare impersonate someone? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed. Security personnel had arrived. They bowed to Ruan Guan and spoke in German. Apologies, Miss Ruan, we must clear this area now. All right, thank you for your assistance. Ruan Guan gathered her belongings, saying, I'll be leaving first. Just close the door behind you when you exit. Ruan Guan spoke fluently in German, causing everyone present to pause in surprise. Especially Li Minglan, who understood some German. Yet, he distinctly remembered that Ruan Guan had studied in Italy. How could she speak German so fluently, without a hint of a foreign accent, as if she had lived here for quite some time? Reflecting on Chu Fei's comments, a ludicrous thought emerged in Li Minglan's mind. Could it be that Ruan Guan really was Victoria? Impossible. There was no reason for Zhi Zhi to lie. Moreover, if Ruan Guan were Victoria, why wouldn't she disclose this to him? She liked him so much, and she knew that the Li family had focused on the automotive industry in recent years. If she acknowledged her identity, both his grandfather and parents would hold her in high regard, and she would never be forced to divorce as she was now. No, it wasn't a divorce. Assistant Wang had checked his marital history and reported that there was no record of marriage. But how could that be? They had clearly obtained their marriage certificate. Ever since Monday, when he learned of this matter, he had been trying to call Ruan Guan, but to no avail. His messages displayed a red exclamation mark. Later, he saw online that a fan had spotted Pei Baichen heading to Melbourne. He checked his itinerary and confirmed it was not for work. Pei Baichen wouldn't take leave from the crew without reason. He must have gone to find Ruan Guan. He had mentioned that Ruan Guan only shared her whereabouts with him. Although he was uncertain about their connection, he still traveled to Melbourne. He searched for Ruan Guan for 3 days without a single clue, until he scrolled through social media and saw a post from Wang Lily about attending the F1 event in Munich. In the background, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Ruan Guan's profile. Thus, he arrived in Munich. First, he believed Ruan Guan was a cunning woman. He despised her for drugging him and attempting to deceive his grandfather with a false pregnancy, eagerly anticipating her comeuppance. After their marriage, he remained wary of her attempts to seduce him. However, she never made any advances, acting like a tenant under the same roof, never approaching him, let alone seducing him. Yet, in that moment, her face flashed in his mind. He had always thought he understood Ruan Guan well enough, but now he was uncertain. Why did Ruan Guan speak German? Why did her relationship with the race car driver seem so amicable? Why was her marital status listed as unmarried? Meanwhile, the lounge was in chaos, with Li Yamo arguing with the security personnel. Li Minglan's gaze fell upon a forgotten pen on the sofa. It was a birthday gift he had chosen for her. He picked it up and offered it to Ruan Guan, saying, "This is yours. This isn't mine. Ruan Guan, can you please stop with the nonsense? This is your birthday gift. Didn't he like it before?" As his words fell, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. "Brother, what are you saying?" Li Yamo was bewildered. "Wasn't this the gift you had Assistant Wang deliver to Sister Zhi Zhi?" "What?" Li Minglan furrowed his brow and turned to Assistant Wang, who felt his legs weaken, cold sweat soaking his back. His world was crumbling around him. The room fell into silence. Oh my, this assistant is utterly useless. It's the first time I've seen the main character personally debunking falsehoods. I'm dying of laughter. Previously, CP fans claimed this pen was a symbol of romance in a wealthy family. But now it's just romantic, albeit not for your CP. Aren't you curious about the relationship between Li Minglan and Ruan Guan? Initially, I thought Ruan was pursuing him, but now it feels off. In the room, Shen Zhi Zhi's face turned pale. She had yet to recover from the shock of Ruan Guan possibly being Victoria when the words from Li Minglan and assistant Wang struck her like a second blow. It felt as though she had been slapped across the face, shattering her confidence. This pen was a gift Li Minglan had given her after his drunken confession that night. She cherished the ambiguous tension, the unspoken understanding between them, as if it were a grand romance hidden from the world yet unfolding before everyone's eyes. Along with her shattered pride, a glimmer of hope emerged within her. It was just a pen, a birthday gift. It didn't necessarily mean anything. Perhaps she had been overthinking things. Shen Zhi Zhi regained her color and said gracefully, I see now. It seems I have overshadowed someone else's beauty. Miss Ruan, I sincerely apologize, but I hope you can refrain from blaming Assistant Wang. He is merely a worker, and mistakes are inevitable in the course of duty. Could you find it in your heart to forgive Assistant Wang? Ruan Guan was entirely indifferent, and forgiveness was irrelevant to her. Perhaps her calm expression led Wang to mistakenly believe she was easy to talk to. He hastily sought to redeem himself. Madam, it is entirely my fault. I misunderstood the intentions of Mr. Li. He had previously instructed me to assist you in selecting a wedding dress. Chapter 98. Old Deng. Look back. Shen Zhi Zhi's expression stiffened. Ruan Guan, however, appeared disinterested. It seemed that when Wang was not foolish. He displayed a certain cleverness. Recognizing her potential value to the Li family, he deliberately addressed her as madam in front of the cameras, attempting to create a facade of a loving couple. Ruan Guan felt increasingly fortunate that her marriage with Li Minglan was merely a facade. Otherwise, given the Li family's insatiable greed, had they known of her utility to their interests, they would never have allowed her to leave so easily. The mere cooling-off period for divorce was already arduous enough. What was even more exasperating was that during those 30 days, either party could retract the divorce application at any time. To divorce again would necessitate another 30-day wait. This has nothing to do with me. Ruan Guan corrected, I am not Li Minglan's wife. I have no connection to him. With that, Ruan Guan turned to leave, entrusting the matter of clearing the premises to the security personnel. Wait, Li Minglan called out as he pursued her. Let's have a private conversation. But before he could approach, he was intercepted by Chu Fei. Gazing at the audacious blue earrings, Li Minglan suddenly recalled the man from Wang Lily's photo backdrop, the one who had helped Ruan Guan with her luggage. Laughing and conversing amiably, this tugged at Li Minglan's sensitive nerves, and in a fit of anger, he swung his fist at Chu Fei. Ruan Guan immediately pushed him away, her expression turning serious. Li Minglan. What are you doing? Chu Fei was the foremost F1 driver in the country. Becoming an F1 driver not only required nearly 100 million in training costs, but also demanded navigating countless selections and defeating numerous prodigies to earn the opportunity to compete against the best. Ruan Guan had witnessed Chu Fei's arduous journey. He had traversed a path that no one had ever taken in the country. This was his inaugural F1 race, and there could be no room for error. Li Minglan faltered. You are helping him? His voice tinged with anger. He repeated, what is our relationship that you would assist him? We have known each other for 8 years. How long have you known him? Not 8 years. Ruan Guan inhaled deeply. I have known him longer than you. She was reluctant to discuss her personal matters in front of so many people. She had known Chu Fei for quite some time. When Chu Fei was 16 and participating in youth training, the repair costs for other trainees were covered by the team. Only Chu Fei was different. His contract stipulated that he bore the costs of car repairs. This was unreasonable, yet it was his only chance to enter F1 AT that time. While Ruan Guan was just beginning to emerge, she faced exclusion within the team. Two dreamers in a foreign land encouraged one another. She expressed her ambition to become the best wind tunnel engineer, while he aspired to become the F1 champion. Years had passed, yet they continued striving for their dreams, a bond of like-mindedness that Li Minglan could never comprehend. Just then, the security personnel arrived and blocked Li Minglan. Ruan Guan expressed her concern. Chu Fei, Are you all right? Xu Fei shook his head. I'm fine. Let's change clothes first. What a mess. Isn't Ruan Guan an editor? How did she become part of the client and also Victoria? So, Ruan Guan is the liaison for the client mentioned by the director. Oh my. What kind of rural romance literature is this? In the country, it was now evening, a time when everyone had just finished work and was quite relaxed. Their offer had trended on social media, with numerous netizens analyzing it frame by frame, increasingly leaning towards the belief that Ruan Guan was indeed Victoria. Meanwhile, Li Minglan's parents were participating in a financial interview, broadcast live. The interview took place in the Li family building, with the city's nightscape visible through the glass windows. The couple sat by the window, while the enormous LED screen of the adjacent Penguin building was broadcasting the Munich F1 event. At that moment, the host noticed the online discussions about the true and false Victoria. Just as the interview was nearing its conclusion, the host posed some light-hearted questions, mentioning the recent buzz surrounding the Li group and the audience's curiosity about the relationship between the young master of the Li family and Miss Ruan Guan. Li Chuanghua immediately denied it. Gao Yan also stated, Miss Ruan indeed pursued our Minglan, having confessed publicly 8 years ago. However, our Minglan has had someone special for many years now. Deep affection is an effective tool for business people in shaping their corporate image. The tales of wealthy families falling in love are a source of fascination for ordinary citizens. Recently, the Jiang and Su families, drawn into the controversy surrounding Ruan Guan, had publicly declared, the rumors online are entirely unfounded. They joined forces with the Li family and purchased a significant amount of online influence, subtly accusing Ruan Guan of entrapment and transferring all the blame onto her. This was especially true for the Jiang family. When Jiang Song had declared his intention to marry Ruan Guan, they had vehemently opposed it. Now that such a scandal had erupted, the Jiang couple was furious, fearing Jiang Song might speak out rashly. They had confined him to his room for days and muted his social media accounts. They were not traditionalists and could accept a second marriage daughter-in-law. However, Ruan Guan, aside from her beauty, possessed no other advantages. Even if they felt guilty towards Ruan Guan, to clear their names, they had no choice but to unite with the Su family and the Li family to cast her into the mud. Outside, the LED screen displayed the commencement of the F1 opening ceremony. First to enter were the 10 racing teams. The first was the reigning champion, the FR team. The camera swept across the crowd, and amidst the predominantly male team, Ruan Guan stood out. Clad in a vibrant red FR team uniform adorned with sponsor logos, she radiated a lively presence. Her fair, oval face showcased the exquisite bone structure and skin typical of Eastern beauty. Framed by a red baseball cap, her ponytail secured at the back, revealing a clean and elegant neck that accentuated her petite features and a pair of bright, tenacious eyes. The director gave her a 3-second close-up shot, clearly displaying her name tag, Ruan Guan, chief machinist. This scene, juxtaposed with Li Chuanghua's statement about their firm's confidence in achieving the title of the leading automotive enterprise in the country with the addition of consultation, created an oddly comical atmosphere. A mischievous viewer crashed into the live interview room, wildly commenting in the chat, "Wait, you two old folks still don't know who the real Victoria is. Having a god's eye view is just delightful." As the two turned stiffly to gaze out the glass window, they happened to catch the image of Ruan Guan waving during the team entrance. Chapter 99. Genius. Discharged. The LED screen, viewed through the window, obscured Ruan Guan's name tag, but one could see her standing among a group of foreign men, her smile radiant and confident. The red team uniform complemented her vibrant complexion, making her appear as the most splendid flower blooming under the sun. Li Chuanghua and Gao Yan frowned. Even though they publicly denied Ruan Guan as their daughter-in-law, seeing her amidst a crowd of men still displeased them. What business does a young lady know about racing? Li Chuanghua muttered. Then, as if recalling something, he shook his head and chuckled. I remember my Minglan used to love racing. Perhaps Miss Ruan is trying to win his favor. The host, unclear about the unfolding situation, chimed in. It seems Miss Ruan has deep feelings for your son. Gao Yan sighed. I hope she finds her own happiness in the future. No wonder Li Yamo is your daughter. The old folks are just as foolish. Wake up, Yazu's parents. If I hadn't just watched the variety show live, I might have believed it. I can't help but think your son looks more like a sycophant. Genius. Discharged. The comments flew by at lightning speed. Ruan Guan and Gao Yan, unable to see clearly, mistakenly assumed the netizens were on their side. They continued, perhaps she just wants to emulate Gigi. Otherwise, why would she suddenly take an interest in racing? This is so awkward. Please stop talking. Who's copying who? Please get it straight. I've scratched my toe into the shape of a racing car. Recording this, waiting for the two old folks to get slapped in the face. Meanwhile, in front of the same LED screen, Lin Weiying, who was inquiring about houses, looked up to see Ruan Guan on the screen. Suddenly, her legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering her immobile. How could Ruan Guan appear at the F1 opening ceremony? Instinctively, she opened her phone to find the trending topic ablaze with the title, Ruan Guan Victoria. Others might be unaware of Ruan Guan, but Lin Weiying certainly was not. A girl who had been spoiled by her father and brother since childhood, studying the most useless arts, lacking any capability to vie for the company. Could only await her value as a wealthy heiress in a commercial marriage, becoming a trophy wife to flaunt a lavish lifestyle on social media. Ruan Guan was meant to be that kind of delicate wife. Lin Weiying could hardly contain herself and immediately leaked information online. Everyone, don't believe it. Such footage can be purchased with money. It's just like a United Nations speech. They're all socialites. With the emergence of various personas such as the Buddha Girl, Frisbee Girl, and United Nations Girl, we now also have Racing Girl, or perhaps just another pawn of the investors. Such remarks, once voiced, plummet into the realm of absurdity, akin to excrement landing in a dog's den, instantly provoking a cacophony of barks from like-minded individuals. Point taken, in our village, no one would consider marrying such a spendthrift woman. Lin Weiying felt a sense of satisfaction. It appears that the discerning minds on the internet are plentiful. She extinguished her phone and continued her search for housing through an agency. Meanwhile, at the opening ceremony, car enthusiasts from around the globe gathered in droves. The FR team, to which Ruan Guan belonged, is an esteemed veteran team with countless fans, and the atmosphere was electrifying. In stark contrast, Li Yamo and her entourage seemed somewhat out of place. They were utterly ignorant of F1, even unaware of the name of the other driver aside from Chu Fei, despite Ruan Guan standing prominently within the team, next to the drivers in an evidently crucial position. Li Yamo remained unconvinced. How could this be? Ruan Guan had been studying art in Milan. How could she possibly be connected to F1? Li Yamo's words echoed the confusion of Li Minglan. Ruan Guan's background bore no ties to Germany, engineering, or mechanics. How could she be Victoria? At that moment, the host began to introduce the key members of the FR team, and when it was time for the chief machinist, the camera focused once more on Ruan Guan as the host proclaimed, Chief Machinist, Ruan Guan. The name mentioned was Ruan Guan, not Victoria. In that instant, Shen Zhi Zhi's anxious heart finally found solace. Regardless of how Ruan Guan ascended to the role of chief machinist, as long as she was not Victoria, it was acceptable. After all, in the novel From Her Dreams, Victoria was merely a background character mentioned in passing when introducing Chu Fei, devoid of any significant role. The next moment, the host continued in English. She was also the one who led the team to achieve the fastest pit stop record in F1, a feat unbroken for 3 years. Hailed by fans as the genius girl mechanic, Victoria, the cheers of the fans erupted, filling the air. On the track, Ruan Guan was waving at the fans in the stands, her close-up on the giant screen igniting another wave of applause. She smiled radiantly. A female mechanic. How extraordinary. This opening ceremony was splendid, offering a chance for behind-the-scenes personnel to shine. How cool is that? She is my idol. I am majoring in aerodynamics and hope to join a top-tier team after graduation. Meanwhile, in the stands, Wang Lily's jaw dropped. What the hell, Ruan Guan? The level of surprise was akin to the student who always slept through class and miraculously got accepted into a prestigious university. As a racing enthusiast and a close friend of Jiang Song, Wang Lily had certainly heard of Victoria. The high-stakes, time-sensitive repair was still fresh in his memory. Yet, even if he were beaten to death, he could never have imagined that Victoria and Ruan Guan were one and the same. Ruan Guan was well known in the circle of Jiacheng's second-generation elite. To put it kindly, she was a good girl. The kind that elders adored. Tio put it less charitably, she was a painfully dull woman with a stolid personality. Though beautiful, she lacked any spark of character. Women, especially beautiful ones, ought to possess a hint of temper. But Ruan Guan was gentle and mild-mannered towards everyone, seemingly devoid of any temperament. When the brothers learned that Minglan would spend his life with such a conventional woman, they privately expressed their sympathy for him. But now, to be told that Ruan Guan was Victoria, Li Minglan had married Victoria. Damn it, what sympathy was warranted? He immediately pulled out his phone to message Jiang Song. On the other side, when Lin Weiying reopened her phone, she saw a flood of 999 messages from the back end, along with a private message from Mingkong Group. Mingkong Group, the global leader in drones, holding thousands of patents and nearly monopolizing the worldwide market. Lin Weiying thought she had garnered attention and received a business offer. Excitedly, she opened the private message. Chapter 100, Diagnosis of Mild Intellectual Disability. However, to her shock, what greeted her was a lawyer's letter. Lin Weiying was dumbfounded. She hadn't even insulted Mingkong Group. Upon realizing that this year's F1 title sponsor was Mingkong Group, her mind went blank, understanding that her comment about Ruan Guan being a pawn of the investors had backfired. But it was too late to delete it. Mingkong Group's official Weibo had already pinned the lawyer's letter, which included her real name. Netizens swiftly commented, Lin Weiying, isn't she the daughter of Ruan Guan's scummy father's third mistress? Your mother was a mistress, and you not only feel no guilt towards Ruan Guan but also slander her online. She thought she could insult Ruan Guan without consequence, but this time it's different. She has hit a steel plate. Congratulations, she and Ruan Guan's brother can become a pair of iron window lovebirds. At that moment, amidst the applause of the opening ceremony, some could not muster a smile. Upon hearing the name Victoria, Shen Zhi Zhi stiffened. Her ears felt as if muffled by cotton, rendering her unable to hear clearly. All she sensed was a buzzing sound, and her vision was clouded with white light. Her face as pale as a sheet, Li Minglan instinctively glanced at Shen Zhi Zhi, noticing her ashen complexion and panicked eyes. Realizing immediately the truth, Shen Zhi Zhi had indeed impersonated Victoria. Li Minglan clenched his hands, his dark gaze fixed on Ruan Guan on the screen, feeling an unfamiliarity. Why had she concealed her identity? Why hadn't she revealed who she was when her grandfather discovered Shen Zhi Zhi's impersonation at his birthday banquet? If she had, her grandfather would have continued to favor her, and his parents wouldn't have harbored any objections. Brother, could it be a mistake? Beside him, Li Yamo was likewise incredulous. The woman she looked down upon possessed such an identity? Impossible. How could Ruan Guan be Victoria? Even if she was oblivious to corporate affairs, she knew that F1, as a gathering of the world's top automotive manufacturers, had no shortage of outstanding individuals. Domestic car companies longed for Victoria's involvement. Yet, upon hearing the cheers from the crowd, a feeling of resentment stirred within her. They were all the same person. Why had Ruan Guan transformed into this genius mechanic? Wasn't she just a mechanic? She muttered in dissatisfaction. This caught the attention of a nearby fan who spoke Chinese, who immediately questioned, "What did you say?" Li Yamo, noticing the imposing figure, felt her confidence wane, but stubbornly repeated, "She's just a mechanic. She's not a driver. The race results still depend on the drivers." The fan laughed, giving her an international sign of friendship, an obscene gesture, and pronounced distinctly, "Silly girl." Li Yamo was on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, the camera panned to her on the big screen. The crowd erupted in cheers once more. Li Yamo was oblivious to the reason behind the cheers, glancing up only to see her tear-streaked face on the giant screen. Darkness enveloped her vision as the host's enthusiastic voice rang in her ears. "It seems this lady is a fan of Victoria." So excited she fainted. Li Yamo pinched her skin to stay awake and stood up again. The host applauded, suggesting that the power of an idol had revived this lady, Li Yamo. The audience was unaware, clapping along. However, domestic netizens were well aware. "Ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing, though Li Yamo is foolish. She is genuinely foolish. The two old men of the Li family know." Report, the interview isn't over yet, but it will be soon. We will investigate and report back. So Shen Zhi Zhi really impersonated Victoria? F1 is a niche project in China, but after days of mind-numbing trending topics and carpet marketing, even those who knew nothing about cars recognized the significance of Victoria's name. Many had become fans of Shen Zhi Zhi simply because of her allure. Yet now, they were being told that Shen Zhi Zhi was a fake. Instead, Ruan Guan, the so-called vixen and gold digger, was the genuine article. This revelation exploded across domestic social media. Soon after, the Li couple, having concluded their live interview, received a flurry of WeChat messages and app notifications the moment they picked up their phones. Jiang Rahai, old Li, why didn't you tell me Ruan Guan was actually Victoria? Su Chang, you said it had nothing to do with Ruan Guan. Is it true? Are they divorced? Su Chang, I'm quite open-minded. If my son likes her, I wouldn't mind him marrying a divorced woman. Li Chuangua. Meanwhile, the company's large group chat was ablaze with notifications. HR Jack, we're in big trouble this time. Presidential office. Chi Si Min, are you all crazy? This is the big group. The chairman is present. The two of them stiffly opened the trending topics and were met with glaring headlines summarizing the gossip. Ruan Guan has been unseated as a variety show guest Li Minglan suspected of being Ruan Guan's devoted admirer oldly. Take a look back, Ruan Guan is actually Victoria. The more they read, the more horrified they became. How could Ruan Guan be Victoria? 3 years ago, the Li Automotive Company had repeatedly extended olive branches to Victoria, with yearly salaries rising each time. If Ruan Guan had secretly adored Minglan for so long, why would she conceal this identity? She should have joyfully accepted their invitations, joining the Li family and bringing them glory. Moreover, hadn't the old man sworn that Shen Zhi Zhi was Victoria? Li Chuangua immediately decided to call his father for verification. Before they could even dial, the private doctor's call came through. Mr. Li, it's terrible. The elder Li has seen the news, and his emotional distress has led to a cerebral hemorrhage. He is currently receiving emergency treatment at the hospital. Li Chuangua and Gao Yan were taken aback. Without a moment's hesitation, the two rushed to the hospital. Meanwhile, the area outside the company was swarmed with reporters. Upon seeing them, the crowd surged forward. Li and Mrs. Li, what are your thoughts on the matter concerning Ruan Guan as Victoria? Given the various behaviors exhibited by the young lady, many netizens believe she may have a mild intellectual disability. Have you too had her assessed for her cognitive abilities?